The protagonist of this manga finds himself dragged to hell by an unpleasant demon lord, and of all the things he could be worried about, what worried him the most was the complete lack of understanding from the demon lord when it came to the concept of consent. You see, just before the day Han De-sung could graduate from high school, he was going about his day walking like any ordinary human when he suddenly tripped. Somehow, his soul separated from his body, and he found himself sinking further and further down. The next thing you know, he's in hell. He panics when his eyes meet fierce, vicious monsters locked in brutal combat with each other. The horrifying part is that the losers end up being devoured. Dae-sung somehow manages to stay hidden and lives without eating for 10 straight days. Wait, is that even possible? The strange thing about this place was the absence of any cycle of day or night. When our hero finally reached his limit, his only option for survival was to consume the rotten, raw flesh left by the monsters. As disgusting as it was his only way to survive. Over time, he gradually adapted to his hostile environment. He began to fight back against the monsters that saw him as prey, using nothing but stones from the ground, somehow managing to scare them off. With no other choice, he was forced to fight, using anything he could find and turning it into an improvised weapon. Tears fell from his eyes as he missed his mother, and in that moment of pain, he promised not to succumb to despair. With blurry days, there came a moment when he decided to say goodbye to his humanity. He started from the bottom, working his way up. The flesh he once found disgusting now became a rare luxury, something he learned to appreciate to survive. One day while eating, an unexpected panel appeared before him. It revealed that he had advanced to level 3. At that moment, everything felt like a game. As 7 years passed, he reached level 24. With this level of strength, he could easily eliminate the creatures that once seemed like fierce monsters. After enduring for 24 years, he managed to forge a sword from a stone collected from a dragon knight. However, time did not stop. It flowed like a gentle breeze. At the age of 51, Dae-sung achieved the formidable feat of killing an ancient dragon. At 79 years old, he finally found his way to the Demon Lord, the very creature that had dragged him into this hellish existence, and most importantly, without his consent. He effortlessly cuts through the insects guarding the Demon Lord's lair, and even the doorman stands no chance against the aged yet surprisingly youthful protagonist. He threatens the guard, demanding he politely open the door, or else his remains will be fed to the monsters of this so-called hell. However, the guard is far from cooperative and puts up a bit of resistance. Taking the situation as a personal insult to the Demon Lord's honor, he begins to unleash his fury. While boasting words, he suddenly feels something pierce through him, and when he looks down, he discovers a huge hole in his chest. Dae-sung, unperturbed, simply comments that this noisy guard is irritating him. Meanwhile, the floating skeleton Fireball, probably his pet, asks if he's not worried that the Demon Lord will retaliate for killing his guard, and if he really intends to take over hell. However, he dismisses Fire's concerns, stating he has no interest in something like becoming a stupid ruler. He explains that it has been 80 years since he was dragged to this place, and every monster he has faced has been remarkable, each with fascinating stories and reasons for their presence in hell. This is why he wants to confront the Demon Lord and ask why he brought him here. The Fireball finds his method of inquiry quite silly, and suggests there might have been a more polite way to approach the situation. He proposes that he should fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. However, he stands firm, insisting he will resort to violence in response to the suffering he endured, especially since he was brought here without any consent. He grabs his sword and charges at the Demon Lord, only to suddenly find himself in a hospital. He panics, wondering if all this is a dream, especially since he hasn't dreamed of the land in a long time. Nearby, he sees some children playing and realizes that, by his own physique, he looks quite weak. Unable to move his body, he convinces himself that this must be a lucid dream. Just then, his mother opens the door, trembling at the sight of her son awake after 30 long years. She breaks down crying and hugs him tightly, but Dae-sung feels a wave of disdain for this dream, finding it incredibly childish. To his surprise, it turns out he really did defeat the Demon Lord and became the absolute ruler of this hell. When his Fireball companion asks what he plans to do next, a sudden message pops up asking if he wants to return to the land. Throughout those 80 years, all he wanted was to escape from this very place. Without wasting a moment, he quickly accepts the offer. And suddenly he finds himself in the hospital, having awakened from a comatose state after 30 long years. The doctor checks his eye reflexes and gives positive gestures to his mother, assuring her that rehabilitation treatment will get her son in shape in no time. For his mother, this is a blessing, but for Dae-sung, it feels like a curse. The idea of returning to life after wasting 30 years in bed, now in such a fragile state, is completely unacceptable to him. He becomes increasingly agitated, wondering if his entire journey through hell has just been a dream. Those close to him are frightened when he starts acting like a psychotic patient, overwhelmed by his frustration and confusion. He threatens the doctor to stay away, but when the doctor approaches, our hero bites him like a wild animal. Beast. Demanding to know what has happened to his body, he questions whether he has been paralyzed or poisoned. desperately hoping this is just a nightmare. In his madness, he falls out of bed, which only heightens his mother's concern. He reflects on the 80 years of continuous struggle he endured in hell, feeling as if it had all been in vain. Even in his darkest moments there, he had never lost hope of escaping, and now he longs to return. Staff members are summoned immediately, grabbing both of Daesung's arms to force him back into bed. As he looks out the window, he sees a massive wormhole opening in the sky. Confused and desperate, he questions his fate, wondering if his life in hell had just been a dream he experienced while in a coma. When he refuses to calm down, the anesthesiologist uses an injection to put him to sleep. Then, when he regains consciousness, he finds himself watching a news channel on TV, confirming his suspicions. The vision he had seen was indeed a door, and a hunting team has been sent to clear out the monsters. The team leader sends reports to a man who has come to see him. The man seems surprised and very happy to find him awake. Still feeling confused, Daesung asks who he is, only to realize, in a flash of recognition, that this is his friend, Chan-ho. Chan-ho informs him that he has been in this state for 10 years. He explains that a decade ago, while coming home, he suddenly fainted and collapsed, and since then he has been lying in this hospital bed. Hearing 10 years, Daesung feels a mix of confusion and relief. He had thought 30 years had passed. What irritates him the most, however, is realizing that he spent 80 years in hell. Chan-ho shares that his mother has endured a lot, working 3 jobs to cover his hospital expenses. He encourages him to take charge of his life again, revealing that he also has a job opportunity for him. When our demon king is taken outside by his mother, seeking some fresh air, he feels a great responsibility and a deep hatred for his body, which can't even move by itself. Suddenly, 2 men appear demanding the money his mother borrowed. She apologizes and pleads for just 1 more month, but the bullies remain relentless. In a moment of aggression, one of the bullies hits her, threatening her with violence. Tears run down her face as she begs them to stop humiliating her in front of her child. Her voice trembles with desperation, yet the bully ignores her pleas. He rolls up his sleeves and starts hitting the poor guy. Woman, witnessing his mother's suffering, ignites a fierce rage within Daesung, prompting him to call them bugs and hurl insults. When one of the gangsters grabs him by the sleeve, his mother desperately urges him to apologize. Pleading with the bullies to let her son go, reminding them that he is just a child, Daesung refuses to back down, wearing a hardened expression. The bully, smiling, throws him to the ground with a strong shove. After that, the gangster gives him a brutal beating. As he struggles to control his anger and longs for his old body, a sudden mission appears before him in the status window. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly accepts it, recognizing that he has little choice in the matter. The status window had been his lifeline, allowing him to endure his time in hell on his own. As soon as he accepts the mission, everything around him stops, as if time itself has frozen. With an arrogant smile, Seok-woo tries to show off, suggesting that Junjung is very focused on his candidate. But the elder quickly responds, joking that he hopes Seok-woo hasn't brought another cheater like last time. After their heated exchange, the Hongma members walk away. Jin Chul grumbles that the leader of the Soul Clan is looking at him like a weirdo, but Seok-woo ignores him, telling him not to pay attention to the old man in white and to focus on their real target. The cute girl passing by, Shin Cho-jung. Jin Chul looks at her like a pervert, commenting that she will be easy to beat. However, Seok-woo warns him not to underestimate her, reminding him that the leader of the Soul Clan has trained her well. But hearing this only excites Jin Chul more. His disgusting face contorts, eager for the chance to crush her. Meanwhile, Junjung continues to analyze Jin Chul from afar, trying to figure out what the Hongma clan might be plotting. The mission conditions unfold within the status window, but suddenly, his attention shifts to something much more ominous. Daesung arrives, radiating a monstrous aura. As he passes by, the leader of the Soul Clan shudders, uneasy about the dark energy emanating from him. Surprised by his altered behavior, Cho-young asks her clan leader what's going on. With his jaw still slightly dropped, Junjung warns her to be careful. She brushes off his concern, confidently promising not to let the Hongma clan play tricks on her. But Junjung, squinting, clarifies that he is more worried about the other person who passed by her. With 30 minutes left, an announcement calls all candidates to gather in Exam Hall 3. Finishing his call with Chang-ho, our hero scans his fingerprints and receives a special uniform from a vending machine. He is instructed to reach a specific point in an hour with the promise of receiving a recovery elixir upon success. Station. In their new cyberpunk-style outfits, all the candidates, including our favorite Grump, gather for the exam. The old man proudly reflects on the hundreds of complaints that brought him there, determined to crush our protagonist for daring to touch his head that was rounder than a baby's bottom. But shortly after, a huge guy lifts him by the skull and tells him to step aside. Swallowing his pride, the old man gives up his revenge. So while the old man is down, our boy arrives on the scene in his new suit, ready to dominate anyone who dares to oppose him. As the exam begins, the competitors gather in the arena, where purple rings descend from New Street above. The supervisor greets the crowd and begins an explanation, pointing out that these rings represent the 3 floors of the door specifically designed for the licensing exam. It also explains that each floor has its own unique environments and different approval conditions. Driven by determination, he contemplates whether it's possible to regain his previous strength. As murmurs spread among the participants, a pale boy like a ghost asks when they will receive weapons. In response, the supervisor firmly clarifies that no weapons will be provided and that no one is allowed to bring any equipment other than the given suits. This announcement causes an uproar, with complaints that no one can fight without weapons. At that moment, a cute AI hologram appears, announcing its role in tracking everyone's progress. The cheerful hologram reveals that the test is not about the hunter's combat skill, but rather about their natural ability to survive in the harshest conditions. With that clarification, the door opens. The participants find themselves on the first floor of the gate, a tropical forest. They are all soon drenched in sweat and struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, a team of analysts watching through various cameras laughs at the low quality of the applicants, and he sees a red marker just 10 meters away. As they speculate about the possibility of everyone failing, a mushroom-headed boy praises Cho Young for staying calm and conserving his energy. Seeing everyone congratulate their AS, Jung Jung smiles with satisfaction. Meanwhile, others praise Jin Chul of the Hongma clan. Seo Wu observes Jung Jung's reaction, assuming his surprise comes from Jin Chul. Performance. However, the old man's expression remains frozen as panic spreads among the crowd. All eyes on a certain cool boy. Seo Wu feels horrified, recognizing the same person he sent an assassin after. It seems incredible that Daesung doesn't radiate an aura, with not a drop of sweat visible on his body. Meanwhile, it is revealed that our boy drank a potion, making him immune to all environmental factors. He tries to get up, but with a smile spreading across his face, he starts crawling towards the target. He laughs to himself, knowing it's forbidden, but only if he gets caught. So when purple bands appear on everyone's wrists, the cute AI announces the start of the first round. It reveals that the condition to complete the first floor is to hunt 20 swamps. Orcs. With a confident smile, our hero sets off as soon as the round begins, causing everyone to rush to avoid falling behind. In a true test to filter out the fools, a thirsty hunter falls victim to an obvious water source trap. A sticky worm emerges from the ground, swallows him whole, and eliminates him. However, he is saved by the safety measures of his suit. Meanwhile, our hero runs through the forest in search of his target. At the same time, the rescue team extracting the eliminated candidate suddenly receives a signal ordering them to track candidate 104, Han Daesung. The idea of complaining about something so trivial disgusts him. Now, let's return to our protagonist, who finally finds a swamp. Orc. Mocking the giant pig while holding a rock, he throws it into the air like a ball. With a punch, he shatters the rock into thousands of pieces that annihilate the monster. Witnessing this, the rescuer realizes why he was sent to spy on one of the candidates. Meanwhile, our Demon King understands that hunting orcs one by one is the most efficient approach. To speed things up, reluctantly uses his mana and summons a shadow specter. Over time, he reaches a cave full of swamp orcs. The cave begins to tremble, making the group of monsters cautious about what is about to happen. Suddenly, the ceiling opens, and our guy makes an epic landing. After all, he is the one who has already conquered hell. Forced to dig deep into the ground like a peasant, he is visibly annoyed. The monsters celebrate thinking their prey has come to them, but he casually counts them with his magic wand. After counting enough targets to complete his mission, he tells the Flame King to translate the monsters' last words. Hearing that the monsters are discussing hunting the Hell Ruler, he commands the demon sword to burn them to ashes. Elsewhere in the forest, Cho Jung uses her aura to search for targets. As her skill detects one, she instantly kicks through the trees like a bullet. The confident member of the Soul Clan estimates she can clear the first floor in just 1 hour. As Cho Young approaches her 4th kill, a hunter suddenly flies in and takes it from her. Her pupils dilate in surprise at the monstrous figure passing by her side. With disdain, she looks scornfully at the scoundrel Hong Ma, who loudly boasts about his 5th kill. Crawling slower than an insect, inches turn into meters, and meters feel like endless kilometers. Frustrated, she declares that stealing kills is expected behavior from trash like Hong Ma. In response, he mocks her for being foolish enough to think the kill belonged to her. They both continue their trash talk, shooting furious glances at each other. Drugged, Jin Chul considers killing her to eliminate the annoyance, but decides to wait until the 2nd floor. With that, Cho Jung turns around with a sigh and raises her middle finger with an annoyed and arrogant smile. Furious, the bad-tempered cheater charges in, ready to. He finishes her off, but they both freeze suddenly. Their attention is caught by a roaring sound. A few minutes before their encounter, Daesung uses his fire sword to embrace his enemies, unleashing the first skill of the Great Infernal Sword. Suddenly, a devastating beam of flames shoots from his small stick and envelops its target, creating a tornado that bursts into the sky. At this pace, He begins to doubt his ability to reach the location on time. The amazed onlookers are left speechless. With this display, the AI announces our heroic character's promotion to the second floor. Chaos erupts among the judges, who can find no information about him, while others rush to recruit him. The clan leader only smiles, intrigued by our demon lord's monstrous power. Annoyed that Jin Chul's attention has been stolen, Seo-ku mocks and walks away disappointed. The ranking lady starts to annoy her colleague, who mocked her gut feeling about Daesung. Meanwhile, another observer can hardly believe what he sees, realizing that the frail old man, Jin-san, has been following him all along. With an axe in hand, the foolish old man begins to finish off the half-burned corpses left by our guy, racking up 11 kills. The ranking employees discuss how the old man could get in, so the receptionist reveals his avalanche of complaints. Seeing his employees slacking off, the branch manager arrives to explain that he personally approved the old man. However, he strives to stay calm, knowing that, in his experience, the system never assigns impossible tasks or missions. He reveals that it was reported that the old man entered through a door with dynamite attached. Confused, the employee asks if the crazy man is trying to commit suicide. However, the branch manager shares the tragic story of the bald man. Backstory: it seems he lost his family due to a portal fracture, and now lives solely for revenge. When questioned about his unnecessary favoritism towards a candidate, the manager proudly claims he nominated Daesung and jokes that the 3-month pay cut to cover the damages was worth it. Mentioning his name, the screen focused on our hero starts to blur. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the stadium, Siwoo sends a hidden message to a man who looks like a hitman, informing him that the broadcast from the control room is down. The man is confused, remembering they were supposed to eliminate our protagonist from the second or third floor. As seconds pass, he suddenly notices an opportunity. Seiwoo clarifies that the plan has changed now that Daesung has left Jincheol in the dust. With his creepy smile, the leader of Hongma jokes that eliminating him sounds too harsh. In the end, he tells the guard to read his orders, which are to inject a mutating serum into the monsters at the second floor door. As a result, the explorer following our protagonist carries it out. So, when our hero approaches the second floor door, Siwoo awaits his failure with a sadistic smile. As the mutating vials are injected into the golem monster at the second floor door, the creature evolves into a mutated swamp golem, now able to produce fog to deceive anyone who approaches. The man hired by Siwoo finds it amusing to see the mutant, admiring the monstrous result he helped bring to life and awaiting a generous monetary reward. However, the object he is holding suddenly explodes, revealing that it had been contaminated with a paralytic agent, likely placed there by Siwoo himself to eliminate all evidence. Paralyzed and unable to move, the man watches helplessly as the swamp golem approaches him, showing no intention of letting him escape. Meanwhile, the demon lord grows increasingly worried, realizing he has been walking in circles for some time. Remembering the terms of the mission, he realizes that the only requirement is to reach the destination, no matter how he accomplishes it. The map installed in his equipment seems to be malfunctioning, leaving him disoriented. As he moves forward, he stumbles upon the decomposed corpse of the man hired by Siwoo. Suspicion immediately arises in his mind, as he doubts the organizers of the test would have intentionally left the body in this place. Suddenly, the shadow of the monster looms over the demon lord, followed by a quick surprise attack. He deflects it just in time, using his flame sword cleverly disguised as a simple stick. However, before he can fully react, the golem hurls a massive rock in his direction, which detonates upon impact, releasing a wave of smoke and searing heat. To survive the intense heat, our hero activates his flame absorption ability, shielding himself from the scorching blast. He considers using the same fury ability that once defeated the orcs, but unfortunately, it is still on cooldown. Worse yet, the golem seems unwilling to wait for him to recharge. The floating swamp golem unleashes a rapid sequence of attacks, which the demon lord deflects with growing frustration. Our crawling hero gets irritated, realizing how obvious the solution had been all along. Finding the barrage annoying, Daesung decides to end the battle decisively by stabbing his sword into the creature's core. Running toward the golem, Daesung strikes its core with a powerful punch, but his efforts barely scratch the surface of its solid, rocky body. In retaliation, the golem sends him flying through the air with overwhelming force. The scene then shifts to Jincheol, the cheater. He has defeated his last ogre, successfully fulfilling the conditions to ascend to the second floor. As a reward, he receives a small special box containing a navigation compass, a vial, and an enigmatic note, essentially tools for his ongoing deception. After reading the note and realizing Daesung is still on the first floor, he burns it without hesitation. The scene returns to our hero, who has just crashed into a tree. He quickly regains his balance and, with a smile on his face, summons his ghostly mud shadow, commanding it to consume the golem. With his fragile hands, he reaches for his wheelchair, moving slowly but steadily until he manages to settle into it. Drawing his sword, he clears a path for the sinister creature, promising it a reward double what it gives to him. The flames shrink the shadow ghost to a mere fraction of its original size, but as the golem approaches, it suddenly swells back to its full size. With a rapid growth, it extends multiple shadowy hands, grabbing all the burning stones from the golem. Meanwhile, Daesung's screen comes back to life. Although all the exam staff can see is a dense fog, one of the employees comments that the first floor was supposed to look like a tropical jungle, suggesting that something has clearly gone wrong. Suddenly, the golem appears on the screen, leading viewers to wonder why such a monster has been placed in the test. The branch manager's assistant points out that the creature is a mutant in every sense and asks for orders on how to proceed. However, the branch manager remains silent, completely absorbed in the scene unfolding on the screen. At that moment, another employee arrives and informs him that the examiners have surrounded Daesung. However, only 35 seconds remain. They ask if they should intervene forcefully and stop the test. Apologizing, the manager acknowledges that the situation is beyond repair. But, just then, the lady at the counter points at something on the screen. It seems that the golem has already been defeated, its flaming fragments flying through the air, followed by a powerful explosion. At this moment, the manager finally understands the true strength of his Demon King. What he had previously dismissed as a simple measurement error is now clearly obvious. Daesung's power is beyond his ability to quantify, making his attempts futile. The branch manager reflects on Daesung, now perceiving him as a monster beyond imagination, possessing unmatched strength. Meanwhile, the employee who had previously been impressed by Daesung seems to be silently supporting him. However, her colleague warns that despite his power, Daesung might not be aware of the bigger picture, as Jin Cheol seems ready to reach the second floor first. Undeterred, he grabs the wheelchair and pushes forward. An employee asks the branch manager if he wants to withdraw the staff deployed around Daesung. The manager refuses, instead instructing the employee to ask them to file a report once they have discovered exactly what has happened. The scene shifts to the cheater number 14, Jin Cheol, who is filled with rage as he scurries around looking for the door that should be nearby. He notices that the fog begins to clear, indicating that the golem has been destroyed, but he remains confident that he will be the first to reach the second floor. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord pours his blood over the remains of the mutant golem, preparing to use his soul prison on it. In an authoritative voice, he utters the word, "Invoke," leaving all the spectators in stunned amazement. As the spectators watch in disbelief, the monster comes to life again. The Demon King orders the creature to stop strutting and show its true form, noting that it has already delayed him long enough. The golem bends down, and Daesung climbs onto it, instructing it to run toward the door. Upon reaching the door, Jin Cheol feels a surge of excitement, convinced he is the first to arrive. Without losing hope, he moves forward and, against all odds, arrives at the place at the last second. However, his excitement quickly turns to confusion when he hears an unusual noise resonating around him. The scene then shifts to Seoku, who enters the projection room followed by his men, commenting that he hoped the test would be over by now. Looking at the screen and seeing his pawn looking bewildered, anger overtakes him, fueled by the frustration of his failures. The scene returns to Daesung, who is calmly riding the floating golem, using the breath of the Flame King to clear the path. He skillfully creates the shortest route, which undoubtedly leads directly to the door. He strikes the golem on the head, urging it to run faster, mimicking the actions of a rider on a donkey or horse. He continues using his flames to clear the way, propelling the golem forward. Meanwhile, the employees and spectators conclude that number 104 probably used some kind of summoning technique. In this world, such a technique is completely new and unheard of. With the mission completed, he takes the reward and quickly consumes it. A staff member suggests it could be a type of aura-based technique. The colleague, standing next to the employee, remarks that this test will surely go viral on YouTube, praising Daesung for looking like a hero out of a fantasy movie. Si-woo, frustrated, slams his fist on the table in the control room. An employee approaches, calmly suggesting that he should leave the room if he intends to keep causing disturbances. Si-woo regains control of his anger and pretends with a polite tone that he momentarily lost his composure due to the incredible performance. Ibai-ling-su, standing next to him, the clan's sole leader, Jun Jung, comments with a hint of bragging that Se-woo could never have predicted this and confidently predicts that Cho Jung will soon reach the entrance of the door. Jin Chul, equally annoyed by Daesung, is quickly approached from behind by Cho Young. Upon seeing her, he rushes toward the door, determined not to fall behind, turning the moment into an impromptu race. Almost instantly, a wave of relief washes over him. Meanwhile, our hero has already reached the second floor with his golem puppet. Noticing that this level is wrapped in a snowstorm, the complete opposite of the first, he mocks the test administrators for their lack of creativity. Dismissing the golem, he receives congratulations for being the first to reach the second floor. The AI guide soon reveals the conditions for the next part of the test. The AI explains that the top 5 players will each start from different entrances, and all participants will share a single objective, reaching the top of the snow-covered mountain. The Demon Lord estimates that the distance is about 5 kilometers and begins his ascent. He finds it irritating to climb with his bare hands, especially knowing there are cameras positioned everywhere, preventing him from using his skills. The scene shifts to Jin Chul, irritated by his position on the mountain. The test has clearly affected his nerves, and he is consumed by frustration, fearing he will lose control and his temper unless he eliminates number 104, who reached the door before him despite all the dirty tricks he had planned. His pain fades away, and although it's just a small fraction, he begins to regain a bit of his former physical strength. Suddenly, Jin Chul hears movement not far behind him, furiously shouting, demanding to know who it is. To his surprise, it's the same bald guy from before. Somehow, the man has made it to the second floor just in time. Although the severe weather seems to be overwhelming him, with a wicked glint in his eyes, Jin Chul presses against the mountainside, trying to trigger an avalanche to get rid of the unsuspecting man. The bald man slaps his face, trying to gather strength as memories of his lost family flash through his mind. With a burst of defiance, he shouts that he doesn't feel the cold at all. However, his determination doesn't last long, as he is soon swept away by the avalanche. Jin Chul, having successfully dealt with him, shows a sinister smile. Immediately after, the transmission drones fail, leaving the staff unable to monitor the situation. With the mission completed, the time-stopping effect dissolves. Seoku, who is undoubtedly behind the disruption, silently wishes good luck to his pawn, hoping he doesn't make any mistakes or disappoint him. The scene shifts back to the second floor, where some of the usual players, though chilled by the harsh conditions, encourage each other to carry on. Suddenly, Jin Chul appears behind them, moving at lightning speed. Without warning, he grabs their heads and crushes them with his hands. Empowered by the effect of the Orc Champion's vial, Jin Chul seems huge and unstoppable, killing everyone in his path as he advances. Meanwhile, Cho Young is left bewildered, noticing that all technological and electronic devices have mysteriously stopped working. Daesung, on the other hand, sees this as a fortunate turn of events, realizing he can now use his abilities freely without being noticed. Daesung jumps off the cliff, activating the Dragon Knight's destruction armor as his majestic demon wings unfold, soaring through the air. Cho Jung, feeling a powerful and unknown aura, looks up and sees Daesung flying above with an imposing presence. Meanwhile, Jin Chul, still busy killing other players, sees Daesung flying towards the top. The thugs look around in confusion, searching for Daesung, who has apparently vanished into thin air. He assumes Daesung might have used a harpy vial to gain the ability to fly, and immediately starts chasing him. The scene returns to the association building, where Jung is urgently requesting the manager to abort the test. He argues that the safety of the awakened should be their top priority, pressing for the test to stop immediately. The president, appearing distracted, asks the clan captain, Young, to be patient, assuring him that a research team will be sent as soon as possible. Seiwoo, however, seizes the opportunity to mock Jung, questioning why they would call them awakened if they can't handle such minor risks. This comment ignites Young's anger. Captain Jung, now a suspect, directly questions Seo-woo, asking if he is responsible for the current situation. Seiwoo, ignoring the question, continues to provoke him, hinting that Cho Young must be weak if Jung is so worried. He pushes further, calling Jung an old man and suggesting he should consider retiring, deliberately getting on his nerves. The scene then shifts to Daesung, who has reached the top and is warming up, preparing to enter the third floor. Before they can start their search, however, the police arrive, seemingly having witnessed the entire incident. Meanwhile, the old bald man somehow manages to survive the avalanche, lying in the snow with tears streaming down his face. Getting up, he shouts loudly, declaring himself a victor for having survived. It's only right that he enjoys his success, as the first step is always the most challenging. Upon entering the third floor, Jung learns the conditions to overcome this level. To advance, participants must earn 1,000 points, which can be gained by defeating the monsters that inhabit this new environment. Since it is very dark, Jung stays cautious, taking a moment for her vision to adjust to the shadows. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from behind her. Turning around, she sees her rival, the cheater, Jin Cheol, standing there, muscular, as if he were on steroids. Jin Cheol comments that she is lucky to have arrived before him, but Cho Young dismisses his remarks, telling him not to be so loud. With no other option, the thugs hurriedly flee the scene. Her main concern is not Jin Cheol, but Daesung, who has outperformed everyone in both the first and second floors. Even her captain has acknowledged his formidable strength. Cho Young receives an alert, indicating a malfunction in the aura reactor. But before she can react, Jin Cheol, the cheater, cowardly attacks her from behind, leaving her wounded. Jin Cheol proudly states that he originally planned to take care of Daesung first, but now he has changed his plans to attack her instead. Meanwhile, our Demon Lord is focused on racking up points to clear the level. He activates his special fire cannon ability, annihilating the targets in front of him with ease. He comments to the Fire King that he has become rusty if it takes him this long to defeat such minor opponents. Looking at his points, he notices they are stuck at 530 and wonders what is going on. He resolves to eliminate all remaining targets before figuring out the problem. Later that night, as he lies in a hospital bed, the Demon Lord repeatedly tries to invoke the status window, but all efforts prove futile. The scene shifts to the branch manager, who is increasingly worried because the network has still not returned. As the atmosphere fills with anxiety, the biggest cheater of all, Seo Hogwoo, remains relaxed. He has fused the vial he gave to his pawn with a hedgehog, allowing him to monitor its pulse. Seo Hogwoo looks at the anxious Junjun and informs him that his apprentice would likely be half-blind or in very bad shape if he managed to return alive. The scene shifts to Chojun, who is severely injured. She asks Jin Chol, the cheater, about his objective. In an alarmingly inhuman manner, cheater number 14 licks the girl's blood and taunts her, asking if she's not going to use her shield aura. Chojun decides to counterattack, kicking Jin Cheol. However, her kick misses, and she quickly retreats from hiding. This move irritates Jin Cheol, who mocks her for being a coward. He has no idea how it opened before. Desperate, she tries to heal herself, but is spotted by Jin Cheol. In a quick move, she throws her defensive suit at his face, then follows up with a groin punch and a knee to his face. Declaring herself the best of the Soul Clan, she channels all her strength into her attack, knocking Jin Cheol to the ground. With that, she walks away, determined to find and hunt the monsters. Meanwhile, Daesung is becoming increasingly frustrated with the device he's wearing, finding it useless as it doesn't register points. He wonders if he should go ask the organizers about the malfunctioning equipment, realizing that all his devices seem rusty and unstable. While Chojun navigates the area, she finds herself alone, perplexed about where everyone has gone. Suddenly, Jin Cheol approaches from behind, seeking revenge. Desperate, he tries different commands, like mission and missions, but in the end, he gives up. Alarmed, she turns to run for her life, but Jin Cheol appears in front of her as if he had blinked, slamming her to the ground. He continues to attack her mercilessly, behaving like a nasty goblin, causing her to bleed, grabbing her hair, holding her head, and taunting her, saying she will face a painful death. Tears run down Chojun's face as she bleeds and takes a hit to her abdomen. Jin Cheol mocks her, telling her to call for help just to laugh at her, reminding her that all the equipment is broken. Seizing an opportunity, Chojun jabs her finger into Jin Cheol's eyes, making him bleed and howl in pain. Pain! She tries to get up to escape, but Jin Cheol grabs her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Just as he prepares to strangle her to death, Daesung appears from behind, confronting him and demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Upon seeing Daesung, Jin Cheol immediately releases Chojun and bursts into wild laughter, viewing Daesung as the prey that has fallen straight into his trap. His mind fixates on the need for new missions, hoping they will help him regain his strength before the thugs reappear. He tells Daesung that he's been looking for him everywhere. Our Demon Lord thanks Jin Cheol for waiting, deliberately dodging his attack while approaching Chojun. Observing her poor condition, he wonders if she has a significant injury, given her slow recovery. Turning to face Jin Cheol, Daesung asks him if he is responsible for her injuries. With a smile on his face, Jin Cheol replies that he simply taught him a lesson and, soon he will make Daesung look like her. Daesung reiterates his question, clarifying that he means the broken point. Metro Jin Cheol laughs, launching a wave attack at Daesung. He mocks the demon, claiming he's out of luck since the emergency protection is broken. Suddenly, a strange noise breaks the silence, and he finds himself floating in a place known as the Pantheon. Instantly, Daesung runs at the enemy and delivers a strong punch to the face, sending him flying. Continuing with a burst of fire attack, Daesung adds insult to injury. Despite this, the cheater still refuses to acknowledge his situation, believing he can easily defeat Daesung. However, his confidence wavers when he suddenly notices a group of meek spirits behind Daesung, filling him with fear. The scene shifts to the Korea Hunter Association building, where the receptionist approaches the branch manager, informing him that the network has been restored on the second floor. However, she mentions it will still take another 30 minutes for the network on the third floor to be restored. The branch manager instructs her to deploy security staff from the second floor to the third floor door. The atmosphere grows tense between the leaders of the two major guilds. Suddenly, a staff member approaches the branch manager, delivering alarming news. According to the security team, there is one confirmed death and numerous reported injuries on the second floor. Initially, he dismisses it as a meaningless dream. This revelation shocks the branch manager, who never anticipated such an outcome, making him realize he should have canceled the test. Meanwhile, Changho is checking the news update, learning about the video transmission failure at a test site that hasn't been restored for over an hour. Realizing it's the same place his friend has gone to, he quickly grabs his coat and prepares to visit the location. The scene shifts back to Jin Cheol, the cheater number 14, who is now running for his life after realizing his prey has become a predator. Suddenly, one of his legs is cut off, causing him to fall to the ground on his back. Jinchul quickly uses a regeneration vial to grow his leg back, now left with only one more. Daesung mocks him, comparing him to hell bugs that also regenerate in such a grotesque way. As Jinchul's leg regenerates, the network on the third floor is restored, allowing everyone to see the live recording of Daesung confronting Jinchul on screen. Seoku worries as he watches his puppet on its knees, begging for its life, and declaring that he has already used all his vials and can't regenerate anymore. Totally unaware of what a regeneration vial is, Daesung responds that he will try to break it in two to see if it can multiply, like bacteria do. But it quickly becomes evident that this is not an illusion. As the despicable guy is pulverized, he desperately begs for mercy even more. Noticing a flash of light, our demon lord realizes it's a camera and that the connection has been restored. He then turns his attention back to Jinchul, presenting him with a proposal. Daesung offers the strange guy a chance to walk away alive if he can correctly answer 3 of his questions. Desperate to save his life, Jinchul anxiously asks Daesung if he's telling the truth. Daesung, using his sword disguised as a stick, makes Jinchul bow before him and gives him a chilling death glare, declaring that if he finds him lying, he will split him in 2. With that, our demon lord begins the quiz. The first question he asks is whether Jinchul is responsible for everything that has happened at the testing site. This question heightens the tense atmosphere, creating an air of anxiety that permeates the surroundings, especially affecting Seo-ho, the cheating captain. He has been summoned here to fulfill some kind of task. Annoyed by the sudden silence from someone who always spoke loudly, our demon lord warns Jinchul to answer quickly if he doesn't want to be split in 2. In response, the proud guy starts to cry and admits to planning everything like a whiner. Daesung finds the emotional confession intriguing. Without missing a beat, our hero asks his second question. Pressed to reveal the identity of the mastermind, Jinchul immediately spills on his clan leader. The mention of the Hongma clan behind everything surprises our hero, but it fuels rumors in the control room. From the beginning, they suspected, and everyone in the control room turns to look at the strange guy with long hair. Hearing the accusations, Seo-ho boils with rage at the betrayal of his pet. With no options, he lashes out at the management. However, the branch manager remains unfazed and orders him to prepare an explanation for the police. Without hesitation, he requests another mission and a punching bag, although, more precisely, a monster to hit. Realizing he has lost, the man agrees to attend his hearing at the hunter's office. With that, he lowers his head in silence to avoid drawing more attention. Moments later, outside the stadium, Seo-ho walks out with his guards. One of them wonders why the clan leader bows his head like a peasant. Seo-ho calmly explains that it's the smartest option to avoid the wrath of the Soul Clan leader. Rightly so, as Junjun in the control room was burning with fury. The manager thanks the stylish leader for his patience, but Junjun responds that he doesn't care a bit about the association. While the branch manager orders his team to implement the highest security measures, our protagonist poses his third question to the pathetic ranked A kneeling before him. He asks if Jinchul has any points. Reluctantly, the crybaby responds honestly, still shaken by the idea of being cut in half. It materializes before him, does as instructed, and upon completing the task, he is rewarded with a memory chip. With that, the artificial intelligence announces Daesung's victory and the conclusion of the 3-phase exam. However, our Demon King is not satisfied with the sudden victory. While Jinchul, the flatterer, looks up thinking he's safe, his smile distorts with the 2 halves of his body. True to his title, the ruler of hell declares it a punishment for not answering in time, but before leaving, his gaze turns to Cho-young, still curled up on the ground, surrounded by a healing aura the whole time. Moments later, the security team arrives and begins to evacuate the injured, including Cho-young. Observing the chaos from his office, the president of the association closes his laptop while reading the comments on anti-Hongma. His secretary informs him that the 10 clans are gathering. The elder wonders if Daesung is the first monster in a while since the famous #1 in Korea, Lee Chan-shik. When the secretary confirms our hero's instant promotion, the hunter's grandpa orders him to recruit him at all costs. So when the results are revealed, rumors about the fall of the Hongma clan spread, but they are interrupted by the announcement of the cute artificial intelligence. It explains that due to the unusual circumstances, the ranking criteria will be based on the order of first-level approval. As soon as he finishes the mission, another one appears, this time requiring him to run 10 kilometers. As a result, our boy receives an A grade for securing first place. Seeing the results, Chanho immediately calls Daesung and asks where he is. Then his friend responds that he is relaxing in the S-rank hunter's break room, leaving him speechless. Relaxing in a massage chair, our boy's relaxation is interrupted by his best friend, who seems deeply confused. My friend casually mentions that the president's secretary told him to relax in the S-rank room. Incredible Chanho learns that Daesung was personally invited by the big boss, while the man of the moment drinks his boba, revealing that he could even be promoted to S-rank. Amazed, Chanho wonders about the incredible amount of money he could earn. He updates his friend that there is a commotion outside due to this news. At the 100th minute, meanwhile, as journalists and recruiters gather, one of the participants steps out of an elevator, all eyes turn to him, and everyone rushes to get the first interview. Enjoying the spotlight, the famous elder celebrates his great victory in the licensing exam. The missions keep coming one after another, and with each completed task, he receives another reward. Reporters shout for his attention and ask him to share his name. With a serious face, the elder introduces himself as Han Daesung. At that moment, the crowd goes wild. But after a while, when the crowd nearly tramples the old man, some begin to realize that Daesung is not supposed to be an old bald man. As the announcement of the result concludes, the old man's border rank is revealed. Meanwhile, the rescued hunters escape, cursing Jinchul for his disgusting antics. However, the Hongma clan's informant behind them is in a panic. With no news, Jinchul's body reluctantly approves the decision to close the door. Meanwhile, our hero's mother watches the sensational news. The presenter shares that, despite a terrible accident in the hardest licensing exam of all time, one applicant broke all records. Suddenly, an image of Daesung appears on TV, congratulating him for getting an A rank, along with speculation about his promotion to S rank. For 10 consecutive days, he pushes through, completing mission after mission, but only manages to finish 55% of the entire implementation. His mother is absolutely stunned and frantically calls Jisoo. Worried about her mother, the daughter rushes in, nervous, and looks at the TV. Both mother and daughter are left speechless when the man of the moment enters the house and casually greets the frozen women. Meanwhile, in the Hongma clan building, the association inspectors give the leader an ultimatum, stating they are banned from hunting again. The two inspectors advise Seo Hoon-woo to accompany them voluntarily. However, trying to flaunt his rank as the 6th strongest hunter, Se-Hoon-woo declares that it's ridiculous to expel him for trivial charges. With a false smile on the outside, the clan leader feels furious as his little experiment begins to lead to his downfall. Manager Kim from the office delivers another report. Warning. In response, the clan leader stands up and emphasizes that he shouldn't be stopped just for his association with Jin Chul. Frustration mounts as he grows tired of these low-level tasks, and he finally demands a proper challenge. Tired of the discussion, the manager warns Se-Hoon-woo one last time and prepares to use force. The rank 6 hunter tells the manager to remember how Se-Hoon-woo became the leader. This statement makes the cool man sweat, as he recalls that the long-haired guy killed the previous leader in a raid to take his place. With that, Se-Hoon-woo unleashes his puppeteer skill. The manager instructs his partner to prepare to fight, causing the spiky-haired inspector to get scared. The manager urges him to be brave if he doesn't want to die, and lunges at Se-Hoon-woo. With a malicious smile, Se-Hoon-woo ends the fight in one move. Before the manager can react, Jong-woo, his own partner, stabs him in the back. Horrified by the betrayal, Kim yells at him, but the spiky-haired boy insists he didn't move his body. By the time Kim realizes that Se-Hoon-woo's skill is at play, the long-haired guy uses his final move. In response, the system grants him a new mission, to kill a weeping demon, ending Kim by the hands of his own partner. While the traumatized inspector trembles, Se-Hoon-woo casually walks out of his office as if nothing happened. He decides to warn the president of the association next. The scene changes to Cho-young resting in a treatment capsule. Watching her, the clan leader receives news that due to permanent damage to her aura, she won't be able to work. Anger boils within him as Jung-jung declares her revenge against Se-Hoon-woo. Meanwhile, at home, Da-sung's mom expresses her reluctance to let him take such a dangerous job. His sister agrees with their mother. She mentions that she's happy to see him become famous, but it's still a dangerous job. Hearing this, our boy remembers Chang-ho telling him that most hunters go against their families or are kicked out of their homes. Suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes before him, and the weeping demon materializes. Almost on the verge of tears, his mom declares she would break if he gets hurt again. But then he drops a bombshell, saying he has already joined Chang-ho's clan. With that, our boy reaches into his inventory and pulls out a bag full of bundles of cash. Leaving his mother stunned by his magic, he boasts about the down payment he received to settle his debt. Both the mother and daughter are astonished to see the incredible sum of money on the table. Da-sung tells his sister not to be so surprised. He encourages her to listen to their mother and enjoy school life. Assuring them that he will take care of the expenses, he proudly announces that he will be their protector. The two start crying, which leads him to tease their strange reaction. The so-called Demon King recalls how close he came to death facing this opponent in the past, and he feels a wave of excitement at the chance for A. Jisoo jokes that she's against him marrying, but the money has changed her mind. Enjoying the touching scene, Da-sung thinks that going through hell is worth every second. The scene shifts to Inspector Jong-woo, remembering how Manager Kim saved him when he was an innocent recruit. The manager's heartfelt words and his fatherly smile from that night linger in his mind. He snaps back to reality, trembling as he finds himself over the cold, lifeless body of the manager. Seeing him cry with all his soul, the bank manager expresses his astonishment that Siwoo has come this far. Jong-woo, fueled by anger, tells them not to touch Se-woo, and vows to avenge manager Kim with his own hands. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, the president of the association orders the branch manager to gather all available resources and destroy the Hongma clan, along with Lee Se-woo. Meanwhile, our half-asleep Demon King is awakened by a flood of notifications. He checks his phone to see who is sending him so many messages. Rematch. Amid the chaos, he notices a text message from Chang-ho telling him to call when he wakes up. So he goes out for a walk, and Chang-ho shares the good news that he secured a C-rank door. Da-sung jokes that he just has to come and pick up the easy money. The scene shifts to the Hongma clan building. Rows of cars park outside the skyscraper as numerous men in black uniforms gather. Under the leadership of A-rank hunter Jin Ki-hong, Jong-woo prepares to storm the building. The cavalry has orders to subdue anyone who resists, even resorting to murder if necessary. So as soon as Ki-hong gives the green light, the agents raid the building from all directions. But when he and Jong-woo enter, they are shocked to see Hongma members severely injured everywhere. Unfazed, Captain Ki-hong orders the main force to retreat while the rest follow. The thunder-covered monster lets out a deafening roar and charges into battle with a fierce claw attack. On the way to Seoku-woo's office, Junjong, visibly exhausted, sits alone. Confused, Jong-woo runs through the crowd of unconscious bodies towards Seoku-woo's office. Dagger in hand, he shouts for the leader of the Hongma clan to reveal himself. To his dismay, the villain lies beaten and bloodied on the floor next to him. The other forces are equally confused. Before the captain can ask the leader of the Soul Clan what happened, a frantic Jong-woo draws his attention. He immediately confirms Seoku-woo's death and urges the revenge-driven inspector to calm down. Captain Ki-hong expresses his concern that even in revenge, leader Junjong has gone too far. However, the grim man clarifies that he only took out those who were outside. He then surprises Ki-hong by revealing that he found Seoku-woo dead before his arrival. Daesung barely dodges in time. News quickly spreads that the leader of the Hongma clan was found dead, and it is theorized that the suspect is the leader of the Soul Clan, Wang Junjung. In the Vincenti, well, yes. On the other hand, the bald man is upset about not getting work despite having created a clan of doormen using his only moment of fame. Worried about starving before getting a job, a timely call restores his hope. Meanwhile, in Chang-ho's car, Da-soon confirms that he has rejected all offers from the other clans. Chang-ho boasts about all the amazing gear that the Soul Clan has. But our guy isn't worried, thinking about his awesome hellish gear. Then he comes up with an idea and asks how much a C-rank door costs. He does, but Chang-ho starts ranting that it cost 50 billion to buy one, of which 40% went to taxes and fees. This leaves Da-soon perplexed, cursing the greedy system. Chang-ho sums up that instead of cleaning a door, the profits from the TER core, fully aware that a single hit would tear him apart, are where the real money is. Lies. Then he asks his friend if it would be okay to go alone, which surprises Da-soon. Our boy insists that Chang-ho accompany him, causing the man to suddenly sweat a lot from fear. Rebella asked her sister to handle the paperwork, and she registered her best friend as the attendant. Chang-ho's eyes go wide as he wonders if his brother wants to kill him. Finally, the two arrive at the gigantic red door of rank C. Receiving a greeting from the guard, Chang-ho hands over the entry form. Upon reading that only 2 hunters will enter, the guard expresses his concern and confirms whether they really intend to clear a gear door as a pair, since 100 hunters is the minimum. Seizing this opportunity, Chang-ho tries to persuade him not to open the door just because a crazy rank a hunter is involved. He lunges forward, intending to strike, but the monster effortlessly swats him aside, sending him crashing to the ground. He adds his desire not to die single, but the man opens the door to avoid problems with our crazy hunter. One last time, Chang-ho tries to reason with my friend that it's irrational, even for a rank S to be just a team. Door, but our boy grabs him by the neck and drags his best friend towards the door. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association, footage of Seoku's last moments is playing. It seems someone made the proud guy kneel, telekinetically manipulating his limbs in different directions. Then, from a mysterious portal, an arm emerges and rips Seoku's heart from his body. Analyzing the video, the president asks the branch manager and Captain Ki-hong if they can't figure anything out. Anything. Blood spills from his mouth as he struggles to. Ki-hong explains that the footage from a camera isn't enough, and the branch manager adds that no traces of aura were found either. Stunned, the president wonders if they have a ghost killer on their hands. Meanwhile, outside the red portal, the old bald man, having changed his name, arrives as the doorman. The guard, suspicious, asks why he arrived so late, but with blazing confidence, the bald man asks if Dae-seung is currently inside. When the guard confirms this, the old bald man celebrates the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He can eat all of Dae-seung's remains as the only porter. The scene then shifts to the past, just after Jin Chul was split in two. Regenerating from the fatal wound, he cries out for the misfortune he faced and vows to take revenge. Suddenly, the same entity that took Seoku's life appears. to endure the humiliation of being shaken by a crying demon that gnaws at his pride. Laughing ominously, the eyeball offers to take revenge in his name. As our demon lord enters the dungeon alongside his friend, Chang-ho grows increasingly nervous. Looking around as if it were the first time he's walked through the door, Dae-sung points at a stampede of monsters approaching them, causing Chang-ho to panic as he wonders why they are so big. The approaching monsters are Class 3 lizards from the wasteland, seeing the two as nothing more than food. However, our demon lord pulls out his sword, excitement bubbling inside him at the sight of so many monsters gathered. He tells his friend to watch closely and jumps into the sky. Landing on the monsters, he activates his third hidden ability, known as Infernal Fire Volcano, which ignites everything around him, turning all the monsters to dust. From a distance, Chang-ho watches in awe, impressed and wondering if this is really the same childhood friend he knows. As Dae-sung approaches, Chang-ho scolds him for hiding his strength all this time. The battle drags on with Dae-sung, a demon lord who should be feared as a villain, forced into a frustrating game of dodging. With a smile, our demon lord replies that he has revealed it now. Filled with excitement, Chang-ho declares that he has decided to create a new clan, one that would be the strongest, not only in South Korea, but in the whole world. When the scene shifts to the guards standing outside the door, they notice something strange. Mistaking it for a door fracture, they begin to panic, giving immediate instructions to contact the Signal Corps headquarters. However, before they can leave, the old bald man points out that someone is coming out of the door. To their surprise, it's none other than our hero and his friend. Chang-ho proudly informs the guard that they can handle the byproducts since they have successfully cleared the door. This leaves the guard confused, as he has never seen anyone clear a door so early. The old bald man immediately rushes over to our hero, handing him his card. But finally, his luck runs out, and the demon catches him, gripping him tightly with its claws. He introduces himself with a false name, An Dae-sung, and shares his details, reminding our hero that he participated alongside him in Disney's 70th Anne's trial. He explains that he is in charge of disposing of their products. Noticing they share the same name, Dae-sung finds the old man suspicious. His friend Chang-ho then asks the old man why he is alone if he works in a transport clan. The old man retrieves his card and replies that he was the one who created this clan, and he believes the process will be quick. Chang-ho then presses further, asking if his name is really Dae-sung. The old man gives a thumbs up, saying he is willing to change his name in the future to avoid any trouble for both of them. The real Dae-sung, feeling angry and frustrated, leaves the scene. The scene then shifts to a realtor, showing an apartment to our demon lord and his family. Dae-sung's sister seems excited about the place, especially loving the fact that each room has an attached bathroom. In that desperate moment, Dae-sung recalls how he crushed the monster in their first encounter. Like a typical mother, Dae-sung's mom gets straight to the point, asking people about the price of the apartment. People inform her that the house is worth 18 billion in actual transactions. Seeing her mother astonished upon hearing the price, people explain that the high demand is due to the nearby Hunter Association. She emphasizes that safety is what matters most, given the current circumstances, which justifies the high price. The people then confirm her suspicions, asking if her son is a successful hunter. Before she can respond, Dae-sung's sister chimes in, boasting that her brother is an A-rank adventurer and is about to become an S-rank. She adds that this news has created quite a stir in the media. The agent responds that this explains why Dae-sung seems so familiar to him. Meanwhile, our demon lord finishes analyzing the house and accepts it as his domain. He asks about the payment procedure and if he can get a discount for paying the full amount up front. He had almost forgotten that he could summon a sword. The seller informs him that he can offer preferential contracts and that Dae-sung is indeed A-rank. The adventurer explains that during the residents' representative meeting for the apartment, 2 billion won is raised to attract hunters, and if someone is an S-rank, they can receive a deposit of 10 billion won. The ladies are stunned to hear such a large amount, while our hero feels excited at the prospect of acquiring the house for just 8 billion won and the possibility of saving up to 10 billion won if he becomes an S-rank. The scene shifts to a lady walking along a path in the pitch-black night. She feels an unsettling sensation, as if someone is following her. Suddenly, she stumbles, but someone catches her just before she falls. Feeling scared, the girl asks who the man is. The man responds with a creepy smile, and as he gets closer, his disgusting face is revealed. He tells the lady that she has been chosen. The next day, the lady is found dead, and her body is taken to the autopsy room in the National Police Agency building. Without hesitation, he calls one to his hand and swiftly cuts off the demon's left claw in a decisive movement. The autopsy officer states that this woman has died in the same way as Seo-ku, making her the 10th victim in this large city. Captain Ki-hong harbors suspicions because, in his experience, such a murder definitely involves some wake-up calls. Just when he thought the situation had calmed down, he now faces the challenge of dealing with this new serial killer case. Inspector Jong-woo tells Ki-hong not to worry and assures him that he will handle the matter. However, Captain Ki-hong tells Jong-woo to prioritize the search work in the main office first. As he leaves, Captain Ki Hong, who is of rank A, asks the forensic expert to make the investigation public. Furthermore, he promises active support for the inspection office. Meanwhile, Jin Chul, the number 14 cheater, is alive in a lab. When he opens his eyes, he feels disoriented and screams, asking where he is. A nearby scientist expresses his delight at seeing him awake. Without a second thought, Daesung shows no mercy, quickly sending the demon back to where it came from, as if it were nothing more than an insect. The scientist mocks him for crying like a baby. Jin Chul repeats his question about his whereabouts. The scientist points out that the room resembles the lab in the Hongma building, leading Jin Chul to realize he is in the infusion room of the wake-up ampoule. The scientist goes on to explain the situation to the confused man, introducing himself as Major Hong Se and mentioning that his name is Roman. He adds that he is responsible for saving him by making a special request to the chief, the priest. Jin Chul notices a peculiar eye watching him and, confused about his survival, seems to wonder if he really didn't die. Roman clarifies that he has been reborn as one of the inhabitants of Hong Se. The young man, however, still seems lost in his thoughts. Roman then presents an ampoule, asking if he wants to rule the world with them. Meanwhile, Chang Ho receives a call from his close friend, the reliable demon lord, who shares his desire to be promoted to rank S. With the mission completed, he finds himself back in the hospital room. Chang Ho argues that focusing on clearing doors should be their main priority, but upon hearing his friend's reasoning, he becomes curious about why he suddenly wants to buy a house. In the end, Chang Ho agrees to bid for every portal he can find and asks Dae-soon to help lighten the workload by acquiring some equipment in the aura market. Who needs to buy equipment when you can get superior gear from the Pantheon? With this thought, our hero enters the Pantheon and chooses the mission of field implementation of absolute rulers. Among the 5 types of fields available for implementation, he opts for the 5th, known as the Iron Castle of Valork. He is then informed that the rulers of each field have been brainwashed by celestial transcendent beings, and his mission is to defeat them. He loads the necessary data and prepares for the implementation. This has transported him to the Iron Castle of Valark, only to find himself equipped with cheap-looking armor, including a shield and a sword, which immediately irritates him. He mocks the items, questioning whether being equipped with such gear qualifies him as weakened. The scene shifts to the branch manager's office at the Korean Hunters Association. Morning has already arrived. Association. The branch manager is in the middle of giving orders when, without warning, an employee rushes in with urgent news. The Ocean Clan has failed to clear a B-rank gate. The manager's assistant has a hard time believing the news, given that the Ocean Clan, led by Vaik Heron, is one of the 4 main clans in Korea. However, the employee clarifies that the monsters at the gate were not compatible with the captain's aura, which led her to request help from an S-class. Normally, such a request would cause concern, but the branch manager feels confident. After all, it's Vaik Heron, a stylish and powerful figure. Anyone would be eager to help. The manager quickly gives instructions to locate the S-class hunters, Lee Chansik and S. Don Chul, informing them of the situation at hand. He opens the window, the sound waking his mother. The assistant considers it an easy task, commenting that no one in Korea would turn down a request from Vaik Heron, the country's top healing hunter. However, the employee points out an exception, Ryo Seo-jong from the fortress, known for holding a grudge against Vaik Heron. After issuing the final orders and granting permission to use the helicopter, the branch manager dismisses his staff. The scene then shifts to the Esperanza kindergarten, where children are playing outside, pretending to be hunters and monsters. Among them is Seo Don Chul, the S-rank hunter, with a pencil sketch beard from the Crow clan, happily playing with the children. A sister approaches Seo Don Chul, calling him director and informing him that she has received an urgent notice from the Hunters Association. Dazed, she asks who is beside her, only to be surprised to see Daesung in front of her. Without wasting a moment, the S-rank, he asks his sister to watch the kids, explaining that he needs to urgently attend to a matter. The sister, worried, tells him to be careful, but he reassures her with a smile, reminding her that as the #1 hunter in South Korea, there's no need to worry. Meanwhile, the other S-rank, Lee Changsik, has just returned from cleaning a C-rank door on Jeju Island. He finds these low-ranking dungeons tedious and longs for a more challenging task. His secretary approaches and reports that Vaik Heron from the Ocean Clan has requested his help. Lee Changsik wastes no time and immediately calls for his helicopter, preparing for departure. It's clear he has a special respect for Lady Heron, as her mere name seems powerful enough to change the course of his life. His physique now resembles that of a bodybuilder. Meanwhile, back at the Pantheon, our hero faces the formidable guardian of the Iron Castle. Under normal circumstances, with his true strength, the guardian wouldn't be a threat. But now he's left with only a curved sword and a ridiculous ice shield. Taking a moment, he sits reflecting on how he managed to defeat this opponent in the past. His eyes carefully examine the items in his possession, and he begins to wonder if the ice shield holds the key to solving this puzzle. Realizing something, he stands up, ready to face the Guardian in battle once more. Again, the scene shifts to the B-rank door that the Ocean Clan failed to conquer. Reporters gather in front of it, eager to capture significant moments for their audience. They inform the public that the Ocean Clan is preparing for a second attempt at the door. Suddenly, Lady Heron arrives, and the reporters quickly surround her, bombarding her with questions. The moment they see her, they seem delighted. The hospital staff in charge of his rehabilitation is left speechless. She approaches one of the reporters and asks for his microphone, wanting to share important details with the public. Meanwhile, the two S-rank members, Chang-chik and Dong-chul, arrive, ready to assist the Lady of the Ocean. It's clear that Chang-chik has a crush on her, evident in his attentive behavior. The news reporters start discussing what title to give their coverage. When the hunters enter through the door, a voice echoes, advising the reporters to frame the title using a combination like Liceo Baik to capture the public's attention more effectively. The scene shifts back to the Pantheon, where Dai-sun, in a burst of determination, tries to set the Guardian on fire to wake him from his slumber. The Guardian screams upon waking, fully prepared to confront whoever disturbed his rest. Our hero thinks carefully, knowing that one misstep could lead to his doom, strategically applying lubricant, causing the monster to trip. As the monster falls to the ground, he lunges forward, driving his sword through the Guardian's seal, effortlessly defeating him, as if it were a simple child's game. Our hero stands tall and proud, reveling in the fact that he remembered the weakness of the sleeping giant just in time. According to their expectations, his recovery should have taken at least 6 months. He drops the objects, realizing he won't need them inside the Iron Castle. Once inside, his first priority is to find a weapon. However, he soon finds himself at a dead end. Recalling his experiences during his time in Hell, he remembers a secret button hidden in the wall and quickly locates it. Pressing the button activates the entrance to the treasure room of Bellark, which can be accessed for a limited time of 5 minutes. In just 1 minute and 30 seconds, he discovers the weapon he has been searching for, the Black Dragon-slaying sword, known for its effectiveness against dragon-type monsters. Although the Black Dragon-slaying sword does not match the power of the Hellfire sword, he knows that the true value of a weapon depends entirely on its bearer, just as a pen can have value in the hands of a scholar, but be nothing more than trash to someone illiterate. His new weapon also holds potential. With some time still available, he decides to explore the treasure room further. The shining treasures capture their attention. They wonder if they could sell them in the real world for a good profit. Gripping the black sword tightly, he prepares to enter Bellark's chamber, maintaining a calm demeanor, reminding himself to see the ancient ruler as just a lonely, pathetic boss. It is incomprehensible to them how Daesung achieved such remarkable progress in just 15 days. Meanwhile, in the B-rank dungeon, the Ocean Clan is busy fighting against relentless monsters. Dong-chul is irritated by the loud screeches of a particularly unpleasant creature, and in his frustration, he crushes its mouth to silence it after striking his weapon against the monster. The leader yells to gather the Ocean Clan, directing them to launch a coordinated attack. Amidst the chaos, Harin encourages Dong-chul, giving him support. Just then, Chang-chik arrives on the scene, covered in blood and looking exhausted. He asks Harin if she would really go to dinner with him if he clears the dungeon. Seeing him in such bad shape, Harin quickly heals him, helping him regain his strength. Chang-chik then presents the head of an ogre king as a trophy. Harin looks astonished, asking if he really faced a calamity-class threat all by himself. Realizing that the Ocean Clan still hasn't managed to take down the stinky monster, Dong-chul feels a wave of frustration as he realizes he has been carrying the burden alone. His mother, still worried about her son, expresses her concern, but the doctor kindly reassures her, calming her nerves by saying there is nothing to fear. Then, Chang-chik turns to Harin, urging her to fulfill her promise about the scene while he joins the fray. Confused, Harin wonders aloud when she made that promise, trying to remember the details. The scene returns to the Pantheon, where our hero spends a significant amount of points to apply all the enhancement potions available to him. As his stats increase, so does his morale, and he confidently enters the final hall. Upon entering, he greets his old adversary, Bellark, but the reception is far from warm. Bellark, clearly not in a hospitable mood, summons a lizard dragon to attack our hero. Meanwhile, Daesung steps aside with a smile on his face as he activates blood neutralization, transforming into a semi-demon. The scene changes to a live streamer, Jong-chil, who is currently analyzing the strongest hunter of the week in South Korea in his latest video. According to Jong-chil, the top-ranked is Chang-chik, the youngest son of a prominent chaebol family. He emphasizes that Chang-chik has a deep passion for hunting, which contributes to his impressive ranking. Meanwhile, Daesung feels the effects of his quest, noticing a significant improvement as he regains some of his strength. In second place is Dong-chul, and if one had to sum him up in one word, it would be dad. As the director of the Hope Orphanage, he has declared all those who lost their families due to portal fractures as his children, providing them care and support. In third place is the esteemed lady of the Ocean Clan, Zhongchil talks about the recent crisis involving the B-rank dungeon, noting that these 3 hunters joined forces and successfully cleared the dungeon in just 6 hours. After finishing his live broadcast, Zhongchil spots Daesung online and feels a strange sense of familiarity. He soon learns that the Demon Lord has only cleared 1 team-type dungeon, a piece of information that's hard for him to digest. The scene shifts to the Hunter Association building, where a man named Ja Hik is checking the day's news, his expression showing displeasure at the increasing speed of dungeon clears. After finishing his workday, one of his friends invites him for drinks. Ja Hik declines the invitation, explaining that he has matters to attend to at home, but assures his friend that he'll join them next time. Meanwhile, back in the crypt, our hero delivers a single powerful strike to the lizard dragon, causing blood to splatter over him. He stretches, looking around the room until he sees his mother talking to a nurse. The crimson stains remind him of his past, when he often found himself drenched in blood during battles. He then turns his attention to the final boss, preparing for the confrontation. When the boss launches its first attack, our hero skillfully dodges it, getting ready for the upcoming fight. Valar continues with his relentless attacks, but our hero blocks them effortlessly, as if the exchanges were a walk in the park. Then, Daesung announces it's his turn, charging his sword with a vibrant purple aura. However, just before launching his attack, the boss surprises him with a new ability, catching him off guard. Annoyed, Daesung watches as Valar invokes a Thunder Dragon ability, transforming into a monarch alongside. With a mocking smile, our Demon Lord taunts the creature, disdainfully calling it a lizard trying to be a dragon. In an instant, he counterattacks, destroying Valark with a single powerful blow. Just as Valark falls defeated, a mysterious creature materializes before Daesung, claiming to be a divine celestial being. Tears fill his eyes as he thanks the nurse, who in turn offers him comfort, acknowledging his struggle and empathizing with his situation. The scene transitions back to the land, where a serial killer stands over another heart he has collected. He communicates with Jake, the manager of the door-seeking team, referring to him as his priest. The killer informs Jahich that he has successfully built an altar with the hearts he has gathered. Jahich responds with praise, assuring him that he will contact the Hunter Association immediately to arrange a sacrifice. Curious, the serial killer asks when he should break the altar. Jahich instructs him to wait until he has gathered a substantial amount of valuable sacrifices before acting. The scene shifts back to our hero, where his system goes haywire, alerting him that he has been infiltrated by unknown beings. The status board reveals that the entity is one of the celestial transcendent beings, but the rest of the information remains hidden. Suddenly, the system notifies Daesung that the field implementation has been completed. Recognizing this as the perfect moment, our hero activates the absolute body reinforcement he just received. Seeing this, Daesung realizes how difficult the last 10 years must have been for his mother. The celestial creature then asks if Daesung intends to interfere with its plans, launching an aura ball attack at him, convinced that it's over. To the creature's surprise, our hero emerges unscathed, defying its expectations. In an instant, he counters, attacking the creature with a powerful punch. The creature boasts that it cannot be harmed, but Daesung's hand goes straight through it, leaving the creature momentarily stunned. With a smile on his face, Daesung mocks the celestial creature, asking if it's still so sure. He then unleashes the supreme hell skill, known as Eternal Pain of Hell, a devastating attack that can only be used within this domain. The creature feels overwhelmed by the power of the attack, and as it gets engulfed in flames, it starts to fade into a black hole. In a last desperate attempt, it complains that it will tell its mom about this. The system quickly notifies our hero of the sudden disappearance of the celestial creature, confirming that it has somehow been defeated. Daesung is then instructed to take his place on the throne to complete the mission. His heart fills with emotion, and as he clenches his fists, he silently vows to protect her now that he has finally returned. His Majesty touches the wall, which begins to move and transform into the shape of stairs. As he ascends, the hell monsters offer him their praise, clamoring for him to free them from the bottomless pit so they can take their revenge. Sitting on the throne, Daesung completes the mission. The monsters he defeated during the challenge are summoned as his minions, but he quickly finds their noise overwhelming. With a wave of his hand, he tells them to leave until he calls them again. Meanwhile, back on the surface, an A-rank door has suddenly emerged, causing a great commotion. Questions come from all directions as the association president enters the building, facing the growing pressure from worried hunters and the public alike. The association president addresses the branch manager, asking if this new door resembles the one that turned a city to ashes 5 years ago. The branch manager quickly informs the president about all the details he has gathered regarding the door so far, describing its potential threat and the urgency of the situation. In response, the president issues a decree to mobilize all available hunters and requests assistance from the Global Association to handle the imminent crisis. He heads to the bathroom and shouts, "Pantheon." The scene shifts back to Daesung, who meticulously reviews all his skills and the extent of his implementation thus far. Realizing he still finds them insufficient, he decides to acquire a few more skills. With that goal in mind, he enters the dangerous Spider Valley. Meanwhile, the president of the association has organized a conference with all his superiors. Even those who cannot attend in person are joining through a video call. The branch manager informs the president that all arrangements are made and emphasizes that the purpose of this meeting is to find a solution to the Class A door that recently appeared in Dongguk-dong. In the next scene, a prison van is shown transporting Junjung, who is handcuffed inside. He wonders who could have killed Seoku, pointing out that not even the highest-ranking assassin could have pulled off such a trick. The realization unsettles him, making him fear that something significant is unfolding. At this moment, his thoughts are consumed by worry for Cho Young. Instantly, his soul is drawn to the pantheon. Meanwhile, Cho Young struggles to eat, blaming herself for everything that has happened. The nurse gently urges her to eat at least 1 meal a day if she wants to live. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to transfer her to intravenous fluids. Tears fall down Cho Young's face as she feels helpless and useless, dealing with the weight of her emotions. Back in the conference room, the availability of the hunters is being discussed. Young Seo, the leader of the Fortress class, informs everyone that their ace, Ryu Seo Yong, has not yet returned from his training. Meanwhile, Cho Han-wook, the sub-captain of the Marvel clan, mentions that their captain, Han Woo, is busy developing an aura weapon in Silicon Valley. Then, the branch manager directs his attention to the S-rank trio, who recently conquered a B-rank dungeon, asking about their availability for the upcoming mission. Dong-chul expresses his disinterest, pointing out that he sees no other option. Chang-sik also agrees, citing his obligation to keep his promise to Heron about their date. Upon arrival, he asks if the system can accelerate the implementation process. To this, Heron playfully protests, insisting that she went on a date with him. Chang-sik replies, arguing that it shouldn't be considered a proper date since Dong-chul also joined them, leading to a light exchange among the three. Dong-chul interjects, assuring the manager that he will handle the situation, emphasizing the need for support from all available A-rank hunters. In response, the president instructs the branch manager to organize 100 A-rank hunters, along with 100,000 ether cores. Voices of dissent rise in the room as some express their concerns, arguing that this amount is excessively large, representing an entire year's budget for the Hunters Association. However, the president silences them, stating that all participants will be properly rewarded for their efforts, reinforcing the importance of the mission at hand. Jake, sitting among the gathered officials, wears a smile as he devises a dangerously wicked plan. As the conference concludes, public announcements urge nearby residents to evacuate to the Hunters Association bomb shelter. As dark clouds begin to gather and unleash, the hunters prepare for the impending challenge. Once all arrangements are complete, they gather around the door, murmuring about the sudden appearance of this unexpected door, creating an air of unease and anticipation among them. The system responds affirmatively, allowing him to select the difficulty level for random missions. Many of the A-rank members express that they joined the mission because of the presence of the S-rank trio. Otherwise, they would never have dared to enter the dungeon. Sensing the looming danger, Dong-chul playfully jokes with Chang-sik about whether he still wants to go to that dinner with Heron. With a determined spirit, Dong-chul encourages all the hunters, motivating them to fight together. He offers some advice before guiding everyone into the dungeon. Upon entering, they find themselves in a surprisingly peaceful place. Dong-chul instructs all the hunters to check their communication gear and spread out to cover more ground. The group splits up, including Heron and Chang-sik, making sure they can gather as much information as possible in this unknown territory. All the hunters test their headsets to ensure they are working properly. Meanwhile, Chang-ho repeatedly tries to call his hero. Remembering his status as the Lord of Demons, he boldly sets the difficulty level to hell. Just as Daesung finally answers the call, Chang's frustration spills over as he complains about his current situation. It turns out Chang-ho is busy moving into the new house he just bought. Getting straight to the point, he informs Daesung about the sudden appearance of the new A-rank dungeon, mentioning that all B-rank and above have been summoned to participate. Our hero examines the location, discovering it is quite close to his new residence. He asks his friends about the reason behind the evacuation order issued for just one door. One of his friends explains the incident, involving an A-rank door fracture that occurred 5 years ago. As he travels to his new home, the hero poses a question to his friend about the possibility of being promoted to S-rank if he manages to resolve this issue. Chang-ho feigns surprise, pointing out that all his best friend seems to aspire to is reaching S-rank status. Within the confines of the door, dangerous blood wolf monsters emerge. The hunters, acting as scouts, share their locations with each other, the highest and most challenging level available. Suddenly, they find themselves surrounded by the threatening creatures. It is said that humanity was on a path to destruction. This continued until the ether core, a miraculous resource dropped by defeated monsters in the doors, became the new energy source for humanity. For this reason, it is believed that the amount of ether cores needed to power the aura equipment determines whether a raid is successful or not. Surrounded by threats, Dongchul advises everyone to use their ether cores to enhance the aura equipment. Meanwhile, to keep the furious wolf beasts at bay, Changsik uses his wide-area aggro ability despite his absolute hatred for it. As the white-haired hero gathers the monsters behind him, Dongchul, supported by Heron, prepares to launch an attack. With his deadly ability fully charged, the muscular guy announces to his prey that the one-time ability costs over 1 billion ether cores. Bathed in flashes of lightning, the S-rank hunter unleashes his ultimate ability, lightning, onto the ground. The lightning instantly incinerates all the beasts in a wide area, and then Heron's speed ability activates, overcharging all the hunters. In response, a dark orb materializes before him. With their newfound immoral strength, the hunters prepare to wipe out all the monsters. Meanwhile, the city outside is in ruins. A group of stragglers from Hongma gathers, but one of their scouts warns that the police are approaching, which sends everyone into a panic. As they flee, a curly-haired boy is stopped by a police car. Dazzled by the intense headlights, the group hears a peculiar voice telling them to surrender or face false drug charges. The man pulls out his dagger, ready to fight or die, but to his surprise, a famous hunter steps out of the car. He laughs at how the leaders of the Hongma clan look like trash, which irritates them. Better than ever, Jinchul invites them to join him. Seeing a dead man come back to life, they are left speechless. So, with a smile on his scarred face, Jinchul offers the survivors a new purpose. As it shatters, the vision that emerges leaves him in awe. Meanwhile, back at the gate, the raid seems to have ended. The hunters wonder if, for the first time in history, an A-rank gate has been cleared without casualties. While Heron heals her wounds, Dongchul laughs, saying he could have cleared countless portals if he had his healing abilities. But Hareen sighs and launches into a long, painful complaint about how many expensive ether cores her abilities consume. Listening to her endless talk about logistics, Dongchul's ears begin to bleed from her S-rank scolding ability. And of course, Changshik makes sure not to miss his hourly quota of flirting with her, making things awkward. Nearby, a hunter digs up a rare B-rank ether core from a corpse before the top half of his body is torn apart and disappears. His friends can only watch in awe as they see a majestic white wolf with 4 glowing eyes. Outside, the atmosphere is filled with suspense. News experts express their concern as the Triple S rank team is taking alarmingly long to clear the door. Before him stands nothing less than the absolute ruler of hell, an exact image of Daesung, but at his full strength. A news reporter announces that 10 hours have passed, leading the association to send as many A-rank members as possible. Watching the news, the branch manager is upset because the World Hunter Association's backup hasn't arrived yet. Since no one can enter through the door, they can only gather reserves outside and pray for the Dream Team's success. Meanwhile, inside the door, the hunters initiate the fight with a rain of arrows on the giant beast. Completely unfazed, the beast advances and raises its claw to annihilate the entire squad. But the white-haired swordsman intercepts the attack just in time. He uses a skill, but the beast's tough claws absorb the impact completely. Without giving him a moment to breathe, the beast attacks Changzig once again. The sheer force of the attack makes the S-rank member spit blood. When he tries to finish him off, Dongchul saves him just in time. Daesung summons his sword, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of battle. Heron heals several cuts on Changzig's body, and as always, he acts on his impulse to flirt with her. The cute girl from the Ocean Clan tells him to stop playing around and focus on not wasting his last skill, as he has run out of ether cores. Fully recovered, the White Knight returns to battle to cover Dongchul. With his maximum strength strike, Korea's best hunter takes down the White Colossus in one hit. Everyone starts to wash him off, which annoys Dongchul, who is tired of the guy always stealing his glory. But suddenly, everyone's ears are pierced by a deafening noise. To everyone's dismay, a humanoid wolf appears and curses the hunters for daring to enter his world. Backed by countless white giants behind him, the hunters lose all morale. Changshig is left speechless, but Dongchul instructs everyone to gather quickly. The door fractures, causing panic throughout the association and leaving the secretary and branch manager in shock. Without wasting a moment, the replica lunges forward, launching a fierce attack from above. They assume this indicates that the attack team inside has been massacred. Despite losing all hope, the manager quickly orders his team to deploy the reserve units and urgently call all foreign hunters. Meanwhile, the wolf chief leads his army of giant wolves and declares the start of a massacre. Near the door, Captain Ki-hong gathers the reserve units, reading the strange clan names, feeling disappointed by the appearance of the B-rank rares. But finally, he mentions the Dai-sun clan. Upon seeing our hero, the captain instantly recognizes him as the A rank that the president has been looking for. When the captain starts reading the instructions, Dai-sun pouts, disappointed that his friend didn't show up or call, before realizing he was the one who didn't respond. Suddenly, a loud sound marking the breaking of the door echoes throughout the city. This worries everyone, but the Demon King smiles with excitement. Inside the door, the bodies of the assault team lie among the dead wolf beasts. The weakened Daesung barely manages to block the blow. Despite the full resistance of the top-tier hunters, the sheer force of the colossi overwhelms them. Don Chul does his best to save a hunter, shouting at him to take it seriously if he doesn't want to become dog food. Meanwhile, Korea's #1 hunter takes down the beasts one by one. Exhausted, he wonders how much longer Don Chul and the others can hold out. The scene flashes back to the past, when Don Chul received an S-rank protective artifact. The branch manager shares that it is an invaluable gift from the president, made with an S-rank ether core. While Don Chul worries about its cost, he is assured that the president considers it essential for the safety of his children, the hunters. Then the manager makes him promise to bring them back alive. Pausing for a moment, the man jokes that the president should stop having kids and promises to protect the whole team. Returning to the raid team inside the door, he pulls out the artifact, after confirming everyone is gathered. Tension. When he places it on the ground, a giant barrier forms around the team, bouncing off all the wolf beasts that charge at it. However, while Don Chul boasts about the cutting-edge German technology, the wolf chief leaps into the air and strikes his axe against the barrier. Seeing it wobble like jelly, the hunters panic, fearing it might break. Our S-rank tough guy mocks the wolf chief for his futile attempt. When a worried hunter asks what their next move is, he wipes his nose and simply says they'll try the classic wait and see. The spiky-haired S-rank boasts that perseverance always works, even making Cheng-Chik and Haran unwilling witnesses to his claims. As the hunters feel lost, a suspicious hooded figure activates his artifact. Suddenly, a portal fracture appears out of nowhere. The fracture catches the attention of the wolf chief. The supernatural phenomenon leaves all the hunters in shock. The replica keeps up the offensive, attacking from all angles, looking for a weakness in Daesung's defenses. Looking through the portal into the human world, the king of the White Wolves smiles ominously, declaring that this time the monster invasion team will hunt humanity. As this happens, the giant wolves invade the land, tearing apart the weak infantry. True chaos erupts when the wolf chief lands in the center of the city. With a swing of his axe, the raw power of his shockwave crushes all the soldiers holding the front line. Trying to assess the situation, the approaching drones are destroyed by the Wolf King's howling skill. This cuts off the visual feed to the association, infuriating the branch manager, who, not knowing what to do, confirms the monster's next target and orders his team to send the reserve unit. Meanwhile, a well-known blogger flies his drone and begins his live broadcast from a rooftop near the gate. John Chul speaks dramatically in his broadcast, trying to capitalize on the mysterious disaster. Although the coward is far from danger, he boasts of his bravery and dedication to his viewers. However, a giant drooling wolf quickly shatters his supposed bravery. Overwhelmed by the immense power of his double, he realizes that the longer this fight drags on, the more it harms him. Seeing a mutilated hand fall from its mouth, the blogger boy falls on his butt. The colossus lunges at him, making him cry like a little girl. That is until our hero arrives to save the day and decapitates the white wolf. The blogger boy turns to look at Dyson, who is dressed in epic gear from head to toe. My boy ignores him and goes straight for the big wolf chief. Surrounded by a pack of giant wolves, my boy challenges the Wolf King, calling out the pack of stray wolf dogs that are messing up his home. Enraged, the proud Wolf King lunges at our protagonist. However, his destructive axe attack is easily blocked by the ruler of hell. Meanwhile, in a shelter near the door breach, terrified civilians trying to get in open a live broadcast on their phones. Interestingly, even though the association lost its drones, our young blogger manages to monopolize the coverage of the disaster with his live stream. Suddenly, the replica finds an opening and lunges its hand at Daesung, sending him flying across the sand. After reaching 1 million views, the greedy boy continues broadcasting without a care for his life. In the control room, the assistant opens the live stream on her cell phone and shows it to the manager, leaving everyone stunned to see our A-rank hunter facing off alone against the threat that overwhelmed 3 S-rank hunters. Returning to our hero at the center of it all, he casually watches the dogs gather like Power Rangers. Suddenly, the big white dogs charge at him all at once, but at that moment, Daesung is furious and unleashes flames from his hellish sword, roasting the wolves from skin to bone. The irritated Wolf King extinguishes the fire with a swing of his axe. Finally, honoring his title, the king withdraws his army and declares that he will fight our hero one-on-one. Impressed by the monster's audacity, the ruler of hell tells him he must first face his hellish beasts. As he drives his sword into the ground, an immense energy begins to radiate from Daesung. The Wolf King and the blogger boy are stunned when a giant dragon materializes in the sky. But that's not all. Hearing the call of his master, more infernal beasts begin to appear, frightening the branch manager and the reserve team under Captain Ki Hong. Breathing heavily, Daesung murmurs that the replica feels more like the real deal at this moment. Watching my friend backed by his epic summons, the wolves can only growl in fear. Using the Wolf King's own words against him, our Demon King orders his minions to destroy the others while he faces the big boss himself. Seeing the giant dragon descend, Captain Ki Hong and his unit approach Daesung's summon. As they watch the dragon tear the wolves apart with its claws, Ki Hong wonders if the majestic white beast is friend or foe. The other two summons chase the previously terrifying wolves as if they were little puppies, effortlessly hunting them down. Meanwhile, in the shelter, civilians watching the live stream of the vlogger boy are bewildered to witness monsters killing other monsters. In a moment of pure confusion, the branch manager calls Chang Ho as a representative of the Daesung Guild. Without wasting time breaking the ice, he directly asks Daesung's friend to share details about the legend itself. Meanwhile, the legend in question continues to mock the Wolf King for fun. He approaches threateningly, causing the proud monster to launch a powerful strike at him. However, with a smile forming on his lips, he seems to have a trick up his sleeve, ready to turn the tide. But my friend easily blocks it and, with a terrifying smile, unleashes a flurry of his own attacks, overwhelming the proud dog. Impressed by his skills, our hero chooses the A-rank boss, who looked like a barking dog but didn't bite. However, the proud monster boss suddenly starts to gymnastic to free himself from the Demon King. When the ruler of hell invites the Wolf King to make his next move, the dog curls its tail and starts running at full speed. Our boy is left speechless, but it seems the Wolf King has understood that his immense power comes from the pandemonium. However, the Demon Lord doesn't let it end there. Upon catching up, he asks the dog why it runs on 2 legs. He kicks it like a bully, forcing the proud king to fall like a puppy learning to walk. As if the humiliation wasn't enough, he makes sure to prevent its escape. He orders his dragon to grab the dog, making the puppy look on with its jaw dropped, as the immense claws brush it along the ground, giving it a good shave. He activates his ability, blood neutralization, becoming immune to his double's attacks. Standing over the burned white puppy on the road, my companion gruesomely opens it up to extract a core. Meanwhile, the 3 S-rank monsters also emerge from the portal fracture. Don Chul expresses his frustration at not finding reinforcements. Haran does everything possible to save those who are still alive, urging Korea's 2 best hunters to work together against the wolf boss. Don Chul leaves, leaving Haran alone. Suddenly, she feels demonic energy, and a small scream escapes her lips, moments before a wolf leaps at her. But of course, no one would let the cute one from the Ocean Clan die. The severed head of the giant dog bounces, cleanly cut by our knight in shining armor. Baek Haran stares in amazement, but my guy, without even recognizing her, asks if she's a hunter or not. Stunned to see the monster that Korea's #1 had trouble defeating, taken down in one blow, she is impressed. Even when cut by the sword, he feels nothing and quickly shifts the momentum of the battle, slamming the replica's face into the ground. Speaking of the devil, Chang Chiek lunges at the man who is stealing the heart of his love. Of course, Daesung skillfully evades him. Both Haran and Don Chul call the top hunter out for his strange antics. However, the white-haired swordsman feels confused. Surprised to see a seemingly random guy easily dodge his sword, he says he mistook our guy for a monster. Hearing this, everyone takes a moment to reflect on his words. Chang-Chi clarifies that of all the monster auras he's encountered, Daesung possesses the strongest. His detection skills impress our demon lord. Upon recognizing each other, the two introduce themselves. With that, the disaster ends, and the scene shifts to an S-rank meeting with the association president. However, this advantage is short-lived. Don Chul smiles, feeling happy that the president's expensive artifact saves many lives. However, Chang Chik points out that they should focus more on the portal fracture. Still, Haran can't stop thinking about our demon king who abruptly woke up and transformed from a coma into a top G. Cho Han-wul, the masked S-ranker, remains silent, so the president presents his main purpose, whether to promote Daesung to rank or not. Of course, no one objects to it, and Haran even jokes that the others can take more vacations if the president uses it instead. Chang Chik acknowledges his power, adding that he accomplishes the unthinkable feat of clearing an A-rank gate solo. But the masked S-ranker finally speaks, commenting that he is already well above S-rank. Meanwhile, on his recently viral channel, the kid blogger interviews the old bald man, pretending to have a close relationship with our guy. Instead, in the main office of the Daesung clan, Chang Ho is amazed to see his friend's name trending in all the web videos. With that, the man of the moment enters his office. To his astonishment, the replica is not so easily defeated. Chang Ho greets him enthusiastically, like a true sycophant, making our guy wonder if his friend is on drugs. Getting straight to the point, Daesung asks his best friend the reason for the call. His friend reveals that they are going to get their new license. Journalists from all over the world gather outside the Hunters Association building, eagerly awaiting the arrival of our hero. Then, the man of the moment arrives with his best friend by his side. The girls in the crowd sigh for our hero, and Chang Ho suggests he raise a hand for his fans. As soon as he raises his hand, the ladies start screaming, begging him to marry them, leaving them speechless. Inside the president's office, the stylish man expresses his gratitude for Daesung's services. Chang Ho laughs, mentioning they are just doing their duty. With that, the president instructs his secretary to bring out the new shiny S-rank license. It also has the same ability, They stare in awe at the object that most people never get to see. Therefore, the president congratulates our hero and offers him a demand he will fulfill without fail. Intrigued, our demon lord has a brilliant idea to become a billionaire sitting at home, confirming that anything goes. He smiles mischievously and requests unlimited access to all doors. This does not sit well with the clans, who are furious over his monopolization of all the doors. The president remembers Hanul's advice, pointing out that they cannot refuse the conditions of the most valuable hunter. Our man humbly demands the right for his summons alone to face the doors. The elegant old man is surprised to hear that a single summon can clear a door. The scene shifts to a gothic girl, Ryu Seiyo, Yeon, browsing on her computer. Seeing our protagonist all over the internet, the infernal witch of the Fortress clan falls in love with him, thinking she has found the one who can heal her. She surprises her father by leaving her room for the first time in 6 months. The battle continues with renewed intensity, and soon, Daesung finds himself stabbed by the sword. Seo Yeon embarks on the quest to find her hero. Meanwhile, multiple clan representatives group against the manager of their branch like frustrated single mothers in a supermarket. They complain that Daesung leaves no doors for the smaller clans, stealing their livelihoods. They emphasize that it is absolutely unfair. Watching this unfold, the manager, despite expecting it, innocently asks what he can do for them. A solution arises to limit Daesung's attacks on high-ranked doors and join them on A-ranked doors. On the other hand, unaware of how many enemies he has made, our boy is busy losing games. Chang-ho calls him repeatedly, and finally, he answers. His best friend scolds him for not answering his calls, and our demon lord explains his extremely valuable occupation, playing. But like a mother, Chang-ho instantly calls him, forcing him to come to the clan building. The pain is a clear reminder of what is at stake. Now, in the clan office, his best friend tells our player about the complaints to adjust his door monopoly. Chang-ho explains that the smaller guilds are going bankrupt because of Daesung's summons that steal their jobs, so the Daesung clan can only take on B-rank doors. The association also imposes a restriction on tackling A-rank doors, unless they ally with another clan. Satisfied with the fortune he's made, Daesung simply tells his friend to only go for A-rank doors. Chang-ho humbly boasts that with only 2 members to split, he's also loaded, and even bought the clan's building with his share. With a mischievous smile, our Demon King tells his friend to only go for the doors that earn the most for maximum profit, impressing Chang-ho with his business-minded thinking. Changing the subject, he asks Chang-ho if his gear has sold, but his best friend explains that it's hard to sell gear that can't use ether cores. Our guy, hoping to sell it and buy a property for his family, wonders if it's possible to sell it somehow. Chang-ho tells him about Park Dong-hyuk, a legendary aura engineer. He adds that the man is an acquaintance of the clan's sole leader. Meanwhile, a cleaning lady approaches the bathroom, ready to open the door after not receiving a response from inside. But unfortunately, Junjong is in prison, so that option is off the table. However, they remember another person who could take them to Dong-hyuk. The scene shifts to the Heart clan, using impressive teamwork to clear a C-rank door, now that our hero isn't sweeping them all. But just as they are about to leave, the leader sees some silhouettes approaching. It's none other than Trickster number 14, who looks disdainfully at the clan members. Grinning villainously, he orders his zombie squad to crush the hunters. Disturbed, the Heart clan members wonder if the attackers are human or not. Sensing intense danger, the leader shouts for everyone to get ready for a fight to the death. However, moments later, their lifeless bodies lie scattered on the ground. Jinchul extracts the aura from the leader and steals his appearance. Just as she is about to grab the doorknob, she is urgently summoned to the 3rd floor. The scene shifts to the Demon Lord's new mansion, where his family is absorbed in a news broadcast. They learn that 12 people have been kidnapped, prompting his sister to joke about whether aliens are responsible for the abduction. Exhibiting the traits of a typically anxious mother, Daesung's mom expresses concern for her daughter's safety, advising her not to leave the apartment for a while. She then turns to her son, asking if he's hungry. The Demon Lord, with a big appetite, requests that they bring him plenty of meat. The scene changes to an altar, where hearts are being roasted as if they were in an oven. The serial killer initiates a ritual with his minions. Jinchul steps forward, receiving a blessing from the killer. The resurrected Trickster, number 14, seeks nothing but revenge against the hero, firmly believing that his new powers will help him achieve this goal. Then, the scene shifts to a boy playing with a soccer ball. Back in the Pantheon, Daesung feels cornered. Suddenly, a large hole opens in the ocean, piquing his curiosity. His parents rush in, preventing him from getting close to the dangerous opening. A crowd gathers, engaged in heated discussions about the unexpected appearance of a door in such a peculiar place. The office lady receives the news and quickly informs the branch manager. The manager becomes anxious, recognizing that it's the most challenging type of A-rank maritime door they have encountered to date. He asks if the employee has sent requests to each clan for their cooperation. She informs him that the top 5 clans have submitted bids, pointing out the unusual detail that all bids include the same conditions. To clarify the situation, It is revealed that Dong Chul had recently visited the Daizun building to meet with its director, Chan Ho. Dong Chul presents a proposal, suggesting a joint assault on the door. Suddenly, Chan Shik enters and joins the discussion. The weight of possible defeat presses on him, and he realizes that if he loses now, all his hard work will have been in vain. Chan Ho looks puzzled to see all these ranks arriving at his building unexpectedly. Noticing Dong Chul, Chan Shik initiates a confrontation, reminding him that he had previously mentioned wanting to take a break from raids to spend time with the kids. Chan Shik presents the same proposal to Chan Ho that Dong Chul made, expressing his desire to attack the water door together. He even offers to cover all expenses related to information and other essential needs. Meanwhile, the Ocean Clan seems to share a similar mindset. In their meeting room, their leader, Harin, persuades their team that he wants to help Daizun, feeling indebted to her for saving his life. His team responds enthusiastically to this agreement, showing no objections at all. Meanwhile, similar discussions are unfolding at the Marvel Clan headquarters. The sub-captain gets involved in a heated discussion with the captain about his decision to join forces with others to attack the door. The captain, Johan Ul, responds that he wants to meet with Daizun, seeking to learn more about her abilities, which seem to surpass even the rank A. Desperation fuels his thoughts as he searches for a way to turn the tide, even if it requires a stroke of luck. Back with the hero, he is busy assigning guard duties to his minion shadows. He designates the 2 main minions to protect his family in his absence. The minions express their excitement, vowing their lives to carry out this order without fail. When the demon lord emerges from the pantheon, the infernal witch Ryusian Jian notices him and wonders if this portal is the source of his inexplicable strength. She introduces herself as the pillar of the Fortress clan. However, Daizun refers to her as Little Strength and demands to know what she wants. She approaches the hero, staring intently at his face, and asks for his help. As she gets closer, he instinctively pushes her away, only to discover she transforms into a black magic doll. The heroine wonders if she has skills similar to a ninja to achieve such a transformation, but suddenly detects a demonic aura emanating from the doll, leading her to question if there's a connection between them. In the next scene, the clans gather along the coast, preparing for the impending operation. He quickly accesses his inventory and pulls out a nutritional tonic, one of the rewards he received for completing missions. They see a flying dragon approaching them. As it gets closer, Daizun descends from the dragon, landing gracefully before the gathered clans. While everyone marvels at the idea of riding a dragon, the hero feels irritated by the quality of the ride. See the same ninja girl from before, cursing at everyone and biting her finger in frustration. He approaches her, asking if she is also from Hell. The Hell Witch, not knowing what he means, simply nods at what he says. Surprisingly, she feels a sense of positivity in his presence and finds herself able to ignore the surrounding noise when he is near. She then asks him to stay with her at the entrance. Before the Hell Witch can get a response, her longtime rival, Lady Harin, arrives on the scene. The animosity between them is evident by the expression on the Hell Witch's face. This brew has the remarkable ability to restore 20% of his stamina. They begin to confront each other, but their fight is abruptly stopped when the hero launches an almost invisible wave attack to intervene. Confrontation resolved. It's time to proceed toward the door. The Hell Witch, reluctant to leave the Demon Lord's side, insists on accompanying him on his boat, which he finds quite annoying. The atmosphere becomes tense, as the serial killer has just joined the fray, likely intending to interfere with the hero's plans, perhaps even aiming at his brain. As the boats pass through the door, the atmosphere thickens further, and dark clouds cover the sky. Lady Heron activates her detection ability, which is recognized among people for its effectiveness. She senses the arrival of monsters and quickly prepares everyone for an attack. However, instead of finding horrible creatures, the hunters come face to face with adorable little spirits, so charming that no one perceives them as a potential threat. Suddenly, they are hit by a massive wave of water, and a colossal monster, Queen Jiger, emerges from beneath the ocean's surface. The mere sight of the terrifying creature sends most of the hunters into a panic. Realizing that 5 bottles would fully replenish him to 100%, he feels a spark of hope ignite within him. The monster unleashes countless tentacles, taking control of the white spirits and using them to draw the hunters toward it. Fortunately for them, the hero pulls out his dagger and intervenes, saving them from certain doom. All he wants is to get home quickly, and the fastest way to do that is by defeating the boss monster. Suddenly, the creature dives back into the depths and disappears from sight. Daizung, albeit reluctantly, heads to the Hell Witch, seeking her help in exchange for solving his own dilemma. He assigns her the task of capturing the monster and bringing it out of hiding. She quickly accepts his request and sets off to fulfill her task. Meanwhile, the hero calls the leader of the Ocean Clan, asking her to take care of the flying monsters. Harin, initially confused by his words, soon looks up and sees a swarm of insects descending upon them from the sky. While everyone battles the monsters, Jinchul is working on an evil plan. In the heat of battle, he decides to take the risk and drinks 1 bottle. He activates his stealth technique, hiding while declaring that his mission is to hunt the hunters. The Hell Witch, having made her preparations, dives into the ocean, ready to prove herself. The scene shifts to a cafe where Cho Young has been invited by Chang-ho. Upon arrival, he finds her already there, waiting with anticipation. Do they exchange formal introductions, setting a polite atmosphere? Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the confrontation where the Hell Witch uses her aroma ability to lure the monster back to the surface. Daesung sprouts wings from his back and draws his sword, rushing toward the beast. His system alerts him that his Flame King's breath ability has been modified, allowing the flame cloud to rush forth. Without hesitation, he activates the ability, launching a huge fireball directly into the monster's mouth. The monster quickly closes its mouth, wondering if it has caught something. Feeling the rejuvenating effects flow through his body, within seconds, blisters appear all over its body, culminating in a massive explosion. The Hell Witch, witnessing the spectacle, realizes that the hero exceeds her expectations. She shouts at him to fulfill his part of the promise and fix it. Our hero responds by asking her to wait a bit longer, as there are still some monsters left to face. Meanwhile, Hareen remains busy, defending herself against the attacks from the sky monsters. She uses her aura ability to boost the morale and strength of her team. At the same time, Jinchul's team is preparing their nefarious plan. Jinchul boards Heron's ship, deciding to eliminate the celebrity first before seeking his revenge against the hero. As Jinchul approaches Lady Heron, he feels a looming presence coming near the ship. His anxiety increases as he realizes it's Dai Sunday. Interrupted by his false double, our hero does not hesitate and throws his fist bravely, unconcerned about his low health. Irritated, the hero heads toward Lady Heron's ship, asking her about the status of her progress. Lady Heron replies that she is doing everything she can to handle the situation. As Dai-sun approaches her, Resurrected Trickster number 14 seizes the perfect opportunity to attack, intending to kill him and finally get his revenge. Just as Resurrected Trickster number 14 thinks this, the hero Sahu's eyes activate, a skill that detects all hostile targets within a 1-kilometer radius. He switches to Blazing Flame mode, launching a fireball that targets not only the monsters but also Jinchul's team. Chaos erupts among the Ocean Clan as they find their comrades suddenly attacked. Harin demands an explanation from the hero, but before he can respond, Jinchul materializes before them. The attack has neutralized his stealth ability, and he boils with rage against the hero for the interruption. Nearby hunters look at Jinchul, questioning his identity. With his double scent flying by a single blow, our hero's confidence quickly restores. Dai-sun asks him if he's a sea monster that somehow survived that day, but all the Resurrected Trickster seeks is revenge. He injects himself with a drug that envelops him in a dark aura. With a guttural cough, he spits out a black substance before plunging into the sea. Nearby hunters quickly identify Jinchul as a member of the Hongma clan, but are puzzled by the fact that he was believed to have died at the trial site. Suddenly, a black fog envelops their ship, obscuring the hunter's vision. Tentacles emitting an evil aura rise from the water, piercing some of the hunters. When a tentacle reaches Lady Heron, breaking through her barrier, the hero reacts quickly, catching it with his bare hand and saving her from harm. With his bare hand, the hero twists the tentacle, forcing the monster out of the sea with a howl of pain. Jinchul emerges as an S-class monster, Jiger King, exuding confidence that he will finally achieve his revenge. Channeling all his strength, Jinchul launches a powerful attack aimed directly at the hero, eager to witness his downfall. Without losing a moment, he pulls out 2 more tonics and drinks both bottles. The scene shifts back to the cafe, where Chang-ho assures Cho Jung that they are ready to exhaust their last resources to save their director in exchange for her help. Eager to save her director, Cho Jung asks about the help they need from her. Straight to the point, Chang-ho asks if she can help them contact Dr. Park Dong-hyuk. Cho Jung replies that the doctor's whereabouts are highly confidential and suggests that he should discuss it directly with her director. Meanwhile, the monster has managed to take down all the hunters into the water. Jung contemplates using his special ability, but hesitates, knowing it could endanger everyone around him. Reluctantly, he allows Jinchul, now transformed into the Jiger King, to catch him with his tentacles. Jinchul launches a fierce attack aimed at the hero, determined to kill him this time. The Ocean Clan members are petrified, but suddenly they see the hero flying above them, ready to face the imminent danger. Surprised, Heron asks the hero how he achieved such a feat. His double, however, does not take this lightly and almost catches him with a fierce roundhouse kick. But Daesung warns her to stay away from his attacks if she wants to survive. Soaring through the air, the hero activates his Extreme Fury ability, creating a zone of blazing fire. In an instant, Jinchul is shattered, swearing he will wait for the hero in hell. The crowd erupts with excitement and disbelief at the hero's unexpected victory. Suddenly, Daesung receives a notification about the existence of ghosts and gains new abilities, stealth and transformation, along with the ability to use Aether's aura. When the door clears, the old bald man arrives with his clan of porters, humorously named the Rice Cake. This time, he is not alone. The live streamer has also joined them and, to everyone's surprise, now has 1 million subscribers. He shares his first experience as a porter at the Watergate, introducing the bald man to his viewers. A viewer, genuinely impressed with his videos, sends a donation of 100,000, increasing the excitement in the chat. Skillfully avoiding the attack, he takes a third tonic. The scene now shifts to the training center of the Fortress clan, where the Hell Witch has dragged the Demon Lord to help her eliminate some ghosts. In a playful act of annoyance, he taps her on the forehead, which only serves to irritate her more. Michiko explains that there are no ghosts present, just a magical seal that she has temporarily suppressed. Curious, he asks how and where she acquired such a magical seal. The Hell Witch smiles proudly, as she admits that she entered a awakening portal. She asks him to keep it a secret and explains that sometimes an awakening portal materializes within a monster gate. Driven by her desire to awaken, she explains that she took the dangerous risk of entering a portal she found, fully aware of the dangers involved. Lusun wonders if Hell has similar portals. Suddenly, he receives an emergency alert from the Pantheon, indicating that a celestial being has invaded the Ghost King's territory, forcing him to respond immediately. He informs the Hell Witch that their deal has been addressed and prepares to leave. They are given no chance to pause as they exchange blows at a speed too fast for the eye. Meanwhile, in a prison cell, a visitor arrives to see Captain Junjun. When the door opens, Chojun stands before him, ready to discuss important matters. Chojun's presence brings a sense of peace to Captain Junjun, who feels relieved to see her in good health. She asks about Dr. Park and his whereabouts. The captain provides her with the details, suggesting he might have a method to restore her damaged aura. However, he warns her to be careful with him, as he may be connected to Hongma. Back in the graveyard, when the Demon Lord enters, he receives a notification indicating that his servant has joined him. Curious about who it could be, he turns around and finds the Hell Witch standing behind him. Surprised, he asks her how she managed to get in. Chojun eagerly expresses his desire for him to be her master and train her in magic. Meanwhile, our protagonist has managed to take a tonic. The Demon Lord checks the girl's status panel, feeling irritation rising within him, as she could become an obstacle to his plans. It turns out that whoever placed the magic seal on the girl had registered her as a servant, and by nullifying that seal, the Demon Lord has now made her his servant. Although initially reluctant, he sees no other way, and decides to take her with him to the Ghost King's territory. When the teleportation takes effect, he finds himself chained to a wall. The Hell Witch looks around, amazed by the equipment spread across the table. Daesung calls her, asking for help to free him, explaining that his power is sealed within the chains, making him unable to escape. She replies that she will try, and to her surprise, she quickly frees him from the chains. Curious, the Demon Lord asks how she did it. She proudly reveals a key she forged using her magic, demonstrating her skill as if it were an easy task. Our hero looks out the window and points to a monster, identifying it to his servant as the chief jailer known as the Spectre Collector. The Hell Witch requests permission to handle the monster on her own. However, to his frustration, even after recovering significantly, he still can't defeat his doppelganger, who wastes no time trapping him in a chokehold. The scene shifts to a garage, where Chojung arrives in a car and invites Chang Ho to join her, offering to take him to Dr. Park's lab. Meanwhile, Dr. Park is absorbed in reading the headlines when he comes across news about his assistant, Jin Chul. However, he remains unfazed, knowing he has cultivated more than enough samples to share. His laptop emits an alert sound, notifying him of Cho Young's entry into the building, and he feels a sense of satisfaction at her arrival. It's clear that he had been anticipating her visit, even referring to her as his test subject. Returning to our duo in the Ghost King's domain, the Hell Witch unleashes a flurry of debuffs, completely disabling the Guardian. As he falls to his knees, our Demon King quickly ends his life. With his first mission completed, Daesung receives a skill point intended for Cho Jung. The goth girl boasts about how her skills have improved in Hell. Not paying attention, our guy tells her to keep her wrists ready, as the danger will only increase. A malicious smile spreads across his face as his sword lunges towards our Demon King. Surprised that her master already knows all her skills, she follows him, hopping behind him carefree. They soon arrive at the Maze of Tombs and receive another mission. Standing before the exhausting labyrinth, the ruler of Hell claims to have the layout memorized, but as a precaution, he asks Cho Young for one of her dolls. When she asks what he wants it for, he tells her he'll call her once he's on the other side. Unaware that he's fully prepared to sacrifice her too, she teases him for being such a considerate guy. Ignoring her annoying comments once again, my friend gets ready to conquer the labyrinth. He moves forward, passing through the wall, triggering the traps and the life-draining effect. Aging faster than expected, our Demon King presses on regardless, slipping under a prison guard's attack like a seasoned pro. Spotting the exit, he runs toward the final stretch. Unaware of the ambush, he's attacked by another prison guard, forcing him to counterattack, which drains even more of his life. As a last resort, our friend executes a 180-degree plan to completely change the situation. Strength. Frozen in place, he watches as thorny vines are launched toward him. Determined not to die, our hero seemingly disappears. Meanwhile on land, Cho Young and Chang Ho park outside the doctor's lab, Dong Hyuk. Chang Ho is surprised at how hard it is to find the lab. Cho Jung shares that she visited it once in the past. Then the two find a huge elevator at the entrance. Suddenly, the shutter opens, revealing the doctor's creepy assistant, Nam Jae-woo, who greets them. Back in hell, our gothic witch, busy playing with magic, suddenly hears her master's voice calling her. After hearing for what seems like the millionth time that she needs to teleport, she confirms her mission and teleports. The doppelganger's abs are pierced by the original sword, leaving him bewildered as his own weapon disappears into Daesung's inventory. She appears in front of a monster ready to attack, but Daesung quickly tells her to relax and reveals that it's him transformed. Despite her unease, he keeps unlocking the stairs that lead underground to the Ghost King's hall. Our demon lord finally receives the mission to defeat the big boss himself. The two silently enter the boss's room, but upon seeing the already transformed monster, he panics, realizing they might be a bit late. It turns out that celestial corruption has transformed the Ghost King, so our transformed hero explains a complicated reason why his current body can't kill the boss. Instead, he looks at the abilities of the Hell Witch and, without hesitation, powers up her instant death suicide attack. She watches in awe as a panel shows her ultimate success rate increasing, even though the death penalty is highlighted in bold. Like a child receiving a birthday gift, the Hell Witch is delighted. Without any concern for her safety, my friend instructs her to use it on the Ghost King. Hearing our boy encourage her with confidence, Seo Yeon, completely unconcerned about the risk of dying, happily agrees and prepares a voodoo doll. With a mischievous grin, our protagonist laughs at his previously overconfident doppelganger. The cruel Demon King watches closely, shamelessly waiting for her to complete his mission. Moments after she takes the doll's life, the Ghost King crashes to the ground with a loud thud. Daesung feels a wave of emotion, until he notices Seo Yeon unconscious behind him. Still, having fulfilled his role, our hero steps in to finish off the weakened boss himself. Strengthening himself with blood neutralization, he predicts the boss's next move and charges confidently to end his former subordinate's life. But when their swords clash, his weapon goes flying. To his dismay, his chest is pierced and his soul is absorbed into the sword of sin. With that, the Ghost King claims victory, mocking his seemingly dead opponent. Meanwhile, on the ground, Cho Young apologizes to the doctor's assistant for bringing an uninvited guest. Surprised, the creepy scientist innocently asks who it is. Watching him collapse to his knees, he savors the last-second victory that his gamble secured. Arriving at full speed in his amazing sports car, the man in question makes his epic entrance. Cho Jung introduces Korea's Hunter No. 5 and leader of the Marvel clan. Cho Han-jul humbly expresses his desire to collaborate with Dr. Dong Hyuk, as they both share experience in aura engineering. Although Jae-woo curses the man internally for interrupting his plans, he maintains his composure and introduces himself to the S-rank masked man. However, Han-jul wildly ignores him and greets Chang Ho and Cho Jung instead. Without wasting time, the lady from the Seoul clan instructs the creepy assistant to take them directly to the doctor. Believing Cho Young brought Han-jul as a bodyguard, Jae-woo's desire to experiment on him only intensifies. Taking them to a room in the laboratory, he instructs them to wait and leaves. Feeling something strange, Chang Ho comments that the place doesn't feel like a typical lab. As a precaution, the Marvel clan leader advises his group to use aura protectors. Upon completing the hellish difficulty mission, a bright blue window proclaims that the user has reached a 100% implementation rate and that his body is now restored to peak condition. Cho Jung explains that Jun Hyung had suggested bringing Han-jul for added security, reminding Chang Ho that he could have also asked the masked aura engineer for help. Suddenly, gas starts to leak into the room. Han-jul's alarms immediately go off, recognizing it as a trap. He slams his shoulder against the closed doors, bursting them open with sheer force. The three rush out, only to find themselves faced with an army of mutant orcs. Without hesitation, Han-jul materializes a violet sword and a glowing aura whip, cutting through the approaching horde with ease. Worried, Chang Ho and Cho Jung ask why there are monsters roaming freely, but the clan leader acknowledges the sinister nature of the trap. Watching from a screen, the creepy assistant smiles with satisfaction, excited to test his enhanced experiments on the now gas-marked hunters. Meanwhile, the ruler of hell resides within the Sword of Sins. As new souls enter, the specters rush to devour them, unaware that our boy has regained his original body. As a bonus, he even gains the ability to use the hell system on Earth. With a face more terrifying than the monsters, he declares that they will be the ones devoured. Outside, the Ghost King approaches his unconscious slave. Just as he raises his sword to attack her, the sword takes control of him. He watches in confusion as the weapon begins to wobble, before suddenly turning against him, thrusting toward the Ghost King just like it had seemingly defeated Dai Sunday. Receiving a dose of his own medicine, the Ghost King is banished to his own sword, marking the end of this twist-filled mission. Dai soon scratches his head, irritated at having to fix every little problem in hell. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, revealing his latest opponent. Looking directly into his eyes, the strange celestial being possessing the Ghost King asks who he is. Displeased, our Demon King mocks the creature for daring to ask questions after invading his domain. Realizing he is in front of the ruler of hell, the light creature launches its attack. Suddenly, his hospital clothes rip apart. Dodging the attack effortlessly, our Demon King slices off the celestial being's arm. Watching the torture unfold, the demons anxiously plead with their ruler to impose punishment in their name. Hearing him speak with the demons, the celestial being, astonished, cannot comprehend how someone other than the Supreme of Heaven can communicate with the exiled race. Intrigued by the mention of the Supreme of Heaven, our hero's interest is piqued. However, their conversation is abruptly cut off as chains suddenly bind the divine creature, which begins to plead for forgiveness for its failure. But the heavenly apostles, cold and indifferent, show no mercy. The strange soap opera confuses my friend, who wonders why the singing apostles are executing their own, but they ignore him. Enraged, he flies and cuts down all three in one strike. So the creature watches in horror as someone kills the apostles so easily, but moments later cries out in pain as blood pours from its wound. Set apart, the sight of his battle-scarred body unleashes an avalanche of memories, reminding our Demon King of all the suffering that brought him to this point. The system announces the completion of the mission. After shedding tears for being abandoned by the Supreme, the celestial being withers before Daizung's eyes, finally transforming into a baby. Stunned, our boy silently watches as the baby turns into an egg. Not knowing what to do next, he picks up the egg, contemplating and breaking it. Just then, a panel appears revealing that the egg will hatch into a demonic beast worthy of serving our Demon King. Intrigued, he immediately begins the incubation process. The egg is wrapped in flames and a countdown of 1 hour appears. Meanwhile, back in the lab on Earth, Cha wonders why Zhongwu would commit such atrocious acts. Not getting an answer, Cho Yung claims that Zhongwu has taken over the lab for his inhumane experiments, and probably holds Dr. Donghyuk hostage, giving him a sense of déjà vu. Just as they begin to piece things together, one of the test subjects sees them. Looking at the grotesque monstrosity, the other two are horrified. Hanul quickly realizes that it is the result of a human-monster fusion experiment. The creature, with its twisted human head drooling, murmurs about wanting Cho Young's head instead of the monstrous one. Seizing the opportunity, Cho Young shoots the abomination to distract it, giving the clan leader the perfect chance. With a quick and powerful attack, he blows off the monstrous head. This infuriates the orc guy. When Hanul tries to attack him again, he strikes him with his huge mace, slamming the masked hunter against a wall. Seeing Cho Yung shoot at him, the orc guy drools at the idea of having his head on his body again. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Seo Hyun anxiously watches Daesung's egg until it finally breaks, revealing a fairy-like creature. However, when he orders the system to return him to Earth, a panel appears asking if he wants to read unread messages. The little being floats up and asks who its master is. However, Daesung doesn't waste time and instead asks for information about its species, the celestial beings. To his frustration, the floating pet claims to have no memory of the heavens. Annoyed by how useless his prize seems, our Demon King begins to reach for his sword, but Seo Hyun, who has always wanted a pet, pleads with him not to kill it. She silently urges the little creature to prove its worth if it wishes to be spared. Eager to please, it conjures a celestial shop. While Daesung is unimpressed, the Hell Witch shows the most enthusiastic reaction she can muster. As our bored hero browses the displayed items on the shelves, a fortune diary catches his attention. The little creature explains that he can buy the diary with emission points and get a glimpse of the future. The system further clarifies that once a week, he can see up to 24 hours ahead. Upon selecting yes, the messages congratulate him on becoming a. Knowing this, he quickly presses the purchase button. A scroll materializes before him, revealing information that suddenly makes my friend serious. Immediately afterward, Daesung leaves Hell, telling Seo Hyun to head home. The Hell Witch playfully remarks that she shouldn't abandon her disciple, but he calmly suggests she focus on fixing her doll. As her complaints continue, Daesung turns with a deadly serious expression, silencing her immediately. Back in the lab, although Hanul seems unconscious, smoke starts to seep out from under his suit. Revealing a cyberpunk-style design, Korea's Hunter No. 5 rises angrily, now forced to play his trump card. He lunges at the orc, slamming his metal fist into the mutant's face, completely deforming it. Before the orc can counterattack, Hanul's suit, similar to Iron Man's, fires an energy blast from his fist, disintegrating the upper half of the creature. Witnessing this, Chang remembers the rumors about Hanul, being covered from head to toe in aura technology. Monarch. Exhausted, the leader of the Marvel clan warns them that their ether cores need to be recharged. Frustrated, Chang notes that they are falling right into Zhongwu's plan. But this outcome wasn't part of the mad scientist's strategy, as Zhongwu had planned to capture them all alive. Pressured to find a solution, he unleashes his most dangerous experiment yet. As Hanul recharges his gear, a door ominously opens. Emerging from the shadows is Jongwoo's prized creation, a goat man. Observing the vile human-beast hybrid wielding a knife, Chojun prepares to fight him, but Hanul warns him that he's probably an S-rank monster. The masked hunter and the grotesque goat man lock eyes before our hunter, Cyberpunk, begins the battle. Hanul's fist nearly strikes the creature's face, but the monster effortlessly dodges. The goat man grabs his wrist, making Hanul realize he is faster than him. With brute strength, the monster throws him away, tearing his heavily armored wrist apart with sheer force. It explains that after the monarch left, the celestial beings took control of hell, leaving the demons trapped. Changho watches in disbelief as Chojun bravely charges at the monster, dagger in hand. As expected, the creature disappears, teleporting behind her and slamming her against a wall. Luckily, the protective aura of the Marvel clan leader activates just in time to save her. Refusing to fall easily, the S-rank hunter takes advantage of the distraction to charge an energy beam with his remaining hand. Unfortunately, the goatman jumps from wall to wall like a ninja, cutting off his remaining hand before stomping on Korea's hunter number 5 into the ground. This infuriates our boy Chanho, who orders the grotesque goatman to stop his attack. The goatman teleports right in Chanho's face, laughing at what he perceives as a weakling trying to act brave. Putting on a strong facade, Changho boasts that he knows someone who would easily kill the ugly creature. Unfazed, the goatman brings down his blade on him, only for the strike to be intercepted by an amorphous shadow. To everyone's astonishment, the figure emerging from the shadow is our boy, Daesung. Realizing the implications, our protagonist mocks the very hell that robbed him of 80 years of his life, now asking for his help. While joking with Changho about whether he's still alive, the goatman tries to finish off Chojung. However, our demon lord sends another shadow to block the monster's lethal strike. Drawing the goatman's attention, our hero tests his new stealth ability, becoming invisible. The bewildered goat looks around in panic before letting out a deafening howl to locate him by sound. Daesung is impressed by how the goat behaves more like a bat. Meanwhile, from his control room, Jongwoo is frustrated to see such a significant threat to his plans. As a last resort, he presses the large, forbidden red button to release his chimeras. The lab's system announces that it will self-destruct in 30 minutes after releasing the poisonous chimeras. Reluctantly, Jongwoo leaves his lab, confident that even the strongest hunter will fail against his creations. Upon hearing the announcement, our squad of hunters finds themselves surrounded by a horde of mutated human-monster hybrids. With a mischievous smile, the defiant monarch of hell raises his middle finger to his subjects, cursing them with vengeful satisfaction. Chojung observes that the lab has turned into a monster factory under the command of the creepy scientist. Out of nowhere, Hanwoo explains that the creatures were likely created by injecting humans with awakening vials. Regardless, seeing his former bodyguard incapacitated, Chanwoo turns to his friend for help. At first, our demon king thinks about burning everything to the ground, but ultimately decides to transport everyone to the Ghost King's territory. The three companions are left astonished by his incredible powers. However, the Lord of Hell does not stop there, summoning his army of ghosts and ordering them to annihilate his enemies. The two armies clash in a brutal battle. Daesung reassures his team, telling them they are safe before disappearing once again. Meanwhile, in the lab, Jaewoo heads outside via an elevator. To his surprise, it malfunctions. He orders the system to take him out of the Pantheon, leaving the hordes of monsters in hell stunned as they realize their fate is sealed. Shadows approach from the door where our hero watches him. The mad scientist is paralyzed, staring at his archenemy right in front of him. Like a true madman, Jaewoo starts smiling and invites our demon lord to end his life. Grabbing him by the neck, my friend demands to know his motivations behind the mutant experiments. Jaewoo is perplexed, so our hero activates his new ability, Ghost Eyes, to delve into the madman's mind. Inside, he witnesses the past, where Jaewoo almost perished under the gaze of a giant floating eye. Some memories of Jin Chol's experiments flash quickly, revealing a masked bishop who apparently grants Jaewoo access to Hans's body after he offers sacrifices. Having seen enough, my friend slams him against the wall. Realizing that the mad scientist traded countless innocent lives to extend his own, Daesoon decides to personally punish him for the rest of his long existence. With only 1 minute left until the lab implodes, a man in a white coat suddenly appears, using a master key to stop the self-destruction sequence. Back in the hospital, my friend is casually doing one-handed push-ups while his mother and the doctor watch in stunned silence. To his surprise, our hero suddenly appears. He is confused to find another goat hybrid, who introduces himself as Dr. Dong Wook. Moments later, our hunting squad gathers to see the doctor. He expresses his regret and takes responsibility for everything. Dr. Goat also confirms that there is enough evidence to prosecute his crazy assistant. Like children judging every strange person they see, Chanho whispers that he can't believe it's the doctor, but Cho-young confirms that his voice matches. However, Han-ul is fascinated that the doctor's mind is intact even after fully merging with a monster. But the doctor is much more impressed by his seaboard body. Using deduction skills at the level of Sherlock Holmes, The doctor concludes that Daesung has apparently awakened, but his mother still struggles to believe in her son's incredible transformation. Dr. Goat remembers Cho Jung's aura injury and mentions that he has a blister that could completely heal her. But our hero interrupts, asking the question everyone is wondering. What did he do to end up as a goat man? Dong-hook's face pales as he reveals that he was the first test subject for monster merging. He justifies his actions by explaining that he saw it as the only way to face increasingly formidable monsters. Therefore, he and Jae-woo experimented on terminal patients. He explains that due to an accident during the experiment, his original body was lost despite the success of the test. But Daesung expresses his annoyance because the doctor completely ignores Hans. When Chanho asks who they are, our hero explains that the cult is responsible for the strange doors that have recently appeared. Despite the doctor's assurances, she sadly expresses her wish to understand how this could have happened. Meanwhile, Jae-woo wakes up and finds himself naked and tied up in hell. They start to panic, screaming for someone to kill him. However, one of the Ghost King's prison guards prepares his heated blades, getting ready to skin the miserable man alive for eternity. The scene shifts to the meeting point of the Hans, where the 4 bishops are in a serious discussion. The Eastern Bishop, Elheim, informs his colleagues about an unexpected incident that has occurred in the East. The other bishops, particularly the Southern Bishop named Azar, express great interest in learning more about the situation. Elheim gets straight to the point, revealing that he has lost 2 of the Dimension Takers he authorized in Korea. The other bishops begin to debate the possibility of such an event, discussing the implications and likelihood of something like this happening. The Southern Bishop requests that all others deploy their highest-level Dimension Taker to confront this unexpected threat. He stands up, expressing his desire to handle the matter personally. Eventually, the doctor suggests visiting the Awakening Association, which her son overhears. Elheim urges him to calm down and asks why he didn't handle the situation himself. In response, Azar challenges the Eastern Bishop, asking if he doubts his ability to handle what he considers a simple, awakened individual. In reply, the Eastern Bishop explains that the individual Azar refers to is not just an awakened aura user, leaving all his comrades momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the president of the Hunters Association is meeting with the branch manager. The manager informs him that, according to their investigations, a group known as Hans is responsible for all the kidnappings that have been occurring. As the president demands verification of the information, the branch manager responds that they received this information from their star hunter, Dai Sunday. Sensing the immense danger looming, the president instructs the manager to direct Jin Ki-hong to start a private investigation. He emphasizes that news like this could lead to chaos if it reached the public. The scene shifts to a correction center, where Jun-jung is standing, waiting for Cho-jung. He observes that she has done her best and suggests that she join him if she wants to get some tofu. The scene shifts to our protagonist and his mother in a taxi. Cho-young expresses her wish for her captain to meet someone. She introduces him to a goat, informing him that this is none other than the doctor that Park-hee knows. Jun-jung feels a sense of confusion seeing only a goat in front of him, with no signs of the professor's presence. He mocks the man for having fallen so low as to transform into a goat. While sitting in the car, the captain rests his hand on his head. He mocks the goat doctor, expressing that he never imagined he would have a conversation with a goat and feels quite strange about the situation. The scene changes to a familiar setting that recalls previous events. This time, the serial killer has set his sights on a girl named Mi Young with the intention of obtaining her brain. He blocks her path, but before he can act, Inspector Jung-woo intervenes. Jung-woo claims he has captured the individual responsible for all the kidnappings. While reflecting on his conversation with the doctor, he wonders what his mother might be hiding. He tells the lady to step back and calls for reinforcements from Captain Jin Ki-hong. Jung-woo prepares to enter battle, but noticing his opponent's relaxed defensive stance, he wonders why the serial killer seems so unconcerned. The killer taunts Jung-woo, referring to the hunter who has stabbed and killed his own officer. With these words, he manages to ignite Jung-woo's anger. Jung-woo reflects that this killer is connected to Lee Seo-koo, and shouts that he should have been the one to take him out with his own hands. As he says this, he unleashes a flurry of attacks against the killer, who effortlessly dodges them, reminding him of Aruma-kun, the human boy attending a demon school and possessing only a supreme evasion skill. Infuriated, Jung-woo puts all his strength into his attacks. However, to his astonishment, the serial killer catches his blade with his bare hand. He cuts the inspector's neck, and despite his determination to survive this day, Jung-woo feels the edge and realizes too late that his neck has been sliced, leaving him lifeless. The killer ponders whether he has made a mistake, remembering he was instructed not to harm anyone from the association. However, he soon recalls that the person who gave him this advice, named Jae-woo, has disappeared, making him feel like he has nothing to worry about now. After killing Jung-woo, he casually strolls around, now looking for the girl who managed to escape. To add to his confusion, he looks out the window wondering what happened on Earth while he was in a coma. The scene shifts to the branch manager, who was watching the last video recorded by Jung-woo, It becomes clear that it captured footage of the serial killer moments before his death. He asks if Ki-hong has discovered the true identity of the killer. Ki-hong informs the manager with the details, revealing that the man is named Chang-sik and is classified as a D-rank adventurer. Additionally, he adds that Chang-sik, along with Jin-chul and others, have joined a secret organization known as the Hunts. Then, the manager asks about Jae-woo. Ki-hong informs him that according to what Chang-ho transmitted, the man has died at the research facility. The manager, furious about this hunting situation, instructs Ki-hong to update everyone of rank S and deploy them to eliminate this organization. The scene shifts to the Daesung building, where Dong-chul has returned to see Chang-ho once again. He gets straight to the point, revealing that he is there seeking donations. He explains his intention to create a residence aimed at providing better living conditions for the children under his care. When he finally returns home, his mom mentions she'll be back soon and leaves. In exchange for the funds, he guarantees his full cooperation in all matters. Dong-chul shakes Chang-ho's hand, wondering if his proposal has been accepted so easily. However, Chang-ho advises him not to get too excited, explaining that the final decision can only be made after discussing it with his friend, Dae-sung. The scene shifts to the Hope Orphanage, where Dong-chul calls the sister to share all his plans with her. He mentions that he has contacted Dae-sung's clan to secure funding. Apparently, he is organizing a significant fundraising program. The sister expresses her concern, but he reassures her, stating that if he can take down just one S-rank door along with other S-ranks, he's sure to hit the mark. While chatting with the sister, he suddenly notices someone approaching the building from outside. Instinctively, he urges the sister to act quickly and hide everyone, including herself, in the monster shelter, as he senses a grave danger looming and heading towards him. The urgency in their expressions leaves no room for hesitation, highlighting the seriousness of the situation. Upon entering the house, he's surprised to find a girl with cotton candy-colored hair taking money from a drawer. When he steps out, he finds a muscular blonde guy walking calmly toward him. Dong-chul doesn't waste a second, immediately launching a high jump attack from above. However, the gym guy effortlessly defends himself, fully aware of Dong-chul's S-rank status and ready for the confrontation. Dong-chul feels a surge of anxiety as his attack is easily deflected. He gathers his courage and reminds himself that he needs to push harder and sweat a little more to prove himself. However, the muscular man counters by attacking Dong-chul from a distance, creating a sense of discomfort as he realizes his opponent is skilled in ranged combat. A strange and ominous fog begins to surround the house as the woman approaches the building. As the fog seeps into the house, Seo-jun starts to feel drowsy and eventually passes out, while her Budo doll suddenly comes to life on the floor, now defenseless. The woman types the access code on the door and enters the house. She materializes a staff in her hand, then declares the house as the altar of the dead. When she enters the living room, she is shocked to see the ugly doll holding a knife. He struggles to remember who this mysterious girl could be. Feeling a bit nervous, she asks, "What's an ugly doll doing here?" Like a scene straight out of a Chucky movie, the doll starts to eerily lick the knife. To get rid of the evil doll, the intruder casts a spell on it, causing it to burn. However, the twisted doll runs straight at her, despite being engulfed in flames. The woman raises a barrier around herself as the doll closes the distance between them. The Daesung toy begins to hit the barrier with its sword, and promises to chop the intruder into minced meat. With each knife strike, the shield starts to crack slowly. The intruder panics when she sees the state of the barrier. However, she slips and falls, allowing the cursed doll to stab her relentlessly. The evil toy bathes in her blood and revels in the screams of the helpless intruder. Her screams can be heard from outside, but there's no one there to save her from her fate. Just then, his mother rushes in, breaking the awkward silence. At the Hunters Association, the branch manager is informed about the fights taking place in different parts of the city. The staff members tell him about the fight between Chan-sik and an unknown challenger in the Han River Park. Another report also comes in saying that Dong-chul and another strange challenger are also fighting. This situation makes the branch manager very tense, and he wonders if these strange enemies are from Hansa. He then tells the employee to send his unit to help put Dong-chul in the orphanage. Meanwhile, in the Han River Park, Chan-sik's opponent is quite impressed with the skills of the Korean hunters. The dark man seems completely unfazed by the battle, but on the other hand, Chan-sik looks battered and exhausted. The strange challenger then uses his magnetic storm ability to end their fight. He launches the attack at the best hunter in Korea, who panics as his body suddenly begins to be pulled towards the attack. Chan-sik is completely defenseless in this situation and has no idea what to do. She reveals that the girl is Han Jisoo, his. However, by some miracle, the ability suddenly stops. Even the dark guy is confused about why his ability suddenly halted. Out of nowhere, Han Harin enters the scene to help Chan-sik. The best hunter feels relieved when he finally sees an ally to assist him. Han Harin asks if the dark man is from Hansa, but quickly realizes that Chan-sik is as lost as a bird. He has no idea about the important notice sent to S-rank members. Then a group of men in suits appears, referring to Chan Sik as their leader. On the other hand, the enemy is annoyed that his fight was interrupted and proceeds to attack everyone in his path. He launches a heavy shockwave attack from his arms, but Han Harin quickly raises her light shield. The barrier can protect them from the attack, but the shockwave is strong enough to instill fear in the men. Chan Sik then tells the men to quickly give him their sword. "Sister." With the blade in his hands, he's ready to end the fight that has lasted quite a while. Seeing that he has used too much of his power, the guy quickly flees the scene. With the threat gone, exhaustion catches up to Chan Sik. The hunter falls to the ground and faints, leaving his subordinates in a state of confusion. Han Harin tells them to quickly take him to the hospital before it's too late. In the basement of the orphanage, the children are sheltered with the sister, while a violent battle takes place above. The nun does her best to reassure the little ones that the director is okay. One of them tries to imitate Dong Cheol, making everyone else laugh and lift their spirits. Meanwhile, Dong Cheol remains trapped in a tough situation, doing his best to deflect the projectiles being thrown at him. His patience is wearing thin as he finds no openings in his opponent's moves. He realizes that the girl he didn't recognize all this time is his own sister. The blonde thug starts shooting some projectiles into the air, preparing to finish his fight with one of the best hunters in Korea. Dong Cheol braces himself for any new trick the guy is about to unleash. His opponent activates a blood rain ability and starts showering blood arrows shaped like spears. To save himself, the director uses his lightning storm ability to counter the attack. However, the blood arrows pierce through mercilessly. When everything calms down, we see that the director is impaled with multiple projectiles despite his efforts to counter them. He tries to cling to his dying life, promising not to die there. Unfortunately, his body gives in and falls to the ground. The bully's hand begins to tremble as the fight comes to an end. The power slowly dissipates, and he sees that he has exhausted all the authority of the giant blood. Noticing her spoiled daughter taking money again, his mother is visibly upset, while Jisoo ignores her and prepares to leave. When he feels that something is wrong, he quickly leaves. Back at Seo Hyun's house, he finds traces of the corpse in the pool of blood. From there, he accesses the memories of what happened and discovers that his ugly doll was the one who saved her. In our hero's apartment, his mother is watching the news reporting on the strange encounters that occurred at Han River Park and the Dong Cheol orphanage. This terrible news only manages to worry her because her son has not been home for a few days. She quickly turns around to look for her phone on the couch. Jisoo then enters the room and tells her that Chang Ho said not to worry about Daesung. The mother then asks when her children talked and what her son has been doing lately. Jisoo's response is quite rude because it implies that she doesn't care about what her brother has been doing. This makes her mother give her a good beating, leaving the young girl screaming for help. Meanwhile, our older brother is still shocked that he didn't recognize his only sister. On the rooftop of a building, a dark, ominous figure can be seen. The camera zooms in and reveals that the figure is the serial killer. The guy is preparing to kill a member of our hero's family and take another one hostage. When all the lights in the apartment go out, the killer approaches one of the windows, ready to massacre the innocent family. He uses his powers to try to get in. Unfortunately for him, he is pushed back as he tries to enter. While Daesung's mother sleeps, the pendant around her neck begins to glow, serving as the key to the house's barrier. The killer becomes very anxious and frustrated when he sees that a protective barrier has been raised. Suddenly, a spear shoots out and pierces him on the spot. The guy coughs up a piece of blood while all his senses highlight the agonizing pain inflicted on him. As she passes by him, his sister bitterly reminds him how the last 10 years have been hell for their mother and for her. As the spear pushes him further from the house, one of Daesung's henchmen emerges and tells the killer to be quiet. Fear grips the guy when he sees the summoned monster appear without its master being present. As the monster prepares to throw him off the building, he offers to explain everything. However, the beast tells him that Daesung will interrogate him. The scene then shifts to a sea, illuminated by the beautiful moonlight. The waves suddenly start to stir, and a sea serpent emerges from its depths. There, the system window appears, saying that the protagonist's body has been completely freed. Daesung stands atop the sea serpent, with more of his deadly aura emanating from his body. Looking closer, his hair has turned white, signaling that he has returned to his old days. He then receives a message from his summoned monster, telling him that an intruder attempted to harm his mother. Daesung looks down gloomily, regretting that he couldn't do anything to help. The scene then shifts to the Grand Iron Castle. There, the killer is tied up before the throne, waiting for his fate. He seems restless and his anxiety keeps worsening because he has no idea where he is. Suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching him. As the protagonist moves to question the prisoner, he is bombarded by messages from the demons that are staring at him non-stop. He then promises to take them out when the time is right. After that, he grabs the attention of the terrified prisoner and demands to know who his master is. At the southern altar of Hanzi, Elheim is with the two thugs who attacked both Changsik and Dong Cheol. He asks them about the progress of their targets. The blonde boy tells him that he successfully eliminated Dong Cheol, but the dark-haired boy says he couldn't finish his target. When she leaves, his mom asks her to at least say where she's going. The guy tries to explain that Chung-sik would surely have been killed if it weren't for the interference. Then, the bishop informs them about the death of someone named Guzman. He also says that another person known as Zagat has gone missing. While the two guys discuss the shocking news, the bishop's body suddenly transforms into an ugly being with a large head. He then offers to grant the two guys the authority of an apostle and orders them to kill Daizun immediately. In a university hospital, two men are watching the door of the room where their leader is recovering. Changzik finally manages to wake up despite the agonizing pain. As soon as the people around him notice, they send someone to inform the doctor and the president of the association. The main hunter struggles with a severe headache while trying to figure out where he is. The lady next to him tells him he was in shock due to the lack of aura. Then, a loud voice grabs everyone's attention. He struggles to sit up in bed, but the lady tells him not to move yet. When he manages to sit up, he asks one of the men where Harin is. The boy tells him that Harin left with Dong Cheol. The subordinate worker criticizes him for informing his leader about Dong Cheol. Of course, this only makes Chung-sik more worried. The hunter then asks the men if anything happened to the director. The men look very serious and struggle to tell their leader what happened. One of them then tells Chung-sik that Dong Cheol's life is in danger after his battle with the unknown attacker. Because of this, Harin rushed to see if anything could be done to help. When Chung-sik hears this news, the desperation in his eyes becomes very vivid. Once again, the debt collectors have returned. He forces himself to get out of bed to go see where his friend is receiving treatment. However, the lady tells him to stop moving because he still needs to recover. Still, the hunter remains insistent and demands to be told where the director is receiving treatment. In Dong Cheol's room, Harin's voice can be heard repeatedly trying to heal any injuries he has. Ki Hong tells him he can stop because all the director's external wounds have already been healed. On the other hand, Harin's expression is filled with fear and desperation. She holds the director's hands and refuses to accept the fact that he might be dying. The door to the room opens, and Chang-sik enters to see the desperate situation of his dear friend. Dong Cheol is already unconscious on the bed, and all of Harin's efforts are in vain. Ki Hong assures Chang-sik that the director is not dead, but the elder is in a coma and has brain death. They threaten to force their way in if the door isn't opened by the count of 3. The best hunter in Korea blames Hans for all this mess and wants to know exactly who they are. Ki Hong tells him that the association is doing everything possible to locate the guys who attacked them. His phone suddenly starts ringing loudly, and when he picks it up, he's informed about the appearance of an S-rank gate. The expressions on Harin and Chung-sik's faces become very anxious when they hear the words, S-rank gate. The atmosphere in the room becomes very tense while Ki Hong receives more information over the phone. The scene then shifts to the large gate that has appeared in the middle of the city, causing panic and fear. In the association building, workers are doing everything they can to see how to handle the situation, but the size of the gate and everyone's nervousness in the room highlight how complicated the situation is. As if things weren't bad enough, the branch manager is lost in thought about how most of the top hunters are out of service, and the only ones available are support hunters. The man issues a red alert and says that all registered hunters in the association will be mobilized to confront the gate. The workers quickly begin making calls and contacting every hunter they can find at the moment. Everyone falls silent, but our guy is furious, ready to take revenge. Lost in thought and fear, the branch manager stares into the void, hoping to contain the disaster before it spirals out of control. In the Iron Castle, the prisoner is being tortured by our hero, who is draining all his memories to find out everything he knows. Daesung begins to see images of Bishop Hans, who is behind it all. After the memories of the poor boy have been absorbed, Daesung wonders if the person he saw is the final boss he will have to face. Back in the city, many vehicles can be seen waiting at the toll booths to leave the area. A reporter informs everyone that citizens are trying to escape the portal, but the lines at the toll booths are very long. In the opposite lane, many buses with hunters are seen entering the toll booth. The lady also reports that Chan-sik and Dong-chil cannot participate in the assault on the gate due to their injuries. The association has also remained silent on the matter of the S-rank hunters. Back at Daesung's family apartment, his mother sees Jisoo throwing a huge box and asks what it's for. Tired of waiting outside, the man in the silver suit kicks the door. The girl tells her that they need to join the evacuation quickly because it's total chaos outside. However, her mother threatens to teach the poor girl a lesson for trying to leave without her brother. Nevertheless, Jisoo reminds the woman how strong Daesung is. They are interrupted when they hear a loud knock at the door. They open the door for Daesung to enter and immediately notice the color of his hair. Our hero doesn't know what they are talking about. He then proceeds to ask them where they are going. His sister tells him that they are preparing to evacuate due to the S-rank gate. She tries to persuade her brother to flee with her if things get dangerous. The protagonist then turns to his mother and tells her to stay home with his sister. Mom pleads with her daughter to come back inside, but she remains unafraid. He assures them that their house is currently the safest place in Korea. He informs them that he plans to take down the monsters and return safe and sound. The mother agrees to stay behind, but Jisoo still seems very worried about all this. With this settled, our hero prepares to go out and face the impending threats. In the city, armored trucks are moving into position to confront the monsters. The soldiers are doing everything they can to speed up the process while heading towards the door. As the tanks approach the door, Daesung is seen standing on a rooftop near the entrance. He watches the door while an ominous aura emanates from his body. There he wonders if all of this is a plan by his enemies to try to lure him in. Meanwhile, at the association, everyone is growing more tired as they watch the S-rank door. The man in the silver suit turns to the thug accompanying him, wondering if they should just break down the door. The branch manager slams the table in anger, because the door only complicates things. The employee then tells him that the Daesung clan has requested exclusive access to the S-rank door. The excitement he feels from this news is so great that he doesn't even realize when he shouts in joy. He quickly calms down and apologizes for being too excited. With the Daesung clan taking control of the door, he orders the rest of the troops to stand by as support. He tells the secretary to spread the news quickly to the others. As the tanks continue moving towards the door, other hunters gather in the streets and plan their battle formations. Long-range attackers are asked to move to the back, while the defense forces will wait at the front. Among the hunters, some are nervous about the whole situation and feel they will be used as cannon fodder. Suddenly, everyone receives an emergency alert on their phones, informing them about the Daesung clan attacking the S-rank door. To his surprise, Jisoo steps out and complains that they're being too annoying. The air starts to vibrate, and they hear a loud noise as the dragon, summoned by Daesung, flies past them. The sound nearly bursts their eardrums as the dragon flies quickly at low altitude. The hunters are amazed to see the majestic creature. They also get very excited when they realize that our hero has come to save the day. In the association building, the branch manager watches as Daesung flies towards the door. Both he and his employee leave the situation to the Demon King, hoping he can handle it. A news reporter arrives at the location of the door and sees that the S-clan is attacking only the door. They quickly prepare to broadcast the big news to everyone else. Meanwhile, Daesung flies directly towards the door and reaches a very cold region. Seemingly having obtained ultra instinct with his white hair, it highlights how incredibly cold the place is. Momentarily speechless, the man in the silver suit concludes that she must be the daughter. Before he has time to scan the area, Hans's henchman who attacked Chansik before tries to knock him down from the sky. The guy gathers all his strength to take down the Demon King. The boy gathers all his strength to take down the Demon King. However, Daesung counters his attack with the breath of his dragon. Blue flames fly toward the guy, who tries to deflect them with his magnetic storm. Being too weak, the dark man cannot repel the flames, causing an explosion at the point of impact. Daesung sees that his enemy is trying to escape behind the smoke, so he lunges to chase the guy. The enemy hunter attacks the hero with blood spears and tries to put him in the same situation as Dongchil. Daesung draws his sword and deflects the spears with his fire. After that, he lunges at the enemy's hiding spot. Seizing the opportunity, he angrily walks into the house while his ugly, lecherous partner leers at Jisoo. With a threatening and immortal look, he tells the guy to come out of his hiding place. The dark man reveals himself, and the two men face off as the snowstorm blows violently. The guy tells Daesung that he is too powerful to be considered a hunter. On the other hand, the protagonist is tired of the idle chatter and wants it to end quickly. The enemy activates the Advent skill of Titan, probably granted by the bishop. This makes his muscles and body grow enormously, ripping his clothes apart. When the transformation is complete, he looks like someone who should be in a wrestling ring. Despite his massive appearance, Daesung does not notice much change in his powers. With his new powers, the dark guy prepares to give our hero much more than he can handle. He conjures a huge meteorite, aimed directly at Daesung, but the protagonist sees his tricks as child's play. Her mother, trembling, deeply apologizes while pulling out cash from her purse. Daesung unleashes more of his magical power and amplifies the dominant aura he is already emitting. His enemy is stunned to witness such a level of power, having no idea how someone can be this strong. Hans's second henchman appears behind our hero and hints that Daesung's ability has a weakness. Despite his stealth tactics, the protagonist sees him already. He tells the blonde boy not to rush to die, leaving the boy wondering if he already knew about his presence from the beginning. As the meteorite approaches, Daesung uses his rage ability to split the massive rock in two. In the process, the dark man is also cut and meets his bitter end. The Demon King deals with the guy without breaking a sweat. While the blonde man watches this, fear starts to take over his entire body. He admits that even Elheim is not capable of such feats. But wait a moment. Before he can activate his own power, Daesung quickly grabs his neck and starts frying his brain with his thunder abilities. With a stern look, he asks the guy about the bishop's eyes he saw earlier. Suddenly, one of the eyes appears next to him, then more of them start appearing out of nowhere. Daesung gets very excited when he notices the presence of the eyes. He then throws the blonde guy aside and has no more use for the hopeless guy. The bishop's eyes see that Daesung's power is different from that of the awakened, so he decides to test his strength. But before that, he uses a petrification ability on his henchman to turn the poor guy into stone. The guy pleads for his meager life, but quickly turns into a block of cement. After that, Our hero asks if it's his turn to have fun now. He conjures a huge fireball and demands that the bishop reveal his true body. Moments later, the money is in the air as the furious man in the silver suit slaps her violently, throwing the frail woman to the ground. He attacks the eyes with his flames, making them explode one by one. In the process, the petrified guy shatters during the fight. As the battle fog clears, our hero is sure that the enemy has not yet been defeated. He tells the bishop to come out quickly and stop wasting time. One of the eyes pops out again and asks Daesung where he is from. The protagonist then offers to answer the bishop's questions if his is answered first. The bishop assumes he wants to make a deal, so Kang Woo asks what he is going to do. The hind admits he loves deals, but warns that he will take Daesung's heart if he catches the protagonist off guard. Daesung prepares to ask a question, but instead, he uses his ghostly eyes to look into the memories of the eye in front of him. The bishop tells him that his tricks won't work, but the Demon King makes it clear that he has no trust in pigs like him. Witnessing his mother being mistreated, through memories, our hero sees a war on a Titan planet known as Hecaton. An angelic creature appears in the sky and seems to be leading some giants. However, they are massacred and the planet explodes. A spaceship then travels through hyperspace and arrives at the Hans Nebula. There, we see a giant creature telling its subordinates that all descendants of Hecaton have died and that they are the only ones left. To revive his species, he opens a portal to Earth and tells them to place a cube of gates in it. His plan is to fill the planet with ether energy. Far away, in Washington, D.C., where world powers gather, our hero sees different national leaders negotiating with the Han species in exchange for ruling the Earth forever. The aliens offered them eternal life, and that's how they obtained the powers of the nebula. However, the memories cut off when the bishop gouges out his eye and recognizes where Daesung's power comes from. Hero, boiling with rage, sends the man in the silver suit flying with one satisfying punch. He says it comes from the demon beast, Nebula, and wonders if our hero is the ruler of the place. Back inside the S-rank portal, our hero realizes that the bishop has 1,000 years of memories and wonders if the enemy he encountered is truly the final boss. The images he saw still confuse him because he can't make sense of any of them. He also notices that there are no monsters inside the gate. Suddenly, he sees the burned body of the petrified guy from before, slowly fading away. Back in the city, Harin and Hanul are waiting with the other hunters in front of the gate. The manager of their branch approaches the S-rank hunters and thanks them for taking care of the preparation unit. He is also surprised to see that Hanul can now use both arms. The hunter tells the manager that he quickly set up backup equipment so he could keep fighting. Then, Harin asks how long Daesung has been at the gate, and the manager tells him that about 3 hours have passed. The fat, ugly thug asks, "What's going on?" He hopes our hero returns safe and sound, although there is the possibility of a second assault if he fails. He is interrupted by the strange Seoyeon, who says it's rude to imply that her master will fail. Seoyeon wonders if they have forgotten how strong her master is. Harin, who is visibly irritated by the presence of the brat, asks what she is doing there. Daesung's obsessed lover then tells them that the Han's assassins also came to her house. Harin and Hanul are more than surprised to hear this. The branch manager asks the hunter from the Fortress clan what happened to the assassins. Seoyeon then tells them that the assassin died at the hands of her doll. She says she made a special doll that surpassed her usual cursed doll, but lost all its power after fighting the assassin. To bring the doll back to life, she says she will make Daesung stronger, while the man, once arrogant in the silver suit, cries for his daddy for being. Meanwhile, the other hunters notice the door has been cleared when they see the color change. The branch manager, along with the S-rank hunters, are completely bewildered and speechless when they see this. Inside the door, Daesung holds 2 crystals in his hands. The system window appears, telling him he has obtained the great power of the meteorite and 2 ether cores capable of creating an S-rank awakener. However, he only thinks about how much money these 2 crystals will get him. After thinking it over, he decides to test them. Later, the hunters in front of the door start calling his name when they see the Demon King come out of the door riding his majestic dragon. The whole crowd goes wild and starts cheering for him. Seon waves to get his attention. Daesung looks at all his adoring fans, but is not impressed by all the cheers. Bullied. The hunters stand aside as he lands, wondering how strong he must be to break through an S-rank door all by himself. Our hero approaches the branch manager, who speaks to him. On behalf of the association, the manager thanks him for his hard work. The other hunters also thank him and continue to cheer him on, even though he seems fed up with them. He starts to feel embarrassed by all the attention he's receiving. As if he wasn't dealing with enough, Seoyeon approaches him creepily and asks him about the types of monsters he found in the door. Haren and Hanul also look at him waiting for his answer, but he tells them there are no monsters inside. The branch manager is baffled by this information and asks how such a thing is possible. However, the protagonist tells him he met 3 people inside, one with blue eyes, one with black eyes, and the last one with white eyes. Haren quickly realizes that the one in black was the one who attacked Chansik, and the one in white must be the one who fought Dongchel. The thug can only look on in surprise, as our demon lord thanks both of them for conveniently coming straight to him. Still, the branch manager finds it completely ridiculous that not a single monster was found inside an S-rank door. He then says that the association will conduct further investigations inside the door. Han-ul recognizes the attackers as those who attacked his subordinates, but he has no idea who the one with blue eyes is. With a stern look, Haren asks our hero what happened to the people he encountered. Daesung tells him he killed 2 of them, but the one with blue eyes escaped. He tells the manager that the one who fled seems to be the leader of the assassins, but the true mastermind is someone else. He also feels like he needs some time to organize his own information. Seo-hyun approaches him again and asks if he found anything inside the door. The rest of the guys are also anxious to know if he got any loot from inside the door. Daesung quickly dismisses it, pretending to have a headache and saying he has used too much of his energy. After a brief taunt, the thug is grabbed by the jaw, while our guy prepares to deliver a well-deserved beating in his mother's name. He then tells them to ask Chang-ho for more details about the matter. He quickly disappears from the scene before his crazy student can ask him for the favor she wants. Sadly, everyone else is left with unanswered questions and no idea how to get the information they need. Later, reports on the news channels begin to circulate about how our hero cleared the S-rank door by himself. This news helps improve Korea's image and also causes significant changes in its ranking on the world table. In Young Chil's room, the streamer is celebrating this great achievement and refers to Daesung as the strongest hunter in the world. He introduces himself to his subscribers as the leader of Han Daesung's fan club and tells them he has been following the protagonist. Since the incident at the Gangnam door, he pulls out a world map to explain why Daesung's feat is such a big accomplishment. Even though many countries have been able to clear an S-rank door, this is the first time a single person has been able to do it. He tells his subscribers that our hero should be ranked as the #1 hunter in the world. He slaps the thug in the face, not 5, not. However, his subscribers think otherwise, considering that the door had no monsters inside. This infuriates Young Chil, and he starts yelling at his screen like a deranged lunatic. He decides to call Han Daesung and ask about the situation at the S-rank door. However, what the elder tells him is more than shocking for the young man. Later, we see Cho-jun being bombarded with many calls from different media due to Daesung case. All of this is exhausting her, and she doesn't understand what all the fuss is about. She doesn't seem to be able to catch a break, as more calls keep coming in, driving her crazy. In the Daesung clan, Chang-ho is trying to reach the protagonist, but our guy is known for not answering his friends' calls. He's about to lose his mind, so he decides to send a desperate message to Daesung saying they urgently need to hold a press conference. It's not to. However, our hero is deeply asleep in his bed and can't hear the silent buzz of his phone. Chang-ho is more than frustrated and feels that Daesung should have brought some hunters with him instead of clearing the door alone. The scene shifts to the blood demon altar of Hans. There, in the vast expanses of space, we see Ramesh, the high priest of Hekaton. While the priest is kneeling before the statues, Elheim appears and tells him there's a problem on Earth. When Ramesh asks about it, the bishop tells him that the king of the demon nebula is on Earth. He also reveals that the demon king was able to access their memories and learn about their plans. The priest is shocked to hear this and slams his staff on the ground in anger. He then tells Elheim that the creation of gates in Korea will be halted. After that, he tells the bishop to prepare for a war with the heavens. 10, but 100 times before the idiot collapses to the ground in pain. Elheim humbly takes note of this. At the World Hunters Association, the tables are filled with magazines about our hero and how he conquered a rank S gate all by himself. The dignitaries are waiting for the leader to address them. The president of the World Hunters Association, Darren Anderson, then begins the meeting to discuss the incident of the rank S gate in Korea. Anderson directs everyone's attention to the screen showing Daesung's face at the gate. The image of our hero zooms in, and he tells them that he is the one who cleared the rank S gate by himself. The head of Central Communications from Japan, Natsukawa Shinji, interrupts him and says that in his country they classify gates based on the monster's level, not on the gate itself. Since there was no monster at the gate faced by Daesung, Shinji doesn't see why it should be classified as rank S. He concludes that a true rank S gate cannot be closed by a single individual. Jin Ryong, vice president of the Awakening Force of China, says they could only consider the gate to be at the same level as one of their hunter exam locations. Beaten and bloodied, the bully spots a wooden chair. Someone else tells them not to rush to judge the situation, especially when the president of the Korean Association is there with them. Park Jong-ho begins to feel nervous about what has been said, but decides to move forward with them. Anderson also tells the rest that the association will send a research team to officially assess the situation, like a rank S closure. For now, he tells them to pay attention to Jong-ho. Then the president of the Korean Association informs them that they have obtained important information about Daesung, and because of that, he requests global measures to be initiated. He redirects their attention to the screen and asks them to watch the first video. Later, a car arrives at the Daesung clan building. A crowd of reporters surrounding the building immediately recognizes that the person inside the car is Chang Ho. Cho Jung tells Chang Ho about the crowd of reporters and asks what they should do. The guy is tired of dealing with these journalists, but still decides to get out of the car. In a desperate move, he grabs it by the leg and tries to hit our guy. As soon as he steps out, the reporters start asking if the gate that was addressed is really a rank S gate and what Daesung has to say about it. He finds their comments quite irritating and insulting. Chang Ho tells them that they will address the matter. So, in the meantime, they will have to wait a bit. However, the presenters keep bombarding him with more questions, asking if it's true that nothing was found behind the door. Cho Jung interrupts them and clears a path for Chang Ho to enter the building. Chang Ho passes by and thanks her for saving him. As he heads inside the building, the journalists turn their attention to Cho Jung and begin asking her different questions. Unfortunately for them, she humbly declines to be interviewed. At the apartment building of our hero, his mother and sister are outside when they see a different group of reporters looking for Daesung. The reporters spot them and immediately rush toward the two women to conduct an interview. But like a real badass, my guy punches through it, sending the bully flying against the wall and landing next to his buddy. Jisoo tries to protect her mother from the aggressive reporters who are frightening them. One of them approaches and tells the mother that her son is the hero who saved the country and they want to talk to him. Daesung's mother is confused and doesn't understand why they refer to her son as a hero. Anyway, the news presenters press them to comment on the Class S door incident, and being a loudmouth, she says her brother told them not to evacuate. She reveals that Daesung told them that home is the safest place and there was no need to leave the city. The reporters quickly take note of this and proceed to ask her about the change in her brother's hair color, and if it has anything to do with his mental state. Jisoo keeps talking like a water faucet until she hears someone shout her name. When she turns around, she sees her brother who tells her to quickly go with their mom and go back home. The reporters immediately shift their attention to the hero and start bombarding him with a series of questions. Scared, the man in the silver suit pulls out a dagger and mocks our guy. The same reporter who questioned his family then tells him to make a comment about the empty Class S door. The protagonist tells them all to shut up and says that anyone who speaks will not be allowed in the press conference room. The news presenters quickly quiet down and become anxious at the thought of a combined press conference. At that moment, Daesung snaps his fingers and sends an electric shock to destroy all their cameras and recorders. He informs them that photos and videos are prohibited during the conference. He promises to reveal everything in a week, and then kindly asks the reporters to leave. The broadcasters don't have much choice, so they have to comply. Meanwhile, Jung-ho is on a plane back home and is lost in thought about what happened during his meeting. Back then, Jin-rong suggested they needed to find a way to capture the Hans boys who made the door. But in his mind, he just wants to find a way to assess Daesung's abilities himself. He proposes that they should call the protagonist to hear what he has to say. Unfazed, our protagonist grabs the guy by the wrist and twists it wildly like Play-Doh in revenge for hitting his mom. This way, he can confirm if Korea really has such a phenomenal hunter among them. Shinji also supported the idea because he feels there's a need to maintain good relations with Korea if Daesung's skills are truly impressive. Another dignitary also chimes in, saying they should call our hero for more information. However, Jung-ho informs them that it won't be possible. Anderson then tells them that the Federation will send 5 S-class hunters for portal defense. After that, he suggests they call Daesung and listen to what he has to say before deciding on the association's policy. Looking closer, Jung-ho realizes that all these guys are only interested in Daesung. After a visual standoff with Anderson, he tells them he has no intention of cooperating with them. Then, the president of the Korean Association looks out the window and promises not to let the boys get away with it. The man screams in agony, clutching his now useless and limp hand. In the Daesung clan, the protagonist asks Chojun if she initially planned to work for their clan. She thanks him for saving her life twice, and he asks if she has fully recovered. Chojun says she can no longer work as a hunter because her aura core is destroyed, so she wants to work for him until she can recover as a hunter. Daesung, who seems to have too much earwax, keeps asking if she can't work as a hunter, despite what she just said. Chojun explains that she lost both parents to monsters, so she plans to regain her skills and take revenge on those who made the doors. Chang-ho enters the room while complaining about his friend, but is surprised to see the hero there. He quickly hands Daesung an invitation from the Global Hunters Association. The letter states that Daesung is invited to a conference so they can learn from his experience and also obtain vital information about the door. Chojun reads the letter boringly to Daesung, covering all the important details. Chang-ho feels proud that his friend will attend a conference with the best hunters in the world and wonders if he's invited too. The ugly fat bully warns him that he won't escape unscathed. However, our hero lets them know that he has no intention of going. Chang-ho tells him to think about it and not make such a hasty decision, but Daesung tells him that the Hans boys are not people to joke around with. He feels that if they show up while he's away, the whole country will be doomed. The group leader thinks about this, knowing that 5 S-class hunters are still not enough to match the protagonists. After that, She asks how Daesung plans to handle the press conference. Daesung remembers that, and looks at Chojun while saying he has a plan. The poor girl starts sweating like a river because she has no idea what this crazy guy is planning. At the press conference venue, reporters have invaded the room and are quickly taking photos to not miss a single detail. Chojun kicks off the conference and hands the microphone to Chang-ho for a detailed presentation. Instead, wilder than both thugs combined, our Demon King presents a simple solution. As the leader of the clan, Daesung introduces himself, and the camera flashes continue to light up his face. After his briefing, Chojun tells the reporters to raise their hands if they have any questions. When they raise their hands, she chooses the reporter in front. Line: the lady introduces herself as Lee Jimin and proceeds to ask our hero a question. Daesung approaches the podium, and Jimin asks if he knows any information about the door, considering he told his family not to. Evacuate. He tells her he had no prior knowledge of the door, but boasts that he is powerful enough to stop any door that appears. The reporters are intrigued by this, but Chang-ho is worried that his friend doesn't know how to choose his words wisely. A second reporter is chosen, and the guy wants to know what kind of enemy Daesung faced at the door, since it was said there was none. Leave no witnesses. Monsters. The protagonist tells the guy he fought against a very strong eye, but the reporter gets confused by his words. Daesung quickly rephrases and says he fought the enemy in the snow. Chang-ho takes the microphone and tells the reporter that the identity of the enemy is still confidential, so he will have to wait for the association's announcement. However, this reporter is very persistent. He then asks if there is any loot to prove that the door was not actually empty. Daesung reaches into a dimensional pocket and decides to show everyone what he has from the door. He pulls out the crystal and tells them it is an S-Class Awakening core. The reporters go wild upon hearing this and start rushing to publish such a big story. Seo-jong, who is also watching the conference from home, is surprised by how massive the core is. Just as he's about to finish off the bully, he freezes upon hearing his mother's scream. Chang-sik, along with the other S-rank hunters, is also puzzled to see the Awakening core. Harin says it's the first time she sees the object. The camera moves to Young-ho and the branch manager, who are left speechless as they watch the press conference. Jong-chul is also excited to hear this, because he can mock those who said the door was empty. Daesung holds the crystal towards Seo-jong, who looks at it nervously and wonders why the sub-leader is pointing it at her. Our hero then offers her the chance to return as a hunter. He tells the room that he will test the core immediately. Seo-jong then realizes that the main purpose of the press conference is to use her as a guinea pig. He reveals to her that he told Jung-jong he would fix her up to work for him. Seo-jong's hands tremble nervously, but she quickly accepts the opportunity and promises to return the favor. She pleads with her son to stop, and the two debt collectors, now crying, hurry out of the house. Upon accepting the crystal, a blinding light fills the room, causing the reporters to cover their eyes. The system window appears and asks if the Demon King wishes to register Seo-jong as his servant. He accepts the request, and the crystal fully integrates into Seo-jong's body. After the process, she begins to feel the aura back in her body, although it's a bit different from what she used to have. The reporters are filled with confusion and amazement as they see that the awakening is real. They start to try to measure it and find out how much one of the crystals will cost. Chang-ho nervously looks at Seo-jong, who has been reborn as an S-Class hunter. He wonders if this is a step forward to make the Daesung clan the strongest in the world. In the hospital, Dong-chul's door is covered with sticky notes from the children at the orphanage, hoping he wakes up soon. Inside the room, the kids are begging him to wake up. They stumble back to their car, incredulously arguing about how a hospitalized kid could become so strong after spending 10 years as a loser. The sister tries to calm them down and prevent them from crying. Suddenly, the door opens and Daesung walks into the room. The kids quickly recognize our hero and wonder what he's doing there. It seems the hospital forgot its policies because a crowd of reporters followed the protagonist into the ward. There, he offers Dong-chul something bigger than the 400 billion he requested before falling into a coma. The presenters are eager to see what will happen. Chang-sik and Harin enter the room, and Harin tells the reporters to leave. Get lost. They both approach Daesung, who is holding the crystal at Dong-chul's bedside. The two hunters are overwhelmed by the immense power of the crystal and wonder if their friend will come back to life. Worried about the consequences of failing his job, the Silver Suit anxiously asks his partner what they should do. Our hero then declares that he will show them the resurrection of an S-Class hunter. In Seo-jong's apartment, she is doing her best to revive her creepy doll, but things aren't going well. To save the doll, she needs a stronger means from her master. The magic circle on the floor feeds the doll with power, but it's not enough to bring it back to life. She decides to move quickly and find her master. Back at the hospital, the little kids and the nun are shocked when the director's body starts to levitate. The system window appears in Daesung's face, accepting to register Dong-chul as his servant. The director's clothes tear in the process as energy courses through his body. The reporters are taking pictures with their cameras, not wanting to miss a moment of this resurrection process. After that, Daesung declares that the day's event has come to an end. Treating his wounds, the big ugly guy tries to change the subject, but the silver suit quickly interrupts after seeing Daesung's sister. He quickly disappears from the room, leaving everyone astonished. At that moment, Dongchul's eyes come to life, and his body returns to the bed. He quickly adopts a defensive posture, believing he is still in the midst of his last fight, but his friends end up laughing at him. The director wonders how he is still alive, and they tell him he has come back to life. He admits that he feels some changes after being revived as an S-class hunter. Then he proceeds to the most important question, asking why he is suddenly naked. In Daesung's family apartment, his family is surprised to see Seo Yoon at their door. The boy from the Fortress clan came to see his master, and brought many gifts with her. However, our hero's mother tells her that her son has gone to work. Jisung looks at the shopping bags and tells his mom that they are full of expensive shoes. Back at home, Mom explains that after his collapse, she had to sell the house and the store. His mother feels that the gifts are too much, but Seo Hyun lets her know that it's a gesture of gratitude since her son saved her from her illness. During the process, the Fortress boy calls her godmother, surprising the woman with his declaration. On the other hand, Ji-sung is helping with the bags and pulls out a pair of limited edition sneakers. He tells Seo Hyun how much he really likes them and even starts referring to the rare girl as his sister. Afterwards, Seo-hyun decides to ask his master's sister for a favor. Ji-sung gets confused and ends up misunderstanding the situation, but Seo Hyun explains that it's not what he thinks. The creepy servant then tells his master's sister that he needs a medium from Daesung that has a lot of concentrated demonic energy. He also says that the medium is something that is usually found in men's restrooms, which puts more wrong thoughts in Ji-sung's head. Our hero's sister quickly declines and tells the girl to ask for another favor. Seo Hyun stops her for a moment and tells her to look at a paper before making hasty decisions. She continues saying that once those savings ran out, she took loans from 3 different institutions. As soon as Ji-sung sees the paper, he realizes it's a ticket for a pop concert that is not easily obtainable. At this moment, Ji-sung is struggling between being a good sister and being a loyal fan. Seo Hyun tempts her even more by saying that her favorite member, Hwat's guy, is a member of her Fortress clan. For the girl to go this far, Daesung's sister sees how desperately she wants the medium. With no other option, Ji-sung accepts her request in exchange for getting the concert ticket. The 2 girls start crying tears of joy, as both of their dreams will soon come true. Seo Hyun assures the spirit of her ugly doll that it can be resurrected and awakened. At the Daesung clan headquarters, Donchal and Choyoung are training in the training room, showcasing their newly awakened abilities. The 2 S-class hunters are giving it their all, and it's a sight to behold watching such an intense fight. Unlike the original amount borrowed, the interest piled up, becoming an unpayable massive debt. Chang Ho is impressed by the amazing results and asks Daesung if there are any awakening cores left for him to use. However, our hero reminds the kid that he's supposed to be working in the office, not in the field. While watching the 2 revived hunters, the group leader comments that the Daesung clan is now the top clan in Korea, with these 2 hunters as their members. However, Daesung feels that their skills are not enough to face the Han's group. The group leader continues complaining that he won't be able to showcase his awakened skills because there haven't been any gates recently. While watching the hunters train, Daesung thinks about leveling up himself as well. He returns to his family's house and is warmly welcomed. He wonders why his sister is being so nice, and even says her eyes look like the monsters at the gate. Jisoo feels disgusted by his comments and walks away angrily. Curious about Jisoo, our protagonist learns that she had to leave school and work in a restaurant to help pay off the debt, but that doesn't change the fact that he suspects the girl is up to something. He then heads to the shower to wash away the stress of the day. While drying his hair, his sister quietly sneaks by and silently opens the bathroom door. Seeing that her brother didn't notice her, she wonders if he really is an S-rank hunter. However, he suddenly appears behind her, almost causing the poor girl to have a heart attack. She screams in fright, and Daesung asks her why she's entering that bathroom when she clearly has one in her room. Jisoo then lies, saying that their mom asked her to clean the house. Daesung has no idea what she's talking about, but she slams the door in his face, leaving him perplexed about the situation. While inside the bathroom, Jisoo tries to catch her breath. In her mind, she regrets having done this to her brother, all because of some pop group. With teary eyes, his mom reveals how his sister worked tirelessly day and night just to support him. An idea crosses her mind, and she prepares to find the means. The next day, Seo Hyun and Jisoo meet at a cafe. Jisoo hands over an envelope and asks her brother's servant to check if the contents are correct. Seo Hyun is very excited to see the aura emanating from the envelope. Jisoo tells her that she scraped everything from the bathroom, so it will be a good amount to use as a means. He then asks the hunter for the ticket. With the amount of energy Seo Hyun is seeing from the envelope, she feels her doll will be revived with a super awakening. She then hands the ticket to Jisoo, who is lost in her thoughts about how she will meet Shotsuku. The 2 girls are satisfied with each other's services and continue talking for a while. Moments later, Seo Hyun returns home and begins the process of resurrecting her Chucky doll. Gritting his teeth, He laments that she shouldn't have had to leave school. She invokes the name of the demon god and asks the being to bless her toy with its powers. Meanwhile, the protagonist begins to feel something creepy while hanging out with Chang-ho. After a while, the doll is imbued with a lot of demonic power, and its eyes finally come back to life. Seo-hyun looks at her precious doll and is happy to see it has returned. She runs to hug Chucky, but the ugly toy slaps her away. Chucky starts calling his owner an idiot for delaying his resurrection all this time. He talks about a piece of ungrateful trash, starts stomping on its head, and swears he'll stain the world with blood. On the other hand, Seo-hyun has no idea why her doll is acting so disturbed and stupid. It's probably something family-related. Anyway, after a while, she manages to dominate the creepy toy by piercing it with some rods. His mom then explains that despite Jisoo's efforts, she wasn't earning enough and has been going somewhere unknown for the past few months. She admits she didn't discipline Chucky enough, so now she plans to teach the spoiled demon brat a lesson in respect. However, her phone starts vibrating when she receives a call from her teacher. She gets really excited, like a kid who just received candy. Moments later, she appears in the cemetery along with Don Cheol and Cho Jung. The two reborn hunters are confused about how they got there, but Seo-hyun looks at her master and asks what kind of hellish place they will visit this time. Daesung informs the two reborn hunters that they are too weak. Don Cheol and Cho Jung are left speechless, because they know this is true. The protagonist then tells them they need to level up significantly. He is interrupted by his most annoying servant who tells him she has something to show him. Then she pulls out the creepy doll from the floor. Heartbroken over his family's suffering, our boy wishes they had let him die. But his mom gently reassures him. Chucky is not very happy about being called ugly. But what else can you call this repulsive-looking toy? Seo-hyun then tells her master that the doll is her daughter. This girl has definitely let her fantasies run wild for too long. As expected, Don Cheol and Cho Jung are left speechless and wonder if our hero and the crazy girl really decided to procreate. To make matters worse, Chucky gets up and refers to Daesung as his dad. Suddenly, the doll starts running towards him, but Daesung pushes the silly thing away before it can get its hands on him. Seo-hyun picks up her son and tries to bring the poor child back to his senses. The protagonist is fed up with the girl and has no idea how she came up with something so crazy. The other two hunters are still speechless about the whole thing. Daesung quickly changes the subject, saying it's time to boost the Sung clan's power. The somber silence is interrupted by a phone call. He recreates the Spider Queen's territory, and the landscape changes to a dense forest. While Don Cheol tries to understand how they moved so fast, Cho Jung pulls out his weapons because he can sense enemies nearby. Then a system interface appears before them and tells them they can check their status through the view command. Seo-hyun and the others access it and see their occupations and stats. All of this continues to confuse Don Cheol, and he asks Daesung if he is a ghost that can travel to different places. Sehun, feeling like they're superior in this situation, tells them they are in the Infernal Training Center and must be prepared. Cho Jung stays alert when suddenly they are approached by a horde of spiders. Then, Daesung tells them they have to survive until time runs out. A wave of excitement runs through Don Cheol's body, and he is eager to take action. The girls also prepare for battle, and our hero gives the signal to start. Seeing it's the debt collector, our boy tells him to hand it over. The spiders charge and jump straight at the hunters without a second thought. Meanwhile, Jung-ho is reading the trending topics in the news. Then he notices a headline about the resurgence of Don Cheol and Cho Jung. The landline emits a tone with a message saying that the branch manager wants to see him. The manager enters the office, and the head of the association asks him what the situation is. The guy then tells the elder that there is an emergency call from the World Hunters Association. They have announced that they will hold the World Hunters Federation meeting in Korea, and the association wants to invite Daesung. Jung-ho then asks for the list of attendees, and the branch manager hands it over. The elder is left perplexed upon hearing that the #1 hunter in the world, Aslan Anderson, will attend the meeting. Not only is Aslan the #1 hunter in the world, frustrated, he mocks them, but his pupils dilate in surprise upon hearing the bad news. Jung-ho also mentions that he is the younger brother of the association's president. In the presidential office, President Lee Kang-chi-won meets with Jung-ho. While having a cup of tea, Jung-ho reminds Kang-chi-won that it has been a while since they dissolved their clan. Kang-chi-won tells the elder that being president is much better than his position as president of the association. After the two men catch up, Jung-ho decides to get straight to the point. He tells the president about the letter, indicating that the World Hunters Federation will take place in Korea. Kang-chi-won is surprised to hear that such an event is taking place in the country without conditions. However, his old friend tells him that they need to keep quiet about the Hans group in the meantime. He reminds the president that a door is like a gold mine for the nation. The scene shifts to his sister, bound and taped up. Doors are necessary for the country's economic situation, and if the ether core dissipates, the country's power supply will collapse. Jung-ho is angry about the fact that Doran does not want to take responsibility if the Hans group shows up. He feels that the president is too confident because his younger brother is Aslan. Furthermore, Kang Chi-won says that the United States will be unofficially monitoring the current situation. He then asks Jung-ho how they will maintain economic development and the safety of citizens. Jung-ho suggests that they prepare the highest-ranking medal, which is our hero. If they have Dae-sun, they don't need to envy nuclear weapons. The president agrees with this plan and says that the protagonist must attend the Federation Conference as Korea's representative. The head of the association offers to handle the matter of our hero. The scene shifts to Dae-sun and Chan-ho discussing the medal offered to our hero. The ugly bully pushes her head down while on a call with our protagonist, threatening him to gather 100 million in 24 hours if he wants his sister to be okay. The group leader explains that it is the highest-ranking medal and not something common. However, Dae-sun feels that it will be used like a dog collar to keep him controlled. That's why he refuses to go to the conference. Chan-ho informs him that the government is also offering to lower their taxes and give better pensions. This is a huge benefit for our hero, and this offer piques his interest. After hearing he will receive 30% of the earnings, he agrees to continue with the conference. Chan-ho also informs him that they were the first to be told about the Federation Conference, but Dae-sun has no idea what the conference is about. The group leader explains that it's basically an event where the world rankings are announced. Dae-sun doesn't want to go to something so boring, but the medal award ceremony will also take place at the Federation Conference. The idea of going to an event just for a medal annoys him even more. Furious, our boy grips the phone tightly. After that, Chan-ho asks him where the other hunters are, and Dae-sun tells him they are currently training. At the Hell Training Center, Seo-hyun is giving the spiders a good beating. She activates a skill to significantly slow them down, allowing Chucky to take on his role as the unhinged killer. The crazy doll jumps on the spider's back and starts shouting that they are a bunch of insignificant creatures. At that moment, he drives his sword through its exoskeleton, leaving the poor creature screaming for help. Seo-hyun then appears with her weapons and sweeps away all the enemies in her path. Her attack pierces through and manages to freeze the spiders in place. Dong-chil then jumps in and delivers the explosive finishing blow to decimate the monsters. He uses a magnetic field to gather them and his beam to deliver the killing blow. He repeats the same combination until all the spiders have been eliminated. When Mom asks what's wrong, he simply tells her he'll be back in a bit. After the fight, the director congratulates Cho Young for her ice attacks, and she returns the compliment by mentioning how impressive his destructive attacks are. A system message appears, and Seo-hyun informs them that it's time to defeat the spider boss. Meanwhile, Dae-sun sadly browses through the door prices, but everything is sold out. If things keep going like this, she'll be broke again. Dong-chil then enters the room and tells the bald man that the Hunter Federation Conference will take place in Korea. However, the old fool doesn't see how this benefits them. The young streamer explains that if they present themselves as the exclusive bearer clan of the Dae-sun clan, they will receive many requests and be able to expand globally. The idea of this manages to spark Dae-sun's interest in the plan. Dong-chil also tells him that our hero's rank will be announced during the conference. This will also draw attention to them as the Gatekeeper clan. His mother warns him not to hurt or kill anyone, insisting that his life will end if he does. But the monarch knows that killing them won't solve anything. Unlike, the elder decides to seize this opportunity and stop lamenting like a loser. Upon seeing that Dae-sun is in the plan, Dong-chil asks him to help film some content during the Federation Conference. Dae-sun agrees and decides to talk to Chan-ho about it. Meanwhile, in Darren's office, he tells his guest that they will hold the Federation Conference in Korea, as requested. It is then revealed that the guest is Bishop Karina from the Hans group. Karina places an ominous cube on the table, and Darren immediately recognizes it as a door cube. Karin gets up to leave, and tells him to take his organization and hide inside the door. He turns to her and asks what she plans to do, and as she fades away, she tells Darren she is going to do what he really desires. As her body dissipates, the association president hears her say she is going to get involved in population control. After that, her presence completely leaves the room. In hell. Then, Darren heads to his desk to make a call. The person on the other end answers, and he tells the guy to gather all his members because a disaster is about to begin. Later, we see a plane landing at Incheon International Airport. Reporters are gathered around the entrance waiting for the esteemed guests to show up. S-class hunters from all over the world start coming out one by one as they head to the entrance. It's the first time so many top hunters have gathered. One of the news presenters is saying that their goal is to visit Aslan, who is ranked first among them. Reporters and onlookers begin to snap their cameras as soon as they see Aslan making his appearance. All attention shifts to the entrance doors as they wait for the chief to enter. To his surprise, just as he mentions the word hell, a fiery panel appears. The #1 hunter in the world is not what you would expect. The guy is a real clown with all that makeup, and it seems the circus didn't want him either. Either way, he makes his presence known, and the spotlight is on him. At our hero's house, his mother can't believe how handsome he looks. While adjusting his tie, Dae-seung didn't think his mother would be so excited about the event. Jisoo calls her mom and complains about not being able to find the dress that Se-hyun gave her. As the mother comes over to help her, Dae-sung's phone starts ringing. He answers the call from Chan-ho, who tells him that the car is ready and he should come down with his mom. At the Federation conference venue, the flags around are painted with the faces of different S-class hunters, including our hero. Jung-chil starts his broadcast and informs his viewers that he is at the place where the best hunters from around the world are present. Reassuring his mother that he won't commit any crimes, our protagonist accepts the offer to gain a basic ability, meeting. He promises to give them the best view of the event more than anyone else. Inside the venue, the hunters are all seated with their families, waiting to be directed. Our hero is sitting with his mother and Chan-ho, but he seems eager to leave. One of the hunters dressed in a black suit looks at the protagonist and wonders if he is the Dae-sung he's heard about. A guy from the World Hunters Association then steps onto the stage and introduces himself as Michael Jang. He then tells everyone that he will be the host for the meeting. Jang then welcomes President Lee Kang-cheon to conduct the medal award ceremony. Dae-sung's family is amazed to see the president, and his sister wonders if Kang-cheon will personally hand the medal to her brother. Presented with 4 options, he contemplates which would be the best choice, but ultimately concludes that none of them stand out. While the crowd applauds the president, Jang calls Dae-sung to the stage. He trusts our hero's family to cheer him on and embarrass him as he approaches the stage. When he gets there, Kang-cheon formally presents him with the medal and asks the hero to protect Korea. Dae-sung is confused, but the president tells him to continue as he has been doing. After that, they both stand up for photos, while the crowd continues to applaud them. However, Dae-sung still feels like he has a dog collar around his neck. On the other hand, his family is very proud of him and the feat he has accomplished. Jung-chil is also shedding tears of joy for some strange reason, giving his subscribers a good view. As our hero returns to his seat, the cameras keep focusing on him, and the applause continues. He stops for the strange Aslan, who congratulates him on his award. Meanwhile, the gangsters continue moving Dae-sung's crying sister. However, Dae-sung has no idea who the clown is and asks him for his identity. Aslan introduces himself in a peculiar way, making himself seem even weirder. He hopes the protagonist is impressed, but Dae-sung simply walks away to escape him. Suddenly, Aslan's wristwatch starts beeping with a bright red color. The other black-haired hunter stands up urgently and tells Dae-sung that a Class S dungeon has appeared in Tokyo. But it's not just there. All the other hunters are panicking as they all receive notifications about S-rank gates appearing in different parts of the W world. Jang is completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Ki-hong steps onto the stage and tells him what's happening worldwide. Because of this, he suggests that they halt the Federation meeting. Dae-sung, who has that urge within him, seems to be the only calm person in the entire room. As they go up in an elevator, the ugly thug reminds her of her role as a hostage. While lost in his thoughts, he wonders if the Hans group is making their move. He enters the world of the Pantheon, where he is welcomed by his fairy. He tells the fairy to open the celestial shop. The golden shop with unique items manifests before Dae-sung. He quickly buys the diary of the future and starts writing about the events that will soon happen. As the diary writes, he asks why Korea has been excluded from all the places where doors have appeared around the world. He wonders if his enemies are trying to prevent him. The scene shifts to the streets of the United States of America. There, the streets are busy, and the citizens are going about their day peacefully. Suddenly, a monster appears, causing panic and fear in the eyes of the people around. Suddenly, sparks fly and the lights go out, stopping the elevator. As the horrendous beast looks at the humans, they quickly begin to run for their lives. Sadly for them, more of these terrifying beasts appear, blocking their escape. The humans pray to God to save their lives, but it seems hopeless as more monsters rain down from the door in the sky. In the city of Tokyo, destruction and chaos are already occurring. A pack of wolf monsters is running through the streets, causing destruction. A hunter leads the monsters to an ambush point, where he signals his partner to blow the place up. An explosion occurs, filling the air around with blue smoke. While the beasts are trapped, the hunter leaps and gives the signal to start the hunt. Other hunters dressed as ninjas join him and begin to attack the monsters. They manage to take down one of the monsters, but a wolf senses where the attacks are coming from and quickly leaps into the air. Noticing sparks near his feet, the fat guy is surprised when our protagonist magically appears. It bounces off the buildings and reaches the rooftop where the hunters are. A poor boy is about to be devoured, but a subordinate appears and uses his sword to annihilate the beast. The severed head of the wolf flies past the nearly dead hunter as he is still dazed. After that, the young man thanks his captain, Tetsuka, for saving his life. Tetsuka looks at the door in the sky and is worried because if the monsters keep coming out, the city will be annihilated. Back in Washington, the city is in ruins, and the hunters are completely defeated. A hunter struggling to survive tries to crawl to a safe place, but a troll steps on him, crushing his body in the process. As the monster revels in its victory, it is suddenly split in half by another hunter wielding photons, blades. One of them suggests that they retreat and join Aslan to attempt to counterattack the monsters. The commander then shouts for everyone to return to Philadelphia. Existence. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association headquarters, the branch manager is watching all the chaos unfolding in different parts of the world. Note that South Korea has not yet been affected by the multiple portal fractures that have emerged everywhere. Then his assistant tells him that other countries are requesting South Korea's help, since they are not affected by the problem. The situation is difficult for the manager because he wonders how he will handle things if a portal suddenly appears in Korea. He wonders if sending local hunters is a viable option. He then refers to the lady as Kim Ah-jun, and asks her how the S-Class hunters who attended the conference are doing. She tells him that Tetsuka from Japan and Qian Zhongwol from China joined the fight in the air. The remaining hunters from America and Europe will soon join the fight. The manager's phone starts ringing, and he sees that Chang Ho is calling him. When he answers, the clan leader tells him to gather all the S-Class hunters for a meeting with the Daesung clan. He sarcastically comments that he's come to deliver the money. Meanwhile, he sees Aslan walking down a random street while his country is in crisis. Typical clown behavior. He takes out his phone to take a picture and says he is in Bukshan Hanok village. Two guys passing by notice him and wonder why he isn't helping the United States right now. Aslan turns to them and asks if they can take a picture of him. The two guys agree, and he thanks them with a strange smile. The scene then shifts to the Daesung clan building, and we see all the rank S hunters gathered to listen to our hero. Daesung takes charge, opening the floor to discuss how they will deal with the Hans group. Chang Ho doesn't understand what the hero means by the resurrection of the Titan. It turns out our hero chose the spectral shadow ability, allowing him to summon a specter that takes his form once it has the target's blood. The head of his branch also wonders if the aliens are the ones who created the portal fractures. Daesung explains that the portal is an altar in itself, and that people are being used as sacrifices within it. To confirm everything that has been said, Chang Sik asks if the Titan will be revived when the amount of sacrifices is completed. However, Hareen intervenes, saying they can only attend one country at most due to how long traveling will take. Hanul places a portal cube on the table, showing it to the others. Dong Chul then says that the cube resembles the Absolute Protector. Hanul continues explaining that he did research on the cube with Dr. Dong Hyuk. During their tests, they successfully transformed the cube into a teleportation device capable of traveling between continents in Sinsonghan. Tierra says that Zheng Yang is traveling and placing different cubes in key locations. Dong Chul starts complaining like a little kid because he feels they should be fighting monsters instead of attending a meeting. Now that he has located his target, the specter slams the head of the silver-suited guy against the metal wall. Hareen suggests that they move along with each of the elite hunters' clan, but Hanul tells him that the teleportation cube still can't move a large number of people. The branch manager doesn't see how this helps his situation. However, he's very surprised when Daesung says that everyone in the room will move together with him. The man tries to tell him it will be bad for them if a portal fracture appears in South Korea. The protagonist directs his attention to the system window, which shows him the details of a spectral exchange ability. Basically, it allows him to swap positions between a specter and the caster. Then, the clan leader remembers how his friend appeared at the research center with a unique ability. Daesung explains that he can easily send Chang Ho to the problem area and bring him back with this ability. Meanwhile, the ugly boy panics, realizing that Dae-sun has been a hidden Awaken all along, surprising his sister in the process. However, the specter pretends. The hunters are amazed and can't believe how powerful this guy is. Since this matter concerns both international assistance and domestic security, the branch manager feels that Daesung can kill two birds with one stone. He then tells the protagonist to start with the operation. Daesung prepares to leave with everyone, but is interrupted by Seo Yeon. Instead of saying something important, the girl annoyingly suggests they come up with a cool team name, like the Avengers. Hareen mocks her for thinking of something so stupid during an important meeting. Daesung decides to humor his maid and tells her to say the name she thought of. She suggests the name K-Cats. Chojun doesn't say anything about it, but she thinks it's a cute name. Everyone else remains silent. Ignorance. Daesung agrees to the silly name so they can hurry up and move on. The scene shifts to Shandong province in China. There, a crowd of menacing minotaurs is seen walking through the streets. A group of hunters forms a blockade and prepares to shoot at the monsters. At the signal, arrows are launched from the skies and fall upon the beasts. Despite being pierced by arrows, the minotaurs advance until they meet the frontline hunters. The young hunters are nervous about facing such terrifying creatures. Beasts try to boost their morale by shouting at the monsters to come toward them. The battle begins with the hunters being thrown through the air like pesky flies. When a minotaur is about to decapitate a soldier in front of him, a huntress jumps between their heads and reveals herself. When the elevator doors finally open, the fat guy stumbles out, announcing to the gang members that an awakener has entered. She uses an ability known as the Celestial Dragon Form to take down a crowd of monsters at once. When the dust settles, she tells the warriors to stand strong for their country. The soldiers grab their weapons and follow leader Chaeyon. At the same time, the horde of minotaurs continues charging toward them. Qinrong is watching the battle from the headquarters of the China Association and wonders if this will be the end of his beloved country. The department head known as Jin Long enters to give him something. News. She tells him that Korea will support them with 7 S-rank hunters, as long as certain conditions are met. In the letter, he sees that Korea is requesting ownership of all the byproducts and ether cores from the defeated monsters. But before he can say more, a quick hit to the back of his neck brings him crashing to the ground with a loud thud. If the countries meet their request, they will support them immediately. At the Korean Association headquarters, the branch manager receives reports about the different countries that have accepted their conditions. Then, the man tells Ajun to relay the information to the newly formed Ka hunters. It seems that the name K-Cats is too stupid to be used formally. In China, the streets are in ruins and dead hunters can be seen everywhere. The Minotaurs have managed to slaughter most of them, but Young Ma reminds them that she is still alive and breathing. They charge at her, and she prepares with the little strength she has left. Suddenly, the monster is decimated before her eyes, and she sees that the Korean hunters have come to help. Dae-sung looks at the door and notices the horde of monsters coming out. Heron uses her healing abilities on Yang Ma, while Chang-sik quickly passes by her to confront the monsters. Insulted in their own territory, the gang members grab their weapons. She tells the Chinese hunter to take a break and let them handle things. Meanwhile, the Korean hunters begin to showcase their abilities. Seo-jun uses his ability to turn the ground into a sticky glue, trapping the monsters. Cho-young uses his magic bullets to freeze the minotaurs, while Chang-sik slices them with his blades. Dong-chul arrives with his electric storm and completely annihilates the beasts with his overwhelming destructive powers. With most of the monsters defeated, Hanul uses his robotic spiders to harvest their ether cores and put them in a container. With this, they can resolve the ether core supply by obtaining it on site. Suddenly, an explosion occurs behind him and he sees the S-class Minotaur King, Ugnoth. The enormous flames and the menacing aura of the monster are enough to intimidate Chang-sik and Dong-chul. The specter greets them threateningly, and the first guy steps up to attack. Ugnoth slams his axe into the ground, causing a trail of fire to head towards the 2 hunters. Heron then raises her shield to protect everyone from the attack. The 2 hunters thank her because they would have been in serious trouble if she hadn't reacted quickly. Heron then tells them to prepare for an attack. However, Yang Mal suggests they retreat because the beast is responsible for destroying their entire unit. The Chinese hunter is surprised to see our hero arrive, ready to face the monster himself. Dae-sung mocks the Minotaur, leaving Yang Mal even more astonished. In the blink of an eye, he lunges at the monster and uses his flames to attack. Ugnoth easily absorbs the flames and tells Dae-sung that his fire attacks are useless. In an instant, he swats him away, sending him crashing into a nearby building. However, he quickly finds himself teleported behind him, receiving a kick that knocks him out. The beast boasts of being the ruler of the demon beasts, and calls our hero an insignificant insect. Cho-jung tries to help by firing his magic bullets, but the bullets can't penetrate the flames. A chilling fear fills her as she sees that her attacks are futile. The monster continues its rampage, but Dae-sung transports them both to a different location. Dong-chul explains what happened to Chang-sik, who is left completely bewildered. Ugnoth is now in a foreign land with the Demon King. The system window then shows that the Demon King can now unleash all his mana there. Dae-sung doesn't understand how such an enemy is forcing him to struggle so much. With a single swing of his sword, he unleashes a black flame that shakes the very foundations of his location. Ugnoth is completely disintegrated by these flames that he cannot absorb. Thus, Electric Dae-sun wreaks havoc on the Mafia. After the battle, the Demon King obtains an S-rank ether core. The system then tells him to eliminate the harvester that is collecting souls at the altar. While looking at the screen, the protagonist wonders if he needs to spend all his points to unlock the demon god before the Titan revives. Meanwhile, at the fracture of the door, one of the Chinese hunters seems to be the one collecting the souls. He claims this is his first time, and believes he will gain eternal life after completing the process. A blade suddenly plunges into his chest by our hero, who then asks the recipient what he hopes to gain. In his last moments, he asks the Titan to accept the sacrifice. Dae-sung feels something powerful and quickly takes a step back. He then sees a giant hand emerging from the door to take the offerings. Suddenly, Dae-sung finds himself in a completely dark space. Now, being the only man standing, he approaches Jisoo to check if she's okay. The Titan's hand grabs the soul offerings and disappears into the darkness. The protagonist wants to speak with the Titan, so he cuts through the space beside the taker, but is shocked to see that his attacks have no effect. The Titan's hand reveals itself once again and grants power to the Chinese merchant. After the receiver gains the powers and the tray of offerings falls to the ground, our hero finds himself back in the city. He wonders if the domains were changed when the Titan received the offering. However, he sees that the merchant has transformed into a supernatural being. The guy then refers to himself as a fragment of the Titan and calls the protagonist a pathetic worm. The monster lunges to strike, but Dae-sung instantly dodges before the attack can connect. The Demon King appears beside the monster and slams the guy's face into the ground. He starts delivering a series of punches to the guy to silence him. He quickly removes her bindings and tape and urges her to go home. By the time he finishes beating the merchant, the poor guy's face looks like a swollen blister. Despite receiving the beating of his life, the merchant believes that if he dies, he will join the Titan and resurrect. Daesung lifts him by the hair and asks if he plans to return to the Titan. However, he has another place in mind for such a useless guy. The merchant suddenly finds himself tied to a table in Hell's torture chamber. The executioner of the chamber is about to unleash an eternity of torture on the poor man. Back in the city, Seo Yang and the other hunters encounter the Demon King. Cho Jun tells him that the situation has been resolved. With our hero still alive, Don Chul shows Chan Sik why they shouldn't worry. He, the best hunter in Korea, now sees who the real monster is in this mess. But she reveals her concern for her dear brother. Young Wall is also surprised to see that Daesung handled the S-class monster by himself. Haran tries to check if our hero has any injuries, but Seo Hyun tries to pull her away from the only man in her life. After that, Daesung addresses everyone, saying he will take care of the gate boss while the rest focus on rescuing the hunter. The hunters can't believe what they're hearing, and wonder if he really plans to face the boss alone. On the other hand, the protagonist is determined to prevent the resurrection of the Titan. Later on, we see Yang Chul talking to his viewers and telling them he has big news for them. While clicking with the mouse, he tells them it's important information he got from the Daesung clan. He then uploads the fight scenes from the battle in China, and all the viewers are shocked. He tells them that the hunters are a newly formed group, created to assist other countries. Yang Chul also tells them he got all this information from Chan Ho. With a calm aura, he assures her he'll come to see her after he's done with his business. He then finds a news channel talking about how the K-hunters have cleared the gates in China and India. According to the media, the group is heading to Europe. The scene then shifts to the Dark Side shelter, located inside a gate. Military troops are on the scene and are organizing. Aslan passes through the portal and is greeted by some soldiers. One of the men greets him and asks about the location of his brother. Inside one of the stores, a costume party is taking place with the members of the association. A soldier goes to inform Darren about the presence of his brother, which surprises him. Aslan enjoys a glass of wine while hating the look of the horrible dimension he is in. Darren approaches his brother, and the world's #1 hunter tells him they will be in trouble and won't be leaving soon. So, when the elevator doors close, the Spectre prepares for another beating. He then asks his younger brother to explain himself. In the city of Tokyo, everything is chaotic and in ruins. Dead hunters can be seen buried among the debris of the destroyed buildings. Tetsukai and his combat unit are trying to hold the last line of defense against the monsters. He orders the front line to hold the rear line while everyone else retreats to the third line of defense. The hunters move quickly as they carry their injured comrades to safety. The captain stands firm, ready to give his life for his comrades, and the rest have no choice but to leave their captain behind. Later, Karina approaches the high priest and tells him that the altar they built is collapsing rapidly, and that the Demon King is on the move. Ramesh's eyes fill with rage upon hearing about the Demon King. The sounds of pain echo through the hallways, where only unconscious bodies can be seen. The bishop also tells him that the dimensional altar has transformed into a spatial teleportation altar. Then the high priest tells him to send the southern bishop, Azar, to the dimensional altar, which has Nei. It hadn't collapsed to buy time for the Titan. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, the Japanese hunters are desperately running for their lives. A huntress carrying her injured partner falls into great despair when she sees a door appear in front of her. Luckily, the Korean hunters appear from there, but they seem to be suffering from severe dizziness. I guess teleportation isn't a very smooth ride. Seo Hyun has completely lost her head, and Cho Young is trying to tell her to calm down. While everyone tries to calm down, Dae-sung is the only one who isn't affected. He wonders if he should make a new automatic hunting deck after seeing how weak his fellow hunters are. It seems our hero is going up the stairs, ascending each floor one by one. On the other hand, the Japanese hunter is surprised to see our hero and his subordinates. He then receives news through his earpiece, saying that the K-hunters will be providing support through the teleportation door. She rushes to Dae-sung and humbly asks him to save her captain. However, she isn't speaking in Japanese, so the protagonist doesn't understand her. Seo Hyun translates the words for him and tells him to turn on his translation device. After receiving the request, our hero quickly teleports to find Tetsuka. Seo Hyun then assures the girl that Dae-sung is strong and will be able to save her captain. With tears running down her face, the girl humbly thanks her. On the battlefield, a poor hunter is caught in the mouth of a wolf beast and is devoured in seconds. Tetsuka is completely exhausted because his aura has been significantly weakened. As he approaches another group of gangsters enjoying a cigarette, he jokes that they're all so weak that the lack of challenge frustrates him. He tries to control his breathing as he awaits his demise. The monsters close in and prepare to make a meal of him. When the hunter closes his eyes and accepts defeat, the beasts rush to devour him. In a quick turn of events, their heads are suddenly separated from their bodies. Tetsuka is left speechless when he sees Dae-sung standing over him with an intimidating aura. However, he seems quite scared to see the Demon King. Our hero asks him if he's okay, but the hunter's translation device is broken, so he doesn't understand a word being said. He then sees something dangerous and shouts to Daesung to be careful. The protagonist turns around and sees a train flying directly toward them. It crashes and causes a huge explosion upon impact. Irritated by the insult, like all the previous gangsters, they are completely defeated. But Daesung and Tetsuka are completely fine. However, a green ball shoots out from the smoke and flies straight toward the protagonist. Our protagonist hits the green ball away into the sky. The ball unfolds and reveals itself as the Southern Bishop. The protagonist quickly realizes that the enemy is from another world. He launches upward to attack the bishop, who is also ready to strike. The two fighters clash, causing a massive explosion in the sky. Tetsuka protects himself from the smoke, and when he opens his eyes, he can't believe that both fighters are completely unharmed. The protagonist admits that Azar is a formidable enemy. One of them calls his boss, a man covered in tattoos that cover his gigantic. The bishop enlarges his head and sharp teeth while talking about how much he wants to eat and drink. What a repulsive glutton. The mech tries to switch to a different domain, but it's impossible due to the bishop's crazy calories. But he misses his target because he's trying to contain our hero at the same time. The huntress we saw earlier rushes to the scene looking for Tetsuka. She shouts his name for a while until he calls her from behind. Tetsuka is enjoying a can of soda while telling the girl Masaki that he made sure to pay for it. He then informs the other hunters, and Seo-hyun can't believe that her master was devoured. The captain isn't sure if Dae-soon is alive or dead. He confirms to Hanul that Bishop Han ate the protagonist and disappeared without a trace. Muscles. Chang-sik suggests they split up and search for the bishop, but Haran says it will be dangerous for them to do so. However, Seo-hyun is confident that they don't need to worry about finding him. At the dark side shelter, Darren is enjoying a bottle of wine with his brother. Aslan asks his brother if he's surprised by an S-rank corps, but Darren isn't amazed. The president tells his brother that he doesn't really understand the power of the Han's aliens. He's sure that not even Dae-soon will be able to stop them from what they intend to do. Aslan then gets up to leave and reminds his brother that he's warned him, but Darren assures him that there's nothing to worry about because their plans will go into effect. Back at Sun's 28 amperes, Seo-hyun pulls out the Chucky doll, who isn't very happy to be summoned by his owner. She tells the ugly toy that her father has disappeared, but Chucky doesn't care. He answers the phone scolding his subordinate and reminding him never to call when he's relaxing in the sauna. Even Chang-sik and Don Cheol can't stand the annoying attitude of the ugly object. However, Chucky wonders who would be crazy enough to kidnap the Demon King. Suddenly, he turns around after feeling the protagonist's anger. The hunters can see or feel anything, so Chucky points in the direction of our hero. Hanul asks what's over there, and Tetsuka tells them it's Mount Fuji. The hunters climb the mountain until they reach the top. There, Chucky points to a hole where he feels the Demon King's anger. To their surprise, the ugly doll jumps without thinking twice. The others are too scared to jump because they can't see the bottom, but Tetsuka wonders why there's a crater like that on the mountain. Cho-young then launches a flare that the other three hunters notice. However, the frightened gangsters insist he come quickly. In the stomach of Azar, the protagonist tries to use his movement skills, but they seem to be sealed. The gastric acids start to slowly seep in, worsening his condition. He releases a huge wave of mana to repel the acid and protect himself. Meanwhile, the Southern Bishop is meditating and trying to suppress our hero's powers. The doll then finds the bishop lost in meditation. Chang-sik and Don Cheol contemplate who should go first and make the first strike. However, Chucky runs in like a fool, catching the bishop's attention. Despite all his attempts to stab the bishop, he can't make a single scratch. When Azar notices it's a cursed doll, Don Cheol quickly pulls Chucky away while Chang-sik attacks with lightning speed. Unfortunately, they see that both attacks are ineffective against the bishop. Being ordered to come only angers the boss even more. The bishop stands up to fight them, but whatever the Demon King is doing inside him makes him feel like vomiting. When he vomits, a lot of fireballs come out of his mouth. While the hunters flee, Don Cheol notices that the attack is similar to Dae-sun's aura ability. When the explosion occurs, Chang-sik slips in to deliver a fatal blow to the bishop, but Azar opens his mouth wide to swallow the hunter. Just before the best hunter is devoured, Don Cheol saves him at the last moment. When the two hunters are out of the way, Cho-young appears and starts shooting his magic bullets. As the bullets begin to freeze Azar's feet, Don Cheol returns with his lightning powers and delivers a deadly attack to the bishop. However, this causes the bishop to open his mouth and start spitting acid. Before the acid can reach them, Haran deploys his shield and protects them. While protecting everyone, Seo-hyun runs out to attack. But when he hears his subordinate being knocked out, he realizes something is wrong. They try to call her back, but she is determined to rescue her master. She pierces the head of her voodoo doll in an attempt to instantly kill the bishop, but the system tells her that the ability will be replaced by a fainting call if the target soul is too large. The attack manages to hit Azar, causing him a lot of pain before he faints. The hunters are surprised that Seo-hyun was able to accomplish such a feat with a single blow. Even she is surprised that her ability actually worked, which means this brainless girl ran out with no solid plan. Down in Philadelphia, the citizens are acting like mindless zombies for some reason. The monsters at the gate just pass by them without attacking. One of the monsters asks his boss why they aren't attacking the humans. The boss tells him that the Titan prefers the souls of pure warriors. Looking closer, we see that strings are being attached to the humans, controlling them like puppets. Rising from his seat, he clenches his huge fist in frustration, breaking his phone. Humans start to act more possessed as they rush toward the monsters. The trolls begin to hit the humans, and the boss monster finds the whole thing ridiculous. A human clings to a monster, and the beast sees that the guy's whole body is on fire. The poor man could use a cold shower, but suddenly he explodes into pieces. The boss then tells his soldiers to find the person controlling the humans. More explosions keep happening, killing some of the monsters in the process. At the top of one of the buildings, we see that Aslan is the one controlling the people. The boss sees the hunter and jumps onto the roof to deal with him. The monster vows to kill Aslan, but the hunter uses his ability to control the troll's mind. In a split second, the monster becomes one of Aslan's puppets. What a waste! The hunter then orders him to go and kill his comrades. Back at the crater of Mount Fuji, the Korean hunters are unsure if Azar is dead. Dong-chul tells Chang-sik to ask Seo-hyun since she was the one who attacked the bishop. She then tells them that the bishop just fainted and is not dead. He loses his head as Chucky climbs on top of Azar and opens his mouth. The doll tells them that Daesung is definitely inside the bishop's belly. Seo-hyun wonders what the ugly toy will do when he gets down there. On the other hand, Hanul hands something to the doll before entering the belly. When Azar wakes up, he finds himself bound with iron chains. He vows to kill and struggles to free himself from the chains. Meanwhile, at the gang headquarters, numerous bloodied bodies lie on the floor. However, Chang-sik prepares to attack the mass. A teleportation portal suddenly appears in front of them, and Seo-hyun is glad to see it. The protagonist suddenly comes out of the portal with Chucky and congratulates them for saving him. Without delay, Daesung tells everyone to jump while throwing Chucky into the air and starts running. The hunters are completely confused, considering that the strongest among them is fleeing. They also start running quickly, but Dong-chul doesn't understand why our hero hasn't jumped yet. Azar suddenly appears behind them and breaks the chains that bound him. Daesung then tells the kid from the Fortress clan to restrain the bishop. Seo-hyun reacts quickly and slides backward. She pulls out her doll, Budu, and makes the ground around the bishop turn into quicksand. The Shadow Spectre approaches another member, who begs not to suffer the same fate. Azar begins to sink slowly, but tells the hunters they can't escape from him. Tezuka catches up to the protagonist and asks why he's fleeing without fighting. Daesung then tells him they'll be dead if they fight inside the crater. As Azar sinks further into the sand, he extends his giant hand to grab the hunters. A bright light is seen from the top of the crater. Our hero then emerges with his specter dragon just in time. An explosion erupts behind them, but the hunters are safe and have managed to escape just in time. The dragon takes them to a safe place, while the Demon King jumps back to the top of the mountain. Seo-hyun calls for her master, but he lands on the ground and tells the bishop to reveal himself. Azar's giant hand breaks through the ground, followed by his large, ugly face. Suddenly, a wall explodes. The Demon King quickly sees that the giant mass in front of him is the true form of the bishop. Azar emerges from the crater and is 1,000 times bigger than our hero. I guess all those calories finally took effect. The other hunters are bewildered when they see the giant bishop and wonder if it's the same enemy they fought moments ago. Captain Tezuka is quite worried about this, saying he needs to quickly report to headquarters. Meanwhile, the Demon King unleashes a huge wave of mana and rises into the sky to confront his enemy. He manages to move stealthily under the cover of the clouds, making it difficult for the bishop to locate him. Back at the Japan Hunters Association headquarters, Shinchi becomes very anxious and scared upon seeing the giant bishop on the screen. His assistant then tells him that Tezuka reported that Daesung is fighting the giant monster. Back on Mount Fuji, Daesung attacks the bishop with a massive wave of black flames from his sword. Caught off guard, Daesung, shocked, turns to see a giant man grabbing his face, immediately smashing his head against the ground. However, Azar opens his mouth and uses the power of gluttony to swallow the attack. While this happens, the dragon of the Demon King is circling above them. Daesung then tells the bishop to try eating his next attack. The dragon charges an attack and fires a mana lightning cannon at the enemy. The lightning pierces Azar's arm, causing him a lot of pain. The other hunters do everything they can to keep the dragon at bay while it attacks. Finally, Azar's body swells and bursts into pieces, while the bishop finally succumbs to his appetite. The system window appears with a message showing that the bishop has been defeated and the Demon King has gained the ability of gluttony. With the point he gained, he can now unlock the transformation into Demon God. Our hero looks through the screen to see all the bright rewards he has received. The boss expresses his anger over Daesung's disaster. While accessing the Pantheon, Ramesh witnesses the first heartbeat of the Titan. A giant belly with a huge fetus is in front of the high priest in the dead plains of another dimension. The priest notices that the Titan's heartbeat is speeding up significantly. He sees how Azar's spirit appears and merges with the Titan, causing the giant's eyes to come to life. As the dust settles over Mount Fuji, Tetsuka struggles to believe that the battle has really ended. Harin then asks Seo-hyun where his master went, and it seems the boy forgot to tell them he went to check on some things on Monday. Pantheon. She then tells everyone to have fun until the protagonist returns. However, Tetsuka offers to take care of them with the best facilities and services. Donchul takes the opportunity to ask if there are any hot springs nearby. Meanwhile, our hero reflects on how his mother and sister aren't even surprised by his powers, realizing that others like him also exist. While Dae-soon checks the items in the Pantheon, he decides to sell all unused items and ether cores. After that, he transfers all his achievement points to the implementation rate, but fails to reach 100% completion. He feels that he will be able to achieve full implementation if he takes on one more bishop. Dae-soon then sets up a video call with Chano. The clan leader congratulates him for handling the bishop, and the Demon King asks where they should go next. He tells Dae-soon that the World Hunters Association has started sending hunters on a large scale, so he and his team can return to Korea. However, our hero wonders where these guys have been. Even Chang-ho finds their sudden movement suspicious. Dae-soon thinks the association is crazy for trying to protect facilities instead of citizens. After that, he asks the clan leader what his teammates are doing right now. His Shadow Spectre powers allow him to retreat safely. The scene shifts to a hot spring resort, where the Korean hunters are relaxing and finally taking a break. Chung-sik wonders why Anul is still wearing his mask, and the guy decides to take it off. They are completely amazed at how handsome Anul looks without his mask. The guy looks better than most girls. Anul tells them he really doesn't like his face, which is why he wears a mask. On the girls' side, Seo-jun is enjoying a nice bath when Cho-jung asks what his master is planning in the Pantheon. Harin then asks what even is the Pantheon. The guy from the fortress tells her it's the secret base of the Dae-soon clan. Cho-young explains that it's also a subspace training center. Seo-jun steps up to tease Harin, saying they are no longer rivals because he unlocked a secret move during the last fight. The boss is surprised to see the guy shaking off the dust in front of him, causing all the chaos alone. Cho-young tries to warn him that it will be dangerous to use abilities there, but the girl is a reckless addict. Seo-jun then unleashes his final move, leaving the girls in shock. Meanwhile, an assistant is directing our hero to the men's bathroom. Upon entering the locker room, his servant's doll appears. The girls suddenly find themselves in the same hot spring bath as the protagonist. A month later, Cho-jung is invited to a news channel to give details about the portal fracture incident. Cho-jung introduces himself and begins to explain that the incident is finally entering a recovery phase. The interviewer then asks him about his thoughts on the damages other countries have suffered due to Korea's late response to help them. However, Cho-jung tells the guy that he didn't come for a Q&A contest. Meanwhile, a protest has emerged from citizens demanding Aslan's removal and the resignation of the president of the World Hunters Association. The Shadow Spectre wonders if the boss is also a wake-up call. Citizens are marching through the streets calling for Aslan's death. Reporters on the scene are covering the entire event, saying that these protests may not stop anytime soon. A protester is briefly mentioned, telling the news anchor that he lost his family during the incident, making him see no more use for the World Hunters Association. Darren watches the crowd from his office window and tells Karen that all he's gained from this is disgrace. The bishop assures him that Hans keeps his promises. She drops some pills on the table and calls him the Titan's flesh. She assures Darren that if he eats it, he can live forever. The president of the association is astonished when he sees something so powerful. Karen tells him that the world will soon transform into a new one. If he wants more of the Titan's flesh, she tells him to deal with Dae-soon. The boss smiles proudly, promising to send our boy to hell. Karen then disappears, leaving Darren wondering how he will meet our hero. Back at the Japanese resort, Tetsuka thanks the K-Cats once again for being a great support for his country. He and his fellow hunters humbly thank the Korean hunters. With a job well done, the protagonist urges everyone to eat and enjoy themselves. While everyone enjoys their meals and drinks, Seo-jun asks his companions something inappropriate. Our hero quickly appears to stop the conversation and promises to give his stupid servant a hellish training. She tries to say it was a mistake, but he quickly disappears with the silly girl. In the Rice Dining Hall's Porter clan, the secretary suddenly receives a call. Dae-soon hears her talking about the Japan Hunters Association, so he decides to take the lady's call. He introduces himself and starts talking about managing the processing of their products in Japan. Hearing that familiar word, our hero squints at the muscular monster, whose clothes burst from his physical enhancement. When the call ends, the secretary asks if they will go to Japan in a very enthusiastic manner. The bald man says he will go, but tells the lady that she has to stay and protect the office. Back at Mount Fuji, Hanel tells Emek that there's no teleportation cube because it was probably buried or destroyed. Dae-soon suggests using his dragon, but Harin tells him to be normal and use. Aplon, Chang-sik also feels uncomfortable riding a dragon, so he tells the protagonist to go alone if he chooses that. Tetsuka arrives with a fancy Toyota to give them a free ride. Most of them rush to get into the car, leaving only Cho-jung with our hero. She is very worried about Seojong, but tells herself that the girl will be fine. Sadly, for the girl from the Fortress clan, she faces an endless horde of monsters in the Pantheon. Not caring about his size, later, we see Jongchul streaming the moment Tetsuka thanked the Kagatos. He shows it to his viewers, who immediately prefer the name Kegatos over Kakasadoris. He starts laughing at how sticky the name is. Then his phone starts to ring. He answers the phone and listens to the clan leader telling him about the request from Japan. Jongchul is excited to hear that the elder will take care of the byproducts and congratulates him. The elder offers the young streamer the opportunity to film content in Japan, and he humbly accepts. The scene shifts to Haneda Airport, where we see many people coming and going on different flights. The plane carrying the Kegatos is about to take off, and they seem to have the best first-class seats. The protagonist is also with them, and it's his first time flying first class. Always. Our hero punches the boss in the face and mocks the weak giant. He takes a seat next to Darren, who begins to communicate with him through telepathy. The president introduces himself to the Demon King, who wonders why he's using telepathy. Darren then tells him he has a special proposal, which piques our hero's interest. He tells the Demon King that the world will soon perish, and a new world will be created. While Daesung thinks about this, Darren offers him a position as the owner of the new special world. The protagonist isn't interested in any of that, which makes the president see that Daesung doesn't believe him. Darren says he will explain it better at the association headquarters, but our hero is still not interested. Daesung comments that he has already been pretending to be the owner of a destroyed world. The president then stands up from his seat and says that Daesung's thoughts are limited to those of an ordinary criminal. However, the Demon King suddenly uses telepathy to communicate, leaving Darren bewildered. Slumped against a wall, the boss denies being defeated so easily and stands up angrily to launch a counterattack, but is soon humiliated by a kick to his unguarded face. He then asks the president if he is on the dark side. Seeing that the protagonist knows a lot, Darren ignores his question and leaves. With this, our hero is now sure of the location of the aliens' hands and can't wait to confront them. Meanwhile, Darren heads to a secret room where his superiors are celebrating with Titan meat. Everyone comments that it is the best piece of meat they have ever tasted. They see the effects immediately, as their old skin sheds and they begin to look younger. With this, they see that the body of immortality is truly real. However, one of them laments not being able to eat a piece of the meat. Darren tells him it's the last batch and requests permission to use the inheritance to acquire more meat. With a flurry of kicks, our boy beats up the boss, explaining what true hell is and how much misery it causes. The master grants his request, but is not happy about having to deal with such old fools. Upon leaving, he vows to take care of them once he obtains the inheritance. At the Daesung clan headquarters, our hero concludes the activities of the Kakites until further notice. Changyeo thanks them for all their hard work. When the protagonist is about to leave his seat, Harin calls him and asks for permission to use his special training center. Changsik also shows interest in wanting to use the training center. However, Daesung can't take them to the Pantheon unless they are registered as his servants. He tells them to go home and rest first, and to contact him a week later. The hunters are excited about this, and can't wait to use the special center. The clan leader reminds them that each clan has to send personnel to handle byproducts in the Eurasia region. Meanwhile, the giant man can only think about surviving, and asks for a break. The Daesung clan is already sending someone to Japan. Hanul says that the Joseon clan has also moved to China. Dongchil is surprised that they are moving so quickly, and Changsik explains how profitable the business is. Cho Young then asks about Seo Yon, and Daesung says that the girl could have gone home if she defeated the boss in the Pantheon. The scene shifts to a port where containers are being unloaded. Daesung is watching how they unload his containers, and feels that he will be able to make billions with the amount of byproducts he has obtained. However, Yang Chil comes to ask the elder when they will be able to start filming content. Daesung then says they should go take a picture together. They head to Mount Fuji, where Yang Chil begins his broadcast. His viewers are really excited about his content. With his soul shattered, the muscular gangster offers money and everything he has in exchange for his worthless life. He then tells them that he will explore the mountain for byproducts with Daeseon. The elder then shows his protective suit to the viewers, saying it was launched by his clan. He tells them that the suit has a protective function against monster attacks. Yang Chil notices how the elder is all over his stream, but quickly decides to move to a deeper part of the mountain. The scene changes to a desolate place in hell, and we see a young Daesung fleeing from a monster. He manages to find a place to hide. There he wonders if he has to die and start his long journey again. The Demon King then wakes up from the nightmare and wonders why he has been having such dreams. We see that he is on a family trip, but for some reason, Sohyun joined them. His mother tells him to go play in the water like his sister and have fun. Hearing about the money piques my boy's interest. Suddenly, some little troublemakers approach him and ask if he is Han Daesung. They are surprised to see that he is actually the legendary hero and ask to see his cool dragon. The other people on the beach get really excited and start walking towards our hero when they hear he is at the beach. The protagonist starts sweating like a faucet as he begins to receive a lot of attention. He remembers that Chanho warned him about this and regrets not paying attention to the leader's words. When everyone crowds around him, he's confused about what to do. He catches their attention, and they start asking for autographs. Some people just want to shake his hand, and others make ridiculous requests. Our hero finds it hard to deal with all this, claiming that popularity is like a drug. Back at Mount Fuji, Janchil and the old man are still exploring the deep parts of the cave. He questions the boss about the gang's safety. Mountain, one of his subscribers, donates a large sum of money and asks the streamer to go deeper into the cave. More people start donating more money, but Janchil tells them he can't go any further. The viewers keep urging him until he exits the tight spot. He discovers something and tells Daizung to come down quickly. A bright light illuminates the old man's face as he stands in front of a door cube. He tells Janchil that they have discovered a door. Because of this, one of the viewers donates 100 million wons to the subscriber. Just like that, the guy is now a millionaire. The next day, Heron and Changzik meet at a regular training center, not the special one Daizung promised them. After pointing our protagonist toward the closet with the safe, the boss runs away like a crying girl, finally reaching his white car in the parking lot. The facility doors open, and they see their fellow hunters approaching them. Janchil tells them to wait because the protagonist will arrive soon. Seojong offers to call his master with his wristwatch if he arrives late. At that moment, our hero appears and tells him not to think about stupid things. After that, he tells everyone that he will start the training session. Seeing that it will be difficult to make Haran and Changzik his servants, Daizung changes the terrain to resemble one of the hell plans. Changsik and Harin are still amazed at how easily our hero can change an area. Chojong remembers being in the same area before, and Seojong says this is the place where he had his last training. Harin starts teasing the girl for being brought there after causing trouble for her master. The boss rambles, thinking he's safe, talking about how he'll ensure he hunts our boy down. The master of ceremonies tells them to cut the chatter because they will move on to special training right away. The girls are very curious about what this special training will consist of. Seeing that they fought against really tough bosses, the protagonist decides to change his training approach. Changsik admits that it was quite difficult for them to deal with the gate boss. Daizung then pulls out a sword and tells them that he will be the target for their training. The hunters are surprised by this, but the protagonist doesn't waste time making the first move. He launches the first attack, causing a huge explosion with his flames. Meanwhile, in an underground alien blood sanctuary, a door opens and Daizung peeks his head out. He and Jongchil jump from the portal into the eerie cave. The young man asks the elder where they are, but he has no idea. But his nemesis creeps up stealthily, whispering that he forgot to ask for the safe's password. It's too dark for his old eyes to see anything. Jongchil suggests they should leave quickly because he feels something is wrong, but the elder tells him they should wait a bit. He assumes they are at an F-rank door and can easily handle the monsters. Suddenly, a large red substance bursts from the ground. Jongchil screams when he sees the red, sticky thing sticking to the cave's ceiling. Daizung tells him to be quiet and stay back so they can escape easily if things go wrong. After that, the elder steps forward to investigate the strange phenomenon. When he looks at it, he can't believe the horrifying sight. A pile of corpses lies at the bottom of the hole, and the poor souls are pleading for forgiveness. Scared by what he sees, the elder tells Jongchil they need to retreat immediately. Even when the boss goes crazy with fear, the shadowy specter torments him one last time, saying he can be contacted at any moment and place. Turning to escape, he runs into the northern bishop, Valks. The bishop demands to know how the man entered the cave, but Daizung yells for Jongchil to flee the scene quickly. When Valks turns to face the streamer, Jongchil runs toward the portal. The bishop tries to catch him, but Jongchil manages to escape successfully. Valks tries to access the portal, but his hand slips, realizing it's a dimensional portal. He turns to look for Daizung, but the elder has vanished. The bishop is annoyed with the humans who are giving him quite a hassle. When Jongchil exits the portal, he tells his viewers that Daizung is in serious trouble. He quickly ends the stream. Later, money magically falls from a portal in front of our protagonist, totaling over 500 million. Then we see Changho being interrupted by a phone call. He picks it up and hears Jongchil whimpering like a little kid. The streamer tells him that the elder is trapped inside the door and has been captured, causing Changho to panic. Meanwhile, the K-hunters continue their training while fighting the Demon King. Chang-sik's attacks are easily blocked, and Dongchil's hits aren't even strong enough to affect our hero. Chojung appears to attack from his blind spot, and Daizung admits he has improved a lot. However, it's still not enough to defeat such a great being. The protagonist unleashes his ability, causing a massive explosion at his location. The hunters are thrown by this attack that instills fear in their bodies. Haran raises his shield to protect everyone from Daizung's deadly flames. Our hero smiles like a greedy goblin at all the things and apartments he can buy with it. The protagonist emerges from the flames and recognizes the improvement in everyone's teamwork, but says they still lack the final blow to seal everything. Changsik is upset for not being able to defeat him despite all his efforts. Haran accuses Seo Young of being useless, but the girl's curse tricks are ineffective against her master. The master of ceremonies receives a call from the clan leader and asks the guy what's going on. With a distressed expression, Changho tells Daezung that he urgently needs his help. At the Daezung clan headquarters, a couple of black vans arrive, and some soldiers get out. They quickly form up and wait for their commander to exit the vehicle. One of the soldiers goes to open the door, and a lady steps out of the vehicle. The scene shifts back to the training facilities where the K-hunters are. Seo Hyung looks like he's about to explode, so he quickly heads to the bathroom. He enters a shopping mall and is captivated by a newly launched foldable phone, which the seller mentions costs 2,990,000 won. With a frustrated expression, Daezung asks Changho why the older man from the Gatekeepers clan is causing trouble at a door. The clan leader tells him that he has contacted the Korean and Japanese associations, saying they will handle the matter. The Demon King addresses his fellow hunters and tells them he will be going to Japan for a while. The hunters don't understand what's happening, but Daezung turns around to leave quickly. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks when he sees some soldiers accompanying a lady. Changho asks them why they are blocking the way. The lady introduces herself as Seo Yunmi, an enforcement officer from the World Hunters Association. She says that the association is investigating the recent portal incident and needs him to accompany them as a witness. Angry about this, the clan leader asks if the order wasn't issued by the Korean Association. The Demon King realizes that Darren ordered these guys to capture him. His curiosity piqued. He checks out another model, one that resembles the Samsung C Flip. Yunmi corrects the way he addresses the president of the association, but he doesn't care. Haran also says he knows nothing about the enforcement power wielded by the World Hunters Association. Yunmi then says that Daezung is suspected of being the culprit behind the portal incident. However, her words provoke the hunters, and they prepare in case things come down to a fight. Changho also asks the lady to withdraw quietly, but seeing she's not getting anywhere, Yunmi orders her people to activate the legacy. The soldiers outside receive the order and pull the lever on a giant golden box. A magical seal appears beneath the entire clan building, sending the hunters into a state of panic. They quickly notice they can't use their aura or gather power, but our hero remains very calm. It's not that he can't break the seal, but he's afraid the building will collapse if he does. Yunmi says their powers have been sealed, and if the protagonist stays calm, he will be treated well. The shopkeeper, hoping to facilitate the purchase, suggests a payment plan. The Demon King agrees to the condition that he lets the other hunters go. However, he decides to make a phone call before leaving with them. He calls Seo Hyun, who is outside buying ice cream. Daezung laughs on the phone and asks if she has awakened a skill. The girl tells him her skill is known as Daezung's Invocation. Then he orders her to use the skill immediately. Unfortunately, the one time Seo Hyun should be useful, she tells her master that she can't use the skill. She feels that once he appears, he will scold her for running away, so she begs him to wait a little. The Demon King tries to persuade her to use the ability right away and promises not to scold her, but this dumb brat ends up hanging up on her master. The protagonist is completely furious about Seo Hyun's stupid actions. After that, Yunmi asks if he is ready to go with them. However, Dong Chul and the other hunters refuse to follow her. But Daezun, without hesitation, places 5 million won on the counter and buys both models immediately. Haran even declares that any action against the hero will also be considered a hostile threat against the clan of the fortress. Yunmi's soldiers prepare to fight, but she leaves the decision to Daezung. The protagonist decides there's not much he can do for his precious clan building. Just when he tries to unleash his ability, he suddenly disappears, leaving the entire room in shock. The others wonder where he went, and Haran realizes that Seo Hyun finally decided to use her special ability. Yunmi tells her team to search the area for their fugitive target. As the soldiers go out to search, she tells the remaining hunters to stay put until they find the hero. The hunters have no choice but to obey. Meanwhile, President Young Ho receives an official letter from the World Association. He opens the seal and reads the contents of the letter. The shopkeeper, with a look of suspicion, accepts the money as if he had scammed someone or charged more than the fair price. It says that the association suspects Daezung is behind the door incident and is asking the Korean Association to cooperate with them. This is quite shocking for the president, and he thinks the association has completely lost its mind. He then tells his assistant to quickly call Gihong. Later, our hero meets his servant in the city center. She offers him an ice cream cone and apologizes for making him angry. He, Daezung, picks it up and starts licking it, but suddenly scolds her for not being able to grasp the situation. He quickly moves away and tells her to follow him. Back at his clan's building, the law enforcement team is still searching for him. Jihong appears with his own forces to confront the association's dogs. They tell him they are carrying out a mission and ask him not to interfere with their work. Our devil arrives home and casually drops off his purchases. However, Jihong is angry that these thugs feel safe enough to do whatever they want in his country. The soldiers interpret their actions as a threat and prepare to fight. The leader asks the hunter to step back once more before things get ugly. On the other hand, Ji Hong tells his troops to get ready for battle. His soldiers draw their energy swords, but Daesung appears just as they are about to clash. The reinforcement team spots their target and immediately moves to capture him. However, the protagonist transports himself and the entire enemy team to a different dimension. Gai Hong is left speechless when the thugs suddenly disappear without a trace. The law team finds themselves in a desolate land known as the Graveyard Garden. While trying to figure out where they are, a group of torturers suddenly appears. When his mother calls him to join her for dinner, he responds that he needs to go out. Before she can ask where he's going, he's already disappeared. Upon seeing the monsters, the team concludes that the protagonist is definitely responsible for the portal fracture. The troops rush to attack the monsters, and both sides become engaged in a heated confrontation. Vines sprout from the ground and begin to lift the soldiers one by one. As the troops receive the fight of their lives, they demand the hero reveal himself to them. With only one soldier left, the Demon King appears. Daesung uses his powers to dominate the poor boy's soul. The soldier struggles but quickly succumbs to the Demon King's power. After that, the protagonist teleports back to his clan's building. Ji Hong is surprised to see him and asks the hero where the executioners went. Daesung says he kept the soldiers as prisoners for interrogation. In reality, he has been invited to dinner by his friend at a restaurant. He hears a loud crash and looks up to see part of his headquarters exploding. Chang-sik and Choi Yong are seen chasing Yun-im, who is trying to escape, but our hero is only worried about his precious building. The awake sharpshooter fires her magic bullets at Yun-im. The lady blocks the bullets while suddenly wrapping herself in black armor. Chang-sik sneaks up behind her and throws the executioner to the ground. By the time the two hunters land on the ground, they see that Yun-im has escaped. Chang-sik sees that the hero is no longer with Ji Hong, meaning he has already begun pursuing the executioner. Yun-im runs through the city to get away, but a cold sweat runs down her back when she hears our hero's voice behind her. Daesung strikes her neck and sends her rolling on the ground. Chang-ho looks visibly surprised by Daesung's transformation, as his physique has changed significantly since their last encounter just a few days ago. Finally, she crashes, leaving the hero to decide how to handle the situation. As his armor comes off his body, Daesung wonders if he should hand it over to Chang-ho to quickly get to Japan. Meanwhile, Jong-chul is sitting in front of the door, hoping the old man hasn't died yet. Unbeknownst to him, Tetsuka and Masaki are watching him. The girl thinks they shouldn't leave the young man like this, but her captain tells her they can't do much. Our hero finally appears, and the hunters quickly notice his presence. When Jong-chul sees Daesung, he finally feels that there is hope. Daesung apologizes for the trouble his porter has caused Tetsuka. On the other hand, Jong-chul runs towards our hero with tears in his eyes. The poor boy begs the hero to save Daesung before it's too late. The two start their meal by sharing a drink. The protagonist tells the guy to drop his pants and explain the situation. Jong-chul explains that an alien captured the old man while trying to rescue him. Daesung discovers that the aliens are none other than the Hounds guys. Tetsuka then offers to provide him with support troops, but our hero tells him it's not necessary. The protagonist asks the captain to take the streamer somewhere far away. After that, he heads for the door. Jong-chul is stunned when the hero disappears, and Tetsuka wonders if he always had stealth abilities. On the other side of the door, Daesung hides in the well, hoping someone will come to rescue him soon. He is sure someone will come if he holds on for 3 or 4 days. The red max speed suddenly spreads its veins, and voices begin to torment the old man's mind. Chang-ho strikes up a conversation, asking Daesung about his future plans, reminding him that they are no longer the carefree school kids they used to be. He apologizes for not being able to help, but there really is nothing he can do. When the veins spread, our hero cuts them and asks what the hell it is. The savior of the old man is finally here, but before our hero can help, he is attacked by the northern bishop. Daesung blocks the attack, but the impact sends him crashing into a wall. Vox is happy to see that it is the protagonist who has appeared. Karen also appears in the cave and starts attacking the protagonist. She launches a powerful bolt at Daesung before landing on the ground. The smoke clears, and we see that our boy is unaffected by the attack he just received. Karen tells Vox to make the invocation, but he says it will limit his movements. The protagonist shakes off the dust and proceeds to take his turn, unleashing his own abilities. However, Daesung takes the conversation in another direction, asking how many apartments could be bought with 500 million won. Karen manipulates the red substance in the well, causing the agonized voice to scream louder. As the old man suffers from the voices, the bishop sees that our hero is not affected by them. These actions only make Daesung angrier. The protagonist unleashes his wave of mana, causing the air and ground to violently tremble under the influence of his aura. The bishops shield themselves from the blow, realizing how much power the hero has been hiding all this time. With murder in his eyes, Daesung unleashes a skill to kill them. With a single swing of his sword, he creates chaos around him. The bishops are terrified by the overwhelming skill of the Demon King. At the same time, the titan in the belly opens its eyes. Back at the underground altar, a massive explosion occurs due to the protagonist's attack. Chang-ho, momentarily surprised, asks if Daizun really has that kind of money, but quickly shifts to talking about the current state of inflation. An army of undead soldiers rises from the black essence and begins to attack the bishops. Karen tries to tell him that the low-level lackeys won't be enough to stop them, but she's really struggling. The hero tells her to experience what it's like to have her blood sucked and her flesh ripped from her body. The bishops are overwhelmed by the sheer number of undead soldiers and can barely do anything. Meanwhile, the high priest approaches the Titan and says he will need to be away for a while to deal with the emerging threat. The Titan points his finger in the direction of the battle and unleashes a powerful discharge at the bishops. This action significantly boosts the bishops' powers, allowing them to quickly confront the undead lackeys. While giving glory to their planet, they easily eliminate the creatures with their abilities. The bishops grow to their original sizes as giants. Daizun summons the souls of his lackeys, including the ghost king. He explains that unfortunately, such an amount would barely be enough to rent a modest apartment located on the outskirts of the city. As the creatures emerge from the ground, the Demon King sends his army to attack the bishops. As the troops advance, the Ghost King confronts Karen. On the other hand, the Titan emerges from his belly to join the fight. Ramesh tells the Titan that he is not yet in the complete stage of his resurrection. However, the Titan ignores him and prepares to face the Demon King. At the same time, the Demon King unleashes his black flames to end the fight. Just as the flames are about to decimate the bishops, the Titan quickly catches them, leaving Daizun bewildered. Upon seeing the Titan, Volk refers to the creature as Ekaton. With a single hand, the giant monster crushes the ground and destroys all of the Demon King's forces. The destruction is something never seen before. This revelation unsettles the demon, and he anxiously asks how much it would cost to buy a place in the city. Daizun screams in fear as the area around him turns to dust. He manages to survive, but his hiding place has been destroyed. Our hero wonders if his abilities are ineffective against the powerful Titan. He then sees the old man, who is screaming for his pathetic life. Daizun quickly moves to save the man before he meets an untimely end. However, Ekaton notices the old fool, who nearly has a heart attack seeing the Titan. The protagonist appears in front of his carrier to protect him from Ekaton. He unleashes the breath of the Flame King from his sword to distract the giant. At that moment, he lifts the old man and rushes out the door before the Titan can catch them. After that, the door closes. Chang-ho informs him that it would cost at least 2,000 million won. Daizun appears on the other side with the door cube in his hand. He realizes that the Titan is too much for him at this moment. The scene shifts to the Korea Hunter Association building. There, a flashy car arrives at the entrance, and the guards ask to see the person's identification. However, when the windows roll down, the guy is shocked to see who it is. In one of the interrogation rooms, we see that Yoonmi is tied up with devices that likely restrict her powers. Ki-hong sits across from her while writing something on his laptop. The branch manager, observing from the other side, wonders why the enforcement officer wanted to arrest our hero so badly. Jung rushes into the room to deliver urgent news, but when he looks through the glass, he realizes it's too late. The branch manager is startled when he sees Jung holding Ki-hong on the other side of the glass. He then urges him to relax, reminding Daizun that the world has changed drastically since he fell into a coma. The supposed #1 hunter takes a picture and mocks Yoonmi for being in such a pitiful state. Ki-hong is furious at these actions. Then, the agent asks Jung if he has come to free her. The branch manager bursts into the room and calls out Jung for being rude. At the same time, Ki-hong tells the guy to let him go, as his patience is about to run out. Jung quickly releases him, and at the same time frees Yoonmi from his grip. Bindings. The manager tells the clown that he is ignoring all necessary procedures to release a prisoner. However, Ki-hong, boiling with rage, decides he wants to find out how strong the #1 in the world really is. As he tries to throw a punch, Yoonmi also prepares to face him. Changing the subject, Chang-ho gets to the heart of the matter, asking if Daizun is awake. However, Aslan stops both of them from wrecking the place and tells them to calm down. Ki-hong's power completely vanishes in an instant, leaving him stunned. Yoonmi then says they need to investigate our hero's powers, because it's not something an ordinary person could have. Anyway, Ki-hong tells her to stop talking nonsense, because Daesung is the person who saved everyone. Aslan acknowledges that the protagonist did a good job. Because of this, he suggests that the Korean Association should check Daesung's powers. Ki-hong tries to object, but the branch manager agrees to the conditions. He tells the clown that the association will discuss the matter and will give them a response. Aslan then leaves with his subordinates for the moment. However, Ki-hong is upset with the branch manager for letting them go so easily. Daizun replies that to confirm such a thing, he first needs to understand what it really means to be awake. The man asks the hunter if he could have done something to them, even if they hadn't stopped them. The situation is also frustrating for him, but he knows there's nothing he can do for now. Yoonmi congratulates her soldiers for working hard and tells them to return to base to await their next mission. The soldiers follow their orders and proceed to return. Back with our protagonist, the system tells him to rest because he has exhausted most of his energy. While assessing the situation, Jong-chul celebrates the return of the elder. Tetsuka then approaches Daesung and asks him about the door. Our hero tells the captain that the teleportation cube seems to be malfunctioning and that it is connected to the main base of Hans. Luckily, since he has the cube, the giants won't attack immediately for now. When Jong-chul and Daesung thank the Demon King, the elder asks how he can return the favor. Upon leaving the restaurant, Chang-ho explains everything. The Demon King tells them it's fine because he got some benefits from the fight. After that, Jong-chul asks the protagonist to have a meeting with his fan club. Daesung can't believe the kind of silly favor this guy is asking for. The elder explains that the hero's fans have grown worldwide, and meeting them will be beneficial for the Daesung clan's image. To his great surprise, Daesung agrees to this and even decides to include all the members of the K-Cats. The young streamer can't believe how amazing this will be. At the main base of Hans, Hecaton puts his hands in the mosh pit and picks up the poor souls in agony. He devours their bodies to re-energize and heal himself. After that, Ramesh and the two bishops kneel before him. The high priest apologizes for not being able to gather enough blood and says it's because the Titan was revived too soon. He starts from the beginning, narrating how shortly after Daizun's coma, mysterious portals known as doors began to appear everywhere. However, the Titan is thirsty for more blood. The scene shifts to our hero, who is angry about something. The camera pulls back and we see that the branch manager is trying to explain what happened. However, the fact that the manager felt intimidated by Aslan's power is not enough excuse for the Demon King. After apologizing, the man tells our hero that Aslan wants the association to verify their powers. Hearing this, the protagonist is ready to rip the man's head off, but the manager has no idea why the World Association is acting strangely. When Daesung asks what his association plans to do, the branch manager tells him they haven't reached a conclusion yet. He suggests rejecting the World Association, but Ah Young explains that the World Association of Hunters is pressuring them with the Ether Core Integration License. This is because the technology is being used throughout the energy industry. In simpler terms, she tells him that the World Association of Hunters has rights over the technology. At first, the portals were considered a minor threat and were kept under control. With no other option, Daesung agrees to have his powers verified. However, he says he will receive it at his fan meeting. The manager and his assistant are completely confused by Daesung's words. Later, in the Mesopotamian ruins in Iraq, a bright light can be seen shining from the depths. Deep inside, there is a strange structure known as the Tower of Babel. There are also a bunch of small robots mining minerals inside the ruins. Volks is there overseeing the mining process. He holds a mineral in his hand while thinking about how he can neutralize Laura's powers. The material used to make the door cube is also from Babylon. However, things took a dark turn when monsters began escaping from the doors, flooding the land in what became known as a door fracture. A random guy approaches him and informs him that the Korean Association will verify Daesung's powers, but there is a condition. The guy tells him that he and Aslan have to attend the hero's fan meeting. Upon hearing this, the bishop wonders why the hell there is a fan meeting in the first place. At Jong-chul's house, he is informing his viewers that he has returned from hell. The leader of the Porter clan also joins his broadcast and greets the subscribers. When the young man looks at his live viewer count, he can't believe how high the numbers are. As he starts sharing the story, the numbers keep rising rapidly. He tells them that they only survived thanks to the protagonist. It was on the third day of the Elder's capture when our hero appeared. Jong-chul then hands the stage over to the Elder to tell the viewers what happened at the gate. These monsters wreaked havoc, sparing no one in their path. The Elder begins to narrate the horrible scene he saw in the pit. All he could do was watch like a pathetic loser as the poor souls suffered in agony. While narrating the story, Jong-chul notices that foreigners have also joined the live broadcast. The chat room is full of people complaining about how their relatives and others have been disappearing. The Elder continues his story, saying he held on until the protagonist came to save the day. Suddenly, Jong-chul receives a call from our hero. The Demon King tells the boy to connect the phone speaker to the microphone. He puts the phone on speaker and brings it close to his microphone setup. Daesung introduces himself to the fans and tells them to ask their questions during the fan meeting. They say it will be held at the World Hunters Association building. Humanity fought back, but soon discovered that their man-made weapons were completely ineffective against such terrifying creatures. Before he can finish, the server crashes and cuts the broadcast. The young streamer tells Daesung about it, and the Demon King congratulates him on a job well done. The boy starts to cry when he hears the hero call his name. Meanwhile, our hero plans to clean up the trash at the World Hunters Association before facing the aliens. In the World Hunters Association building, the president is in his office with his brother. He turns to a woman who is also there, and she tells him that the Babylon mineral has been placed on the ground. She assures him that even the strongest hunters will be reduced to normal people once the magic circle is activated. Aslan asks his brother if he has given up on confining and using the protagonist. However, Darwin plans to turn the fan meeting into Daesung's funeral. In the Hunter's Hall, Yoon activates a teleportation cube, allowing our hero and his subordinates to pass through. Dae-zoon, unable to contain his curiosity, interrupts to ask if even firearms or cannons could harm them. While Daesung is fine, the girls still haven't recovered from the dizziness. Cho-young meets her former clan leader, who tells her he has been living comfortably thanks to her. He tells our heroine that he owes her a lot for taking care of Cho-jung. The man also informs the Demon King that Dr. Dongyuk is excited about the door research and promises to deliver significant results soon. Then Aslan appears and welcomes the protagonist. However, Daesung and Junyoung are not very happy to see the clown. On the other hand, the girls are surprised to see the world's best hunter. The clown starts to try to make conversation, but our hero has no idea what he's talking about. Daesung points at Aslan and asks who gave him the right to take his prisoner. Cho-young is worried that something bad might happen, but Aslan doesn't take her seriously. Chang-ho confirms that it's safe to say normal weapons didn't work. He tells the Demon King that he's just following orders from the association's president. Suddenly, he betrays his brother as the culprit behind everything and asks Daesung to defeat him. The hunters are surprised by this sudden action, and our hero wonders what this clown is really up to. After that, Aslan tells them to follow him to the 7-star hotel room he has prepared. The hunters just watch him silently as he walks away. Back at the association building, Unum informs Darren that our hero has gone to the hotel room prepared by Aslan. She tells him to reinforce security there and investigate anyone who comes into contact with Daesung. Anyway, she wonders why the president chooses to capture the protagonist during the fan meeting. He tells him it's better to have more spectators when they reveal the true identity of the Demon King. On fan meeting day, hundreds of people wanting to see our hero have arrived at the venue. You can also see reporters with their lights and cameras, ready to capture every detail of the event. As fans rush to get in, a reporter starts broadcasting what's happening around the Hunters Hall. She interviews a guy who introduces himself as Harry and says he's an A-rank hunter from Chicago. He plans to gather information about the aliens during the event to avenge his lost relatives. After that, the reporter concludes her broadcast. Backstage in the hall, Daesung addresses his subordinates before the event starts, and everyone listens to him in silence. When all the seats in the hall are filled, Jongchil steps onto the stage to address the audience. Hopefully, the nerves don't get to him. He gathers his courage and introduces himself as the host of the fan meeting event. The entire crowd goes wild, and the meeting with our hero begins. He then continues to explain that over time, a new type of weapon was discovered. Special weapons, known as aura weapons. Some other hunters who didn't attend the meeting are watching the event from their various homes. Jongchil welcomes Daesung to the stage. Our hero steps onto the stage, along with Seo, Yeon, and Cho-young. Daesung takes the microphone and addresses his fans. Suddenly, the lights in the hall go out, leaving the crowd confused. Then, the main stage lights up, and everyone starts cheering again. But the protagonist is upset because the fans won't even let him speak. Cho-young then tells him that their enemies have started their plan. A door suddenly appears on stage, and a red monster steps out of it. The crowd starts to panic upon seeing this. These new weapons created from monster byproducts proved effective against the creatures. As the monsters emerge, the fans believe the protagonist is responsible for creating the door. The hunters among them also can't use their powers due to the magic circle. Daesung is impressed by his enemies for using such a clever method against him. Through his earpiece, he communicates with Han-ol and asks him to eliminate the magic circle. The hunter agrees and proceeds to start the operation. In an underground facility, Umin powers the magic circle with an energy core device. She notices that the energy is running low and tells one of her men to replace the ether core pack. When the guy goes to replace it, someone else steps away to access the door with a keycard. He quickly inserts it into the access point, but when Umin notices the spy, it's already too late. The door is open for another group of soldiers waiting to ambush the security unit. Those capable of wielding them became known as the Awoken, heroes who stood at the forefront when humanity faced near extinction. The soldiers rush in, and the two sides begin to fight each other. The security officer puts on her black armor to join the fight and protect herself. Han-ol rushes into the room and finds himself in a fight with the lady. Umin uses her athletic skills to try to overpower the Korean hunter, but he manages to block her attacks. The other soldiers try to support Han-ol, but the lady takes them down with minimal effort. While they keep her busy, the Korean hunter tells his soldier that they need to deal with the magic circle quickly. The guy then goes to stop the unsealed circle. Meanwhile, on the stage, the monsters are wreaking havoc everywhere, causing fans to flee in fear. The magic circle around our hero starts to fade faster than he expected. He turns to Seo Yoon and tells her that the seal has been lifted. The saying, "Necessity is the mother of invention," became reality as humanity adapted to survive. With this, the little brat expects to have a lot of fun. She uses her abilities to transform the ground into quicksand, trapping the monsters in the process. While they are held back, Seo Yoon shoots her magic bullets at them, changing the course of the battle. The vile monsters are caught in a complicated situation and don't know what to do. The fans realize that the protagonist is fighting the monsters making them believe he is not the one who opened the door. They start cheering him on and asking him to kill all the beasts. Daesung pulls out a dagger and decides to have a little warm-up with the monsters. On the other hand, Darren is terrified because he doesn't know how their plans have failed. Yoonmin rushes to him and tells him they lost the sealing device room due to a traitor. After that, they notice the sounds of battle from the other side of the door. In an attempt to show off, the Demon Lord pulls out a state-of-the-art flip phone from his arsenal, trying to impress Chang Ho. We see dead soldiers lying on the ground and the stairs of the building. Dong Chul and Chang Sik are the ones who have taken out the soldiers while searching for the president of the association. Suddenly, threads of light appear out of nowhere, but Heron uses her shields to protect her team members. Aslan then reveals himself and pretends that his abilities aren't working. Chang Sik decides to confront the clown while the other two go to find Darren. Before Aslan can finish saying nonsense, Chang Sik attacks him. The clown binds the hunter with his aura threads, leaving Chang Sik in an embarrassing situation. He then pretends that the best hunter in Korea is too strong for him, so he lets the other two go. However, Haran and Dongchul have no idea what the silly clown is planning. However, the two hunters seize the opportunity to reach Darren's room. But his confidence is shattered when he learns they are now giving those phones away, realizing he's been scammed. Dongchul attacks the door with his lightning powers, but his attacks are ineffective against the door's barrier. For him, the barrier is like the absolute shield. While trying to break down the door, Hareen notices someone behind them. Inside the office, Anim tells Darren that they need to evacuate because they can't stop the hero if his powers aren't sealed. Darren decides to escape through the door cube and return later for the Babylon mineral. But before he can escape, a sword pierces the door, causing fear to deeply invade the president. The door is knocked down, and they are surprised to see the Demon King before them. Then, Daesung asks them if they find it funny to ruin his fan meeting. While our hero faces the president, the other three hunters are dealing with Aslan. Chang Sik uses his aura skill on the clown, but Aslan can block with his threads. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Daizun keeps the matter to himself, choosing not to reveal to his friend how much he really paid for it. Despite Chang Sik's furious cuts, Aslan easily evades and closes the distance between them. The Korean hunter quickly retreats to avoid a bad situation for himself. The world's best hunter then acknowledges that Korea's #1 hunter is very strong. Chang Sik is quickly exhausting, because Aslan's power is more than he expected. The clown then reveals that he is actually the second best in the world. Chang Sik wonders what this guy is talking about, but Aslan tells him he could become #1 if his brother and our hero actually die while fighting each other. After that, they see the group of fans being evacuated by Cho Young and So Hyun. The girls are doing their best to get the civilians to safety and prevent them from dying. While the crowd runs for their lives, Aslan watches them closely. Inside the building, Darren congratulates the protagonist for being able to break the absolute barrier. Chang Ho shifts the conversation back to the topic of the Awakeners, telling Daizun that even if he doesn't use an aura weapon, he can still harness the aura to strengthen his. The Demon King tells him to choose wisely the person he wants to mess with next time, if there is a next time. Anyway, the president doubts that Daesung is even human, and feels that he and the Han's aliens are similar. However, the protagonist confronts him for making deals with those same aliens. On the other hand, Darren believes that the Demon King gained his immense power from the Han's guys. He tells him that those summoned creatures under his control have the same aura waves as the monsters from the door. Darren also asks our hero to explain the ominous aura that emanates from his body. Dongchul and Haran feel that the Demon King might be in trouble right now. Because of that, the director intervenes to confront the president of the association. Darren asks the guy to identify himself, and the old man calls himself Korea's #1 hunter. Dongchul explains to him that Daesung is the best hunter in the entire universe, and says that Darren's eyes are too rotten to see the truth. Body. The president feels that the director belittles him, and calls the old man a garbage hunter. Upon hearing this, Dongchul loses his temper, so Haran tries to calm him down. Daesung continues, saying that his planet is different from hell, and knows people like Darren, who will only tell the truth after being beaten nearly to death. He then vows to give the president the beating of his life. Darren activates a skill known as a Awakened Super Paladin. He switches to heavy armor while wielding a hammer and a shield. While the hunters try to shield themselves from the bright light, the president moves to attack the protagonist with his hammer. Daesung uses his aura nullification skill to block Darren's attack, leaving the president astonished by his powers. The president is pushed back by pure force. The hero wonders why he's acting so surprised, since he's using an aura skill like a normal hunter. He then points out that he has heard not only about Daizun's enhanced physique, but also that he recently gave a notorious group of thugs a good scare. He gives the man a good punch in the face, sending him flying through the walls. Darren falls onto the stage with blood coming from his nose, quickly gets up, and realizes he's bleeding. Of course, he's really angry about this. Daesung then uses a stealth skill, which surprises the president. Darren starts getting hit like a punching bag, so he raises a barrier around himself. However, the Demon King easily breaks the shield, causing the barrier to fall. Daesung comes down with a final strike from his sword. When Darren tries to block, his hammer is ripped from his hands. Losing his weapon, Daesung asks him how someone without faith can be a paladin. The president tries to negotiate for his life, but our hero thrusts his sword through the man's chest. Daizun, with a hint of bravado, asks Changho if he would still offer him money and have the same attitude towards him if he weren't an Awoken, subtly revealing his intentions to exploit their relationship. After that, the Demon King sets him on fire like a roasted chicken. The flames continue to burn him until nothing remains of the poor man. With this, Daesung achieves a 100% implementation rate and releases the seal of the demon god transformation. A powerful aura is released from his body, making him even more terrifying than he already is. The bright aura shoots out of the building and reaches the vast limits of space. His entire body is covered with impressive-looking armor. Daesung marvels at his powers and is surprised he lifted the seal after being on Earth for such a short time. After that, he uses his powers to imprison Darren Anderson's soul. With his demon god powers, the capacity of his soul prison has greatly expanded. He then revives Darren's soul, turning the association president into his humble servant. Friendship. Later, a news channel reports on the events of the portal fracture at Hunter Hall. The reporter then invites Darren to talk about what happened there. The president then says that our hero and his team are the ones who bravely dealt with the broken door. The higher-ups in the World Hunters Association wonder why the president is praising Daesung instead of providing the meat he promised them. The three men are interrupted when the door to the room opens, and they are greeted by the protagonist. One of them shouts too. He's definitely not bothered by their presence. But one of the old fools tells him that each of the guards outmatches an S-rank hunter. Before the guards can react, the Demon King grabs them with chains of fire and incinerates them instantly. He then asks the elder if they are done with their little tricks. The men suddenly feel a fear they've never felt before. Changho's temper flares, but before their argument can escalate, a dimensional fracture suddenly occurs above them and monsters begin to emerge among them. Moments later, Daesung walks out of the building after slaughtering everyone there. He meets his servant, Darren, and asks him why there were only 3 men in the room. The president tells him that the guys who ate the Titan's meat won't be coming back to that place. If they find out about their companions' deaths, they'll do everything they can to hide further. The Demon King wonders if he should put up more warning signs so the guys can hide well. The building suddenly explodes. Then, Daesung leaves with his henchmen. The scene shifts to a bar in a dark alley, and we see Aslan enjoying a glass of wine there. He's drinking to drown his sorrows over how his brother died. And as the monsters slam their wooden weapons against the ground, the earth shakes violently, resembling an earthquake. Approaches him, and sees that she managed to escape. When she asks about the president, he tells her that Darren is now most likely Daesung's puppet. Feeling confused and scared, the lady asks him what they should do. The clown wants to know if she desires revenge or something else. She remembers that Darren has taken care of her since she was an orphan. However, Aslan tells her to move on. The clown tells her that the protagonist's aura is on a different level than theirs, but she finds it hard to believe. When the bar door opens, everyone suddenly faints except for the hunters. Aslan says he has never felt the kind of aura he's perceiving right now. A woman dressed in golden wrappings approaches and introduces herself as Barakel, the third in the Celestial Order. The sheer force sends waves of fear through the nearby citizens, making them tremble in terror. The body of an I.M. starts to tremble and eventually faints like everyone else. Barakel finds the behavior of humans peculiar. According to her, their ambitions stretch to the far reaches of the cosmos, despite their fragile bodies. Scared for his life, Aslan asks if the Celestial was sent by Daesung. She tells him to calm down because she's trying to save the planet. However, the fainted bodies in the bar seem to contradict that. Barakel then notices that the planet's source is trying to expel her. Meanwhile, Aslan is struggling to stay on his feet due to her immense pressure. She touches his forehead while talking about Han's evil stars and the iron prison on Earth. The monsters emit threatening growls, sending humans into a state of panic as they flee for their lives. Then, she marks the clown and tells him they will meet again soon. The scene shifts to the dimension where the Titan Hans is. Hecaton tears off his arm and sprays his blood all over the ground. Suddenly, strange creatures start to emerge from the blood. Within seconds, the Titan manages to gather a massive army. He tells the Equates that he needs more blood, and asks Ramesh to open the dimensional door. The High Priest explains that the creatures from Earth are full of ether energy, and if they are destroyed now, it would disrupt their plans. However, this doesn't concern the Titan, as he shouts at Ramesh to open the door. Trapped in a desperate situation, the High Priest thinks of a way to ensure that the bishops secure those capable of reproducing. He then tells the Titan to be patient, because opening the dimensional door takes time. Daizun, however, does not recognize these creatures, realizing they are clearly different from those he encountered in Hell. Ramesh addresses the bishops and tells them to prepare the door. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon dimension, the system shows our hero that he can use Hell skills in the realm. He is also currently able to create up to 4 apostles. His servants have gathered with him, but they are unsure if they are there for training. Directing his attention towards them, Seo-hyun wonders why his master has a mischievous smile on his face. He tells them he will make them 10 times stronger than they already are. The director wonders how the Demon King is going to do this. Daizong starts to surround them with intense flames, and they do their best to protect themselves. They begin to fight while the flames continue to heat up, but the protagonist tells them to endure it. So-hyun can't take it anymore, so she asks her master to stop this madness. Without wasting any time, Daizun strikes the ground with his foot, breaking off a chunk of the road and hurling it at the approaching monsters. But before the debris can hit, a shining shield materializes, blocking the attack. However, Daizong feels it is necessary because they only have 72 hours until the alien Hans invades. At the Korea Hunters Association, President Young-ho steps out with his assistant, who tells him the time has come. He heads to a meeting room and sits with the branch manager and some other dignitaries. The screen in front of them shows an image of Duran. The president of the China Association, Wang Wei, says that Darren has called for an end-of-the-world meeting, which means he will have to step down. Duran then tells them he will resign from his position after the meeting. However, the Japanese and European representatives want him to be re-elected. On the other hand, the president of the Russian Association, Mikhail, says his country will hold the guilty parties accountable based on the meeting's results. Jung-ho is upset because all these guys are playing politics in such a serious situation. He tells them to be quiet so the president can explain the reason for the meeting. Chang-ho quickly reminds Daizun that those weapons are ineffective against these. Duran thanks the elder for clearing the ground. After that, he informs everyone about the invasion of the Hands that will occur worldwide in 3 days. While some are baffled by the news, Mikhail asks the president if he will be able to bear the weight of his words. Duran tells them that he got this information from Dae-sung and fully trusts it. The president's behavior is new to Jung-ho, and he wonders when the guy changed so much. Even the branch manager in Korea is convinced that something happened during the meeting with the fans. Then, Wang Wei asks if Dae-sung is the one who prevented the destruction of Shandong. The other presidents also ask if our hero is the one who saved their different cities. After that, Duran declares to deploy all resources of the World Hunters Association. He urges each country's association to prepare for war. Creatures. Days later, the streets of the city are filled with endless hunters. Haran asks Chansik if he's nervous, but he tells her he's mostly curious. He feels that war is really going to break out, unlike her. Then, he asks her about the situation with the domestic and international teleportation gates. Haran tells him that the gates were installed in major cities around the world to reduce the defensive range. With this, the hunters will be able to help themselves. Still, Chansik has not seen the person who said they would be invaded. He discovers that Darren is on a special operation, so he asks about Seo-yong and Dong Cheol. The lady tells him that the guys are carrying out a mission. However, Chansik wonders what our hero is trying to do. When one of the monsters approaches them, Chang-ho closes his eyes, convinced that they are finished. In a large school building, their gym is being used as a shelter for civilians. Everyone seems quite nervous as they don't know if this war will be their end. 2 boys are talking to each other, and the blonde one doesn't understand why everyone else is so scared. He receives a call from his friend, Ji-yuk, who says he's at home. Ji-yuk feels safer at home because he thinks the monsters will likely head to a crowded place if they appear. His friend feels he should have done the same because he's tired of waiting in line to use the bathroom. The fat guy doesn't care what happens to others as long as he's okay. Then, he hears his friend shouting about a door appearing. Suddenly, we see a crowd of doors appear in the sky. An aura shield activates around the city as the hunters prepare for battle. But the sound of blood splattering forces him to open his eyes again, only to find the decapitated monster. Dark monsters begin to emerge from the door, and there's no end to them. The city's defenses also charge their aura cannons and prepare to fire. At the signal, the cannons unleash a devastating beam that destroys the monsters before they can reach the city. When the soldiers see the cannons working, they continue firing. However, the monsters eventually start landing on the ground. Their impact crushes buildings, destroying different parts of the city. Yoke, who feels safe at home, comes face to face with one of the Titan's minions. The monster unfolds and prepares to send the chubby guy to its creator. With more monsters landing in the city, the hunters quickly take action and start eliminating them. With Daizun standing, he demonstrated through sheer strength that unarmed attacks could take down these creatures. When one of them cuts the monster, he turns to his teammates and tells them the monsters are easy to defeat. However, these ominous minions start combining and growing larger. This sends a chilling terror through the hunters' ranks, quickly annihilating the guy, making the others fear for their lives. At the association's headquarters, they can see multiple doors appearing across the country, and the numbers aren't decreasing. One of the employees tells the branch manager that they have formed a defensive line around the shelters, and they are in combat, but some areas are left unprotected. Wang also tells the manager that the doors and monsters are rapidly increasing. They are definitely in complete chaos, and the manager has no idea how to get out of it. Back on the battlefield, Harin is giving Changsik a boost to his skills. The hunter activates his ultimate technique and jumps into the air. he manages to thin out some monsters and taunts the others to face him. Chang-ho can hardly believe what he sees, but as he watches Daizun effortlessly take down an entire group of monsters, he begins to wonder if his friend has awakened to Class B. However, he quickly realizes that now is not the time for such thoughts. He uses a massive taunt skill to keep most of the monsters' attention on him. However, Harin thinks it's foolish to use the taunt in his position. The Titan's minions start combining with each other until a massive monster is formed. Changsik lunges at the beast's head without a second thought, causing Harin to panic. In Beijing, China, the Shaolin hunter monks are fighting the Titan's minions that have appeared in the country. Hope is restored in the eyes of the citizens when they see the hunters battling the monsters. The monk tells them to evacuate quickly because the area is dangerous, but the people are proving to be stubborn. While the monk hunters continue the battle, the henchmen perform the same combined move and transform into a larger monster. The hunters quickly deploy a formation to counter the monster's transformation. However, one of the monks is having difficulty adapting to the formation. She directs her attention to the safety of the citizens around her. Because of this, the large henchmen can easily attack the hunters. Seeing that the situation has become more serious, the citizens finally decide to run to a safe place. Zhang Wal then appears to help the troops. In Japan, Tetsuka and his fellow ninjas are also dealing with their own part of the battle. With his aura skill, he throws a large number of shurikens at the monsters, defeating many of them at once. After that, he orders his squad to advance. As the troops rush forward, the monsters, as usual, combine to form a large and vile creature. This time, the henchmen form a huge three-headed serpent. The monster lunges at them with quick attacks, which the hunters find difficult to evade. As panic takes hold of the crowd, he raises his voice, urging the terrified people to follow him, assuring them that he knows the way to safety through the sewer. While the troops are being overwhelmed, Tetsuka leaps into the air to take down the beast. As he falls towards them, the three heads merge into one. Tetsuka is surprised by this and finds himself in a difficult situation. The scene shifts to the Tower Palace at Daesung's home. There we see the monsters flying directly towards the people. A combat unit fires at the monsters with their weapons, but the bullets are ineffective. A few seconds later, the barrier around the house breaks. The civilians are in disarray. Turning towards the door, they notice that the parking lot is already full of monsters. The vile creatures are causing chaos as they search for their next target. System. Our hero's family is hiding in their apartment, trying to stay quiet. His mother hopes her son will appear to save them. Just as one of the monsters is about to break down the door, it is destroyed by a lightning bolt. And some inspector appears to protect the family, referring to the monsters as remnants of the Legion of Chaos. The Spectre calls on the soldiers of the Iron Fortress to massacre all the monsters in the building. The undead soldiers rise from the ground and engage in a fierce battle with the Titan's henchmen. After dealing with them, the ghost informs the Demon King about the defeat of the monsters. Despite having informed the hunters of everything in advance, Daesun is angry with them for being unable to handle a single task. He tells the Ghost King to stay where he is until he arrives. Daesun plans to deal with the enemies for breaking into his house and threatening his family. Just as the people start to react, they find themselves surrounded by monsters. He turns to his servants, who now have horns on their heads and have transformed into deadly killers. He opens a door and proceeds to join the fight with the three hunters. After everyone jumps in, Changsik also dives into the portal like a maniac, landing on the other side as if auditioning for the next Spider-Man movie. In the background, he is completely shocked when he sees this horrifying mountain of human bodies piled like trash in a suspicious dump. But then he realizes he is actually standing on the giant's enormous hand along with all of them. So he instantly abandons that nightmare and runs as if his life depended on it. Once he jumps off the hand, the Titan immediately closes his fist as if crushing a soda can, squashing every poor soul inside it into pulp, then casually swallows them like a cursed raspberry smoothie. Now fully charged with that human battery power, the giant looks down at the white-haired boy who is just standing there, frozen in shock, as if trying to process a boss fight on nightmare mode. Just at that moment, another portal opens and even more bodies fall like extra snacks for this huge monster, making Changsik sweat with stress like crazy because he truly feels there is absolutely nothing he can do here. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of falling bodies, our masked ninja makes his dramatic entrance and is instantly taken aback by the most stunning moment of his life as he looks around, completely baffled by the absurdity. Changsik shouts up from below, urgently telling Tetsuka to jump off the cliff before Thanos makes him disappear from reality. A little girl, filled with fear, starts to cry, and just when it seems she will be attacked, Chang-ho jumps into action, saving her life at the last moment. Tetsuka looks back with pure confusion, but then focuses his attention on the massive monster that is now dragging him and the rest of the poor civilians directly toward its mouth. Without an ounce of hesitation, the fearless samurai steps forward and unleashes his divine lightning ability right into the Titan's crusty face, only to watch in disbelief as the beast devours him like a breakfast snack. Tetsuka mutters some first-rate curses about his bad luck, realizing that the monster is about to eat him for dessert after the appetizer. but suddenly flaming chains wrap around the Titan's arm, making him stagger back. While all this is happening, our Demon King appears with his gang and calls out to the big guy for eating like. Seeing the Titan in trouble, the High Priest quickly orders his squad of monstrosities to eliminate all the so-called sinners. The two ugly demon clowns, Naruto, rush directly towards the Demon King, but the man's aura is so otherworldly that he doesn't even look them in the eye. Just then, Dong Chul, in Ultra Instinct mode, slices through the air and delivers a brutal, devastating punch straight to the face of the first enemy, sending the unfortunate one flying like a rag doll. This only infuriates the demon lady even more, and she fires a fierce beam of energy aimed at Dong Chul without hesitation. Just before landing, Cho Jun intervenes like a guardian and prepares to absorb the full force of the attack. As she stands firm, monstrous and strange eyes begin to materialize in the air around her, catching her in their gaze before she realizes what is happening. At that moment, a random demon joins the battle and loudly declares that he has been blessed with the sacred demon eyes by the almighty Titan. Seizing the opportunity, Daizun intervenes to dispatch the monster. He swears that he is about to unleash hell on everyone. But before he can even finish his nonsense, Choki slips in the shadow behind him and calmly whispers that it would be a shame if something happened to those precious eyes. With a quick movement, the cursed doll climbs onto him and starts violently tearing at the eye he was so proud of, ruthlessly ripping it from its socket. Meanwhile, the Titan is enraged with Dae-seung for interrupting his lunch in the middle of the battle, and swears that he will give him the most brutal and agonizing death imaginable. Unfazed, the hero pushes beyond and exceeds his mana limit. Then, he summons a dozen more fiery chains that wrap around the Titan to make it very clear that he still has the upper hand. Smiling with the aura of a true demon, the Hell Ruler challenges the colossal monster to face him, causing the Titan to roar in frustration and order all his scattered minions to return to him immediately. Back on the ground, a lurking demon is seconds away from finishing off a terrified office worker when suddenly it freezes, receives the signal from the Titan, and instantly retreats without making another move. Shortly after, the hunters watching the development realize that all the demons are retreating, returning to hell through revolving doors, and without wasting time, they begin to take out as many as possible before the rest disappear. When the last of the monsters fades away, the hunters are left there stunned and confused, trying to understand what just happened. Meanwhile, desperate voices echo through the skies as people scream and cry for their dead families to somehow return. With a mocking smile, he mocks Chang-ho for getting in his way and urges him to find a place to hide, reminding him that he is still exposed in the open. But our boy just stands there confidently in the midst of a giant cloud of dust. With a deadly serious look in his eyes, Daezung calls his soldiers, and undead warriors begin to appear among the crowd, as if it were Walking Dead, but Temu style. An overwhelming number of these ruthless warriors gather around the battlefield and wait silently for orders. After that, our hero instructs them to protect the citizens and guide them to a safe place. But the terrified people scream and insult the undead, who simply take the verbal blows and stay on their mission in their 9-to-5 dead-end job. Meanwhile, two guys with white hair approach Daizung and greet him casually as if it were a class reunion, and one of them even humbly thanks him for saving his butt. At that moment, our hero suddenly stumbles and groans in pain, as the insane Titan thrashes wildly against the chains, like a rabid patient in a straitjacket. Looking around, our hero sees how grim everything has become, and tells the duo to focus on saving as many humans as possible. Leader Tetsuka tries to argue that it's just not feasible at this moment, but our hero insists, saying that these people are clinging to desperate hope of getting home, just as the scene cuts to the crying victims collapsing everywhere. He closes his eyes as flashes of his time in hell flood his mind again, and the TPT hits him like a truck, because what he sees now reflects everything way too closely. At that moment, the two can only stand there silently watching as he is swept away by his memories, until Chang-suk suddenly yells that Dae-sung should go deal with the gigantic monster while he takes care of getting all the civilians to safety. Taking the initiative, Chang-ho quickly leads the effort to help the public evacuate to a safe place. Tetsuka instantly picks up on his hint and bolts away like a... Meanwhile, the Titan continues to writhe like an angry child in a harness, shooting Dae-sung a death glare, vowing to never forgive him and swearing to wipe out all humanity, no matter what. The system suddenly hits him with a warning, saying that using more power could kill him, making him wonder if his transformation could fail and revert if his level drops. While looking at the monster of absolute chaos in front of him, our hero tells his summoned apostles to go and permanently cancel that giant's life subscription. The trio lunges forward, but just before they can reach the Titan, their subordinate bishops suddenly appear in front, looking absolutely desperate to be defeated like an iPhone 6. Cho-young lunges forward with her dagger raised, as the two immediately exchange blows at nearly light speed. The wrinkled monster tries to deliver a low blow using its wrinkled spider legs, but Cho-young stays 2 steps ahead as she dodges and unleashes one of her special moves, Extreme Javelin. She drives both daggers into the ground and unleashes huge sharp ice pillars that explode towards the monster, who responds by using its extra limbs to smash the stones, while throwing a weak taunt at Cho Young. Just then, he accidentally sees his dirty face in a broken piece of ice, and just as the girl appears behind him, he realizes he is completely cooked. Our girl wastes no time, and turns the wrinkled one into instant ground meat using her daggers, while the monster murmurs something pitiful about Daddy Titan before going into permanent sleep mode. Meanwhile, a young blogger seizes the moment and begins a live stream of Daizun as he fights alone against the monsters. A red sphere suddenly cuts through the air, making the girl stop and wonder if she really defeated the ugly bug, or if things just got worse. As the Titan suddenly powers up and starts hitting harder, the Demon King quickly realizes that the huge pile of trash is absorbing his own minions. Meanwhile, little Chucky is having a blast, stabbing one of the henchmen non-stop as that guy disappears, mumbling the same strange phrase about Daddy Titan. The Chaos Titan absorbs another giant sphere full of energy and screams even louder, threatening to break free from his chains. Seeing the system notifications, our hero is confused about why the enemy is getting stronger, even while being defeated, and wonders if they secretly have some trick up their sleeve. Just then, Don Cheol pulls a move from Street Fighter and uses Hadouken, ripping a hole in another bishop and turning him into a less appetizing donut. Our Demon King has a broom moment when the final bishop also chants the hymn of his Daddy Titan, and the system repeats the obvious once again. After being forced to consume the last sphere full of energy, the Titan screams in pure rage but still can't escape the chains, while Daesung silently scolds himself. Still, not all hope is lost, as two bright drops appear in front of Don Cheol exactly where he defeated the last bishop. Seo Hyun crouches with her cursed Chucky doll, hypnotized like a child drawn to shiny objects. The public watches, captivated by the livestream, cheering on Daizun's bravery. Then the system notification sounds, informing that each of the apostles has absorbed the flesh of the Chaos Titan and leveled up, increasing the recovery speed beyond full capacity. Our hero immediately begins to transform into Super Saiyan, emitting a purple aura, as a malicious smile spreads across his face, thanking his non-existent gods for this new opportunity he's been given, and finally decides to unleash himself. When his new power completes, he summons his giant sword and flies straight toward the bound Titan like a Chinese Levi Ackerman, who only looks at our hero with murderous intent, as he can't do anything remotely useful. A sudden realization resonates in the almost empty skull of the giant, causing his eyes to widen as he wonders if our hero is the ruler of hell. Daesung gets very angry because the Titan didn't know who he was up against, and immediately says some nasty words about his mother. The colossal giant tries to use a persuasion technique saying they share the same destiny, and are two sides of the same coin, but accidentally reveals hidden information about heaven. Our hero stops for a moment, and asks the Titan what he means when he mentions the design of heaven. The giant says that two beings as powerful as they are can't exist in the same dimension, but if they manage to combine their powers with the power of friendship, then they will be unstoppable, and their kingdom will spread across countless stars and dimensions. Then, a voice suddenly calls out to our hero, who struggles to pull away from the Titan and casts a threatening glance toward where the voice is coming from. Just at that moment, in front of the portal, Changsik reports that all the humans have been evacuated. Suddenly, the blogger shouts, telling Daizun to look behind him. However, our hero has another plan in mind, as he smiles and tells Changsik that he should leave too, or else he'll be part of the collateral damage. Our hero then focuses all his attention back on the Titan, letting him know that he has checked all the wrong boxes and has successfully chosen a first-class premium ticket straight to Beatdown City, with a thrashing on him for free. Just then, out of nowhere, portals start opening all over the Titan as his demon soldiers pour out, flying toward the giant like second-rate action heroes. Daesung raises an eyebrow in confusion, clearly intrigued by what's happening, while the Titan continues shouting at his subordinates to regroup as quickly as possible, all while struggling helplessly against the chains that still bind him. Daesung grows even more irritated and orders the huge pile of smoking trash on fire to stop fighting and accept its fate like a good boy. With a killer look in his eyes, he activates one of his signature moves, Execution Slash, summoning a giant, glowing sword above the Titan, ready to slice him like sushi. Driven by fear and panic, the Titan barely manages to free his hands and lifts his arms in a weak attempt to block the devastating blow. He screams that he will tear our hero to shreds, but he fails to stop the attack on him, only appearing even more pathetic. Daesung repeats the same command as before, shouting at him to stop fighting and accept his death already. Just then, a system warning appears, telling our hero to be careful, or the mana loss will seriously harm his body. However, it's too late. The Titan still can't move an inch, but somehow he holds the enormous sword aloft, pleading with his henchmen to finally intervene and stop the white-haired devil. He screams for his loyal soldier, Ramich, who was sneaking up behind Daesung, even though the poor guy has no idea that the protagonist comes with built-in plot protection. Still, he tries and makes a wild swing, letting out a scream with that terrifying voice he has. Daesung completely disappears from his line of sight, leaving him to hit nothing but empty air. While his staff crashes to the ground with a dull thud, Ramich has a full nanny moment, still unaware that he has been outmatched while Seo-hyun traps him in a magical prison. Summoning his spellbook, he prepares to go after the apostle who just embarrassed him like that. But suddenly, his Bluetooth connection to his arm disconnects and the limb falls to the ground. It turns out Don Cheol had plowed through him like an out-of-control freight train, ripping the monster's arm off at lightning speed. Turning back, the apostle decides to continue and tells the bishop to say his last words before charging at him again. Ramage can only think about how beings as powerful as them have been brought so low by these pathetic humans, just before falling victim to the all-too-common case of sudden head loss syndrome. The demon lord is slammed against a car by one of the monsters, the impact resonating amid the chaos. Meanwhile, in the heat of battle, Daesung pours every last ounce of energy into his strike, as blood begins to drip from his nose. The Titan, bleeding from every conceivable orifice, struggles to stay upright as its body starts to crumble under the pressure. That resistance doesn't last long, and before the Titan even realizes what's happening, the enormous sword falls and slices its arms as if they were made of Swiss cheese. Then it splits its body into two perfect halves that would make even siblings fighting over dessert envious. With nothing else to do, the Titan gives our hero one last dramatic, sideways glance and swears it will take revenge someday for catching it off guard like this. Once the battle ends, the steaming pile of debris finally dissolves into smoke, while Daesung simply floats above the chaos, calm and proud as he observes his work. Looking towards the eerie purple skies, he hears the system notify him that he has officially defeated the Titan god, but he's only left with 1% of his energy. Completely exhausted, he tries to control his breathing and wonders if it's really over, as his armor begins to crumble, leaving only the part on his arm intact. A massive, ominous heart-shaped mass floats in front of him, oozing blood, and the system announces that, as he defeated the Titan, he is now eligible to absorb that divine power. Daesung licks his lips, realizing how much he needs this energy-filled snack, or he might end up face first on the ground. But before he can move, a blade suddenly pierces his chest, making his eyes widen in shock. The blogger, smiling smugly and laughing, is solely focused on his content and views. A voice behind him says, "Fortunately, they didn't arrive too late and have appeared just in time," while Daesung grits his teeth in pure rage and disbelief. He grits his teeth and mutters angrily, demanding to know what the cross-dressing warrior is doing. The being controlling the warrior congratulates Daesung for defeating the Chaos Titan and pats him on the shoulder, though it also makes it clear that the powers of chaos are not his to claim. Without waiting for a response, they begin marching towards the Titan's core, like an exaggeratedly dramatic character from JoJo. Daesung, clearly fed up with the nonsense, tells him to stop playing while gripping the tip of the spear so tightly that it starts to break in his hand. The system keeps showing warnings that pulling it out will almost certainly be fatal, but he doesn't care and continues without hesitation. The entity controlling the crossdresser warns him not to proceed, explaining that the spear was specifically crafted to contain beings like him. With no other options in sight, Daesung unsheathes his sword and charges at the energy-filled warrior, who closes his eyes in disappointment instead of reacting. As Daesung swings his sword towards his head, the blade is effortlessly halted in midair, while the entity uses the Wii finger with all its focus. Daesung demands that the energy-filled fighter show his true self, and at last, the disguise fades away as his Moblanco swirls around his body. Knowing that seeing a hero being taken down makes for shocking footage and will surely attract attention. Now, facing the golden being before him, Daesung squints and asks if she is a celestial. She ignores the attitude and starts monologuing, like an exaggeratedly dramatic NPC, explaining that Daesung may have extended her star's life for now, but it's only a matter of time before another Titan of Chaos is born. With a mischievous smile, she tells him to stay in line and play his role as a good boy, then slowly fades away, wishing him luck and warning him not to do anything foolish until their paths cross again. Daesung curses his horrible luck, frowning as he instinctively places a hand on his chest and realizes the spear has disappeared, leaving a large hole in his shirt and even more confusion. Just then, Seo-hyun rushes toward him, calling for her master at full speed. The goth girl blushes while catching her breath and teasingly asks what mischief he did with her. Don Chul appears behind her and explains that everyone fainted while training and somehow woke up in this situation. Daesung suddenly has a moment of inspiration and realizes that the apostles must lose their memory once they transform. He tells the group that he will tell them more when they return. Cho Young then points behind him and says something strange is happening behind them, causing Daesung to look over his shoulder in confusion. Meanwhile, the crowd manages to escape into the sewers. Back in the city, civilians lie on the ground, while medics and healers try to help them recover from the trauma of nearly dying. Two people thank Ha-rin for healing them, but their moment of peace is interrupted when another portal appears, putting everyone on high alert. Some begin to panic, thinking monsters are invading again, but Ha-rin simply smiles once she realizes who is coming. The duo from before watches in disbelief, wondering if Daesung's gang really managed to defeat the Titan. Just then, our hero and his team emerge from the portal radiating pure confidence, and the crowd immediately erupts in cheers. People rush to congratulate them and thank them for their efforts. But even with all the praise, Daesung remains silent, lost in thought, wondering if all this chaos could have been avoided somehow. Even after everything that has happened, the Demon King stares blankly, even after using all his brain power while looking at the floating book in front of him, and tries to appear intelligent. He finds it strange that this book shares the same name, Pantheon, as his own system, so he starts to wonder if there is some kind of connection between them. At that moment, the system displays the book's information and asks if he wants to use it to transport something or change the present by sending a person through dimensions in exchange for the life of the caster. He understands the first part well, but he still has no idea what the second command is supposed to mean, so he checks if the system is really connected to the book or not. Chung-ho reunites the girl with her mother, who hugs her tightly, apologizing through tears for the separation. The system gives a strange and erratic response that only makes him feel more lost than before. Just after that, the book activates on its own and starts flipping pages while glowing with an intense light, shooting dramatic rays as if it were in a music video. This is when things quickly get complicated as a massive, slimy monster with tentacles jumps out of the book straight at him at an incredible speed. Daesung raises his arm just in time to block it, as a giant red tongue wraps around him like a snake, and a voice from the book asks if Daesung is its new master, while he still struggles to understand what all this means. 3 years have passed since the apocalypse, and now everything seems to be returning to normal with barely a trace. Then, the scene shifts to the United States, where tall buildings and traffic-filled streets fill the view. At the auction house of the Bureau, things remain calm for now as a crowd gathers for a special event. The host approaches and tells the packed room that the auction will begin soon, so they better prepare if they want a chance to get some door orbs. He smiles confidently and reveals the first item up for auction, C-grade orbs that can open 10 monster doors, reminding everyone that only small or medium clans can participate. Reaching into the black box on the table, he pulls out what appears to be a plastic ball, then opens it to read the name inside before announcing that the clan from the country is the lucky one and congratulating them on being selected. A man approaches Chang-ho and asks if he plans to go back, leaving him torn. A slight tremor shakes the room, though no one pays attention, and the announcer prepares to start the next draw when the tremor worsens and panic spreads among the crowd as they look around nervously. Some people rise from their seats to leave, thinking that perhaps a fire has started. But just then a guard rushes in and tells the host that someone has stolen all their orbs. The presenter is almost in shock as sweat trickles down his cheek. The sound of loud banging fills the air as the auction house guards rush toward the noise with the old man following closely behind them. Everyone suddenly stops in front of the vault where they freeze upon seeing an unconscious guard next to the door. The announcer wastes no time and shouts to another guard to go and inform President Chan-ho immediately about what just happened. The scene shifts to a huge shopping mall bustling with life and filled with stores selling everything. Daesun's sister is outside a clothing store glued to her phone while casually scrolling. A soft voice suddenly calls her, and the dressed-up doll looks up from her screen to meet a gothic girl dressed in black who easily scores a 10 out of 10. The girl smiles and playfully asks who Seo-hyun is trying to impress with her outfit. He struggles with the decision, aware that his friend is still out there, fighting the monsters. Seo-hyun instantly blushes and starts playing with her hair while awkwardly saying she just needed a break after dealing with the doors. Jisoo smiles wider and jokes that she must be trying her best for her innocent little brother, which makes Seo-hyun nervous like a cornered cat. Jisoo goes on to say it's a shame she didn't plan to meet him today since she had planned to talk to him, instantly destroying Seo-hyun's poker face. Jisoo is left stunned as she suddenly realizes that the gothic girl is actually in love with their handsome demon king, who isn't even trying to hide it anymore. Seo-hyun isn't sure if what she feels is truly love or just admiration, as she remembers that it all started 3 years ago and that her bond with her master always felt like it was missing something important. After that, her sister raises her hands in disbelief at her confession of secretly being in love with her brother for so long and immediately decides that shopping can wait since there's a juicier gossip to attend to now. She practically demands that they head to Da-soon right this moment, leaving the gothic girl even more confused than before. The scene changes to our hero's organization as the elevator dings, and a man in a sharp suit steps out with a look of annoyance on his face while tugging at his tie. He enters a quiet room filled with huge wine bottles and immediately spots Da-soon asleep on the sofa, enjoying a well-deserved rest like a true king. The suited man scolds Da-soon for his lazy attitude and mocks how nice it must be to sleep all day and avoid real work while reaching out to wake him with a shake. The scene shifts back to Dae-soon, who finds himself cornered by the monsters. Da-soon instinctively grabs his hand, as he doesn't plan on letting anyone catch him off guard again. Still half asleep, he manages to sit up once he realizes that the suited man is none other than President Sion, though his brain still feels fuzzy. After draining his battery, he flops back onto the sofa to sleep a bit more, which presses some buttons for the president, who questions his careless and carefree attitude. Chang Ho adopts a serious tone as he informs Da Soon that there has been a major incident in North America, where all the portal spheres were stolen directly from a secure storage vault. Da Soon sharpens his focus and asks how many spheres they had initially sold to North America, and Chang Ho begins to list the incredibly large order. Da Soon raises his eyebrows and questions the decision to sell him 7 S-grade orbs, but Chang Ho reminds him that thanks to that deal, they managed to build their underground hideout. He starts complaining that things are finally starting to be peaceful and calm, but if a portal fracture happens now, they can kiss that precious peace goodbye. Our hero points a finger at him and says that all the blame will fall squarely on his shoulders for selling them, but Chang Ho responds that it was his own orders in the first place anyway. Dasun closes his eyes and pretends to formulate a strategy to recover the stolen spheres, but Chang Ho questions whether that's even possible at this point. Our hero lets out a deep sigh. One of them has a mocking smile, ready to attack. He sighs and admits that there is a way to locate them, as he finally stands up to show how serious this whole matter is. Stand. The two men suddenly stand alert as they realize they are no longer alone, because the two ladies are approaching, and Jisoo seems surprised to have gotten her hands on Chang Ho too, while she excitedly greets him. She closes the distance without hesitation and takes the president by the arm, complaining that he's been so busy with work lately and that she really misses him. But Chang Ho is focused on something else, calmly telling Jisoo to relax and take a step back. However, it's already too late, as Dasun loses his cool and demands to know what exactly the two clowns think is going on between them. Jisoo boldly admits that she is dating Chang Ho, who just stands there as if he wants to melt from embarrassment, while Dasun gets even angrier, but his sister counters by saying that the president cared a lot about her during his long absence. This only adds fuel to the fire, as Dasun looks at the president with disdain and demands to know what the big idea is, and why he stayed silent without saying a single word, instantly trying to cover up. Seo Hyun intervenes and breaks the tense situation when she calls Da-sun Oppa, with a shy blush on her face, which instantly makes our hero sweat cold, as his eyes seem about to pop out, and the blogger boy covers his eyes, believing the hero has met his end. The gothic girl explains that it was Jisoo who told her to call him that for effect while blushing even more and looking away. Jisoo stands there proudly and smugly, shamelessly pointing out that Sehun clearly likes him, and tells her to hurry up and give a proper answer now. Da-sun is speechless and completely frozen, but suddenly a glass crashes to the floor with a loud sound, making everyone turn to the noise to see exactly what happened. The culprit turns out to be none other than Cho Jung, who apologizes with a serious face for being clumsy, and Jisoo is frozen in surprise, realizing that a new challenger has officially appeared on the scene. After becoming the demon god, Dasun now has the power to see the thread of causality, along with another strange kind of thread. Through the steps in their eyes, each person seems to have a bright thread tied to their body, shining with different intensities. Seo Hyun looks on in disbelief as a wild thought crosses her mind that Cho Jung might also be feeling something for him. On the other hand, Cho Jung finds herself questioning the same thing and starts to think that maybe the gothic girl also has a secret crush on her teacher. Da soon observes the threads with laser focus and notices that they have strengthened since his transformation, which now seems to amplify his emotions as well. Suddenly, Chang Ho pulls him out of his thoughts when he finally gathers the courage to confirm what Jisoo said, admitting that he wants to date her. To the astonishment of both the blogger and the monsters, Daizun dodges the attack with agility. Jisoo blushes intensely at that and quietly calls his name while trying to hide the pink mess spreading across her cheeks. Feeling a bit irritated, Dasun mutters that even though he doesn't like the idea of them dating, there really isn't a better option. His gaze sharpens as he directs his attention to the president and asks if he is really ready to defend his position. Words. Chang Ho nods firmly in a way that convinces the demon to approve the relationship, which takes both lovers by surprise. Jisoo immediately tightens her hug around her man and asks her brother if he really meant everything he said, while the president smiles from ear to ear. Her sister genuinely thanks him, moved, while the other two girls just stand there in total silence, having no idea what to say next. Cho Jun approaches and breaks the awkward moment by coming up to Jisoo and congratulating her, and the two hold hands like a pair of true friends. Seo Hyun tries to join the moment by leaning in to whisper to Jisoo about the deal they made earlier, although she clearly didn't expect Cho Jun to show up here like this. Dasun remains grumpy because his beauty dream was ruined and sends the others off, clearly wanting to be alone so he can get back to handling the strange business he has going on. He then turns to the monster, thanking it for inadvertently helping him restore a fraction of his mana. Elsewhere in the bustling city, an ordinary lady goes out of control and surrenders to an unruly religious fervor. Sermon. She hands out pamphlets and preaches about her strange little faith, insisting that the Divine Mother loves everyone without exception. She keeps repeating the same phrase over and over like a broken record, while passers-by start commenting that this must be one of those new cults that are suddenly popping up. Out of nowhere, a shining purple sphere appears right in the middle of the street and seems about to explode right in front of traffic. Drivers panic as they try to avoid the shining object, and one of them slams on the brakes as the sphere begins to grow even larger. An NPC immediately starts shouting that it is a monster gate, which makes the situation worse, while someone smarter shouts for someone to contact the hunters. Just at that moment, the girl from the cult throws her pamphlets into the air like confetti, and calmly walks towards the orb as she envelops herself in an aura, as if she were charging energy up. In return, he offers the creature a painless death, his voice calm and authoritative. The passers-by try to warn her not to do anything foolish, but she simply approaches the enormous sphere and gently places her hands on it while reciting a prayer to the mother. The unstable sphere begins to slowly shrink in response, as if it were listening to her words, and the entire crowd watches in stunned silence, clearly impressed by her powers as she points out the obvious fact that the door is indeed shrinking. Eventually, the monster's door completely disappears from reality, and the woman applauds before returning to promote her cult, loudly saying that anyone who believes in the mother will receive her endless blessings. She remains locked in prayer mode, completely ignoring the blaring sirens of the arriving police cars that quickly surround the area with flashing lights. Elsewhere, a giant bag full of shiny gold bars falls with a dull thud as Daezoon orders the book to begin eating. Without wasting a second, the creepy monster book unfurls its enormous tongue and immediately wraps it around the incredibly expensive bag as if it were grabbing a snack. Daezoon simply sighs in defeat and shakes his head, clearly fed up with the book's strange obsession with gold. The monster book responds that it knows better than the creatures it ate before anyway, and wonders why its previous owner didn't give it something so delicious. Food. The demon lord shows no mercy as he faces the monsters, taking them out with precision. My brother's demeanor changes when he gets serious and demands to know where the orb created by the book has disappeared to. In response, the monster book opens and flips through its pages at the speed of light before landing on what it needs, sending a flash of light shooting directly into the sky. It informs the Demon King that the orb they are looking for is actually very close to their current location, spot, while Daezoon is there radiating pure, stylish energy. At the headquarters of the World Hunters Association in Daeseon, a small secretary approaches to tell the president that one of the stolen orbs has activated within the country, which immediately leads him to shout and ask why no one informed him about this earlier. The lady informs him that there is no damage to any structure, and the incident is still under investigation along with last night's incident, while the president finds it interesting and asks if the incident occurred within the management zone, but the secretary quickly clarifies that it actually happened in a civilian area, causing his eyes to widen in surprise, and then he asks if Daezoon had anything to do with it. He is even more surprised when he hears that the responsible party was just a random girl claiming to belong to the Church of the Celestial Mother. The president repeats what she said, as if trying to understand it, and immediately focuses. Meanwhile, in the examination room, the branch manager turns to Kim and asks if the test results for that strange woman are finally ready. Kim replies that the results show absolutely nothing special, pointing out that she is just a completely normal person working as a school teacher. The branch manager seems completely baffled that a civilian like her could pass through a door without hunter abilities, and turns to the manager to let him know he has full authorization to investigate further, which the manager immediately accepts without hesitation. Meanwhile, the livestream viewers flood the comments, complaining about the poor image quality and urging the blogger to get closer for a better view. Outside the testing room, Kim sincerely thanks the woman for helping to save so many civilians. But the woman just clasps her hands and begins to pray for the Celestial Mother to bless Kim too, using her full name as if she had known her for a long time. Kindergarten. The principal immediately adjusts her glasses and goes on alert, wondering if she accidentally revealed her name without realizing it. Back in a building resembling a church, loud chanting echoes down the street as cult worshippers passionately shout the name of the Celestial Mother. One of their leaders spreads propaganda that peace at this moment is temporary, and hunters will soon use their powers to take over the world. The crowd raises their fists in the air, shouting all kinds of racial insults at the hunters, cursing the bad luck that made them normal humans without powers. The sermon leader calms the audience and assures them that the hammer of justice will eventually crush the hunters, while the Celestial Mother will protect everyone. Kim activates the switch in her brain and instantly realizes that this is nothing more than a manual cult. Among the viewers, one named Slayer donated 5 million. The same woman from before asks if Kim can already feel the power, assuring her that she will soon receive great power, to which she simply nods. Things take a sharp turn when the sermon leader suddenly takes off her veil and tells everyone to stand for the sacred heavenly chant. Kim's brain is fully alert when she recognizes the sermon leader as none other than the cult's enforcer, Yoon Mi, and realizes she needs to report this immediately. But before she can move, she feels a strange hand resting on her shoulder, while the unbalanced woman beside her begins to sing loudly with the crowd, sending chills down Kim's spine. Before she can react, something hits her hard in the back of the head, and she falls to the ground completely unconscious. As the cult worshippers slowly gather around her, still singing with a chilling intensity while asking for her to receive the grace of the celestial Mother. As the chanting grows louder, she slumps in her seat, barely holding onto consciousness, while a swarm of mindless zombies completely surrounds her. Just before everything fades to black, a strange voice echoes in her head, telling her to open her mouth wide, because the celestial seed is about to be delivered to her. Awaken a hidden power that had been latent within her all along. The one promising another 5 million if the blogger could capture a clear image of Daizun fighting the monsters. Later, Kim jolts awake, with her eyes wide open and nearly popping out of their sockets, completely shocked by what just happened, and immediately starts screaming and thrashing around like a wild woman, convinced that the zombie attack is still happening in real time. Seeing her panic, her subordinate casually asks if she's on drugs or something, which only confuses her more as she looks around and blurts out a question about how she ended up inside the car. With a bewildered expression, the driver responds that it's a bit strange she doesn't remember, because apparently, she left the church on her own after saying she didn't feel well. Well, as sweat runs down her face, Kim struggles to remember exactly what happened, her mind racing to make sense of the strange memory. And then suddenly she has a flash of inspiration. Without hesitation, she pulls out her phone and urgently taps the screen, calling her branch manager, Ki-hong. Her voice is steady but intense as she recounts what she saw. Seo Yunmi, one of her own, standing at the front as if she were leading the place, giving a full sermon as if she were the main figure in the Church of the Heavenly Mother. Ki-hong listens to her words and freezes, completely shocked at the idea that an enforcer on his side could be involved in something like that. This points to this. He questions her again, pressing to make sure she isn't mistaken about who she saw. After that, the scene shifts to the charity building, where a huge pet cat stands in front of a crowd of eager children, announcing that it's time for gymnastics. The excitement grows as the stakes rise, both for the blogger and the heroic demon lord. The room comes alive as the children cheer and jump, all excited for the chance to stretch and dance with their beloved kitty mascot, who moves its enormous paws and plays along with the excitement. To the side, Don Cheol watches the children dive into the activity with pure energy and joy, and a sister approaches to greet him with a warm hello. He smiles. She tells him how much it means to her that he found time to stop by, especially with how busy he must be. Don Cheol lets out a soft laugh and brushes it off as if it's nothing, but she gently insists that his support matters more than he probably realizes. She says that the joy in that room wouldn't exist without people like him. He nods and replies that the credit isn't his because none of this would be possible without his boss, Daesoon, who funded everything and ensured the children had a place to feel safe and happy. While the dancer trapped in the catsuit sweats more than a Fortnite addict on a losing streak, the sister keeps a gentle tone as she explains how the apocalypse destroyed families across the country. With destroyed homes and entire communities wiped out, countless children were left without parents and were forced to survive alone. Her story becomes depressing with each passing second, so Don Cheol suddenly remembers he has to meet a friend for dinner. Hearing about the 5 million won donation sends chills down the blogger's spine. He feels thrilled, but his cowardice keeps him from getting closer to the broadcast. Not wanting to dwell in sadness, he gives a polite nod and makes a smooth exit before she can say anything else. On his way out, Don Cheol turns around and assures the sister not to worry, especially with people like him watching over. His words convey enough confidence to calm her nerves, even if just a little. Meanwhile, hidden deep in the rugged mountains of Freedomland, lies the base of the Dark Society. There, a man who looks like Pablo Escobar with severely botched plastic surgery leans back in his chair, smoking a cigar while questioning his henchman about the missing orb. Standing nearby, the dragon-bearded man steps forward and says the orb came from the Koreans, confirming it was intentionally sent. Another subordinate chimes in, saying they are lucky to be alive, unlike the fools who actually consumed the everlasting life flesh and paid the price for it. The leader squints through the smoke and declares that now is the time to strike, especially with Daesung no longer in their way. The dragon-bearded man expresses his concern and says what truly surprises him is how the cultists of the Heavenly Mother can open and close doors as if it's nothing. He murmurs that achieving this without any support from the Chaos Society shouldn't be possible. And yet, somehow, they are doing it. Meanwhile, Daizun continues decapitating the monsters with powerful strikes, quickly realizing that this relentless fight is draining a significant amount of his mana. Doing it, realizing that the cult might simply be borrowing a power they barely understand, or worse, being used as unwitting pawns by something greater, the men exchange glances and decide on a plan. They agree to keep selling aura robots to the cult from the shadows, using them as the perfect distraction while they work behind the curtain. If they can weaken Daesung's influence by creating chaos among his enemies, it's a win for their side, no matter how small the movement. It seems, the scene shifts to a logistics center just as a sleek white Bugatti drifts around a corner. The wheels almost lift off the ground before the car stabilizes and makes its final stretch towards its destination. The vehicle stylishly stops, and Don Cheol steps out as if he just walked out of a movie, smiling as he thanks his masked friend for the crazy driving skills. But the masked driver is not pleased and shoots him a look, asking why he turned him into an unpaid Uber driver when they were supposed to have dinner like normal people. Another viewer comments, offering extra money for a clear shot and asking for the blogger's email. People. Don Cheol ignores him and says they can eat later, but right now they have business to attend to. Before the moment cools down, another presence makes itself known, and Daesung himself appears behind them with that unmistakable aura. Don Cheol becomes curious and asks why the strongest man in the world would call him Tresbaldo, while the masked friend is stunned that they were summoned by Daesung of all people. Out of nowhere, a bright green magic book appears and begins to flip its pages at the command of its owner. As the glowing book floats right in front of them, both men go completely blank, mentally collapsing with a total 404 error, trying to figure out what they are seeing. The masked cyborg tilts his head and wonders if this is just some new artifact that his superpowered hero picked up along the way. Then, without warning, the book speaks directly to its owner and reveals that the orb he is searching for is now within reach. Upon hearing that, the boy wastes no time and immediately unleashes an explosion, making a huge hole in the factory wall like he's Mega Man. Overwhelmed by the flood of sponsorship notifications, the blogger experiences a mix of excitement and anxiety, torn between his desire for fame and the fear of what lies ahead. Smoke floods the entire place inside as the trio walks through the slow rubble, each step exuding an intimidating presence. Don Cheol looks around and wonders if it was really necessary to blow up the wall when entering, as a normal person could have worked just fine. As they move forward, they see a cardboard box strangely placed in the middle of nowhere. Don Cheol points and asks if all they need to do is take it and leave, but the cyborg takes a battle stance and warns that they will first have to deal with the guards. As everything unfolds, the hero remains strangely calm and silently comments on how odd it is that he can't detect any real causal threat linking these enemies. Still, our spiky-haired Higacha cracks his knuckles and hits his fists, looking more than ready to fight the incoming wave of NPCs. In front of them, a group of ghoul-like robots begins to strike strange Spider-Man poses in a failed attempt to look threatening. The cyborg doesn't flinch at all, staring at them intently as he prepares to unleash his thick, twisted tentacle swords on the unfortunate ones in his way. The blue guys charge forward with swords and hidden weapons springing from their limbs, rushing in recklessly. The blogger receives another donation of 20 million, one from a viewer demanding detailed information about the hero fighting the monsters, promising even more money in return. But Don Cheol doesn't even flinch, moving forward determinedly through the first wave, hitting hard and smashing their bodies, using nothing but his rock-sized biceps that could very well be forged from steel. As machine parts fly in all directions, the bodybuilder with an IQ of 200 finally realizes that these aren't guys in tight suits, but actual robots. Meanwhile, his friend Cyborg begins to tear apart the bots with the same ferocity, and is equally unsettled that they are machines built with advanced technology. However, before they can think about it, everyone's attention shifts to a masked woman who appears flying into the scene and lands gracefully right on top of the crate. Her stance makes it clear that she is not only protecting it but also challenging others to try to take it. The lady's gaze cuts through the attention as she raises a hand and uses psychic force to shatter one of the nearby robot shells. Pieces of her armor slowly move towards her, while the trio watches with surprising patience, simply letting her prepare as if it were a turn-based game. She completely covers herself with the disassembled exoskeleton and mocks, saying that she knew her hero would eventually show up, acting as if it were all part of the script. But instead of looking her in the eyes, he is more intrigued by the strong thread of hatred and repulsion radiating from her presence. After that, the lady screams at him that it's time for her to get revenge for all the nasty things he's done to her in the past. The scene shifts to several viewers of the livestream engaged in a bidding war for Daizun. You see, the woman who calls herself Mimi was once desperately in love with the Walmart version of the same Beast Titan. Her mind drifts to a memory where he looked deeply concerned but still wore that warm and comforting smile as he gently patted her on the head. It was a moment that stayed with her, and in that moment she vowed to protect anything or anyone that stood in the way of her beloved daddy president. Still, when he really needed her the most, she froze completely. Instead of fighting by his side, she stood paralyzed and screamed like a scared little girl while he was being torn apart. Her hands never moved to help, and guilt consumes her even now. Tired of hearing her rant like a broken speaker and complain like a damned hell termite, Don Cheol lunges at her with all his strength, focused on his fist, determined to silence her forever. But the plan instantly fails when she throws him through the wall with a full blast that sends him flying into what feels like the fourth dimension. Seeing Don Cheol fly by like a real bullet, Director Joe decides he's had enough and launches with his twin tentacle whips, ready to hit him with something he won't forget in this life or the next. These individuals, clearly leaders of important clans, find it both entertaining and impressively strong. After that, he runs in Naruto style, with his whips crackling with magic, and swings them right towards where she is standing. But she casually jumps into the air, does a couple of backflips, and strikes her knees on his shoulders, as if it were her finishing move in a wrestling match. Seeing the expression on his face, that impact definitely knocked the wind out of him. Screaming that she is going to destroy anything that matters to the Demon King, she pulls her fist back with murderous energy, ready to send Joe straight to oblivion. At the same time, our hero decides he has officially had enough of watching the chaos and chooses the most unpredictable second to finally appear, completely surprising her. Even then, somehow, she throws her punch at him, but he takes it like a champ with arms as hard as rock and exerts enough pressure to make her quickly back off unless she wants to end up crushed on the ground like her man. Completely calm, as if her blows were just a light breeze, the Demon King gives her such an intense look that screams her attacks mean absolutely nothing, and it doesn't take her long to realize she definitely picked the wrong guy to mess with. His vibe is wilder than a rabid dog on caffeine, which actually piques her curiosity, and she directly asks what she did to Miss Rancor to make her hate him so much. Their interest in Daizun grows as they witness his prowess, contemplating how they could exploit his skills for their own benefit. Instead of answering, she dodges the question as if it were unworthy, and throws him an indirect compliment for surviving basic physical damage without collapsing. Then she changes the game by pulling out something that suspiciously resembles a remote for a bomb, or something equally dramatic. The moment she presses it, the nearby suspicious box starts shaking like crazy, causing Daisune to realize that whatever sphere is inside just lit up. Meanwhile, at note 12, Joe is still busy recovering from that knee drop to his shoulder, and while she casually bounces around as if she didn't just almost vaporize someone, she doesn't realize our hero isn't done yet and has some tricks of his own. He throws this strange creature with eyes to stalk her, while Director Joe starts sweating bullets again, feeling something worse is coming. Moments later, the cursed box lights up an ominous red just seconds before exploding and taking out half the factory, like the end of a round in Counter-Strike. As expected, the Demon King walks out unscathed with his guy intact and checks if Joe is okay. But Director Joe can't stop sweating like he's in a hellish sauna because the bomb site now emits a ridiculously strong aura that feels way above anything they've seen. As this happens, they turn around and are met by a massive black hole throwing a tantrum with wild winds howling everywhere, while Don Chul finally regains consciousness after getting beaten up and immediately starts wondering where that crazy woman went. Already assuming this brainless gorilla might try to jump straight into the black hole without a second thought, Daisune quickly steps up and stands in front of him, telling him to stay put before he does something even more stupid than usual. On the other hand, Daizun has defeated so many monsters that the remaining ones now tremble in fear of him. Then, Director Joe notices this thing feels very different from any normal portal they've dealt with, and just as he starts to get confused, the magic book from before reappears as if it never left, and explains to its owner that it's actually not a portal, but a dimensional catastrophe, which sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie. The excessively dramatic name makes our hero raise an eyebrow, while his partner Seabor remembers that cataclysms basically teleport anyone inside them to a totally unknown place. So he casually asks the book how far this chaos can go. It turns out that, unlike the typical baby-sized disasters that barely cover a village, this one is built differently and much larger. Larger, which makes Joe sweat bullets at the thought that the blast radius could affect nearby civilians. So our hero wastes no time and demands that his grimoire reveal how to stop this disaster. Down. The book says it would take his divine powers to erase it, but unfortunately, that's not possible, since the divine power is sealed within him by the golden spear, yet the Zung just smiles like a complete lunatic the moment he hears he's the one who can do something about it. Without hesitation, he leaves the rest of them behind as background characters and dives straight into the black hole without a care. And then he pulls out his sword. However, one creature, presumably its leader, kills one of its subordinates without showing any signs of fear while preparing to face Daizun. Our boy activates into Demon Lord mode and starts radiating an intense aura. As his monstrous energy bursts forth, the golden spear sealed in his chest begins to slide out, immediately activating the system, warning him to stop the transformation now, or else he's going to suffer real irreversible damage to his powers. He grits his teeth as if he's about to bite down to zero, while the pain shoots through his body, with the system screaming non-stop in his head to shut it down immediately. But our boy doesn't even blink and speeds ahead with his Demon Lord, unleashing a massive wave of void directly at the black hole. Meanwhile, Joe and Don Chul stand there like statues, completely speechless as the monstrous cataclysm disintegrates and turns to ash right before their eyes as if it had never been real. After that, Dyson insults the crazy witch and clutches his chest as if he's having a heart attack and falls to the ground just at that moment. A few days later, he finally opens his eyes in a room so bright it looks like a hospital and immediately feels something strange pressed against him. He sits up suddenly as Seo-yeon excitedly screams that her beloved master is finally awake. Still half conscious, he wonders why the hell he's completely naked, and she casually mentions that she personally cleaned every inch of him and also mentions that he's been unconscious for 3 whole days. Meanwhile, The video blogger's greed for money has grown to the point where he is now willing to take risks for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just in time, the door bursts open as Cho-jun enters as if she's ready to fight. The moment she sees Seo-yeon being too affectionate with her man, Cho-jun practically explodes with rage and demands to know what suspicious plan she's up to. But Seo-yeon just smiles and says she got permission from Dyson's sister to personally take care of him. Cho-jun doesn't care about that formality and immediately grabs her by the hands as if she's going to break each of her fingers. The goth girl gives her credit for finally showing guts, but then reminds her that she's about 1,000 years away from being ready to fight, which further ignites Cho-jun's fuse. Watching both of them act like absolute clowns, Dyson tells them to stop since he really has no time to deal with them and needs to get back to handling real matters. Problems. This throws Seo-yeon into a panic, as they insist that her body is still too shaken and that she can just order her loyal servant to do literally anything for him. When she realizes that she can still feel the cursed lance sealed inside him, he is stunned. Just as he gathers the courage to get closer for a better shot, Chang-ho suddenly appears, scaring him and demanding to know why he hasn't evacuated yet. Seo-yeon mentions that curses are technically her specialty. Hearing the whole exchange leaves Cho-jun completely speechless as he has no idea what's going on. So once they finally explain everything to her, she ends up visibly shocked and immediately asks if he has found any way to get rid of it. Dyson tells her that he has been trying non-stop for the last 3 years and still hasn't achieved anything, which makes Seo-yeon tilt her head in curiosity, as she always came up with a little idea every time she saw that thing, and now suddenly wonders if she really has a legitimate breakthrough thanks to her experience with cursed skills. She then leans too close to his face and tells him to stay still for a second with that same mischievous smile before planting a bold kiss that instantly makes him feel visibly uncomfortable. Cho-jun immediately loses his composure, furious that this gothic threat is here kissing his man without even asking, while our hero just sits there fuming. As the gothic girl acts like she just had her first magical Disney kiss, she's 2 seconds away from unleashing hell and showing him why they call him the Demon Lord. But before she can even finish the threat, both girls freeze in surprise as the cursed lance begins to slide out of his body on its own. The unexpected encounter causes the video blogger's phone to fall, and his viewers burst into the comments, calling him a loser and a coward for his timidity. The system casually chimes in to announce that the conditions for removal have finally been met. And, with that, Dyson looks at the space between his super muscular pectorals where the cursed mark has completely disappeared. Seeing that, the girls go crazy immediately, celebrating the breakthrough. But Dyson's smile quickly fades as a thick black fog appears right in front of him, which turns out to be his adorable little eye-filled Spectre Explorer. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters of the Mother Celestial cult, a furious guy is seen shouting at the guards up front, demanding they return his daughter or get out of the way so he can fetch her himself. This immediately enrages one of the guards, who shouts back that his daughter is inside praying, so he better wait quietly or shut up. But the man and the nearby crowd begin to panic and cry, because none of them have seen their families in weeks, sending chills through everyone as they start to suspect that something much darker is happening inside. The other guard intervenes and tells the crowd they are absolutely not allowed to enter the prayer room without first signing a suspicious-sounding contract. But then Pastor Nim casually approaches and tells them to open the doors and let everyone in, claiming that seeing their precious children ascend to heaven should calm all the parents. But a brave woman yells that no one should fall for that, since no one who has entered that room has come back out. Chang-ho drags the blogger to the safety of a nearby building, but the boy resists, consumed by thoughts of money and views. With a fake smile on her face, the pastor tells her to stop spreading lies and dragging the holy name of the church through the mud. But the elderly man, with tears flooding his cheeks, screams his daughter's name and begs the pastor to take him to see her right now. As carefree as always, she simply turns and tells anyone who wants to reunite with their loved ones to follow her as if they were in some rare field trip. Inside the building, all the boomers walk behind her through a dark tunnel, while she says they can go see the prayer room with their own eyes. Hesitating for a second, the elderly man finally pushes the door open and takes a peek inside, and what he sees almost makes his soul leave his body on the spot. His daughter is being lifted by a group of cultists who are singing eerily, while she shouts some weird things about the Celestial Mother, blessing her with her divine cheeks or something like that. While the crowd is still processing, the pastor tells everyone to applaud because they are witnessing a sister ascending straight to heaven right before their eyes. With her hands together in a strange pose, the girl starts moaning, as if she's having the time of her life. Thanks to Laura, the Celestial Mother. This makes her father think that she might be under the influence of some substance. As he is forcibly dragged away, a monster approaches, crushing his phone underfoot. He panics and shouts at his daughter to react and run while she stands there, soaking up the attention. After that, he loses control and grabs the pastor by the neck, demanding that she stop this spectacle immediately. But before he can do anything else, the only thing left of his daughter is a puff of smoke rising into the air. While he clutches his daughter's clothes, the only thing he has left of her, his hands tremble with pain as the arrogant pastor claps and says he should actually be grateful that the celestial mother chose his daughter. That outrageous comment makes the elderly man furious at her crazy audacity, and he grabs her by the neck again, shouting for her to give his daughter back or he will seriously regret it. Unfortunately for him, he immediately regrets going that far, because a guard finally appears and tases him without an ounce of mercy, sending a brutal jolt through his entire body. The elderly man collapses with a loud thud right there on the cold ground, completely dazed, and that's when the most unexpected person makes their entrance. Our four-eyed officer walks in calmly, now looking as if he is completely turned into one of them, and she calmly tells the guard to drag him to the confession room, which is really just a fancy name for the torture chamber, so he can repent for his shameful behavior. In shock, the blogger loses consciousness. With that, she and the guard take the lifeless body of the poor father, while the pastor, still euphoric from his spiritual faith, confidently murmurs that he will definitely switch sides after seeing how beautiful the heavenly family is. Meanwhile, in heaven, which turns out to be a surprisingly beautiful green plain, with a summoning circle planted right in the center, an orb appears out of nowhere and reveals itself to be the soul of the old man's daughter who just ascended. She finally seems to snap out of the trance she was in and looks around in total confusion. Clearly, she is unsure of where she has ended up or how. It is then that a woman with blindfolded eyes, dressed ridiculously ornately, like she stepped straight out of a Dark Souls boss fight, casually approaches and greets the bewildered girl, who is still very worried because she isn't wearing any clothes. She feels absolutely ecstatic to finally be welcomed into the embrace of the Holy Mother. But the monstrous witch has other plans and tells her that she is nothing but a useless shell consuming oxygen, so it's time to get rid of that body. With a lazy flick of her fingers, the girl is instantly decapitated, and her head rolls down the hill like a bowling ball, in a very cursed lane without any pins. After that, the Heavenly Mother casually pulls out a wine chalice and gathers what turns out to be the luminous essence of a pure soul inside it. She then floats over to a guy who looks very familiar and very muscular, chained to a huge rock with a bright blue heart stuck to his chest like a strange parasite trying to cling on. But before more harm can come to them, Daizun intervenes and swiftly decapitates the monster. Taking a casual sip, she asks why he doesn't just accept the Titan's heart and move on. But he again says he is not interested in becoming a full monster. Hearing that, she murmurs something about his refusal likely being a flaw in destiny, but then her creepy wings shoot out, completely covered in blinking eyes for no reason, causing the guy's eyes to widen at the nightmare fuel she has just become. Without asking, she then forces him to drink the soul essence like it's a shot of vitamins, causing the Titan's heart within his chest to. But she ignores his tantrum and tells him to stop complaining and accept his fate as the new Titan god. However, he doesn't care at all about her drama and starts shouting that he will tear her apart as soon as he gets out, hurling every insult in his vocabulary while she walks away, not caring one bit about his very loud threats. Just then, she feels something deeply sinister in the air and looks up at the sky, where a strange orb begins to crackle with wild energy. It takes her a second to realize that the seal keeping heaven and earth apart is now starting to crumble. Apparently, our demon king is the one causing all this, but the system informs him that his demon lord powers have diminished, and he is no longer allowed to use any of his hell-exclusive abilities. When the remaining monsters are eliminated, Daizun turns to Chan-ho and asks why his friend returned despite the danger. However, as compensation for having pulled the golden spear earlier, he ends up unlocking a celestial ability called the Demon Lord's Kiss, which basically allows him to completely heal an ally from any injury or debuff with you. You guessed it, a kiss. After that, his grimoire suddenly changes and congratulates him for regaining a part of his powers, making Daesung instantly suspicious because the book's sudden kindness feels strange to him. The grimoire then explains that its personality depends on how worthy its master is, and now that he has been officially accepted, he can use it without restrictions or strange limits holding him back. Upon hearing that, our boy smiles and commands the book to take him directly to the palace where the low-tier celestials are holed up, but it refuses because he apparently needs a special key to enter. Although he expected that kind of response, it still bothers him. But the magic book adds that, fortunately, one of the celestials carrying the key randomly appeared on Earth at the perfect moment, back in 1780. At the church, Mimi thinks about how to get stronger to settle the score with Daesung when Pastor Nim enters with his usual calmness and casually comments that another one of them has ascended. Then, without warning, she falls silent. Mimi raises an eyebrow and asks what has her so upset this time. Chan-ho expresses his concern, admitting that he was very worried about Daizun. Surprisingly, for once, the pastor shows a glimpse of human emotion and quietly asks how many more people need to ascend before she gets back the person she lost during the apocalypse 3 years ago. Staring at her, Mimi remembers that Nim lost his son then and decides to make him see reality, reminding him that each of them has lost someone along the way. War. She assures him that the Celestial Mother will surely keep her promise and bring them back, which strangely seems to put the pastor at ease, but just. Then, Mimi's soul randomly leaves her body and begins to shine with a brilliant gold, making Nim wonder if it's really her turn to become completely celestial. The silver-haired lady rises as something awakens within her, and the celestial form thinks she needs to immediately seal the power of the Demon King before it shatters the last barrier between heaven and earth into 1,000 pieces. When the Celestial Mother suddenly appears behind her like a fully invoked stand, Nim falls to his knees in tears and begins to plead like a little follower for the return of his son, losing that haughty attitude from before. Surprisingly, the Celestial gently caresses the woman who is immersed in divine comfort and tells her that it is not yet time, but to keep dreaming intensely of that day. So, without missing a beat, she leaves the woman unconscious and laughs that at least her day has finally come, as Laura is quickly approaching her target. Outside, our boy stands still, confused about how the magic book and his spectral explorer led him to the exact same place. In response, Daizun asks if his friend can wait about 20 minutes, explaining that he needs to visit a specific place. Determined to give her a well-deserved, mischievous celestial reprimand, Daisung decides to enter the building. However, a dense fog suddenly appears out of nowhere and covers everything, making it impossible to see even a few steps ahead. He stops, confused, trying to understand the strange environmental shift. Then he moves forward through the fog as his frustration grows. Building. Immediately, Daisung gets the feeling that he is not alone there, so he scans the fog until he senses something moving nearby. Without wasting time, he draws his sword and plunges it directly into the ground. Right. After that, he summons his undead squad, and they begin to rise from the ground one after another as if it were a cursed version of hitting a mole. Chang Ho reassures him, telling him not to worry, mentioning that the clans will arrive soon. Eventually, the zombie warriors manage to fully emerge and form up with their weapons ready. Some of them look around as they clearly detect the same eerie presence in the fog, but they can't see it visually. Then, out of nowhere, the mysterious enemy starts things off by launching a wave of invisible attacks that cut through the undead soldiers like butter, tearing them apart effortlessly. Daisung sees an opportunity to counterattack and charges forward with his sword ready to strike, but the enemy effortlessly deflects his attack. It turns out the attacker is the same random woman from the cult before, who is now clearly possessed by the Celestial Mother. Daisung holds nothing back and mocks her for being nothing more than a puppet doing someone else's dirty work. The Celestial plays it cool and declares that this is not Daisung's time, saying she will take his head and keep it until the right moment. Daisung's patience breaks and he speeds up his strikes, but no matter what he throws at her, she keeps blocking as if it were light. Seeing his friend's confusion, Daizun promises to explain later. They face each other like two video game professionals in a final boss battle, clashing back and forth at lightning speed. Then, suddenly, Daisung plays his ace and activates his winning card, Domain Exchange. The entire battlefield transforms into a terrifying hellish landscape, with flames blazing and the sky cracked as if the end times had just appeared. Above, but the Celestial is not impressed. She shows that unhinged serial killer smile and drops the bomb that her little trick won't do anything to her. The demonic landscape is suddenly replaced by a blinding sacred light that floods the area, forcing Daisung to really sweat for once. Floating as if she were the queen of the heavens, the Celestial Mother mocks him and asks why he tries to protect this world when he himself is not human. He quickly enters the Pantheon, and Chang Ho watches with confusion as Daizun opens a door. That line ignites Daisung, and he shouts at her to clear her mind and proudly declares that he is a law-abiding citizen of South Korea. Without wasting a second, he strikes his sword on the ground once more and summons his faithful apostles who materialize and line up in front of him, ready to smoke. Each of them looks excited, clearly eager to fight. They finally receive the signal to move and the three quickly advance forward in synchronisation. The Celestial Lady remains unfazed and simply stands there, still cultivating aura while holding her sword in front of her face. The three apostles attack her from all angles with Lil Chucky running alongside, waving his small knife with murder in his eyes. However, this does not impress the angel at all, as Lil Chucky is the first to be struck and sent packing, followed by Don Cheol and then Seo Yewan crashing right after. The Celestial Mother shakes her head at their childish attacks and tells them to stop playing around, but suddenly her expression changes when something feels off. She scans the area and finally realizes she's no longer in her divine realm, and somehow, she has been dragged straight into Daesung's hell. He is left wondering how Daizun can open a door by himself, and what has happened to him since they last met. After that, Daesung shows a wicked smile as his domain expansion imitation finally activates, and his three apostles stand firm behind him like backup dancers cheering him on, elevating his aura far beyond 9,000. He opens his eyes and declares that he has already won, telling her she better get ready because she's about to be folded like a gas station tortilla. The Celestial One tells him not to get too confident yet, when a black wing bursts from her back with creepy little orbs stuck all over. Meanwhile, she smiles and asserts that in this space, she can also access all her powers without holding back. Again, she thrusts her hand forward and unleashes a wild aerial attack that Dae-seung effortlessly deflects with a gentle wave of his hand, then pulls out the same chains he once used to immobilize the Titan and sends them through her wings, trapping her in place. She jumps into the air with her sword raised, completely ready to unsubscribe from life with great enthusiasm. With that, our hero risks it all and uses his classic Demon Lord Slash against the Celestial Mother. But she counters with her own move, activating the Wing of Fate, protecting herself with those damned wings. Both insane attacks collide and cancel each other out in a ridiculous explosion of fire that ends up pushing Dae-seung back, making him even more annoyed than before. The Celestial isn't stopping either, flying again with its claws out, hoping to end the fight before he can pull off another trick. She aims for Dae-seung's eyes and breaks through his defense as if it were nothing, making it seem like she has truly won. But her body turns out to be nothing but smoke, controlled by Seo Hyun, who is deeply focused. Upon entering the Pantheon, our Demon King scoffs, clearly irritated by the state of his body after such a minor event. Dae-seung wipes the blood from his cheek and admits he would have been taken out if his wife Seo Hyun hadn't intervened. For 2,800. The battle. The apostles have already freed themselves from any spells they were under, and Seo Hyun begins to wonder if her master is in serious danger again. Cho Hyun bluntly interrupts and points at the nearby wrinkled golden witch, asking if that old nightmare is the real enemy. Don Chul barely processes the chaos and comments on how big the explosion was, like, "Yo, mom." This little joke makes Dae-seung realize that his team has finally regained control. At that moment, Dae-seung tells them he will explain later, but now they have to face the evil chicken lady, prompting the apostles to get involved without hesitation. They line up as if about to drop a rap verse, all standing in sync as they prepare to confront the laughing threat, who just looks at them and says their fate is already sealed, so they should give up their sad little resistance. Now boiling with rage, Seo Hyun gives the chicken lady a rude gesture without hesitation alongside Lil Chucky, challenging her to come and get a special beatdown. Battle. Meanwhile, Seo Hyun performs one of her impressive ninja moves, activating her water trap ability, which turns the ground around the angel into nasty bubbling black sludge that almost makes her lose her balance. The creepy liquid starts sliding around her feet as if trying to inject her with something unpleasant, but the Celestial Mother doesn't even blink and simply calls it a sad trick before attempting to fly, as if nothing happened. At the same time, shards of ice begin to appear randomly around her feet, completely blocking her as Cho Young decides to show off with his spiny grave ability, summoning a barrage of sharp icicles straight at the angel. The ice attacks her from all directions, but she remains cold as stone and doesn't even flinch, taking the hits like a monster. Don Chul suddenly screams as if auditioning for a horror movie, charging his Thunderstrike in the combo, but of course, the angel remains there, as if in a state of permanent non-reaction. Right after that, Don Chul starts acting all cocky, as if he just did something impressive with his exaggerated attack, then has the audacity to act surprised that it did absolutely nothing. The angelic threat simply blocks the whole thing, huddling behind her wings like the dramatic coward she is. Then she shows a super unsettling smile as her head slowly peeks out from behind the wings. She clearly promises to take them out one by one, as she slowly slides out from behind her wings, looking like the most threatening ugly duckling in the world. A panel opens, revealing that his mana reserves are only at 10%. Back on the battlefield, the Celestial Mother begins to charge her ultimate move. The apostles can barely stand as the whole place shakes like in an earthquake of rage, with everything on the brink of total chaos. Dae-seung finally decides he's done playing, and cancels the summoning of his apostles with a snap of his fingers. One by one, the apostles disappear in clouds of smoke, although Seo Hyun makes an effort to fight it by holding onto her master's will, but eventually, she also disappears into the fog. Dae-seung sends a quick salute to his loyal squad for keeping everything under control, telling them he'll take care of finishing things. With that declaration, the Demon Lord rushes forward while the angel is too busy recharging energy, as if waiting for a scene to end. Just then, he plunges his sword directly into her without letting the enemy finish recharging her power. Something Goku would definitely have expected. The system conveniently notifies him that his final move is almost ready, as he finally reaches a 100% infernal materialization rate. The Celestial realizes something is wrong when she looks around and discovers she has been teleported to another cursed dimension once again. Moments later, Dae-seung starts floating toward her, completely propelled by the pure gravitational force of his aura, causing her to panic. Discontent with his low mana levels, he seeks a way to restore it quickly. When her eyes begin to glow with a bloody red, he calmly tells her to start praying because he's officially about to let loose. Let loose. He directly states that her chances of survival have just dropped to 0%, while slowly giving her the ultimate sign of disapproval with a thumbs down. Immediately after, the Demon Lord activates his finishing move. Move, immortal, infernal fire that unleashes huge waves of demonic flames, while the Celestial Mother finally begins to show signs of concern for. Once, a massive black hole opens right beneath her, offering a one-way VIP trip to doom, and Daesung lets her know it's one way only. In a final act of desperation, the Celestial Lady removes every limiter that was holding her back, and her body begins to transform into something truly cursed. When the smoke clears, a horrendous creature appears with a mutated eye, whose legs seem to be more bent than hers. But her repulsive transformation turns out to be completely useless, as the tentacles of the infernal portal begin to wrap around her anyway. A strong wave of fear floods her, as she finally realizes that no matter what she does, she has no chance of escaping this mess. He soon learns that to regain his strength, he must relive the experiences recorded in his diary, with rewards reflecting the trials he overcomes. Daesung casually tells her to shut up, then jumps from above like a shooting star, hitting her with a brutal flying kick to the spine while screaming in the air that she simply must die. Yeah, the Celestial Mother cannot grasp the fact that she is truly being destroyed, and begins to question why fate suddenly decided to betray her so harshly. Moments later, the angel completely disappears through the portal in a final burst of shining feathers, while the infernal circle closing around her traps her and bursts into a massive explosion. A silence falls over the entire dimension, leaving only a huge crater as the last evidence that a god-level battle occurred. But that moment of peace doesn't last long, as a bright ray cuts through the silence and a floating orb of mutated angel appears. Outside, Daesung simply looks at the giant floating eye as if it were a mildly annoying insect, and the system kindly informs him that the demonic beasts of Pandemonium are now fully worshipping their master. A flood of system messages arrives. Correct. A wave of déjà vu washes over him as memories from the diary resurface, keeping him aware during his time in hell. After that, the system surprises him with the ultimate follow-up question, asking if he wants to absorb the divine powers of the angel Barakil, whom he just completely defeated. Without wasting a second, he instantly agrees to absorb the power, as a massive flash of light bursts in the area, and the orb begins to slowly sink into his body. The system intervenes to confirm that he has officially absorbed the celestial powers, and has unlocked all the shining angel abilities. As a bonus, he can now use his demonic powers, even across different dimensions, thanks to his incredible level up. Suddenly, the magic book appears as if it owns the place, telling Daesung that the dimensional key to the celestial realm is literally right in front of him. Floating right in front, there is a giant, glowing golden orb that Daesung picks up and crushes in his hand. As soon as he does, the orb brands his hand in the form of a glowing and cool tattoo, and the system informs him that he now has full and unrestricted access to the celestial realm. He starts to wonder if this sphere really is the key, and the book confirms that it can indeed be used to travel to the celestial dimension. Daesung realizes that these people are still going to go after his family and friends, so he orders the book to explain how to activate the sphere. Without thinking twice, he accepts the challenge. For once, the book decides not to be a jokester, even offering to create a special orb specifically for this task to help its master. Suddenly, a shining golden and blue orb appears out of nowhere, as if it had been summoned by Houdini, and the book informs him that he now has the ability to open the door to the dimension whenever he wishes. Daesung has one of his moments of brilliance, and casually scratches his head as he realizes he still lacks some of his other orbs. Meanwhile, back at the Celestial Mother cult, the same woman from before is frantically pleading with her unconscious superior's body to wake up already and stop playing dead. At that moment, a group of soldiers dressed in ninja gear bursts into the room, and the cult woman loses her composure as she demands to know who they are. The soldier leading them gives a calm yet firm order to capture the orb immediately, while the rest of the squad rushes in, and one guy just starts punching a locked cabinet as if it were nothing. The cult woman starts clutching her head in total panic as the room is ransacked, until one of the soldiers finally grabs the royalty orb. The lead soldier shoots them a cold glance for a few seconds before telling his team to move in and eliminate both women, while the cult woman just stands there frozen with her mouth wide open in utter disbelief at this nightmare. At that moment, a sudden explosion breaks the tense moment and sends debris flying in all directions. In an instant, a diary materializes before him. The cult woman raises her arms, trying to protect herself, while the lead soldier becomes furious, as if someone just ruined his perfect plan. Through the settling smoke, a pair of very familiar footsteps start to echo, and Daesung enters, making some fruity hand gestures as if posing for an album cover. With a completely deranged look in his eyes, he calls them naughty boys and asks if no one taught them basic manners not to steal. The leader panics and yells at his soldiers to attack with everything they've got, while he begins to charge the weapon strapped to his arm. Daesung doesn't even flinch, because just the pure intent to kill in his eyes is enough to make every soldier collapse to the ground like a sad sack. Pancakes. He forces the entire squad to writhe like pathetic worms, because the pressure of his presence is too much for their weak spines. With all threats completely crushed, Daesung finally remembers why he's here and casually grabs the stolen S-rank orbs from the defeated thieves. Looking to the side, his eyes land on the unconscious woman, and he squints a bit as he tries to remember who she is. The cult lady starts shaking instantly like a broken Roomba, and she blurts out that the woman is her representative, Yoon Wednesday. Huge bursts of energy explode from the book, signaling the start of the challenge. The system then informs Daesung that there are still many brainwashed people, and asks if he would like to convert them into his fans instead. This somehow irritates him even more as he processes the fact that the angel had been manipulating an entire army of loyal followers all this time. Without a second thought, Daesung instantly orders that all the cursed people be freed from the miserable mind control. A gigantic wave of light sweeps through the entire building like a divine Wi-Fi signal, and the cult followers suddenly wake up and finally realize the ridiculous nonsense they've been doing. Together, the moment of clarity leaves them completely horrified as regret hits them like a truck, and the cult woman just breaks down crying on the spot, collapsing to the ground in total despair. As the light reaches all the rooms, Manager Kim blinks in confusion once she comes out of the trance, insisting she was just on her way to work a moment ago. A long time ago. Panic starts to bubble as the freed girls try to process what happened, and some of them break down crying and asking for help. Kim quickly takes control by announcing that she is from the Hunters Association, assuring everyone that she will get reinforcements immediately. The memories of his suffering return to our hero's mind. The president quickly makes a call to Daesung and asks for an update on the incident, to which he responds to calm down as the mission was successful. Chang-ho is curious about how Daesung managed to retrieve the S-rank spheres so quickly and asks about the incredibly strong enemy he fought. Daesung confirms his victory and tells Chang-ho to take care of the Maternal Association lackeys while he looks for the spheres. The president quickly agrees without asking questions like a loyal intern, promising to head straight to the location, while Daesung is already mentally foaming at the mouth at the thought of getting his hands on the human trash responsible. Meanwhile, at the hidden Darkside base in the Rocky Mountains, the usual tranquility is completely shattered as the entire base erupts in fireballs and chaos while Daesung casually strolls through the burning ruins, admiring the disaster he has created. He glances at the monster book floating nearby and grudgingly admits it's somewhat useful after all, as the book practically explodes with joy, deeply. Underground, the three evil scammers hurry down the ominous hallway, sweating profusely as they wonder how Daesung manages to find them every time. One of them bites his nails and wonders if they will follow him down here, while the other makes them believe that maybe he will succeed. Lost, the disfigured grandpa admits that supporting the cult was a big mistake, as they not only lost their orbs, but now they have been forced to become the prey. As the diary releases its contents, it bursts into flames, leaving a bitter aftertaste of the painful. Resonant footsteps begin to approach from the other side of the hallway, as the trio of arthritis stands frozen in front of a massive door and pulls a rusty lever. With a loud grinding squeak, the door swings open wide as a thick cloud of dust spills into the hallway as if it hasn't been touched in centuries. Once the dust finally settles, a gigantic war-ready robot comes into view, clearly built to demolish anything in its path. A familiar hand touches the robot's frame and wonders aloud how a group of sewer rats managed to get their filthy hands on something so advanced. The monster book continues to talk about its powers and explains that the golem was created by a race that worships a mechanical god or something like that. The wrinkled trio looks about to collapse from panic as they demand to know how he managed to get there before them. Daesung couldn't care less about their complaints and simply sliced the massive golem in half with a powerful blow that instantly turned it into flying metal confetti and exploded the entire chamber in a blast of fire. Their leader had a moment of sudden brilliance and quickly pulled out an ancient artifact, announcing he would form a barrier. The artifact glows, and a large protective shield appears, wrapping around the trio, and the leader finally exhales with relief, thinking this might really buy them a few seconds. Memories. Unfortunately for them, Daesung casually appears right behind the barrier, as if he had been waiting for this revelation, and asks them exactly what they're doing standing there. The old demons nearly faint on the spot, completely incredulous that this guy is still behind them. Daesung calmly declares that their execution is already confirmed, and within seconds the walls are splattered with red while their screams fade into silence. After that, Daesung stands over the bodies and wonders how these little crunchy worms ever thought they had a chance against him in the first place. Pancioni interrupts his deep villain moment by asking if he wants to go straight to the celestial dimension. Daesung smiles and replies that there's no rush, as he has something important to discuss before leaving. The scene shifts to a delicious feast with endless plates lined up, and Don Cheol doesn't hold back as he dives in without a second thought, praising Daesung's mother for her divine cooking. Kitchen. She acts calmly and says it was all super last minute, and that it's nothing fancy. Then she turns and tells Chojun to stop pretending to be part of the staff, and to get a plate for herself already. With a firm determination to finally increase his mana, the ruler of hell orders the recreation of page 16, detailing 5 agonizing years in hell. Chojun blushes completely and says he actually didn't do much, and that it was very relaxed learning to cook from her. Jisoo doesn't waste any time and makes a direct attack on the delicious omelet rolls, and Mom reveals that Chojun actually made them, mentioning she wouldn't mind having her as a daughter-in-law. On the other hand, Seo Hyun basically freezes when he hears this, mentally scolding himself for letting Chojun charm his master's mother like that. Both girls lock eyes in a silent and deadly battle. While Dongchul looks around confused, he casually asks Daezoon why he suddenly invited everyone. Daezoon casually drops the bomb that it's just a small farewell party, since he plans to leave the Earth in exactly 3 days. Everyone stops what they're doing and turns to Daezoon, shocked by the verbal bomb he just dropped on them. Changho finally breaks the silence and asks if Daezoon is really serious about leaving the land, wondering if he hit his head a little too hard. Daezoon calmly explains that it's too risky to let those pests remain up there, and he has already decided to take care of them himself. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Changho accompanies the young blogger, who clumsily tries to get details about his hero from his rescuer. Seo Hyun tries to be friendly and asks her teacher if that means they will go together. Daezoon remembers not to scold her since she was the one who pulled the spear from his chest, so instead he gently tells her to start calling him Big Brother instead of Dad. She lights up with excitement, thinking it's a special nickname just for her to use, and blushes a little while Chojun wonders in his head if she's allowed to use it too. Daezoon takes another big bite of that meat and tells them that it's impossible for any of them to go, as none of them have permission to enter the realm. But Don Chun isn't buying it. He asks if it's really that important and reminds Daezoon that he could always use his special ability. Chojun quickly realizes he's talking about the summoning ability, and Seo-hyun chimes in to say that Daezoon can simply teleport back whenever he wants. Still, our hero doesn't seem very convinced, but he promises to at least try once he gets there, and asks the group to take care of his home and look after his country. Chanho doesn't seem excited but agrees anyway, and Daezoon's mom is equally irritated because her son keeps getting into these ridiculous situations, while Jisoo tries to gently calm her down. With a deeply worried look, his mother turns to him and asks if he will really be able to come back home safe and sound. Our hero gives his mother a calm and reassuring smile, promising that he will return soon. In a clumsy move, the boy casually asks where the incredible monster fighter has disappeared to. Then he asks her to trust him. The scene shifts to the system screen, which lights up to inform Daezoon that the portal is about to appear, and he just stares at it blankly before casually announcing that he's heading to the celestial realm. Suddenly, a purple light erupts from the portal and completely engulfs him, sending him speeding toward a blinding white light. The system gives a quick update, saying that the door has been completed, and he will soon be transported with a new body, formed of pure ether energy. This part leaves Daezoon a bit confused, but it's too late to do anything, as he suddenly finds himself face to face with a tall hooded figure in front of a massive door. It only takes a moment for Daezoon to realize that the hooded man looks strangely familiar, and he looks exactly like Priest Odi, whom he crushed in hell not long ago. Odi immediately senses that something is off, seeing that the creature in front of him doesn't seem celestial, and notices that its aura feels strangely similar to something from his homeland. Daezoon takes this as a challenge when he hears the word aura, and casually releases an explosive and powerful wave of energy to restore the guardian's senses. Odi then recognizes the energy as belonging to none other than his glorious king, and immediately falls to his knees. Greeting the demon god before him, our demon king gets straight to the point and demands to know why a hell priest is now working as a prisoner here in the celestial realm. Unfazed, Changho gives the characterless boy a disdainful look, wondering aloud why anyone would offer 20 million just for a picture of his friend's face. The priest explains that since Daezoon defeated him in hell, he was captured and forced to serve as a guard in this place. Our demon lord notices that the spear protruding from Odi's chest is almost identical to the one the angel stabbed him with before. He asks if the door behind Odi leads directly to the angels, and the priest replies that to reach them, he will have to pass through 100 trials. Hearing that, Daezoon holds his head in frustration at the thought of all the effort he will have to put in. But just then, the monster book comes to the rescue and suggests that the master try showing the emblem he carries. Feeling a bit of relief, our hero turns to Odi and asks if he can simply use the master key while holding it in his hand. The priest kindly explains that since Daezoon possesses the emblem, he now has full access and can come and go at will without having to endure the trials. With everything resolved, Daezoon decides to enter, but Odi briefly stops him and politely asks for his master's hand, leaving Daezoon slightly confused. Still, he accepts the strange request and offers his hand, and the system notifies him that he has now received the guardian's seal. Not impressed with the answer, the boy pretends ignorance, but their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a deafening sound that shakes them. Just after the transfer is complete, the priest's body begins to crumble, which surprises Daezoon, but Odi calmly places his hand over his heart and offers his demon lord a blessing for the upcoming war against the Celestials. Daezoon looks at the spot where the priest used to be and makes a firm promise that this will not be a war, but a total massacre. Elsewhere in the Angelic Palace, The warrior dressed as a woman remains locked up, while slowly regaining consciousness, wondering why his usual torturer has not yet appeared. In the background, a voice at the pum argues with itself about being stuck on feeding duty, while Aslan calls it and tells it to just come out already. Since 1887, by his side, a strange butterfly-like angel appears and immediately insults him, asking why someone as pathetic as him refuses to become a Titan god. Aslan notices the change in face and realizes that there must be a different angel on duty, but he continues to give the same answer and firmly states that he will not let himself be turned into a grotesque monster. The angel mockingly repeats his words and smiles while praising how impressive it is that he has resisted for so long, even if he remains as stubborn as ever. He decides to give him a bit of angel blood as a reward, and he weakly raises his head in defiance, demanding to know what that is. Without saying a word, the Celestial grabs his jaw, cuts his finger, and lets a single drop of his golden blood fall into his mouth while hurling more insults. As soon as the drop goes down his throat, it starts to take effect. His eyes change color as he screams in pain, and his body begins to transform, tightly bound in place by chains as he thrashes wildly. The Celestial lets out a twisted laugh and says it really doesn't matter if he accepts it or ends up mutating into a horrible creature anyway. But suddenly he tenses up when he feels an immense presence approaching quickly and turns around to face a figure coming down the stairs, sword in hand. Daisun now has a crazed look in his eyes upon seeing the butterfly woman, and without wasting a second, he lunges at her like a lightning bolt, raising his sword and relishing the chance to finally confront one of those damned Celestials. The moment she sees a stranger suddenly charging at her, the butterfly angel begins to panic, quickly transforming into her ethereal form, causing her body to gradually dissolve. Daisun's sword slices cleanly through the air as she literally becomes light, narrowly avoiding the strike, with a twisted smile on her face. Her form slowly takes shape again, as Daisun lands a few feet ahead, propelled forward by the force of his momentum. She shoots him an angry look and demands to know how a mere mortal managed to enter her sacred realm with a displeased frown. Daisun doesn't even bother to answer her question, simply commenting that this isn't going to be an easy fight. Meanwhile, just behind him, Aslan suddenly begins to mutate as his body grotesquely transforms into a fleshy mass and screams desperately, begging to serve whoever saves him for the rest of his life. Daisun shifts his attention from the butterfly angel for a moment and focuses on the strange creature behind him, trying to figure out what the hell that is. Chang-ho calmly instructs the boy to follow them silently to the gathered evacuees. This is the Celestial taunts, and they think that if she had taken 1 second longer to dodge his attack, she wouldn't be standing there now, all while materializing a sword completely made of ether. The Demon King immediately raises his sword in a battle stance, and before she can react, he vanishes from sight in a sudden flash of lightning. The angel starts to sweat as she realizes she can no longer detect his presence while a single drop of sweat runs down her cheek. She frantically spins around, trying to catch even the slightest trace of her attacker, and swings her sword blindly, completely unaware that her death is actually coming from above. Dai-sun, with his eyes burning with a crazy and hungry expression, activates his demon slash and brings his sword down with brutal force, forcing the angel to raise her own weapon with both hands to block the incoming blow, using every ounce of her strength. The impact causes a massive explosion that sends the angel flying backward, though she manages to protect herself with her arms and reduce some of the damage. Gritting her teeth in rage, she realizes how close she came to dying in that moment. Dai-sun shows no intention of stopping as he runs forward for another attack, yelling at her to just die already. He swings his sword once more, aiming directly at her neck, giving her no chance to evade. Seeing no other way out, she despairs and ends up using her trump card, the Divine Law, to create a no-violence zone. Feeling his phone vibrate, Chang-ho reads a message from his leader, informing him that because it's the weekend, reinforcements will be delayed, urging him to escape as quickly as possible. A brilliant pillar of light erupts from her body, instantly freezing Dai-sun mid-strike as his sword stops just inches from her. He tries to move, but his limbs don't respond at all, and with a furious look, he demands to know what the insect witch has done to him. The Celestial smiles in satisfaction as she touches the blade and casually comments on how close that was. Inside Dai-sun's head, Pantheon interjects, stating the obvious. Any intent to kill has been completely neutralized, making Dai-sun wonder if he should hold back his killing intent. The angel keeps that sly smile and starts talking about how, thanks to the Lord's divine law, the area is now turned into a peace zone. She approaches with that same twisted smile and boldly states that no one can challenge the divine law, which only angers him more as he replies, asking, since when do angels care about peace? She continues her speech when Dai-sun suddenly orders that his mana be released. At that moment, the Demon Lord takes his true form as his body begins to glow and his aura floods the entire area. The angel instantly steps back in surprise upon hearing the name of the demon god, but it's already too late. Before she can say another word, Dai-sun pierces through her like Swiss cheese, Distressed by the news, Chang-ho can only hope that his best demon hunter friend returns soon, before it's too late. Cheese. Her body begins to disintegrate into nothing while she screams that it shouldn't be possible to annul the divine law. She completely disappears in smoke while Dae-sun just stands there, now, and farming, completely ignoring her last words. Once she is completely gone, he casts a cold death glare, and declares that now that he has arrived, the celestial realm can say goodbye to any hope of peace. Then, the system notifies him that defeating a high-ranking angel allows him to absorb their powers. He looks at the mask she left behind, scratches his head, and wonders if the spicy-looking accessory really belongs to her. Divinity. The system begins to list all the powers in the most boring way possible, sounding like a dry Wikipedia entry. But before Dae-sun can fully disconnect, he suddenly feels something and instinctively turns, catching a massive hand that was about to swat him like a fly. Meanwhile, in another dimension, our hero finds himself reliving his time in the Predator Forest. His eyes shift to the mutated mass in front of him, and something about that face brings a strangely familiar memory. Aslan screams in agony as his body keeps expanding, and Pantheon calmly explains that the guy is in the middle of transforming into a titan. Aslan, completely overwhelmed, begs Dae-sun to save him, tears streaming down his cheeks as he pleads not to become a monster. Our hero quickly turns to the monster book and asks if there's any way to stop the transformation, and the book casually suggests making him an apostle. Closing his eyes, he dives into his thoughts, seriously weighing the risk before breaking into a wide smile and deciding to give it a shot, mainly because it sounds fun. The scene shifts to a place where a voice echoes in Aslan's head, singing the same line repeatedly, demanding obedience to the demon lord. Aslan wakes up, startled, and sits up, shouting for the voices to be quiet. Nearby, Dae-sun crouches by a small fire, warming his hands, and casually asks if he has finally woken up. Aslan slowly regains his senses and politely asks if Hunter Dae-sun was the one who saved him, but Dae-sun just shrugs it off without much thought. Suddenly, Aslan's face turns serious as they both sit in silence, staring at the fire, until he finally gathers the courage to ask if Dae-sun is really the demon god. Gentle winds brush against him, but he feels uneasy with the unsettling silence surrounding him. Dae-sun receives the question with a serious and inscrutable expression, but before anything else can be said, Aslan suddenly acts. With a lightning-fast motion, he throws off the blanket, kneels, and pounds the ground with his fist, bowing his head and declaring Dae-sun his master. Dae-sun acknowledges his loyalty and tells him that from now on he will be an apostle and fight for him. Meanwhile, in the celestial castle, everyone stands firm in the main hall before their leader seated on his throne. His eyes are closed as he asks his subordinate if it was a celestial who broke the divine law. One of his henchmen steps forward with a hand over his chest and comments that since all their lives are connected, it's impossible to say who is truly at fault. The leader of the angels then opens his eyes as he summons a golden scroll with a wave of his hand. All the lesser angels look at him in awe as they recognize that the scroll is a sacred relic of extremely high level. One of them suddenly speaks up and asks Semhasa to wait, while commenting that it would be a waste to use such a valuable object on an insignificant being. However, the angelic leader argues that an inferior being couldn't break the divine law, and at the very least, the culprit would be a demon of their level. A panel appears announcing its task. Without wasting any more time, he activates the scroll as it unfolds and begins to rise into the air. His eyes also start to shine as he declares that the demonic beast responsible will not escape the judgment of the divine lord. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Aslan shares his surprise about the existence of the celestial realm, while Dae-sun seems visibly annoyed at not having made any progress. The monster book tries to reassure him by saying that the end is finally in sight, but that doesn't lift his spirits, especially when he realizes he can't fly in dimensions outside of the earth. Just then, our hero freezes as a sudden flash of light pulls him from his thoughts, and a golden scroll appears before him out of nowhere. The scroll begins to speak in his mind without stopping, hurling insults at him for breaking divine law and declaring that punishment is now inevitable. A portal forms beneath his feet as the book glows even brighter, announcing that the offender is being sent directly to the abyss of void. The Demon King instantly tenses up as he feels himself starting to sink. Still distracted and lost in his own thoughts, Aslan wonders aloud if they are still far from reaching the celestial village. Not getting a response, he turns to look for Dae-sun, and freezes in shock to see nothing but smoke where his master was standing. Subjugate 10 white colossi, the divine beings of the forest. Meanwhile, unfazed as always, our guy falls into an infinite darkness as painful memories return, starting with the moment his father died. He squints his eyes with a fiery air, as the trauma of his time in hell returns where he was forced to eat repulsive monster meat just to stay alive. Sa Togo, Sotizo, Tesorogo. Then, out of nowhere, he finds himself standing at the entrance of a cave, questioning whether all of this is happening again from the beginning. But the real Dae-sun is still falling through the darkness, eyes closed as memories keep flooding in, completely unable to control the flow of his thoughts. The monster book quickly brings him back to the present with a sharp warning that something is rapidly approaching, snapping him back to reality. From total darkness, a worm-like creature with a disturbingly cheerful smile begins to slither towards him, clearly hungry for its next unfortunate victim. The creature lunging at him turns out to be the physical embodiment of the void itself, and it pounces on Daezun with terrifying speed. In mid-fall, he manages to summon his sword, eyes shining with a dangerous light as he lifts it and comments that the thing seems hungry for something. Without hesitation, he unleashes his demon god powers and uses his cutting ability, splitting the monster in 2 equal halves, shouting at it to die. As the creature breaks into multiple pieces, countless spirits begin to emerge from its body, finally freed from the torment they endured while trapped in the form of the void. Distracted, the innocent demon king wonders where his enemies could be, unaware of the enormous shadow looming over him. Daezun looks forward as he continues to fall, and suddenly tenses up when he sees something approaching quickly to the ground. The ground slowly comes into view, revealing a vast land that resembles a desert stretching endlessly in all directions with nothing but barren terrain. He crashes into the ground like a meteor, sending a large cloud of dust and debris everywhere, but lands smoothly, unbothered by the impact, not even slightly shaken by falling from the sky. His attention immediately shifts when he notices movement in the distance. One by one, bright blue lizard-like monsters begin to emerge from underground, chatting among themselves about the sudden disappearance of the void's presence. The group stands at attention as one of them announces that it doesn't really matter, as the void will simply reappear soon anyway, and instead demands to know who managed to defeat such a being. Without warning, a huge cat-like monster emerges behind the lizard men, roaring with fury as it joins the group. The monsters are now locked in an intense stare-down with the mysterious figure who just defeated the embodiment of the void. Daezun meets their gaze with an impassive expression, completely indifferent and more annoyed than anything, as he silently wonders what kind of strange creatures these are. At that moment, a system notification appears, informing him that he is now officially in the deepest part of the dimensional beasts. The robot locks onto its target, its eyes glowing with a menacing crimson hue before unleashing a dazzling ray of energy. The scene shifts to a grand castle, where a magical pen writes on a scroll guided by Simjaza, who is sitting calmly in his chair with his arms crossed, while a burly angel stands in front of him. He, the imposing angel, speaks first, asking why he has been summoned so suddenly. With his eyes closed, Simjaza calls him Arakiba and explains that he is being sent to Pandemonium to identify a new demonic beast that has emerged there. Arakiba's demeanor instantly shifts to something more serious as he remembers that no being, angel or otherwise, has ever returned from the abyss. He then boldly questions whether Simjaza is sending him as nothing more than a sacrificial pawn for his useless games. Simjaza's gaze sharpens as he reminds Arakiba that the remains of the great demon god lie within that very abyss. At that, Arakiba's eyes widen in surprise as he confirms whether this is the same demon god that was once defeated by the Divine Lord, and the thought awakens a chilling possibility that the wretched demon that broke into his realm might be following the will of that god. He lowers his eyes in shame and quickly withdraws his previous accusation. Simjaza advises him to take along third-rank angels, just in case the situation gets out of control. Arakiba bows his head and vows to carry out the mission without fail. Sensing danger just in time, our hero narrowly evades the attack, barely avoiding incineration. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the abyss, a pair of hands lets the sand slip slowly between their fingers, belonging to the administrator of Pandemonium, Jen, who randomly screams into the void that there is absolutely nothing here. Speaking to no one in particular, he wonders aloud if the sudden disappearance of the void means that a new demon beast has arrived. Just then, a vortex begins to form on the ceiling, pulling him out of his train of thought. At the base of a massive tree stump, a puff of smoke reveals 3 sudden arrivals in a cloud of smoke, who turn out to be Arakiba, flanked by 2 twin lesser angels standing right behind him. "In me I won't let you go." In front of them, a mass of vines begins to twist and form a group, from which the administrator Jen suddenly emerges and asks the imposing angel bringing him to the bottom of the well. Arakiba wastes no time and heads straight for Jen, ordering him to open the gates of Pandemonium immediately, explaining that there is something he needs to confirm. Elsewhere, back in the plains, a flash of light crackles in the air as a tree, and 3 figures begin to take shape. Through the blinding fog, our demon king spots the white colossus. Righteous, a machine with a face only a mother could love, if it even had one. Formed entirely of beams of light, Arakiba and his subordinates have now entered the abyss, silently observing their surroundings until something in the distance stops them. Cold. Their eyes widen in surprise upon seeing the demon king smiling, while sitting atop the very same giant wolf monster from earlier, who now does not dare to challenge his master. Our hero refers to the surrounding monsters as his minions, and although none of them seem excited, they remain in formation, too terrified to do anything but obey. Eager to grab attention, they lunge forward with swords raised high. The twin angels confidently assure Arakiba that they have everything under control. Daizung doesn't hesitate for a second and summons his chains, launching them straight at the approaching angels. The twins are instantly trapped, completely immobilized by the chains, as they lose all ability to move even slightly. Daisung advances with his sword in hand, shouting at the celestial intruders to accept their fate. As he assesses this so-called divine creation, its hand suddenly lunges at him, slicing through the air like a drill. In that instant, Arakiba's focus sharpens, as one of his eyes transforms into gears, activating his celestial ability, time reversal. Before they realize what's happening, both angels find themselves trapped in the Demon King's chains, while Daisung lunges at them, fully ready to end their miserable lives with a single strike. But just before our boy's attack can land, Arakiba uses an ability called Observation Inversion and instantly teleports the angels behind him, leaving the Demon King momentarily puzzled. While Arakiba whispers to his angels that he suspects the demonic beast in front of them might actually be the new Demon King, our guy fixes his gaze on Arakiba's mechanical eyes, clearly wanting to claim them for his growing collection. Without holding back, Daesung unleashes his mana release and transforms into his true Demon Lord form, catching Arakiba completely off guard. He lunges with all his strength, intending to finish it quickly, but grows frustrated when his attack fails once again. As Arakiba remains calmly unscathed with both angels still by his side, the Demon King starts to assume that Arakiba's eye must be an advanced version of his own, and his magic book backs that up, explaining that the man has an ability that allows him to completely reverse events. Arakiba wonders why the Demon King hasn't weakened, as all demonic beings are supposed to lose half their power when passing through the abyss. He directly asks if the king absorbed the divinity of an angel, which the demon confirms with a proud smile as he casually raises his hand, signaling his minions to attack the angels. The monsters charge, howling for vengeance and ready to tear apart the angels, but freeze mid-run when Arakiba unleashes Resume Observation, a skill that creates a perfect copy of the Demon King, who instantly takes out the monsters, and even tries to bind the original with his own chains. Unfazed, he responds with a counterattack, his fist striking the hard metallic face of the automaton. The Demon King cuts the chains with his swords, but is immediately surrounded by the twin angels who launch their attacks simultaneously, hoping to finish him off for good. However, once the dust settles, they realize their attack wasn't enough, as the Demon King emerges unscathed, having protected himself using the Demon King's wings, a powerful ability he acquired after defeating an angel. Arakiba realizes that the Demon King must have absorbed the divinity of Barakel, while our boy starts to realize that this angel is not only absorbing his attacks, but can even completely imitate them. The Demon King can't help but wish to have his own apostles to back him up, which immediately reminds him of the seed of destruction Aslan is capable of, summoning. With a blinding flash of lightning, Aslan appears before them, and Daesung wastes no time ordering him to eliminate the angels. Aslan casually mentions that he has been testing all his abilities so far and is finally ready to show his true strength, which makes our boy joke that he will be promoted to a full apostle if he succeeds. This really takes Aslan by surprise, as in his mind he was already a full-fledged apostle. Still, he takes it as a personal challenge to prove his worth and activate his transformation into Titan King. A move so powerful it leaves the angels trembling as they try to comprehend how a demonic beast could summon a Titan. Absorbing the impact of our Demon King's destructive blow, the colossal robot stumbles backward. The imposing Titan loudly declares death to the angels and throws a massive punch, only to be stopped, dead in his tracks by Arakiba's observation negation. Without missing a beat, Arakiba continues with Resume Observation and sends the blow back to the Titan, launching him into the air. Arakiba mocks the Titan's stupidity, clearly amused by the confidence with which the beast charged. But that arrogance doesn't last long, as the Demon King quickly stabs him in the back, shattering his pride in an instant. Still coughing blood and enduring the pain, Arakiba manages to activate his observation reversal ability just in time to free himself from the Demon King's grip. And as he slips away, the king turns only to find one of the twin angels right behind him. Arakiba wastes no time and tells Yen, the Pandemonium manager, to get him out of this mess immediately. But before anyone can move or speak, the Demon Lord casually separates the twin angel's head from its body, as if it's nothing, and the sight of Shamsiel's lifeless body sends the remaining twin angel into a wild panic. In one last desperate move, its fingers extend like sharp blades, surrounding him, but he dodges the projectiles with ease and delivers a powerful punch directly to its abdomen. In an instant, Daesung marks both the angel and Arakiba, enveloping them in a sinister purple glow, while declaring that no one escapes once they bear his mark. Yen freezes in horror, watching helplessly as the angel Arakiba begins to lose his divinity, the light fading from him gradually, while Yen screams in desperate protest, unable to do anything to stop it. The remaining angel shouts at Yen to cultivate the void before it's too late, but the warning comes 1 second too late, as the extraction finishes, and the Demon King successfully absorbs Arakiba's divine observation eye, corrupting it into a twisted version of its former self, his own demonic eye. The power it grants is overwhelming, allowing him to nullify or copy enemy attacks, scan their past actions, and even see their ranking in attacks. Flash. With a brief burst of pure power, a crimson bolt shoots from the Demon King's eyes, illuminating the void with an unsettling red glow. And as the glow fades, he turns to the administrator Yen, hoping he'll be useful, but Yen completely ruins it, stammering that even though he has administrative control over the pandemonium, he will never hand it over to the Demon King no matter what. Our boy, after discovering Yen's role as administrator, smiles gently at him, realizing how sensitive the information he carelessly let slip is. Without wasting a second, our man activates his ability to summon the Demon King, a terrifying power that makes anyone ranked below him obey his every whim without question, and projects that influence directly onto Yen, who soon begins to crumble under the unsettling voices urging him to defend, praise, obey, and serve without resistance. The force of the blow tears the divine machine from top to bottom, leaving nothing but scraps and smoke in its wake. Completely dominated, Yen pledges his loyalty to the Demon King, who finds this twisted manipulation ability astonishing. Effectively, Daezun casually asks Yen to hand over the authority of the pandemonium, and without hesitation, Yen agrees, offering the key that the Demon King takes thoughtlessly, only to find himself instantly transported to a strange hallway filled with bright pink-tinged light, something he clearly wasn't prepared for. He turns to his left and notices a solitary door waiting at the end of the hallway. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, something wild begins to unfold as the seven suns suddenly fall into eclipse, sending waves of panic through the skies. Even the constant glow in Samyaza's private chamber begins to dim, immediately catching his attention, making him jump to his feet and rush out towards the Supreme Lord, Palace. When he finally arrives, he is blocked at the doors by two angels, who are firmly guarding the entrance to the chamber. Samyaza demands that the angels step aside so he can access the oracle of the Lord, but they explain that the Supreme Lord has forbidden anyone to enter the chamber. Samyaza lowers his head and sighs, accepting the Supreme Lord's plan before moving on to summon all beings present in the celestial realm. Each being responds to his call, including Zahariel, the third-ranked angel, Ramiel, and Kokabiel, both second-ranked angels, along with others. As he pauses, waiting for the next challenger, his eyes fall on a strange red core lying amidst the rubble. In a decisive moment, Samyaza declares war on all demonic beings and urges everyone to prepare for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, our boy walks down the hallway of pandemonium until he reaches the door. Using the key that Yen gave him, Daizong opens the door and is surprised by what he finds inside. He enters a classroom that he instantly recognizes as the one he attended in middle school as a child. There, he notices a girl scribbling in her notebook and approaches her. She is surprised by his sudden appearance, but then smiles warmly, revealing that she has been waiting for him. Our boy grabs a chair and leans on it, asking the girl who she is, but she responds by asking who he thinks she is. It is. He uses his third authority, the evil eye, to read her rank, expecting some arrogant brat, but he is surprised when a shadowy figure appears behind her and her title changes to the primordial demon Lord Satan. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Chang'o and the blogger boy reach the rooftop only to be met with the horrifying scene of massacred bodies scattered around them. She is delighted to see that he has also acquired his demonic eye. While our boy asks why he has been summoned here, she explains that she wanted to meet her successor, the one who could obtain the key to the abyss, so she planted a trigger to make their meeting possible. In a burst of what seems like madness, she rejoices at the thought of finally defeating her lifelong enemy and begins to laugh maniacally. The shadowy figure appears next to our boy and asks Satan if she is ready, as he already seems prepared. But Satan points out that he is still a rookie and that they will need to help him. Just then, shadowy demons from the darkness surround Daezung and start debating whether they should enter his body or leave him behind, while one wonders if he is even worthy to be among them. Our boy loses patience with the demons and waves his arms to scare them off, before telling Satan that he doesn't need help and will just do what he came to do before returning. Casa, the little primordial demon girl, warns him that if he leaves now, he will end up dying, which he can't take seriously. But Satan sees potential in him despite being a rookie and decides to test him by launching a flying kick directly at his face. Horrified, Chang'o notices a severely injured man who is still clinging to life. Our guy blocks the kick with his hand, confident that he can deflect anything thrown at him. But the immense power behind the primordial demon lord's strike overwhelms him, sending him flying straight into the wall with a loud crash. While Daesung struggles to recover from the blow, the demons explode with rage over their failure. So he tries to turn the situation around by activating his first authority, observation reversal, hoping to rewind the moment. However, the demons quickly reveal that they cannot be observed, rendering his ability useless against them. Suddenly, everything changes and our protagonist finds himself enveloped in a blinding white light that slowly fades to reveal a ruined city, leaving him to question whether he is dreaming or hallucinating. There, he sees Chansikopa gravely injured and being held up by his teammate, both protected by a force field. Nearby, one of the squad lies dead on the ground just before a sudden explosion shakes the area. The group leader complains that Samyasa, attacking them with his wings, was basically a trap. But Samyasa doesn't waste any time and shoots a beam of light from his eyes, knocking down the leader. Just then, his teammate intervenes, blocking the attack with her shield. He and the blogger boy rush to help him. She checks the leader's condition, but before she can react, Samyasa lunges forward and takes her down with a single swift blow. The leader is enraged to see his companion being killed, but Samyasa doesn't waste time letting him mourn, destroying him with a laser beam before naming Han Daesung as the cause of everyone's downfall. Our hero clearly feels the weight of regret, but in the next moment, he is taken to another place. There, he finds Seo Yeon, Uni, making one last stand, using her illusion veil to hide her teammates from the angels. While one of them points out that these angels resemble those Daesung had gone to face, Seo Yeon doesn't take lightly the idea of him losing to mere angels, but before she can respond, an axe cuts through her illusion veil. Ramiel bursts through the force field with a roar, expressing his anger towards the team for hiding in plain sight before swinging his axe for the final blow. But suddenly, Chucky jumps in, blocking the axe with his knife and shouting for his master to run while he holds off Ramiel. Ramiel grabs Chucky and takes his life while Chucky screams his last plea for his master to escape while she can. Seeing her friend being destroyed, Seo Hyun is consumed by a fierce, frantic rage and unleashes her ability, instant death, on Ramiel. With trembling lips, the nearly dead man tries to warn Chang-O about the threat behind him. Absolutely furious after seeing her little one's life being crushed, Se-hyun casts the instant death curse on Ramiel, causing intense pain to course through his body and nearly making the majestic bearded angel fall to his knees. Still, he shows a slight smug smile and says he is not an ordinary lesser angel who would fall to the ground after such a silly curse, right? After that, he lunges at her with his burly body and his knee aimed directly at her belly, but what actually ends up hitting her is his massive axe that cleanly cuts her in two perfect halves. Protecting Daesung's shocked family, Chang-Ho pulls out his gun and yells at the damn Celestial for wasting a perfectly good goth girl. He then shoots his little gun straight at the giant. Meanwhile, the Celestial giant doesn't retaliate at all, but instead some screeching flying harpies rush out and dive directly at Chang-Ho, tearing into him like a flock of hungry vultures. The whole horrific scene leaves Jisoo and her mother completely traumatized as they cling to each other in fear. Watching as the inferior angel slowly approaches them next, seeing the last people he truly loves and cares for meet such a brutal end right before his eyes leaves our Demon King completely speechless, with nothing but pure rage burning in his eyes, vowing to brutally destroy each and every one of the heavenly trash. The end. Then the shadows begin to swirl around him again, reminding him that this is the fate that awaits him not far off, and he continues to ignore what they are trying to say. Confused, Chang-O turns around and comes face to face with a giant goblin monster wielding an enormous wooden club just a few feet away. On the other hand, the ruler of hell tells the little creepy ghosts to shut their ugly mouths, but then Satan's sweet voice slips into his ear and gently asks if he has truly seen what's coming for him. Then, when he suddenly returns to his strange dimension, he simply refuses to believe that what he just witnessed could really be the future. But she gives him a little smug smile and says that things will happen exactly that way, without her divine wisdom guiding him. The shadows intervene and start mocking his sad excuse for not using all his potential as a demon. Sir, but Daesung is no fool and demands that she drops any schemes they might be trying to pull on him. With a little flirty smile, Satan says she would love to help him, which immediately raises an eyebrow and makes him wonder what exactly she's getting out of that. After that, she explains that she will let him borrow one of her shadows and will help him fight Rudra's pesky angels so he can destroy them all and return to his family safe and sound. One of the shadows throws a tantrum and reminds her that she's forgetting her deal, which makes Daesung instantly suspicious of any game she might be playing. Thinking deeply, the senile girl strokes her chin as if trying to remember what she even promised, and when one of the shadows refreshes her memory, she finally reveals that her true job is to use that power to regain her body. Seeing it all confused and bewildered, she casually explains that during their last confrontation, Lutra tore her body apart like it was cotton candy, and now she can't leave this creepy dimension without a physical vessel to keep her soul together. Concerned about the injured man, the blogger boy suggests moving him, but Chang-O dismisses the idea, stating that the man's time has already passed. Since our Demon King already plans to eliminate all of Rudra's minions anyway, she says it's basically a win-win deal, but he has a much more urgent question on his mind. Out of nowhere, he asks the little hellspawn if she was the one who summoned him there in the first place. She looks at him with an expressionless poker face, stretching the suspense before breaking into a mischievous smile and claiming she has no idea. Seriously, he tells her to stop acting and be serious, but Satan only says it was actually his little cute grimoire that made the summoning. Instantly recognizing the name, she stares and asks if it's really what she thinks. It is, and the ghost, whispering directly in her ear, confirms that yes, it is the Pantheon. He warns the boy not to make any wrong moves, causing the cowardly boy to turn and look at the threat he should be so worried about, instantly getting scared. He starts telling jokes, saying that those weird mission notifications he keeps seeing, as if he were in a game, are part of the Demon Lord's growth system created by the original Pantheon. The little demon casually adds that he sent the grimoire under Lutra's big dumb nose to find a new successor, since she couldn't do it herself. With that, he returns the question, asking if she is willing to accept the deal. And honestly, our boy admits that it's actually a pretty solid offer. Just then, he turns around after hearing the voice of his own grimoire. And it's at that moment he realizes that technically he should also be a fragment of the original Pantheon. The book screams that even if the Pantheon created him, he is definitely not an evil spawn of Satan. And Daizong instantly mocks him, saying he's just a cheap, low-quality copy, but calms down when the book politely asks him to listen for a moment. While he chats calmly with his false imposter Theon, the shadows begin to swirl confusedly and try to pressure him again, telling him he has no chance of surviving without his power. Seeing the boy frozen, Chang'o tells him to wake up if he doesn't intend to die, with a deafening roar. But our boy just smiles silently like a master and seals the deal with the devil herself. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm called Elysium, an army of monstrous angels kneels before their great chief, Semyaza. Ramiel asks if the progenitor of all demon lords could appear, as this is the biggest war between the heavens and humanity, and he wonders if he is really resurrected. The masked celestial points out that the 7 suns have eclipsed at once, clearly marking the return of the great demon. Hearing that a serious war is approaching, the others begin to lose morale, and Duriel suspects that Satan might try to regain his power. While the majestic bearded angel wonders what his supreme leader truly wants, Semyaza tells them to stop thinking and just follow the orders they receive. With that, an angel blows the horn, and Kokabiel starts the fight by launching themed infinite stone arrows directly at our hero. He charges in forcefully, ready to smash some enemies, and remembers Satan's plan to leave Lutra for her, after he takes out the little ones and the top 5. Then he sees a rain of rainbow arrows flying toward him, which are definitely not straight. The giant monster jumps into the air, ready to crush them, but Daesung stands firm, unflinching as he harnesses his newly acquired powers and shouts for time to freeze. The gears in his eye start to turn as a crimson glow radiates outward. Instantly, the arrows freeze in midair, as if someone pressed pause on reality. But he doesn't stop there and activates another ability called Time Reversal, sending the arrows back to where they came from, returning the attack to the sender. The deadly projectiles head towards Kokabiel, who is atop a massive building, and quickly goes on alert upon recognizing the familiar technique that once belonged to an old comrade, now clearly stolen by Daesung. Still, Kokabiel remains calm as he casually raises his hand and commands his divine power to return. Just like that, the arrows lose their rainbow glow and fall harmlessly to the ground without reaching him. Semyaza stomps the ground in frustration and orders all the Celestials to attack together. The barely celestial creatures charge at Daesung at full speed. Blood is evident as they rush in with wild, hungry eyes. Completely indifferent, Daesung raises his sword and remarks that if they plan to attack him like filthy rats, then they should face what awaits them. With a single movement, he cuts through the very air, opening a massive demonic rift that connects directly to the gates of. For now, let's return to the Pantheon, where the ruler of Hell is analyzing the large red ball. Hell. From within that dark void, a monstrous hand reaches out and crashes against the ground, followed by the colossal body of a titan that emerges and rises to its full height. Aslan emerges, fully transformed, and plants his foot on the battlefield with enough force to send powerful shockwaves ripping through the ground, fixing his gaze on the approaching celestial beasts. In the next moment, an explosion shakes the battlefield and smoke spreads in all directions as the massive titan, despite his enormous size, launches into the sky with incredible force. The winged celestial creatures follow him like pesky insects, but he uses his tremendous bulk to dive back into the enemy ranks, striking the ground with a devastating impact and crushing entire squads like ants beneath his feet. The titan takes a deep breath and lets out a thunderous roar, vowing to wipe out every last damned angel in front of him. While all eyes remain fixed on the chaos, no one notices the steady advance of Daizun's forces, marching through the still-open demonic portal. Open! With death cries toward the angels, the demon army invades the celestial realm and loudly hails Aslan as the official commander of the demon god. It seems that the divine machines can rebuild themselves, becoming stronger and better adapted against their opponents. Aslan looks back at his fellow soldiers, a smile forming as he wonders if this impressive display will finally earn him a promotion to full apostle. On the other side, Duriel is absolutely wrecking his giant harp, playing intense battle music that sends waves of motivation across the battlefield. Fueled by the sound and clearly enjoying it with his favorite waifu, the celestial troops advance, strengthened by the music. Buff. The armies clash in a brutal collision, teeth bared and weapons drawn as both sides throw themselves into the fight. For a time, The Celestials clearly seem to have the advantage, cooking demon soldiers left and right with barely any effort. To their surprise, the wounded demons begin to undergo horrifying changes. Their forms mutate as they are forcibly transformed into celestial beasts against their will. Duriel's eyes begin to shine brightly as he orders his troops to hold fast for her. The massive transformation of enemy fighters into Celestials continues amid the battle. Numerous panels appear to detail this annoying feature. Just after that, Aslan suddenly looks up, just in time to see a huge hammer coming down toward his head. He grits his teeth as he catches the Emulnir with his bare hand, stopping it dead in its tracks. Ramiel, furious, calls him a filthy traitor and curses Aslan for attacking the celestial realm after everything that happened on his home planet. Aslan stares at him blankly, completely lost, not understanding a word of what's happening while holding a charged fist. Still enraged, Aslan declares himself a human of the earth and strikes his fist against Ramiel's cheek, sending shockwaves through the air. Ground, Ramiel is thrown back by the powerful blow, crashing against the castle wall with a loud bang, but still manages to hold on to his hammer. Kokabiel focuses as he leaps from the castle wall and quickly fires arrows one after another, hitting every target with perfect precision while taking down wave after wave of demon soldiers with his hack. Skills, he crashes hard onto the ground, somehow not breaking his noodle legs, and remains optimistic that his radiant magic arrows will clear a path for the celestial troops to cross through the enemy forces. Quickly, our hero lunges and strikes the core, but like jelly, his attack is easily repelled. All around him, more demon soldiers continue transforming into celestial beasts, turning against their own amid the chaos. Kokabiel suddenly freezes upon hearing a familiar voice behind him, casually announcing that he has found his arm. It turns out to be Daezun, who is just there behind the archer angel, and seems completely calm while explosions continue to erupt on the battlefield. Suddenly, a surprise attack almost catches him off guard, but he quickly raises his sword to block a spear aimed directly at his heart, then steps back a bit to regain his balance while facing whoever just tried to take him out. And just when one annoying enemy doesn't seem enough, a whole swarm of Kokabiel starts diving toward him from the sky, forcing him to look away from Sahariel for a moment. Kokabiel wastes no time mocking that even with the stolen observation eye, Daezun still won't be able to dodge the punches from his ghostly target. Sahariel quickly advances with his spear and shouts at the demon to stop resisting and die already. Daezun's body turns into pure darkness and shows a sly smile, as if he's hiding something. The duo of angels holds nothing back, unleashing a powerful combined attack right in the middle of my lesson on their council. He causes a massive explosion that sends dust and debris flying in all directions. Restoring 3%, he lands on the core, visibly irritated. Kokabiel recoils from the blast, hoping he has finally defeated the demon, but his expression quickly shifts to panic as dark shadows begin to gather around him, something that should be impossible in the celestial realm. Suddenly, Daezun emerges from the darkness laughing like a complete maniac and grabs Kokabiel's arm, nearly scaring him to death. Without wasting time, he tears off the limb as if it were a detachable piece of ego. Peace. Kokabiel lets out a heart-wrenching scream, sounding exactly like someone who just lost an arm, while Daezun happily holds the amputated limb like some kind of twisted trophy. At that moment, a bright light pierces through the smoky haze and catches Daezun by surprise as a searing laser cuts through his body, piercing places it shouldn't. Emerging from the smoke is Semjaza, looking absolutely furious as he growls that he has been watching the demon all this time. But Daezun's shadowy form repairs itself effortlessly, as if the wounds had never been there in the first place, while the dark side takes control and immediately realizes that Rudra has given one of his eyes to the cursed angel. Daezun watches as Semjaza raises his finger to the sky, and the light above him begins to gather into a spirit. With a powerful punch fueled by rage, he only manages to produce a few sparks of red lightning. Bomb. B. The light above continues to grow alarmingly until even the celestial soldiers begin to look up with concern. The sheer force of the energy lifts clouds of dust. The demonic army struggles to protect themselves, covering their bodies from the blinding light that seems to burn them completely, while the celestial soldiers stand firm, completely unyielding, and even more energized than before. Daezun's shadowy form raises an arm to shield himself, grimacing in pain as smoke rises from his dark body. However, he still manages to laugh at it all, crediting Semjaza for finally figuring out how to fight a demon like him. With a cold look, the angelic leader decides that the battle ends now and pushes his hand forward, dragging the burning mini-sun closer to the shadow with crushing force. The shadow, now visibly cracking under the heat, screams in frustration and demands to know why Daezun is taking so long. Then, in a flash of dazzling white wings, something launches across the battlefield, cutting through the air. Despite the relentless blows from the Hell Monarch, the core's recovery continues smoothly, unfazed. Semjaza flinches as the streak passes by him, and a piece of his face is torn away, spraying golden celestial blood everywhere. A radiant figure rushes past the stunned leader, holding a golden and shining orb in hand. Semjaza bends over in pain, golden blood now gushing from his eye socket like a fountain. The winged figure removes the mask, revealing it was Daezoon all along, now holding a torn-out eye in his palm and admiring it. Without hesitation, Daezoon channels his inner Uchiha and screws the eyeball into his socket as if he were just replacing a light bulb. Now looking at him with a wild gaze, Daezoon's new eye radiates power, pulsing with two completely different types of aura. Once complete, the system informs him that he has absorbed Satan's right eye, officially completing the set and unlocking the ability to wield Theon's ultimate skill in the mortal realm. Satan's shadow immediately starts scolding Daezoon for taking so long to get there, but he casually responds that a good moment doesn't just happen on command. He recalls the moment with Satan when she told him to take out his chains, which left him more than a little confused. He summons them anyway, and the primordial god quickly starts rummaging around like a mechanic. However, as the restoration reaches 70%, error alarms start going off. Daezoon just looks at her as if she has finally lost her mind from being isolated too long. But then she turns around holding the flaming chains and tells him to attach his swords to them, saying it will unlock his special ability. Suspicious, Daezoon squints and asks what that so-called mysterious special ability was. Back in the present, he throws his newly enhanced weapon directly at the angel and activates the special cutting move, putting all his strength into it. Semjaza struggles to delay the inevitable, barely managing to block with his orb of light. Technique. The clash between the two forces triggers a massive explosion, but somehow both fighters hold their ground. Daezoon's veins begin to bulge as he grits his teeth and puts everything he has into this final effort to end the nuisance before him. He, now exhausting his strength, Semjaza uses every ounce of energy he has left just to hold off the attack. In the end, Daezoon breaks through and cleanly cuts the orb of light, leaving the angel leader frozen in shock, with no time to react. His Kratos-inspired sword continues slicing through Semjaza and officially sends him to the Shadow Realm. Just as our guy prepares to deliver a final, decisive blow, a laser beam zips by, barely missing him. When the blow lands, the angel leader realizes that his death will cause the entire celestial realm to crumble. After talking non-stop, Semjaza finally falls to the ground, well, leaving nothing but the demon sword standing in its place. The demon lord screams that they asked for it when they dared to end his family in the future and begins to head towards the two. Meanwhile, Sahariel shows her sorrow for her disabled brother by hugging him tightly and quickly decides they need to get out of there immediately. But just then, Daezoon throws his sword directly at them and pierces the chest of the spear-wielding angel in one clean blow. He then calmly retrieves his sword, letting the golden blood drip along the way as Sahariel fades into a cloud of smoke, joining her leader in Neverland. Daezoon then approaches the archer angel who looks at him frozen in fear, completely still. But it's already too late to beg now, and the archer's eyes widen in pure astonishment the moment he feels something strike his sword hard. However, it doesn't end that easily, because Daezoon immediately senses something approaching quickly and turns his head. He turns around, realizing he has been surrounded by other robots all along. Ramiel is filled with rage after witnessing the fall of all his comrades. He hurls insults at the demon lord and charges straight at him. Daezoon instantly recognizes him as the same heap of smoking trash that took out his friends in the future. And that memory only fuels his own anger. Ramiel advances, consumed by a blinding rage over everything he just witnessed. But Daezoon is equally furious and pulls out his chains from Olympus once again. Using his speed and agility, Daezoon throws the chains at the burly giant and gives him the same punishment he dealt to his former master, while shouting that this is for his precious gothic mom and little one. Chucky. That massive angel bursts into smoke as well, rising into the sky. And finally, calm settles over the battlefield. Moments later, Daezoon goes into full mukbang mode, devouring various exotic parts of demon gods as if they were a cursed ego set, while the demon shadow begins to drool, declaring that the body is almost complete, laughing wildly the whole time. The Colossi, in a well-coordinated attack, fire from all directions. Daezoon flashes an arrogant smile and responds with a question, asking if the body is even really his, which makes the shadow start to sweat cold immediately. Our demon king crosses his arms like an angry bride and declares that the body now belongs to him, which only makes the shadow even more nervous. Desperately, it begins to circle around him and mentions the deal they made. But Daezoon simply covers his ears and acts as if he can't hear a word. Finally, unable to stand it any longer, he waves both hands and admits that he's just playing, telling them to relax and maybe take a little chill pill. The demon shadow, now clearly furious, demands that Daezoon use his true name already, but Daezoon stretches it out, telling him to wait a second while he invokes his Grimorio. Pantheon almost faints from fear at such a scandalous name, but Daezoon quickly responds, pointing out that the monstrous book is technically just a copy. In any case, without a good answer, the book remains completely silent. He then asks Pantheon how much time they have left in the celestial realm, to which the book conjures a glowing clock right in front of them. Dodging the barrage with ninja-like agility, he realizes the dire situation he's in. The system shows they have about 2 hours left, and Daezoon checks again with Pantheon to confirm what he said earlier. Pantheon seems personally offended by the idea that he would lie, and insists there's nothing to worry about. Daezoon then turns to the demon shadow, and makes sure that all he has to do now is say the real name. The shadow feels it, and tells him to pronounce the true name, declaring that the body is being returned. But before Daezoon can say anything, a brilliant pillar of light bursts in the sky from beyond the wall, capturing their attention as they stare at it. The shadow suddenly shouts that it has arrived, smiling in anticipation as it says, "The real battle is about to begin." After that, the enormous pillar of light collapses over the entire castle, while the two guards look at each other in pure fear, clearly dreading the nightmare about to unfold. They shout in shock that the supreme god has finally descended to this realm, while their faces are frozen in disbelief. Its demon shadow wastes no time barking at Daezoon to stop stalling and just hand over the body already. On the other hand, Daezoon closes his eyes in silence as those sticky shadows swirl around him like houseflies, begging him not to prolong this any further. To make matters worse, the core silently advances to 98% completion. While pretending to listen, he instead chooses to go see who this supposed big shot really is. Suddenly, he pulls away from the souls in the blink of an eye, leaving them dumbfounded as they shout for him to stop being a silly clown and come back, because he can't even use his powers without them. But Daezoon doesn't hesitate. Instead, he seems confident enough and thinks that just because he can now access Pantheon's ultimate ability, he can annihilate anyone in his way. Daezoon then launches toward the castle doors like a furious comet as he dives from the skies. The guards instantly panic as they wave their weapons and shout for him to stop right there. But Daezoon simply barrels through like a kamikaze missile and shatters the doors. Meanwhile, one of the guards lets out a groan of pain as the shockwave sends him crashing directly into the building, and Daezoon is there, relaxed at the entrance. The guard keeps sliding slowly toward what appears to be an open library, where there's a person sitting in a chair, reading as if nothing is happening. The poor guard turns to smoke while the figure continues reading the book without even looking up. After that, he murmurs something under his breath while glancing through the book labeled with the name Our Demon Lord. Daezoon doesn't waste a second and rushes forward, dragging his sword along the ground without an ounce of hesitation. Despite everything, the Hell Ruler refuses to give up. Without showing any nervousness, he throws his sword at the mysterious figure using chains, but an invisible force field blocks the attack while she remains seated, still glued to her book. Right. After that, he crouches down with a cold, stone-like expression, and calmly asks if she is the one they call Rudra. The veiled woman finally lifts her gaze from the pages and strikes him with his full name. Daezoon squints, clearly annoyed and curious, and asks the lady in black if they have met before or if she is just being strange. She simply lifts the book she's holding and tells him that she has been reading all about him this whole time. As this happens, Daezoon tilts his head in confusion and repeats her words just to make sure he heard her right. Well, the veiled woman then starts pounding her fist on her own legs while grinding her teeth in anger and says that Rudra is more than disappointed with him. Her expression suddenly transforms into something really ugly as she keeps repeating the same word over and over with her fist clenched tighter each second. On the other hand, Daezoon instantly goes on high alert, realizing this is not an average stranger, and activates both demon eyes as a precaution. Cutting through the chaotic laser attack, he manages to reach the core and destroy it at the last second. The end. Out of nowhere, a massive finger shoots from the figure towards him like a cursed missile, but he quickly sidesteps to dodge it as it crashes down with a deafening roar. Daezoon quickly realizes he was too weak to block that move and had no choice but to dodge to survive. Then, the veiled angel extends her hand toward Daezoon while throwing him an arrogant smile, and this time a huge hand comes flying, rising far above the endless rows of bookshelves as if she owns the place. Daezoon watches the approaching hand with great irritation and starts rolling as if he's in a Dark Souls speedrun without getting hit. The veiled woman lowers her hand, followed by her massive version, but Daezoon jumps and parkours over the gigantic limb with extreme ease and grace. As soon as the hand crashes to the ground, Daezoon seizes the opportunity and jumps on it, running towards the celestial figure at match speed. His eyes shine crimson red as he raises his sword in front of him and accelerates, closing the distance between them. But suddenly, he feels something strange happening, and just like that, his energy begins to drain rapidly, causing him to slow down and lose almost all his power. At that moment, the two enormous hands lunge forward into the air as if trying to crush him like a literal bug, just when he has no energy left to defend himself and can do nothing to stop them. Frustrated by the uneven matchup, our hero decides to dig into his memories for a solution. But before he can fully process his thoughts, a searing headache suddenly overwhelms him. The hands clap down violently and crush him in the middle as if he were a fly. Once the hands separate, Daezoon is just there, completely sprawled in the palm, unable to move even a single finger. Again, the huge hand repeats the same brutal motion over and over, giving Daezoon zero chance to breathe while yelling at him to just die already. The resonant slaps shake the entire castle from top to bottom as Daezoon barely hangs on, quickly realizing that his mana is completely out of reach now. The demonic shadows suddenly reappear and swirl around him like flies, joining the celestial call for him to surrender and die quickly so they can finally take over his body. since he is clearly defenseless without them. Even with his mortal wounds, Daezoon still manages to laugh because deep down, he already knew these demonic parasites would betray him. He opens his eyes with a sly smile, spreading across his face as he activates Theon's ultimate ability, Save Point Recharge. The system screen appears before him with a message informing him that he can now return to any moment of his choosing in the past. In that moment, all the battles he fought flash through his mind as time runs backward, and he reappears just after winning the Celestial War. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself staring directly at the demonic shadows that are bothering them again to return Satan's body. By a stroke of luck and a bit of plot protection, the robots ignore his start. Daezoon just smiles and reminds himself how these shadowy serpents plan to betray him as soon as he lets his guard down. From what he remembers of his conversation with Theon, it's clear that even if he hands over the body or accesses the demon god's powers, he can still use all his abilities whenever he wants. But what really changes the game is keeping an eye on that time limit, because no matter what wild trick Satan might be hiding, he always has the option to return to the land. Daezoon smiles again as he realizes that if he plays smart, he can kill two birds with one stone. Meanwhile, in the middle of the dusty battlefield, Daezoon stands firm among huge clouds as he takes a moment to plan his next move, then declares loudly that he is returning it to Lucifer. Body. The demonic shadows practically screech and call him a good boy for finally doing what they told him. A blinding light swirls around him, forming a wild tornado, and when the glow fades, a smiling girl stands in her place, now showcasing her transformation after a smooth gender transition from Daezoon. Immediately, Satan looks beyond the huge castle walls upon sensing an overwhelming power there, and launches into the air towards the source, leaving behind a crater of dust. The celestial palace looms ahead, and Satan lands in the courtyard as if it were a runway, grinning widely as he looks at the doors. So, with memories of his past experiences returning, he comes up with a plan to give these ugly machines the beating they deserve. He begins to drool upon finally arriving at this place after 6,000 years, and calls for Rudra to appear at once. Satan looks forward with a completely deranged expression in his eyes as the smoke from his landing finally starts to dissipate, but his eyes remain fixed ahead. Suddenly, a figure begins to materialize right in front of her, like some sort of creepy magic trick. Satan squints and calls out to Lutra, mocking her for finally coming out of her hole. The veiled lady stands firm without saying a word, clearly thinking Satan's taunts aren't even worth acknowledging. At the same time, her feet slowly transform into sharp claws as mana energy begins to seep around her. But Satan keeps pushing her buttons as he throws out more jabs, asking if she's finally grown up and stopped playing with toys. Lutra grits her teeth and mutters something under her breath, clearly angry, while Satan acts like he knows nothing and casually tells her to speak up next time. Suddenly, the veiled lady erupts in fury and shouts that Lutra now needs a new toy, and Lucifer happens to be perfect for her collection. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Chang, or the blogger kid, makes a desperate run with the monstrous creature lurking above. This instantly enrages Satan, whose eyes sharpen as fury fills his expression. She steps forward and demands to know if Lutra really thinks she can make the same twisted move she did all those centuries ago, in the 1800s or... In that moment, Lucifer's mind flashes back to a memory from nearly 6,000 years ago, on some forgotten planet that has been torn apart by chaos. She walks alone down a dusty, broken path, and sees a worn-out doll lying on the side, probably dropped by a child in all the commotion. She bends down and reaches for it, carefully picking up the little stuffed toy with her razor-sharp claws. With that, she stands up and looks at the doll as she comments that the test was a spectacular failure. Just then, a bright light alters the post-apocalyptic world and emits massive waves of aura as Lucifer is teleported against it. She finds herself transported to an unknown place with a white landscape stretching for miles and miles. However, she is definitely not alone, as the veiled lady suddenly appears and starts reprimanding Lucifer non-stop, saying she's quite angry about what Lucifer did. The two strategically split up, leaving the large brute confused about whom to chase. Satan doesn't even flinch and shoots back that it's all Lutra's fault, since her creature disqualified itself and thus self-destructed. That strikes a nerve, and Lutra immediately starts screaming, accusing Lucifer of ruining everything on purpose and sabotaging her from the start. She keeps shouting the same accusation over and over, and Lucifer, who lets her guard down for just a second, suddenly feels her arm fall off her body. Lutra grits her teeth hard as her hand transforms into monstrous claws and cleanly cuts off Satan's limb, leaving her holding the bleeding stump. Lucifer immediately reacts, shouting at Lutra and demanding to know what the hell she thinks she's doing and if she's completely lost her mind. It's madness, but it's clear that Lutra goes off script and then drools over herself while staring at Lucifer's body like a potato. Her veil lifts slightly from her face, finally revealing the horrifying nightmare underneath as she screams that Satan's body is perfect for creature materials. Lucifer tries to resist, but her strength quickly fades as her vision goes hollow and her mind goes completely blank. In a horrific instant, Lucifer's entire body is torn apart from each limb, leaving only her torso intact. She crashes to the ground, helpless, as Lutra looms over her and dark tentacles sprout from her own body. Their plan is to turn around and re-enter the building where Hulk's ugly, oversized cousin can't follow. Clearly not a fan of just leveling up, she then reaches her hand forward and says, "Rise," causing fragments of Lucifer's soul to escape her body and turn into eerie, serpentine tentacles. Shortly after, new angelic celestials begin to sprout from the broken fragments of Lucifer's soul as celestial tadpoles emerge from her and develop into adult bodies that immediately kneel before their new creator. These newborn celestial creatures join their hands with unsettling devotion and begin to sing praises to their called mother as their haunting voices rise in harmony. Meanwhile, what remains of Lucifer's original body starts to evaporate into smoke, but just before it completely disappears, dark strands of energy explode from its remains, cutting through the celestial choir as they pause to witness the chaos unfolding. At that very moment, a cursed-looking scroll shoots into the sky with incredible speed and is launched through a portal of blinding light, finally reaching outer space. The scroll contains the essence of Lucifer, who screams an oath that she will wait for Lutra until the end of her creation and that she will return for revenge. Returning to the present, Satan is absolutely furious about the traumatic memories she has had to endure and conjures a massive storm of tentacles. Despite the massive arm of the monster trying to grab them, they manage to slip away, giving them a brief moment to catch their breath. Those tentacles quickly reveal themselves as a swarm of demonic shadows swirling as Lucifer looks at Lutra and reminds her that she would return. Lutra remains calm and indifferent as she casually raises her hand and activates one of her signature powers, the Hands of Saint Othesso, the Judgment. From the ground, a torrent of magical arms emerges and rushes toward Lucifer. After that, Satan responds with a burst of demonic shadows to counter the approaching limbs, officially starting their fight. She screams that from now on, Lutra will be her new toy, while the Veiled Lady responds that Lucifer will be turned into spare parts for more celestial dolls. Satan, completely provoked, invokes her devastating dark flame ability, as huge pillars of fire rise behind her like a second-phase animation. Lutra stands there, unfazed by such a weak attack, mocking Lucifer and saying his attack is useless, with a wicked smile on her face. The Celestial Veiled One then activates her own special ability. The Ocean of Life and a massive flood of water rush forward, clashing head-on with the dark flames. When the creature finally gives up, Chang takes the opportunity to flee while he can. The two attacks cancel each other out, further enraging Lucifer as he charges in, his mind blank with fury. At that moment, the two unhinged monsters exchange blows like it's a final boss fight with no intention of truce. Meanwhile, Daezung relaxes calmly inside Lucifer's mind, arms crossed like a good boy, wondering if they will really be able to escape. Back on Earth, things shift to Daezung's building, where a hilariously edited giant poster of him hangs behind someone. Desk. Our girl at the computer not only has Daezung's face on the wall, but she also uses his Chad face without a helmet as a mousepad. Jo Jung's mind seems occupied with something as she browses the web and gets disappointed because her master Han still hasn't returned today, just as she's about to spiral. Her phone rings, bringing her back to reality as her secretary on the other end says there's a guest, but suddenly cuts off when she shouts at the guest to stop. Suddenly, Seo Hyun casually walks into the office and greets her team leader with a bright, innocent smile, as if she hadn't just tricked the secretary. Jo Jung instantly starts sweating buckets when the gothic girl sees the huge Daezung shrine in the background, but in a split second, all of Daezung's merchandise magically disappears like a guilty browser tab, and Jo Jung pretends to be busy on her computer. On the other hand, our hero is busy jumping and dodging among the divine machines in the other dimension, barely avoiding their relentless laser beams. Jo Jung looks up with a nervous smile and asks why Se-hyun decided to show up out of nowhere without even bothering to send a notice. As the two continue talking, a fiery meteor hurtles directly toward the Earth as if it has some issue. Se-hyun jokes with her, saying she had no idea Jo Jung had a thing for collecting her master's merchandise, which embarrasses her even more. Seo Jung takes a sip of her tea and brings up the topic everyone is talking about to finally sort out the mess of their love triangle once and for all. Jo Jung blinks, as she is a bit bewildered. Off guard, but then quickly recovers, saying her love for him will never stop, so Se-hyun should just leave. Seo Hyun stands up from her seat and calls Jo Jung out for playing dirty, even though she came here to talk things over like a civilized rival. Outside 1186, suddenly a huge explosion shakes the city as something crashes to the ground, stopping their discussion while both look out the window in awe. A massive green orb appears over the city high in the sky and grows bigger every second. At the same time, some news helicopter zooms in and starts broadcasting the chaos live, announcing that a giant door has suddenly appeared. His goal is to cause as much commotion as possible, drawing the attention of every nearby automaton. City center. Apparently, the Hunters Association and some government officials are already investigating the area. The group of hunters gathered below just stands there lined up, looking very tense as they stare at the portal monster. Elsewhere, at some facility, Manager Kim approaches one of her agents, Zhou, and tells him to give an update. She closely watches the screen and casually points out that the aura levels are breaking all their scales, and the kids see. Borg adds that it's still rising rapidly. He squints at the data, saying this could be an S-rank door or even something more. Worse, hearing the depressing news, Manager Kim simply closes her eyes as if she already knew it was going to be this bad. Director Zhou looks at her and asks if they have chosen which clan will lead the assault or not. Manager Kim adjusts her glasses, about to respond, but then goes completely blank as if her brain has frozen. Once he seemingly achieves his goal, he moves far away from the swarm of celestial beings, landing in an empty area of the forest. At that moment, things shift to Don Zhou, who looks in awe at the enormous portal and says it's been an eternity since such a large door appeared. In comparison, the apostle there looks like an ant next to the green door, which has the potential to cause chaos in this world. Before he can continue enjoying the view, some annoying noises pull him out of it. He turns around and finds the source, the two apostles arguing like girls in the middle of an apocalypse. Don Zhou just smiles as he watches them approach, still at it, as if it were their full-time job. He tries to look cool and powerful as he greets the two girls, but they just walk past him as if he were an invisible loser. Don Zhou nearly bursts with secondhand embarrassment and grits his teeth in frustration, seeing that they didn't even give him a glance. The girls don't say a word as they extend their hands toward the enormous portal and try to search for something. Zhou Jun pulls her hand back the moment she feels something familiar, that the door is definitely linked to her master. He finally stops, allowing the enemies to lock onto their target. At that moment, Zhou Jun completely agrees with Zhou Jun, absolutely sure that Dad Daisun's mana is leaking directly from there. Don Zhou strikes an arrogant pose with a smile, as he already knew what both girls had just confirmed to each other. He puts his arms around them, which immediately puts them into panic mode, and brings them closer to the door so they can finally reunite with their one and only master. At the same time, Director Zhou observes the entire development and turns to Manager Chin to ask if our hero plans to lead the attack. But she replies that he is unavailable at the moment. Genos from Temu asks how they are supposed to carry out such a large raid without their top ATES showing up. Still, Manager Chin remains calm and explains that Han Dazun promised to support the raid from the inside. With that, the apostles decide it's time and enter the portal without wasting another moment. As they cross the threshold, a dense fog envelops them completely. Visibility is low, but they press on without slowing down. And they charge their laser attacks. But suddenly, one of the colossal robots falls to its knees. Shushun complains about how annoying the fog is, but Zhou Jun tells her to stop talking and hurry up while they follow Dong Zhuo's lead. Suddenly, Dong Zhuo stops and prepares as he sees something moving ahead on the path. Fog. Then, Aslan emerges from the fog like a charming prince and flashes them a big smile. Zhou Jun looks at him, unsure of who this strangely attractive guy is, and asks him to identify himself. Shushun catches up to them and is surprised to see it's not Daezun coming out, and Dong Zhuo takes a moment to remember that this man is Dong Darren's little brother. Aslan watches them and directly asks if they are his fellow senior apostles. This leaves everyone completely baffled. So Aslan clarifies the situation before it gets any stranger, and mentions his full name. Ignoring their ally, the others prepare for their attack, but our demon lord feels comfortable and gives the brainless machines an obscene gesture. Then he explains that he has also been officially appointed as an apostle by our demon king. Zhou Jun forces a trembling smile, while asking if Aslan is really the fourth apostle now. Dong Zhuo strokes his sad excuse for a beard, and thinks that since this guy already knows they are all apostles, then he might actually be legit. Zhou Jun clearly doesn't care about any of that logic, as she approaches him and yells at Aslan to tell her exactly where her precious husband is. He thinks it's easier to show them than to explain, so he turns around and leads them to a cave with a huge rock blocking its entrance. He uses his Titan powers and casually lifts the enormous rock as if it weighs nothing, before tossing it aside without breaking a sweat. Then he stands in front of the entrance with a farm-like aura, while the wind makes his long hair flutter majestically. His expression turns serious as he tells them to follow him into a tunnel lined with glowing stones embedded along its walls. As they go deeper, Aslan warns that things could become dangerous at any moment and tells them to keep their mana active as a shield. One by one, the lined-up group of machines collapses as the swamp whale reveals the reason behind the forest's name. Just then, a bright flash of light heads toward them and Aslan instantly reacts, thrusting his hands forward to block the incoming mana burst that rushes through the tunnel. Dong Xiol clenches his jaw in irritation as the girls concentrate and use their mana to protect their bodies from the impact. The mana explosion finally fades and retreats down the hallway, and Cho Jung demands to know what the hell just happened. Aslan casually shakes off his shirt as if nothing important happened and says that Daesung is going through another one of his classic mana outbursts. The apostles move further in and enter a chamber where everyone freezes, shocked at the sight of a body lying still in the center. Room? Seo-hyun can't hold back anymore and runs to her master's side, but before she reaches him, her hands start trembling as they glow in a strange and ominous way, indicating that something bad is about to happen. Daesung's eyes snap open with a sharp gasp, as his whole body begins to illuminate with a blinding glow. Mana, a giant jaw emerges from the ground and devours the lined-up divine machines one by one. The surge of energy reaches such insane levels that it lifts him straight off the bed while Seo-hyun braces herself, trying to protect against the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Cho-young stands completely ready as she moves forward and activates her ultimate protective barrier that forms an invisible, snug dome around her leader. Her shield manages to catch the wild mana explosion, but it quickly drains her and requires all her focus to maintain it. Stable, Don Choyol calls for Daesung to react, and Aslan praises Cho-young for being able to suppress the explosion that way, but she quickly tells him that the barrier won't last long, so he'd better hurry up and start explaining. Aslan's expression turns serious as everyone turns to him, clearly waiting for an explanation. He reveals that Daesung saved him when he was imprisoned in the Celestial Realm, after freeing him. In the end, the two ended up going to war with the Celestials without hesitation. Aslan continues that amidst the chaos, Lutra caught him with her tendrils. After that, he is forcibly thrown out of the fight when Lutra sends him crashing down to finish him off. Reliving his horrible memories, our boy watches casually from afar as the colossal whale completes the challenge for him. Then, when Lucifer enters once more and approaches the ugly lady crouched on the ground, thinking she's about to have action with the handsome blonde man, she proudly declares with a stomp that she bears the name of Lutra, which is hers. Victory! The stomp hits her head with a deafening echo, burying Lutra's head a foot deep in the ground. But the monster that looks like a yokai suddenly rises with its long neck and starts laughing like a lunatic. The moment she screams, "Get up!" dozens of blisters begin to appear all over Lucifer's body and spread up his arm, making it look like a spiky, grotesque bat. Lutra keeps laughing as she reveals that she had planted seeds of her little babies inside Lucifer's body a long time ago, and now it's fertile ground for them to hatch. Meanwhile, Lady Satan makes a face fitting her damn title as she sees herself losing her only chance to defeat the ugly supreme being after 6 long and painful years, and begins to unleash every curse she memorized from the darkest corners of the dictionary against the trap that just ruined everything. However, even as she faces her embarrassing end, a burning presence begins to violently erupt from the deepest and darkest layers of her scorched soul. On the other hand, our hero mocks the little demon, fully aware that even she spectacularly failed once again, which Lucifer also finally feels as he looks down and notices the crimson flames erupting from his hand, and the horrible blisters begin to slowly disappear. Her little bird brain can't understand how this maniac can regain control, and she throws a tantrum begging him to give her body back. With all 10 celestial beings defeated, a congratulatory panel appears. Without a care in the world, our hero calmly pulls his hand out from inside her guts, and before she can even utter a word, the ruler of hell makes his triumphant return to action. Without hesitation, he tells Lutra to start praying to whatever god she believes in because he's about to wipe her off the map, and then he pulls out his massive black scythe, now fully charged with maximum demonic energy, ready to unleash a demon lord slash at full power that slices her ugly face in 2 perfectly symmetrical halves. The wrinkled mome monster barely has time to react as the purple vortex violently tears through her face, but her deafening scream forces our hero to make a temporary tactical retreat. Like a scene from her worst possible nightmare, she sees her head split cleanly without even a hint of a brain, but a mass of slimy tentacles holding the 2 halves together. The newly regenerated monster screams that he is just Lucifer's little loser, which really strikes a sensitive nerve within him, making him absolutely furious beyond belief. He can barely restrain himself from giving her the finger and reminds her that the real loser is her. But the system suddenly interrupts to announce that her time in the other dimension is almost over, and her real body will soon be reconstructed. Our boy silently watches as his body slowly begins to fade into rising smoke. But as he leaves, he still makes sure to let Lutra know how dirty she really is, vowing to tear her apart the next time they meet without fail. With that, Lutra makes one last desperate effort to catch him, when she suddenly notices a giant, glowing portal has appeared to take him away. Dyson looks down with pure confusion, completely speechless, as he sees her clinging tightly to his legs in a desperate attempt to stop him. That little action revives the seething hatred within our Demon King, but his grimoire reminds him that he absolutely needs to go through the door. In return, he receives his new rewards, enhanced physical abilities with increased mana reserves, and the Dagger of Judgment. Just at that moment, his best buddy Aslan springs into action with a direct elbow to Lutra's face, and starts unloading sarcasm with his titanic fists, looking like he's about to finish her off right there. After giving her a good beating, he turns to Dyson and says he'll cover for him, wishing his boss a safe trip. Our Demon King gives a slight smile at Aslan's loyalty, deciding to reward him by throwing him a chain. Direction. Aslan instinctively grabs it, clearly unsure of Dyson's intentions. That's when Dyson says he doesn't leave his own behind, welcoming him as the fourth apostle. The weight of the title hits hard, and Aslan's eyes almost fill with tears as the two jump together into the portal, screaming like a spoiled little girl whose parents took away her favorite toy. Lutra runs toward the door with all she's got, but when she reaches it, it slams shut right in her face, leaving her behind with nothing but sexual frustration. Meanwhile, in the expanse of interdimensional space, Aslan and Dyson finally see their home planet in the distance. However, our hero feels more than just nostalgia, as his body starts to convulse from a foreign body wreaking havoc inside him. As the weapon materializes before him, he inspects its special ability. After that, he tells the false Pantheon to open another door just as they land, right when they're about to touch the ground. Then he turns to Aslan and tells him he'll open the door and go in once they land, ordering him to close the portal immediately if there's any sign that Dyson is changing. Hearing that, the blonde boy looks a bit lost, but seeing him floating in the air now makes it pretty clear what he meant. Meanwhile, Aslan explains that they took out all the monsters as soon as they landed, and he's been holding back our hero's berserker magic wave ever since. Seo Hyun immediately perks up and proudly states that this is her area of expertise, causing Don Chueol to wonder if she's really serious about helping. Surprisingly, Cho Young shuts down her rival and says her technique won't work, looking very uncomfortable saying it. On the other hand, she's interrupted before she can really explain, which annoys Seo Hyun. But Cho Young presses on and reveals that the plan involves kissing her man to wake him up, like in a fairy tale. Seo Hyun argues that it worked last time, but Cho Young counters that his power isn't sealed this time. It's literally bursting everywhere. Place. At that moment, Aslan adds that it makes sense since he absorbed a bunch of celestial beings after defeating them, so now the power inside him is basically overflowing. The system explains that the dagger functions like a remote-controlled plane within a 100-meter range. That's when Cho Young suddenly suggests that everyone just help drain his excess magical power together before things get worse. Shortly after, the four apostles gather in front of our demon king, and one by one they raise their hands, preparing to absorb his magical power, thinking it might help ease his suffering even a little. Seeing Daesung fall into another sudden wave, Cho Young screams that there's no better time than right now, and the whole gang rushes to start absorbing the demonic energy. Our hero grits his teeth in pain, while none of them have any idea of the war raging inside him at that moment. Deep inside that ticking time bomb of a body, he receives blow after blow from Satan and his little shadow demon lords, in a dimension that somehow feels worse than the hell he's been through. After both sides pause to catch their breath for a second, he asks the absolutely unhinged girl if it's really smart to keep fighting him when they clearly have a common enemy. With a deadly look, she responds that no existing being seems more dangerous to her than him. Just then, the Celestials who have been watching from their front row seats decide to jump into action and surround them, announcing that they will now carry out the mission assigned to them by their supreme leader. Telling the two demon lords to surrender and become food for them, the Celestials in snake form, or so-called angels, charge forward. But Satan barely reacts since his target is Daesung, and she casually decides to join with the enemy to take him down. Now, that's a nice birthday gift. At that moment, our hero becomes furious with the spineless cowards who group together just to eliminate him. But before anything else can happen, the three angels suddenly start to weaken rapidly as their magical energy is drained by an external force. Fortunately for Daesung, even the girl begins to feel her energy depleting like clothes drying in the sunday. This opening is exactly what the ruler of hell has been waiting for, and with a sharp smile, he lunges at little Lucifer, raising his enormous black sword and slicing like a sushi chef. Mission. However, this doesn't mean the end for her or for the Celestials trapped inside her body, and our hero suddenly wakes up in the real world. As he sits on the cold stone bed, he sees his apostles sprawled all over the floor like festival attendants who have fainted, having absorbed as much of his power as they could. He looks at his hands in disbelief and notices that one of them has transformed dark, making it unclear whether he actually absorbed all of his power or if something went wrong halfway. Suddenly, the hand starts emitting this eerie aura, and a sharp pain shoots straight up his arm. So, he does what any sane person might do in that moment, and starts hitting it with his other hand, as if it had personally betrayed him. After testing out his cool new weapon, the ruler of hell decides to return to Earth. Right after that, his possessed hand turns into a mass and makes our demon king panic about what his next move should be. He quickly realizes there's a weak seal on the boys resting in his hands, and then finally turns to those who helped him escape, wondering if they were the real reason he got out of that mess in the first place. Lugar approaches them and calls out to his goth girl, who looks like she's just recovering from eating the strongest edibles ever created by Snoop Dogg himself. But the moment she hears Daesung Oppa's voice, she's brought back to reality and jumps into his arms as if marking her territory in front of the group. After that, Cho Young also wakes up from her magical coma and rushes to cling to him. Too much, clearly not wanting to be left out before the two girls start arguing again. The girls stare each other down in a showdown to assert dominance as the best girl, which gives Don Cheadle such a headache that he decides to just ignore it. and instead turns to his guy to ask about the chaos that just happened in the heavenly world. Our Demon King shows a happy smile as he greets his partner, but apparently he's very upset about being left behind while Daisung went off to catch all the fun and glory. Aslan tells him that he already explained everything to the others, and Daisung feels truly relieved that everyone has returned safe and sound, and in one piece. The scene shifts to a news broadcast from when the gate first opened. Seeing a perfect opportunity to score points with his wife, Cho Young blushes and quietly says that it was actually her idea to absorb his mana and help him. But before he can enjoy any praise, Seo-hyun interrupts and points out that his silly plan almost gave everyone a one-way ticket to heaven without a door. With that awkward moment behind them, the group finally leaves and starts their way back home after the meeting. Meanwhile, outside a door, the vlogger guy appears excited and proudly announces that he is live in the presence of the famous cheerleading team. On the other hand, the bald dwarf decides it's his time to shine and strikes his spiked bat against a goblin twice his size, then poses for the camera as if starring in his own movie and says he's too cool for low-level trash like that. The presenter solemnly reports on the tragic fracture that has claimed many lives. He consults a pale professor, who looks like the uncle who brings politics to birthday parties, in search of a solution. The man points a finger at the Awakener Association, claiming they are responsible for the disaster. He comments that they take too many vacations and simply postpone problems when there's a shortage of hunters. He insists that fractures don't care if hunters are lounging in Hawaii or on duty, so they must be held accountable. Then we see a boy with a bow tie watching the news on his phone, annoyed with the professor. Frustrated, he comments that the hunters from the association get paid peanuts compared to the clans. Hearing his teammates complain, the team leader next to him tells him to focus on getting results right now, or they might lose their jobs. But their conversation is interrupted when they hear breaking news about a certain Awakener who's taken on the monsters all by himself. Back at the disaster site, the blogger boy and Chang-ho hide in a room, anxiously waiting for a rescue team. Suddenly, a series of loud noises grab their attention as the whole room starts shaking. They try to peek outside cautiously, but before they can fully grasp the situation, the ceiling collapses, scaring them greatly. Overwhelmed by fear, Chang-ho wonders if his time has come, but it turns out to be just a hungry Dasung standing triumphantly over the decapitated remains of the huge Hulk. Chang-ho is delighted to see his friend when he needs him the most. Despite his terrible state, our boy smiles calmly. Noticing something strange, his best friend asks him if he's okay. Groaning in pain, the ruler of hell orders the fast food boy to cook him some meat. The two look at each other wordlessly, going crazy because he wants to enjoy a grilled hamburger in a life or death situation. With no chicken in stock, our expert demon assesses whether monster meat is edible. They start to devour it, causing the other two to nearly double over and empty their empty stomachs. Luckily, a soldier appears, making the blogger boy ecstatic that he will survive. While our hero quietly enjoys his meal, the soldier ignores the boy who passionately expresses his gratitude and marvels. Before he realizes their monster guts, Chang-ho comes in and distracts the soldier. Introducing his friend, Chang-ho pulls our heroic hungry one away and urges him to fill up later. Unexpectedly, the soldier changes his attitude and explains they can't just leave, so Chang-ho proudly pulls out his clan ID. Seeing the man's clan style, the soldier smiles, ready to escort them to safety. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the bow-tie guy is busy emptying his stomach after seeing the mutilated remains of the monster. Annoyed, the team leader shouts at him to look for survivors instead of huddling on the ground like an insect. The bow-tie guy immediately convinces a soldier to enter the restricted area since he is a hunter from the association. Meanwhile, the stylish team leader reflects on what kind of monster can shred corpses like this. The scene shifts to the boys in Chang-ho's car. Our hero's best friend suggests they stay overnight at his apartment, but being a family man, our guy insists he needs to see his family. The best friend reminds him that his family would be terrified if he visited in his current state. Glancing at himself, the ruler of hell decides to settle for a call to his mother, and the two go off to enjoy some freshly made fried chicken. After cleaning up, of course, they finally arrive at Chang-ho's apartment, and my boy is impressed by its extravagance. After he cleans up, the two sit at the table with several expensive dishes lined up. Curious, our protagonist remembers his friend telling him about the incredible money hunters make. Chang-ho agrees but also adds that hunters are scammers considering how much they get paid. When asked if he wants to become a hunter, my friend responds with a grunt while devouring a whole chicken wing. A bit disturbed, Chang-ho informs his friend that he would have a pretty high rank if he gets evaluated. He adds that with his incredible power, our protagonist would be nothing less than rank A. Confused by the terminology, Chang-ho explains that a better rank simply means he can join the big clans. However, he points out that the monthly income is incredibly high. Intrigued, Daesun asks if there is a rank higher than A. Then Chang-ho reveals that there are only 5 of them, out of the 200 million awakened worldwide, those of rank S. Smirking mischievously, Chang-ho jokes that his best friend shouldn't dream of becoming the 6th rank S. Affirming that rank A is good enough, he asks again if our hero intends to become a hunter. Agreeing, Chang-ho promises to help with everything, and the two brothers toast to the occasion. The scene shifts to some mobsters eating in a fancy restaurant. A strange guy with long hair repeats his words to a bald gangster who is terribly scared of him. The guy repeats, wondering if he's right that an entire organization was taken down by a single hooded kid on his tablet. Wiping his lips elegantly, he jokes that it really is embarrassing. The brown-haired man, manager of the Hongma clan, Lee Suk-woo, stands up and asks why Baldy didn't run away and came crying to him, one of the good guys. Baldy pleads, trembling intensely as the guy puts his hand on his shoulder. With a chilling look on his face, he then asks if Baldy is shaking because of the corpse on the other side of the room, making the gangster sweat buckets. Tearfully, Baldy begs Suk-woo not to execute him like the body lying just a few meters away. Gently stroking Baldy's head, Seok-woo calmly explains that all he cares about is the stolen money. He makes it clear that he also plans to take the gang's hidden stash, but Baldy, paralyzed by fear, plays dumb. Terrified, Baldy stays silent while Seok-woo calmly decides his fate. Unexpectedly, the long-haired man walks away, saying he trusts Baldy's word. But, of course, moments after expressing gratitude for the information, the bald, smoothly shaved head in Seok-woo's hand explodes. Seok-woo barely acknowledges the source of blood gushing as he casually picks up his tablet. Showing a photo of Dae-sung, he orders a woman lurking in the shadows to orderly capture the culprit. Meanwhile, our boy finally visits the Hunter Association. Chang-ho advises him to take the awakening test, but when our boy ignores him, Chang-ho reminds him to speak formally, unless he wants to seem like a loser. Nervous as a dad waiting for his son's exam results, Chang-ho asks him to text him the result once it's ready. Approaching the main door, our boy observes the strange crowd of rarities that have also come to apply. Focused on the paycheck, he ignores his peers and heads straight to lab number 3. After securing a spot in the waiting line, he checks his phone and sees a message from his mother asking when he will be home. Not wanting to worry her, he replies that he will shower and be home very slowly. Like all moms, she also asks if he is eating well, making our boy smile and eager to go home even more. His pleasant moment is interrupted when an employee informs him that it's his turn. With that, a delirious old man starts complaining that he has woken up. Despite the employee's assurances that the meter is working correctly, the old man refuses to stop complaining loudly. He claims that losing his hair overnight is proof of his awakening, causing everyone who was previously annoyed to burst out laughing. The stubborn man declares that he won't move until his complaint is acknowledged. Tired of waiting, my friend grabs the man's shiny scalp and silences him with an overwhelming aura. Still, the old man persists, insisting that the meter is indeed broken. Then the funny Demon King gives him the benefit of the doubt, and a hunter offers to check it personally. As he places his hand on the orb, it sparks and turns green, showing that it is rank C. Embarrassed and silenced, the old man sweats profusely. The receptionist kindly shows the old man the exit. Clearly proven to be a fool, the old man continues to complain, making our boy shudder. Finally, it's his turn. The lady at the counter gossips with her colleague about our hero, perhaps being the best of the day since she saw his terrifying aura. But he simply brushes her off with a gentle tap on the head. So, with all the support from the lovely lady at the counter, our hero approaches the mana meter. A sudden chaos erupts in the Korea Hunters Association, with shock breaking out everywhere. The branch manager begins to receive urgent calls instructing him to visit exam room number 3 on the 6th floor. Immediately, growing suspicious of the abrupt nature of the call, he wonders if perhaps a 6th S-rank hunter has awakened. However, he quickly dismisses the idea as impossible. Upon arriving on the 6th floor, he heads to exam room number 3, only to find a large crowd already gathered there. Pushing his way through the crowd, he finally sees what has caused the disturbance. The crystal orb, measuring a meter, is broken and looks like the cracked shell of an egg. The manager becomes anxious and immediately seeks an explanation from his employees about the situation. The staff quickly informs him that a man named Daizun had placed his hand on the crystal ball to be examined. At first, the colors inside the orb flickered unpredictably. Then, without warning, it exploded in a cloud of smoke, leaving both the staff and onlookers in total confusion. Frustration grows inside the manager as he responds, insisting that the explanation could be as simple as a defective meter. However, the staff points out that they used 3 different glass meters, and each suffered the same fate. Upon hearing this, the manager concedes, realizing that it's impossible for all of them to be defective. Meanwhile, our guy anxiously waits for them not to ask him to compensate for the 3 broken crystal balls. With that worry in mind, he approaches the manager and asks about his results, only to be met with the manager's confusion. Then, the manager informs Daizun that continuing to use additional meters could lead to the same explosive result. He mentions that this is the first time they have encountered such an unusual situation, and because of this, they will have to make a judgment on the edge. He then explains that in cases where the crystal ball does not provide an adequate assessment, the results of the licensing test will be sufficient to evaluate it. Normally, the test would only be part of the rank determination process, but in Daezoon's case, it will serve as the sole deciding factor. Daezoon, still unsure, questions the reliability of the licensing exam. Before anyone else can respond, a staff member intervenes with a detailed explanation of how the exam system works, reassuring him to calm his concerns about that matter. With nothing else to do but wait, the demon man nods, accepts their proposal, and quietly withdraws. The branch manager finds the whole situation concerning, still trying to understand what happened. Meanwhile, the employee who had previously discussed the crystal ball mechanism suggests a theory. She proposes that the crystal ball may be unable to measure power beyond a certain threshold. The manager, increasingly curious, asks if she is implying that Daezoon might have a SSS rank. To this, the receptionist nods her head. However, his colleague quickly mocks the notion, pointing out that while anything is possible in this unpredictable world, he seriously doubts the idea of Daezoon reaching a SSS rank. The scene shifts to Daezoon as he exits the Hunter Association building, his thoughts still on the events that just occurred. His phone rings, and it's his friend, Changho, on the other end. Daezoon informs him that he has been given a provisional status for the moment. Finding the situation strange, Changho asks if the counter got stuck. Daezoon, with a hint of amusement, explains that it actually broke for some reason. Knowing Daezoon's tendency for chaos, Changho jokes about whether he has been playing around, but quickly dismisses the idea, thinking it shouldn't have been possible. Daezoon assures Changho that he followed the instructions carefully, placing his hand on the meter just as he was told. In response, Changho mentions that he had a feeling something strange would happen from the start. Daezoon promises to share more details about the exam later, and with that, the call ends. Moments after hanging up, however, the demon's sharp senses kick in. The man quickly detects the presence of a sniper positioned far away, finger already resting on the trigger, aiming directly at him. The sniper murmurs about Daezoon, pointing out that he doesn't seem strong at all. She feels confident that she'll finish him off with a single shot, despite his supposed strength. However, just before she can pull the trigger, she notices something is wrong and is shocked to realize she's been discovered. It seems impossible to her, as no hunter has managed to detect her before. Daezoon points to his head, his face reflecting anger, and urges her to take a look. The sniper feels fear not only because she has been discovered, but also because Daezoon's voice now reaches her from this distance. She trembles in fear, but quickly composes herself to pull the trigger. An explosion goes off, and the sniper feels a wave of happiness, confident she has succeeded in the assassination. However, as the smoke begins to clear, Daezoon is there, completely unharmed. Despite the sniper using an aura bullet, it seems completely ineffective. Feeling fear, she considers retreating. However, just as she turns to run, Daezoon throws his dagger, stabbing the assassin in the leg and causing her to stumble. When the sniper turns her face, her target is directly in front of her, reminiscent of a scene from a horror movie. Daezoon pretends, saying that the bullet hit him in the head, but that it couldn't kill him. In response, the sniper quickly pulls out a gun, aiming it at him and demanding to know where he comes from. The demon lord reveals nothing but the truth, declaring that he comes from nowhere other than hell. However, the lady certainly would not accept this reality. Overwhelmed by fear and anxiety, she fires multiple aura bullets at Daezoon, hoping to see him die. Suddenly, he reappears behind her, surprising her with his unexpected presence. She finds it incomprehensible, as she is sure her target collapsed, yet he is there, completely unharmed. Our guy grabs the lady by the neck, choking her and slamming her against the wall. He uses his power, wrapping the lady in a slow, demonically material that terrifies her. When she faints, Daezoon clarifies that he has no intention of killing her. He collects the bullets and searches the lady's belongings for clues. Then, he places the bullets on her head, forcing her to regain consciousness. Covered in sweat, the lady screams, overwhelmed by the disgusting hands emerging from the creature summoned by Daezoon. Daezoon adopts a gang leader tone, demanding that the lady answer all his questions peacefully if she wishes to live. Upon seeing family photos in her luggage, he questions her about who sent her to kill him and his family. Feeling anxious, she realizes she can't reveal anything about the Hongma clan. However, she suddenly remembers a gangster who has disappeared and seizes the opportunity to use his name, telling Daezoon that it was Kim Se-eun-hyun who sent her. She elaborates that Kim Se-eun-hyun is the same rookie that Daezoon had defeated some time ago in the private lending organization. She discusses the theft of his safe. In exchange for her location, she pleads for her freedom. In my exclamation, Daezoon fires a bullet at the lady, piercing a hole in her shoulder. She comments that she has done what he asked and told him everything. Our guy maintains his gangster act, arguing that it's quite suspicious for a killer to provide sensitive information so easily, feeling a grain of salt in her words. The lady, drenched in fear, realizes she made a mistake by being so hasty. Daezoon politely asks again about who ordered the murder. She thinks to herself that she has already failed the request. And even if she survived this encounter, the psychopathic boss of the Hongma clan would surely kill her. Considering her death inevitable, she screams that she will never reveal this information, even if asked 1,000 times, and tries to commit suicide. However, before she can do so, our gangster fires a bullet, opening a massive hole in her torso. The assassin coughs up blood and collapses, dead. Dae-jun becomes furious, realizing he can't find out who is behind all this. He then looks at her lifeless body, contemplating ways to dispose of it. He remembers an object he possesses that could be useful, but he is reluctant to use it. Instead, he reviews his diary memories, searching for any relevant memory about the keyword dead. After scanning 134 pages, he opens a portal to the Pantheon. Fully aware that this area should be off-limits due to fractures in the nearby doors, he decides nonetheless to cover the body. Covering the body with a blue cloth, he enters the Pantheon. Upon entering, he is greeted and requests the system to recreate page 134 of the diary, where the soul prison is recorded. As he reviews his memories, he recalls that the soul prison was the main weapon of one of the 15 rulers of the states in Hell, known as the Ghost King. He remembers his struggle, recalling that the weapon he acquired is an artifact capable of summoning the dead when imbued with his own blood. Initially, when our protagonist obtained this object, he thought it would be incredibly useful. However, to his dismay, the commander he summoned turned out to be too weak to be of any help. As day 198 of year 67 is recreated, he considers that this object could be useful for getting rid of the bodies. Our hero stands before the River of the Dead. Remember that the territory of the Ghost King is on the other side of the river. The last time he saw this river, there was a boat available to cross it, but this time there was nothing at all. Thinking about swimming across the river, he realizes it's impossible. Even a single dip in the water is enough to disintegrate a person's body. As he contemplates how to get to the other side, the first part of the quest begins when many small celestial creatures resembling heavenly insects appear. Towards him, these insects, known as righteous white pillars, start shooting balls of toxic mud in his direction. Dae-jun skillfully dodges the attacks, wondering if defeating these monsters will earn him a boat as a reward. He draws his weapon and cuts through one of the insects. As the creature is killed, it explodes, releasing numerous poison bombs, each resembling a poison bullet. Deciding not to dodge the attacks, he deflects them all with a simple barrier. However, he finds the process annoying and slow, dealing with the mistakes one by one, and quickly aims at another one approaching him. He then lunges forward, instantly killing the rest of the insects, slicing through them with ease. Upon completing the mission, he receives 50% of the implementation fee, and is granted a type of armor called the Blessing of the Bugs. The armor status reveals that it makes its user immune to the energy of the dead, suggesting that he could swim while wearing it. Without wasting a second, he puts on the armor and swims across the river. A notification appears, informing the Demon Lord that his swimming skills are admired by the demonic beasts of the Pantheon, who express their apologies for not being more useful. This only serves to irritate him further. He quickly reaches the territory of the Ghost King, and to his surprise, discovers that the undead castle has vanished as if by magic. Another notification appears with the demonic beasts apologizing for the castle's disappearance, which only aggravates Dae-jun even more. He wonders if completing some side quests could take him back to the castle. Just then, a long architectural structure known as the Celestial Obelisk appears before him, with a door at its base. Just as he wonders when the next mission will begin, a system window opens before his eyes, asking him to kill 1,000 celestial creatures in 2 hours to complete the second mission. When this message appears, a monster materializes before the Demon Lord, and he instantly recognizes it as a commanding general. Assuming they are demons, he shouts at the monsters to kneel before their lord. However, another notification appears, informing him that the demonic beasts lament the betrayal of their companions. As the monsters start to run towards him, he kills several of them, but notices that they are missing their cores. He wonders if the architectural pillar is the cause of this anomaly. Activates blood neutralization, transforming into a hybrid, half human, half demon, increasing his stats and attack power by 300%. With this new strength, he moves quickly, taking down large groups of the chief generals as he weaves through them. However, when he reaches the neighborhood of the pillar, he considers that it might be more effective to destroy it from the inside. He runs towards the door and enters the tower, killing everyone in his way. In seconds, he destroys the entire structure. As the tower collapses, the suspicious, coreless demons disintegrate, vanishing into thin air. With this, the second mission comes to an end, and the soul prison implementation rate is complete. He receives 2 orbs as a reward, one purple and one orange. He thinks one of them must be a reward, while the other could be an implementation item. He picks up the purple orb and examines it first. To his delight, it turns out to be the weapon he was looking for. It grants him 3 abilities. The first allows him to imprison a dead target, the second allows him to resurrect it, and the third lets him take a peek into its memory. While its main purpose was to collect corpses for information, he feels disappointed to discover he can only imprison 20 souls at a time. Then, he picks up the other orb, which reveals itself to be an expansion rune. He collects the rune and engraves it on his soul prison artifact, increasing its capacity from 20 to 100, making it sufficient for his needs. Satisfied, he collects the soul prison and decides to leave the Pantheon, having fulfilled his purpose. However, suddenly the demon beasts send him another message, urging him to be careful. He considers them a nuisance. A golden panel opens before him, but he dismisses it as a waste of time, uninterested in what it may offer. Shaking off the riddles, nonsensical from the demon beasts, he exits the Pantheon. Upon returning to the spot where he left the sniper's corpse, he discovers it's nowhere to be found. A corpse can't walk on its own, or can it? Daizun feels tired and decides to head home. As he enters, his sister glances at him and comments that he's late, pointing out that the rice soup is getting cold. She calls him and reheats the soup. When they start eating, their mother turns off the television. Our guy starts a conversation discussing how much the world has changed. His mother expresses her concern that he might be shocked, which is why she hadn't told him anything. She apologizes for feeling useless as a mother. Daizun reassures her, saying that he is grateful she has survived all this time. He then asks his mother and sister if they want anything for themselves. His mother blushes at the question and offers him more soup instead. After lunch, he calls his friend Chano and informs him that he is going to disappear for a while. Chano asks if this is preparation for the licensing exam. The demon responds that it's similar to training, but he actually found an error that disappeared and needs to look for it. His friend seems to have no idea what he is talking about. Daizun then asks Chano to take care of his sister and mother while he is away, deciding to stand out in an attempt to lure those behind the assassin lady. The scene shifts to the Hogma clan building, where discussions are taking place on how to handle the new, extraordinary hunter. Upon learning of the death of the B-rank assassin, Soku suggests forgetting about him. With an evil grin, he proposes to sabotage the ranking test instead. Saying this, he turns to Jincheol, the A-rank punk in a water tank, and asks if he is ready. He claims he was born ready, as a scientist prepares to inject him with a mysterious serum. Smiling sadistically, Soku warns the A-ranked about the mentally devastating pain he will feel. Experience. Confidently, the boy responds that he has been prepared since he joined. Receiving Soku's approval, the mad scientist begins the process. Bubbles start to burst in the water, causing Jincheol's veins to bulge through the diving suit. Gritting his teeth, the ranker's eyes turn white, and magical energy begins to illuminate the skin over his veins. Suddenly, the scientist begins sweating profusely and warns that Jincheol could die if they continue. However, Sioku doesn't care. He emphasizes that he would never recruit someone so weak. With 90% of the serum injected, Jincheol howls in agony, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Just then, his heart rate stops. Jincheol lies motionless, prompting the scientist to declare him dead. However, Sioku silences him. The A-rank hands start to move, surprising the white debate when their subject's heart begins to beat once more. Now with bright green eyes wide open, Jincheol breaks the tank with a powerful blow. He emerges from the tank, brimming with energy. Smiling unsettlingly, Sioku praises his little test subject and expresses excitement about his performance in the coming days. Meanwhile, our protagonist is on the roof chatting with Chanho. His best friend informs him that he will need to use the association's equipment. Reading this, he conducts his own experiment. Grabbing a stick, our boy discovers an OOP error, an invisible hellish armor. Noticing that the hellish armor is invisible, our boy pulls the judgment dagger from his inventory. Commanding the system to recognize the stick as his dagger, his weapon disappears, and the system confirms that the stick is now overwritten by the dagger. So, like a Hogwarts student, my friend can now destroy his enemies with his little wand. This also gives him a new idea, so he enters the Pantheon once more, now delving into the territory of the Flame King. He expresses dissatisfaction at visiting the place again. Suddenly, an army of Orcule servants, wolves clad in snow-white armor with crimson eyes, surround him. The system instantly presents a mission to take down 1,000 of them, of course, in exchange for half of the weapon he seeks, the Great Infernal Fire Sword. Our hero cuts his hand, disgusted to have to use his soul prison on such trivial enemies. One of the wolves quickly appears before him, but our hero remains unfazed, ready to begin his slaughter. Using his insane speed and flying dagger, our hero cuts through the heavily equipped giant wolves like butter. With 33 fallen soldiers in his hands, he summons them from the corpse prison. Once again, the pack of wolves attacks him. However, this time, an exact copy of his own kind, a shadow, crushes his brother's head. The army of Orqueel minions freezes in confusion, as exact replicas of them emerge from the ground. With a command from their master, the shadow army advances in their place. The two sides clash in a bloody battle, as the ruler of hell calmly pulls out a cigarette. However, he quickly spits it out, perplexed at how Chano could enjoy something so bad. Soon, one of the enemies breaks through his army of minions and approaches our demon king. To the assailant's surprise, the shadow's arms trap him from behind as he regenerates. The ruler of hell savors the moment, watching his brave and immortal minions do the work for him. Still tired from the slow progress, he realizes there's another mission between him and the weapon. A blazing aura surrounds our guy as he kicks the ground, shooting up to the sky like a firework. Considering the enemies unworthy of wasting even 2 hours, he decides to annihilate them in an instant. A devilish smile spreads across his face as he dives back to the ground at breakneck speed. A blinding golden comet descends upon the desert plains, unleashing its shockwave with a massive explosion that exterminates all the monsters in sight. The scene shifts to the Soul Clan headquarters, where a samurai, Shin Cho-young, practices her skills by slicing a purple monster that resembles a dummy. When the holographic simulation ends, 2 men watching from a glass window evaluate her performance. Skills. The leader of the Soul Clan, Wang Junyong, comments that she has developed some dangerous habits. The department head mentions that they can improve that flaw since they have 10 days. So the clan leader orders her to increase the difficulty of her simulations faster, since they need to defeat the crazy dog of the Hongma clan. Adjusting his glasses, the department head asks if the leader is referring to Shin Chil. The leader states that Cho-young would be invincible if it weren't for the Hongma clan's ace. Enraged, he curses the clan for their dirty tactics. The department head tries to calm him by reminding him of a past prohibition, but Junyong insists that the Hongma, as always, will play dirty in the upcoming competition. The department head states the obvious, pointing out that the stage is finally set for the 2 best, Chao-young and Shin Chil. However, the cunning clan leader suggests that this is only true if there isn't another unworthy monster yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, our hero receives messages of gratitude from the demons, quickly approaching the end of his mission. Annoyed by the notifications, while smoking over the corpses of his enemies, he complains that there should be a mute option button. Hearing one of the nearly dead wolves growl, he tells it to shut up while he smokes, ending its life with a stab. This death marks his 1000th victim and grants him half of the great infernal fire sword. The souls of his enemies begin to gather in an orb before him, forming a special object, the one he must offer at an altar. The demon lord feels disgusted, having to search for it like a peasant. However, as soon as he picks up the soul stone, a giant structure emerges from the ground before him, making his task easier. Thus begins the second quest for the great sword. The ruler of hell must now offer the soul stone and be recognized by the guardian serpent. Without wasting time, he places it in a sacrificial bowl. Suddenly, a gigantic snake is summoned. Narrowing his eyes, our boy begins the fight with an epic showdown against the colossal reptile. A panel appears before him, revealing the victory condition: answer the snake's questions. Confused, the Demon King mocks having to take a quiz on all sorts of things. He gives up and orders the snake to ask him a question. But what the guardian snake says sounds more incoherent than Chinese rap music played at double speed. My friend sighs in frustration. Furious, he throws his dagger straight into the beast's eye, making it howl in pain. Not satisfied that easily, he moves his hand to the other side, forcing the dagger through its head, exiting from the other eye. Summoning his dagger back, the demon lord lunges at the snake, boiling with rage at the system for thinking he has gone soft. Challenging it to give its all against the absolute ruler, he repeatedly strikes the guardian beast's head. The snake's head swells like a muffin from the blows, and then it explodes as our hero bathes in its blood like a badass. However, with his experience, he finds the battle suspiciously easy. Turning around, he recognizes the ancient pattern of regenerating enemies. Confidently recalling how to defeat it, our boy invites the beast to attack him, and the snake answers his call. Flying toward him with its mouth open, it catches him inside its jaws, as a blue flame of regeneration flickers within. However, our hero knows this very well. Without hesitation, he enters the mouth of the guardian snake. Confused, the snake turns its head. Suddenly, its pupils burst as the snake vomits him out, and our protagonist makes an epic landing, holding a blazing blue weapon in his hand. The Great Hell Sword. The system congratulates him for picking up the sword, but informs him that his abilities will be sealed until he completes the mission. Nevertheless, he confidently declares that even this is enough to defeat the oversized worm. Gripping the great flaming sword with both hands, our boy brings his new weapon down on the guardian snake. Its blazing energy courses through the beast from head to tail until the body is cleanly cut in 2 halves. The quest comes to its conclusion. The snake cannot hear the answer if it is not alive. Gripping the fully activated great sword tightly, our demon king wears a crazy smile, eagerly anticipating what comes next. A panel materializes, announcing the trial of the blazing fire. He must endure 10 full days of burning agony again to completely unlock the legendary weapon, or so it seems. The flames surround him, yet my friend remains calm. He commands the sword to calm down and stop burning its rightful owner. However, the timer keeps ticking. With an even more fiery attitude than the sword, he demands that the king regain his senses, and the timer immediately reaches the end. 0. The sword responds to its master and asks for forgiveness. This calms our hero's temperament, allowing him to greet his old companion. Since all the demons were sent to the final destination of souls in hell, chaos has erupted after their departure. Our hero feels relieved to have found his weapon without needing to visit that ruinous place. The demonic sword proclaims that it has been waiting for the ruler's return, making him wonder if his old companion misses him. But the King of Flames humbly says he does not despise him for leaving, but rather for the outcome of it. Confused, the monarch of Hell asks him to explain. The demonic sword explains that Hell was invaded by celestial beings, who took advantage of the demons' powerlessness in the absence of their ruler. Thus, they sealed all of Hell, banishing all the demon folk to Pandemonium. The King of Flames pleads with his master, who was reluctantly swallowed by the serpent, and avoided the exile like his brothers. Therefore, he patiently waited for the arrival of his Lord and Savior. The sword humbly asks for his reason to return. My friend promises to share his purpose when the time comes. Changing the subject, he asks his demon sword if it recognizes the energy orb dropped by the guardian serpent. Then the King of Flames warns him. The King of Flames recalls feeling the same mysterious energy from the celestial beings that invaded Hell. A bit uneasy, the ruler of Hell casually raises his hand, absorbing the sphere with the confidence that the system won't deceive him with a counterfeit. Reward. Upon successfully picking it up, a panel appears indicating that one more is required to access a currently hidden area. When asked if he plans to return to the land, he comments that there are still more rewards to claim. Meanwhile, on land, a member of the Soul Clan is chatting with Chang-ho about the viral massacre video, forcing him to awkwardly hide his friend's identity. To his surprise, the director appears and invites him for a private conversation. Chang-ho humbly asks why he has been chosen. The handsome director simply replies that he wants to enjoy a cigarette together. Now on the rooftop sharing a cigarette, the director wonders if Chang-ho was really at the center of the massacre. Chang-ho quickly realizes that the director is assessing whether he can recruit the infamous Awake individual. To protect his friend, Chang-ho claims there's nothing significant to report. The director, with a philosophical air, expresses his determination to recruit our boy, no matter the cost. Chang-ho awkwardly smiles, feigning ignorance, and steers the conversation towards the guild ace, Cho-jun. At this, the director suddenly falls silent. When Chang-ho gently prompts him again, the man reveals that she has been worrying too much. 7 days before Daesung's license exam, Cho-jun is seen training in her most challenging simulation yet at the Soul Clan headquarters. The B-rank samurai instantly cuts down her practice dummies before they even appear. But surrounded by more than she can handle, she feels overwhelmed. This allows another dummy to bite her shoulder, prompting the leader to immediately end the simulation. Startled, Cho-jun pleads for him to wait and give her a chance. But as the enemies disappear, she turns to face the clan leader, who calls her over to discuss her performance. Frustrated, Cho-jun exclaims that she would have done better if given the opportunity. With a calm demeanor, Jun points out that she is putting too much pressure on herself. Cho-jun, in response, complains that he has always encouraged her to fight for what she wants, even if it means enduring hardships. Keeping his cool, the clan leader clarifies that this advice strictly applies to physical training. Cho-jun, with a hint of sarcasm, comments that she understands her body's limits better than he does, insisting she hasn't overdone it. Jun, turning sarcastic, asks if she really thinks she knows herself better than anyone else. She tells him to compare her current mental state with that of a normal person. Seeing her erratic chart, Cho-jun reluctantly admits her mistake. Jun, gritting his teeth, asks if she still hasn't noticed her abnormal mental state, indicated by the anyone else, but with a gloomy look, she murmurs that it's all to get into the top 5. Hearing this, the clan leader questions her true motivation for wanting to rank up. He wonders if her goal is to gain access to the A-level gates, where she could earn much more glory and wealth. But Cho-jun, tightening her bottle until it breaks, bites her lip. She firmly states that her desire is not for money or fame, but to eliminate all the monsters from the world. 2 days later, in the Hongma clan building, Seoku enters a heavily secured area. Using his fingerprints, he unlocks a maximum security door, which creaks open to reveal a mysterious room. Disgusted by the stench, Seoku is shocked to discover that his subject has been fine. While murmuring about changing the ventilation and lighting, his eyes land on a hunched figure, devouring a corpse. Jin-chol chewing raw meat, like an animal on the man who is rambling about him. Without a care in the world, Seoku casually comments that the A-rank should keep eating and rest well, so the monstrous serum can keep working. Looking at the blood-covered demon hunter, the long-haired psychopath reveals his excitement for his pet to become the star of the upcoming license test. Just like that, 2 more days pass. Our protagonist is busy completing missions to increase his power in the Pantheon. Then, when the Flame King asks when they will leave Hell, the Absolute Ruler announces that their time has come. With the last 3 days flying by, the day of the test arrives. In the arena, the commentator announces how, with more and more people waking up each year, the competition continues to intensify. Journalists eagerly take photos of the lined-up candidates, but soon their attention focuses on an elegant white Lamborghini. The crowd instantly recognizes its owner and rushes to greet the 2 stars of the Hongma clan. A journalist has the first chance to interview. Sikwoo. Without beating around the bush, she directly asks how he feels about the return of the Hongma clan, after being expelled for cheating 2 years ago. Previously, Seok-woo, cursing internally at the annoying lady, calmly responds that he regrets the so-called accident back then. Another cocky journalist calls his attention, accusing him of shirking responsibility with empty words. Seok-woo, unfazed, pats the man's shoulder and confidently declares that this time the match will be clean and fair. With that, the two head to the stadium. Upset by the criticism, Jin-chul gets furious, annoyed that Seok-woo didn't respond in the same way. But Seok-woo reminds his pet to enjoy, but warns him not to get too excited and to be careful since they can't afford another ban. Hearing this conversation, a large man in white listens in. The leader of Hongma squints, instantly recognizing the heavily disguised silhouette of none other than the leader of the Soul clan, Yun-young. He tries to mock him, saying he looks like a gorilla dressed like that, but the stylish elder replies that it's a tactic to avoid the paparazzi. Jun-jung responds that he doesn't like to flaunt his fame like certain people. Tipping his hat, the legendary clan leader analyzes Jin-chul's aura and instantly recognizes his normal nature, which has been skillfully disguised.